The sky stretched wide and deep, a rich canvas of blue dotted with wandering cumulus clouds. The sun, unrelenting in its heat, bore down with an intensity that left Song Yu's scalp uncomfortably warm. The cicadas' chirping had grown hoarser, a clear sign of summer yielding to autumn. Ahead lay the famed Jade Cloud Corridor. Song Yu walked a narrow, winding path, only wide enough for a solitary traveler. Fields sprawled on one side while uneven dirt lined the other, leading to an ancient road shaded by towering cypresses. These cypresses, gnarled with age, had stood sentinel for over 1,000 years, their roots entwined with history. The road beneath them, Jinyang Road, was built during the Yu dynasty to connect Yizhu with the Guanzhong Plain. In those times, roadside trees were planted to mark clear pathways for travelers, ensuring they would not stray. At its peak, the corridor boasted 100,000 cypresses, forming a canopy so dense it resembled a jade-colored cloud. It was from this verdant spectacle that the road earned its name, the Jade Cloud Corridor. As Song Yu approached, the corridor unfolded before him in all its grandeur. The ancient cypresses, their leaves a unique gray-green hue, cast intricate patterns of light and shadow on the road. Their branches grew wild and unpruned, intertwining into a dense network that filtered the sunlight into patches of golden glow. The road itself was a testament to time's wear, paved with uneven stone slabs riddled with gaps and potholes. Song Yu paused and glanced back. The familiar mountain and Daoist temple, his home for 2 decades, had long vanished from view. He gazed at the horizon with quiet resolve. Earlier that day, he had bid farewell to his master and the old crested myna that lived in the temple. With only a light bag and his master's cryptic instructions to explore the world, he had walked 40 li by midday, arriving at this storied road. But where was he to go from here? His master had given no direction, and Song Yu had no answer. After a moment of reflection, he turned back to the road. With measured steps, he entered the Jade Cloud Corridor, the cool shade of the cypress canopy a welcome respite from the blazing sun. The road, though worn by a millennium of travelers, still connected distant provinces and bustled with life. Caravans jingled by, their mule bells resonating in rhythmic cadence. Horsemen sped past, carrying urgent messages, their hooves striking the stone with sharp clarity. Porters, their backs laden with heavy goods, trudged along, their weary forms bent under the weight. Song Yu noticed their darkened, sun-weathered faces, their strength consumed by the journey. Despite the corridor's age, its ancient cypresses remained protected by law. For over 1,000 years, the courts had forbidden their removal, and legends whispered of the trees turning into demons after living so long. Travelers claimed to have heard them speak on quiet, moonlit nights. Song Yu smiled at the thought. He half wished the trees would talk to him, but no voices emerged from the ancient giants. The day stretched on, and after passing 4 roadside mounds, Song Yu estimated he had walked another 20 li. The sun had begun its descent, casting the corridor in a softer light. Tired, he found a particularly large cypress with a trunk wide enough to require several people to encircle it. The shaded ground beneath was clean, a clear sign of frequent travelers resting there. Grateful for the spot, Song Yu sat down, ate a pancake, and sipped water. As he rested, the occasional passerby caught his eye a fleeting connection with this era's people. Eventually, his fatigue overtook him, and he drifted into a deep sleep, cradling his bag. The cicada's lullaby and the dappled interplay of light and shadow eased him into slumber. When he woke, he rubbed his eyes, catching sight of tiny figures leaping among the branches. For a moment, he thought they were tiny, palm-sized people dressed in vibrant clothing. But a second glance revealed they were merely chickadees flitting playfully. Song Yu chuckled softly and stood. Overhead, the sky had shifted. The once scattered clouds had coalesced into a thick mass, casting a heavy shadow over the land. Rain loomed. He resumed his journey, unbothered by the prospect of getting wet. Rain, like sunshine, was part of the experience. Not long after, the skies opened, and a curtain of rain connected the heavens and earth. Song Yu turned back, recalling a relay station a li behind him. The station, though old and weathered, offered enough shelter from the downpour. Inside, remnants of firewood and signs of previous travelers hinted at its use. Alone, Song Yu kindled a small fire with a branch and murmured softly, "Wind, stop. Fire, ignite." The wind ceased momentarily, and the fire took hold, crackling warmly. Song Yu sat cross-legged, letting the heat seep into his weary body. As the rain poured and the forest came alive with vivid colors and the scent of damp earth, Song Yu's thoughts wandered. He had no clear plan for his journey. His understanding of the world was limited, and his motivation to explore was faint. The firelight danced in his eyes, offering a strange comfort in its warmth and simplicity. The rain continued into the evening, and the mountains grew quiet. Then, faintly, the rhythmic clip-clop of hooves broke the silence. A caravan emerged from the shadows, their pack animals burdened with goods wrapped in tea-leaf packaging. 2 guards flanked the group, their presence a reminder of the long and treacherous journey these merchants endured. As the group drew near, their voices carried through the rain. "There's a pavilion up ahead. Let's stop for the night. And look, there's already a fire." Song Yu remained seated, watching as the travelers approached. Another moment in a journey that was just beginning. A foggy encounter. The group of 10 men trudged into the opposite pavilion, shaking off their soaked cloaks and unloading their goods to a dry corner. Most of them appeared middle-aged, with the 2 armed guards standing out in their matching attire and unmistakable air of Jianghu wanderers. One carried a gleaming glaive, the other a flail resting heavily at his waist. The rest of the group, dressed in the black and white garb mandated for merchants under the Great Yin dynasty, began speaking in hushed tones, their accents laced with regional dialects. Though their words were quiet, the urgency in their voices was evident. The pavilion was cramped, leaving their horses and mules outside in the rain, their hardy hides impervious to the elements. The merchants huddled closer, their soaked clothes clinging to their chilled bodies. Several cast longing glances at Song Yu's fire in the neighboring pavilion, their gazes lingering on the dry firewood piled nearby. Finally, one man, seemingly the leader, approached Song Yu with cupped hands, his tone polite yet eager. "Greetings, young mister. Did you gather this firewood? It looks like there's more than enough for one night. Would you be willing to sell us some? Our clothes are drenched, and we'd like to warm ourselves." Song Yu glanced up, his calm demeanor unshaken. His daoist robe marked him as an ascetic, and in this era, it was customary to address such figures as Mr. "I didn't collect it," he replied evenly. "The firewood was already here when I arrived. If you need it, please take what you like." Relieved, the merchant returned with an armful of firewood, though they lit their own fire rather than borrowing his. As their fire flickered to life, the men toasted dry rations and spoke in muted voices about the day's events. The wind carried fragments of their conversation to Song Yu's ears, painting a picture of their journey. The merchants were tea traders. Their original destination was a warehouse in 30 li ahead, but the sudden downpour had forced them to seek shelter. To make matters worse, a mishap with the waterproofing of their goods had threatened to ruin their precious cargo of tea leaves. Adding to their woes, rumors of fog spirits haunting the road had made the idea of nighttime travel unthinkable. While the rain had delayed them, they decided to press on once the immediate danger to their goods was resolved, only to find themselves caught in the thickening fog. Their whispers shifted to the young daoist in the other pavilion. Though his robe suggested a spiritual practitioner, his youth drew skepticism. "Not 1 in 10 priests these days can actually catch spirits or expel ghosts," one muttered dismissively, and the others nodded in agreement. Song Yu ignored their doubts, his focus fixed on the fire as the merchant's chatter faded into background noise. The fog descends. The rain eventually stopped, but as the mountain air cooled, an ominous fog rolled in. At first, it seemed ordinary mist pooling in low-lying areas as expected after rainfall. Yet, as the moments passed, the fog grew unnaturally thick, swallowing the world whole. The surrounding mountains disappeared into a grey void. Even the ancient cypresses lining the road vanished, their outlines obscured. The fires in the two pavilions, though only a short distance apart, were reduced to faint, flickering glows struggling against the oppressive haze. The merchants grew uneasy. They huddled closer, their voices tense. "This fog, it's too thick. We've encountered a spirit." "Don't panic," someone barked. "The more you fear, the stronger it becomes. Spirits feed on fear." "Add more firewood," another shouted. "There's no more firewood." Their eyes darted toward Song Yu's pavilion, their hope rekindled by the sight of his fire burning steadily. Yet none dared venture into the fog to retrieve more wood. A gust of icy wind swept through, carrying with it a mournful wail. The merchants turned to the two armed guards for reassurance. The man with the glaive, Mr. Chen, scowled and spat. "I'll go get some firewood," he declared. "If I meet a spirit, I'll cut it down." Before anyone could protest, he strode into the fog, his glaive gleaming faintly in the firelight. The merchants watched his figure dissolve into the haze, their nerves fraying with each passing second. Moments later, a shadowy figure re-emerged. It was Mr. Chen, or so it seemed. He stood at the edge of the pavilion, his voice urgent. "The young mister on the other side has fainted. Someone come help me carry him over." The merchants froze, their unease deepening. The armed guard with the flail gripped his weapon tightly, licking his lips nervously. One merchant, bolder than the rest, bowed slightly. "We are but humble traders passing through. We mean no harm. If you are a spirit, spare us, and we will return with offerings to thank you." The figure stiffened. "Come quickly," it snapped, but the tone faltered, its imitation of Mr. Chen's voice unconvincing. Realization struck. That's not him. Before their eyes, the figure dissolved into a swirling mass of fog, dissipating into the night. A glimmer of hope. The real Mr. Chen stumbled back into the pavilion moments later, firewood in hand. He was met with wary stares. "Did something happen?" he asked, his voice laced with suspicion. The merchants quickly explained the spirit's attempt to impersonate him. "Humph, a cheap trick." Mr. Chen grunted, tossing the firewood to the floor. "Their kind preys on fear. Don't give it to them." But his bravado did little to calm the group. The firewood was dwindling, and the fog spirit could wait them out. Another icy gust extinguished their fire entirely, plunging the pavilion into near darkness. Panic set in. Desperate, the merchants turned their eyes toward the faint glow of Song Yu's fire in the other pavilion. Gathering what courage they could muster, they bolted toward it, the cold rain piercing their skin like needles. A refuge in the fog. When they finally reached Song Yu's pavilion, they found it untouched by the chaos. The young daoist sat cross-legged by the fire, his expression serene. The warmth and light in the pavilion were an oasis in the eerie, fog-shrouded night. Song Yu looked up, his voice calm yet firm. "Rest here tonight," he said, his gaze flickering to the thick fog outside. "Be patient. When the rain ends, I will deal with the spirit." The merchants, shivering and humbled, could only nod, grateful for the unexpected sanctuary.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Mr. According to rumors, the fog spirit on this road is not easy to handle. Fear lingered in Mr. Lee's heart. It has been causing trouble here for more than a few months. Before this, Nanhua County's administrative office asked a master from a temple to come, but he wasn't able to settle this matter. After heavy rain, a mountain fog has arisen. This has been convenient for the fog spirit. Someone said, yes, also it's dark and the road is slippery. Another said, how about this? You can wait until dawn tomorrow and look for it when the weather is fine. Mr. Chen said, if you go, I am willing to come with you. Everyone spoke at once and most of them tried to persuade Song Yu not to go. While concern was implied, they probably didn't want him to leave either, which was merely due to human nature. They spoke so much that Song Yu didn't know who to reply to for a moment. He continued to stare at the fire for a few seconds and finally decided not to reply one by one. He only said to Mr. Chen, you should remain here. He had made his attitude clear. This Mr. Chen was a particular person who was both trustworthy and courageous. No matter how good his abilities were, such a person was worthy of respect. After this, Song Yu was unwilling to say any more. Not long after, the fine rain stopped. Song Yu stood up directly and withdrew a stick of wood from the fire. Under the eyes of the merchants and armed guards, he walked alone into the great fog. The dark night was lonesome and the cold rain had just stopped. The figure flickered in the fog, the cold wind blew and even the wild grasses sounded an alarm. Only that figure moved forward without fear. Everyone was both full of admiration and worry, but there was no other way, so they just stayed beside the fire. They stared worriedly into the depths of the fog, perhaps hoping that the young man would come back or afraid that the fog spirit would appear in the fog again. Not long after, fire erupted in the fog. Following that was ghastly howling that sounded like mournful wailing or vicious howling which made one's scalp crawl. Hiss! Goosebumps rose on the merchants' arms and every single hair in their follicles stood on end. In their hearts, they became even more worried about that young mister. Yet, no one dared to go and check. Only Mr. Chen had the courage, but he could not leave everyone behind and go into the fog. The sound ceased abruptly soon after. They didn't know how long it had been when there was movement again nearby. Everyone craned their necks and gazed into the fog without blinking. Their hearts were in their throats. They only saw that this fog was so thick that it couldn't disperse, as if it was an early winter morning in the mountains. Suddenly, a gust of mountain wind blew and the mountain fog flowed with it. Under the firelight's reflection, they seemed to be able to see those tiny fog particles. Amidst this scene, which was as hazy as a dreamscape, a figure gradually walked out of the fog calmly. That person was young and handsome, wearing a plain daoist robe. His expression was as serene as ever, as if he had only accomplished some trivial thing. He only spoke again after he had entered the pavilion and sat down again in front of the fire. The night is still long. Everyone, please rest early. Everyone looked at one another. With Mr. Lee taking the lead, the others got up one after another and bowed deeply in unison. The fire crackled and that young mister had already closed his eyes. The merchants could not sleep for some time. As they looked at one another in consternation, they recalled the previous scene, the young mister returning from the great fog, his figure gradually becoming clearer as if he was bringing hope. Probably some of them would not be able to forget this scene for the rest of their lives. The night neither seemed to be long nor short. The mountain wind carried the fog and the chill was disturbing. Song Yu woke several times during the night. He clearly didn't sleep well, yet was unable to fall asleep. He woke just when dawn brightened the sky. The rest of the merchants woke one after another. They also couldn't sleep well, with many being unable to sleep all night. The early morning dew was heavy, and the air humid, carrying the earthy scent of soil and grass. The current conditions, like the atmosphere during dusk, were ideal for cultivation. Although Song Yu had awakened, he continued to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed. He could hear the sounds around him. The dew bent the wild grasses with its weight and the droplets slid downwards along the blades to fall onto the stone slabs. Squirrels darted about in the ancient cypresses and there were also birds in the forest who were up early. Mr. Chen whispered to Mr. Lee, saying that his junior brother was skilled as an armed guard, proficient in martial arts and courageous. However, it was the first time he had encountered a ghost. It had unnerved him for a moment, causing his performance to suffer. He hoped that Mr. Lee wouldn't mind. He also heard Mr. Lee whispering with the other merchants. They were discussing pooling their money to offer to Song Yu to express their gratitude. However, they had trouble deciding how much to give, wanting to be generous yet wanting to save money as well. Everything was part of cultivation, whether it be the mud, the flowers, the dew, the grasses, worldly matters, or the human heart. When Song Yu opened his eyes again, the merchants had rekindled the fire. They used a small pot to boil water and respectfully offered Song Yu a bowl of hot water. He accepted without hesitation. In the past, when he was at the Daoist temple and came down the mountain to solve problems for nearby villagers, the villagers were similarly deferential. He had understood a principle many years ago: sometimes, accepting other people's goodwill is actually a sign of generosity, not to mention gratitude. Puff. Early mornings were chilly in the mountains. When he blew on his bowl, instantly a layer of white mist spread along the edge of the bowl. The pancakes were very dry and meant to be eaten with water anyway. Having a bowl of hot water after spending the night in the mountains was comforting. A sip warmed him from his throat to his lungs. The merchants were talkative and Song Yu learned more about them after conversing with them during breakfast. He already knew they were tea merchants from Yizhu. He also knew that Yizhu was an important hub for the tea horse trade. Now, he found out from them that although the court's guidance price for purchasing tea in various regions remained unchanged these few years, the actual regional purchase price had decreased each year. Thus many tea merchants had no choice but chose to transport their tea to Yudo and sell their tea to the Tea Horse Bureau. Meanwhile, others took risks selling everything to specialized traders serving countries on the western border after reaching Yudo. They didn't mention which category they belonged to, and Song Yu didn't inquire. The merchants also wanted to invite Song Yu to accompany them to Yudo, probably to repay him for saving their lives the previous night. However, Song Yu always traveled following his own heart's desires. He stopped where he pleased and departed when he wished. Traveling in a group with them would burden both parties, so he declined directly. He just advised them to be cautious on the road and to avoid spending nights in wild, mountainous areas again. After finishing their water and dry rations, it was time for them to part. Interestingly, Mr. Chen brought his junior brother after breakfast to the forest to collect some firewood which was not too damp. They chopped the firewood into pieces and stacked them in a corner of the pavilion, replenishing the amount they had burned the previous night. Perhaps after drying for 2 days, they would be dry enough. Song Yu observed alongside, lost in thought. After that, Mr. Li took out a small money pouch and offered it respectfully to him, saying that it was a token of gratitude. Instead of being a matter of respect, it was more a matter of etiquette. In this world, where demons and ghosts abounded, exorcists were common among the people. Some temples and shrines also offered such services. It was a common industry, so payment had become totally normal. The magnanimous don't fuss over trivialities. Seeing Song Yu accept the money pouch and tuck it away in his bosom, Mr. Li and the others behind him breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Li said, "We Wuxian tea merchants have a store in Yudo, located in the western part of the city. Just ask around for Wuxian tea store if you need anything when you arrive in Yudo. Whether you need to settle some matter or if you need a guide, please feel free to come and look for us. Take care." Song Yu's tone was gentle yet detached. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. "Farewell, Mr. Farewell." The merchants loaded their goods and hurriedly departed. Having covered less distance yesterday, they needed to make up for it today. Now, only Song Yu remained in the pavilion again. Only at that moment did the sun emerge. Its rays instantly brought out the blue in the sky. Sunbeams slanted through the clouds, as if each ray was almost tangible. Initially, they weren't warm when they hit his face, but they soon turned pleasantly warm. It seemed like another fine day. Yudo. Song Yu looked up at the sky, murmuring softly. He shouldered his traveling bag and resumed his journey. No worry about a 1,000-li journey, the winds will bring him there. Each ancient cypress tree along the road seemed to have been washed by water. Sparkling and translucent droplets hung from their branches, dripping occasionally. The early morning mist still lingered. From a distance it silently pooled in low-lying mountain areas. Up close, it blurred jade cloud corridor, obscuring the end of the road. Then it all gradually dissipated under the morning sunshine. This stretch of road would no longer be haunted by fog spirits. This is a city. During the Great Yan dynasty, commerce flourished like never before. As Jade Cloud Corridor was a major road, there were many tea houses and inns along the way, especially tea houses. Tea houses were essential necessities along official roads. The number of tea houses increased as one headed toward Yudo. These tea houses not only provided a place to rest and quench one's thirst, but some even offered simple meals which were far better than the dry rations carried by travelers. The quality of tea provided had various grades, from plain salted water to a better brew with a hint of tea flavor. For those willing to pay extra, one could drink tea as brewed in the city. As for the taste, it depended on the skill and conscience of the tea house owner. Song Yu had not walked far when he spotted a crowded tea house ahead. The steam rising from stacked bamboo trays was no small temptation for travelers in the wilderness. He walked over and sat down. Then he ordered a bowl of tea and 2 steamed pancakes. Only then did he open the money pouch given to him by the merchants. Inside lay pieces of silver, their weights unknown. Roughly estimated, they seemed to be around 10 or so taels in total. Silver had only become a common currency in this world during the current dynasty. This was convenient for long-distance travelers like Song Yu. Before this, the people seldom used silver for business. At present, people still mainly used the Great Yan common currency, the copper coin known as wen. When silver was used, it was converted into the equivalent amount of copper coins in terms of value. During his previous descent from the mountain, 1 tael of silver was worth nearly 1,200 wen. When he left yesterday, he had nearly emptied the temple's savings. He carried a total of 19 taels of silver as well as a string of copper coins. His old Daoist master wouldn't be able to descend the mountain and buy meat for some time. All added up, it seemed like a substantial sum of money. However, in the prosperous Great Yan, there were countless things to buy and places to spend money. Wealthy individuals and jobs abounded, and even average wages were higher. Beyond the mountain of the Daoist temple as well as the small villages and towns below, this money wouldn't last long. Song Yu hadn't brought much with him when he left. Everything had to be procured on the journey. Once he has a lot of things, he'd likely need to purchase a horse or a mule. He only planned to buy one upon reaching Yudo. The tea horse trade in Yizhu was officially controlled by the authorities and private transactions were legally banned. However, purchasing horses or mules in Yudo was a better bargain than elsewhere. A decent southwest horse reportedly only cost around 20,000 wen, and mules were even cheaper. Buying a mule wouldn't be a bad idea either. While he was thinking, the tea arrived. The bowl contained the finest tea the tea house offered, a chaotic mix of all kinds of tea inside. The 2 steamed pancakes were each larger than a fist and their plain light yellow dough emitted steam. Song Yu alternated between bites of pancake and sips of tea while observing the other patrons. Most of the people sitting here were travelers and merchants as well as some Jianghu people. They might be silent while hurrying on the road, but they became chatty once they sat down. Conversations ranged from recent tea horse markets to the upcoming autumn provincial exams, from temple miracles to mountain paths haunted by demons. Some spoke of temple fairs, while Jianghu people discussed grand events in the martial arts world. A chaotic mix like his bowl of tea, these conversations delineated a corner of the world.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Song Yu ate and drank slowly, listening quietly. The tea table was glossy with wear and reflected speckles of sunlight. This tea was thick and not a clear brew. With the 2 steamed pancakes added, Song Yu was more or less full. After finishing, he called the tea house owner over to settle the bill. The total came to a little over 10 wen, with the tea being more expensive than the pancakes. As Song Yu counted the coins, he asked the shop owner in passing, "Sir, how far is Yudo from here?" "Nearly 400 li, passing through 4 counties." 400 li, Song Yu muttered to himself. From Song Yu's point of view, 1 li in Great Yan had always felt shorter than its equivalent in his previous life. It felt at most 400 meters 1. With good stamina, walking 180 li 2 in a day wouldn't be a problem. He asked the owner, "Are there any inns ahead?" "Keep heading toward Yudo, and the nearest inn is about 60 li away. If you walk fast, you'll make it," the owner said, taking the money from Song Yu's hand. He had watched as Song Yu counted, so he pocketed the coins without counting. However, there are 2 temples along the way and both are empty. "Personally, I'd say the inn isn't necessarily more comfortable to sleep in than the temples." "Ah, I see." In this era, many temples offered lodgings, especially Buddhist ones. Their functions extend beyond simple worship of the Buddha and the offering of incense. However, when it comes to empty roadside temples, Song Yu glanced at the 2 tables of Jianghu people at the side. Perhaps these would be their first choice? After thanking the owner, Song Yu continued on his journey. It slowly grew late. The weather remained as fine as the previous day. Under the sunshine, the jade cloud corridor was unreasonably gorgeous. In a leisurely mood, walking on it was actually a kind of enjoyment. Song Yu followed a couple of porters for a while, matching their pace. With someone leading the way, he was able to save mental energy and strength while walking. Occasionally, he followed them in seeking small brooks or mountain springs by the ancient road. Seeing them drinking water from cupped hands, he would also do so. Seeing them stop and rest, he sometimes would engage in brief conversations with them as a deist priest. He would ask about the length of the journey and hear about the customs and dialects of other places, all of which counted as valuable experiences. The afternoon sunshine continued to be scorching and the cicadas were noisy. It was completely impossible to tell that there was heavy rain and great fog yesterday, with spirits even lurking within the great fog. When Song Yu stopped to rest, he couldn't resist dozing off for a while. Upon waking, that group of tanned, lean porters had vanished. Only the empty ancient stone road remained, dotted with sunlight filtering through the trees. The string of small pits in the middle of the stone slabs extended all the way into the deep end of the ancient road shaded by trees. That was the porter's path, which disappeared into the distance. Song Yu could only resume his solitary journey following these little pits with his belongings in tow. He had observed something earlier. Those porters leaned on their bamboo and wood staves and poked them precisely into these pits, as if continuing a legacy. They were not only walking on the same road as their porter predecessors from 1,000 years ago, even their steps were identical. The water dripping on stone over the past 1,000 years had left indelible marks on this road. Wasn't this also a kind of legacy? As he walked, he felt each stone slab under his feet and each ancient cypress seemed to bear witness to time. As Song Yu's gaze wandered, he remembered his master's words the day before yesterday. She had said, "Do you think sitting in meditation, doing breathing exercises, reading books, and practicing here in the mountains constitutes true cultivation?" Song Yu instantly knew what she meant. She wanted him to descend the mountain. This old deist had once traveled across great rivers and the 4 seas in her youth, thus accumulating considerable cultivation skills. She had never believed that sitting still equated to cultivation. Besides, Song Yu was long aware that generation after generation of disciples from Hidden Dragon Temple had to descend the mountain to travel. Some journeys were long and some short, but there was no exception. As expected, he quickly heard her continue. "You should descend the mountain, explore mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Go witness the world's affairs and human lives. You can visit famous mountains and immortal masters, perhaps encounter demons and spirits. Experience the real world that you can't experience on the mountain. During that thousands of li journey, you'll find both your cultivation and perhaps also something that piques your interest." So she knew all along. Song Yu didn't mind descending the mountain. He also wanted to go and see how many interesting things there were in this world besides monsters and spirits. Before he had noticed, dusk approached. Song Yu stopped in front of a temple by the roadside. Dusting off his traveling bag, he looked up at the couplet on both sides of the temple entrance. he couldn't help reading them aloud quietly. Who hasn't walked this road? I advise you not to do that. This village temple was a single building built by a nearby village housing all kinds of deities in great numbers, both Buddhist and Taoist. Local deities who were mostly virtuous and popular individuals from the past were also enshrined. Each deity statue bore inscriptions behind with names and sometimes lifetime deeds. The village temple wasn't far from Jade Cloud Corridor, and travelers often spent the night here. Song Yu had already decided to spend the night here too. When he stepped inside, incense was still burning. First of all, he bowed to each deity and apologized for disturbing them. Then he found a corner far away from the entrance. He stooped over and blew away the dust on the ground. After that, he sat down cross-legged, leaning against the wall. The floor was icy cold but gradually warmed beneath him. Later, 7 or 8 people arrived one after another. As Song Yu guessed, they were mostly Jianghu people armed with swords and knives. They were seeking shelter here because they had no choice. Throughout history, common people were normally not allowed to travel freely in order to restrict population flow. However, only honest common people followed these rules. Business people, Jianghu people, and Taoist cultivators like Song Yu all had their own ways. Traveling merchants had legitimate needs, so they had travel passes and followed officially approved paths. Some Jianghu people had travel passes, while others did not, though they all had their own ways. However, it was not easy for them to stay in inns along the way, so they had to think of solutions themselves. Fortunately, there were many temples in Great Yan. Most of them could offer shelter, regardless of whether they were empty or not. One just had to avoid those unauthorized and nefarious temples. Of course, there were bold and skilled Jianghu martial artists who dared to spend a night even in dilapidated temples haunted by ghosts. This temple was besides the official road, so it was naturally legitimate. When these Jianghu people meet, they will greet one another and quickly start chatting regardless of whether they know or have heard of one another. Perhaps it was because they were all disliked by the authorities, or perhaps because they really value social relationships. Even those with quiet personalities will immediately offer a proper greeting when someone greets them. They feared the slightest neglect would tarnish their reputations. These people were noisy and continued chatting late into the night. Some came over to disturb Song Yu, but after realizing that Song Yu was not one of them, they stopped caring about him. Actually, Song Yu felt no fear. Although these Jianghu people might seem fierce, they were actually quite particular about their conduct. In this world, even if mountain bandits encounter monks and Taoists, most won't cause them any trouble. Moreover, if Song Yu passed by a tea shop during the day and really had no money, he was very likely to be successful in asking for a cup of coarse tea just based on the way he was dressed. These Jianghu people particularly valued their reputations and face. If he encountered them and said a few nice words, they would likely give him a steamed pancake to eat if asked. After such disturbances until midnight, Song Yu finally fell asleep. Nights in the mountains were extremely quiet. There was only the sound of the wind blowing at the door panels and the snoring of nearby Jianghu travelers from other places. Unwittingly, Song Yu fell into a dream. In the dream, he was still in this temple with roughly the same deity statues and layout. However, there were no Jianghu people sprawled out besides him. Upon closer inspection, one statue on the altar was missing. It was one representing a local deity from the periphery. Instead, there was an additional person in front. This person was dressed like a merchant, but in garish colors. He had an honest face as red as a jujube. His figure seemed clear but also blurry. His appearance and dress was somewhat similar to the missing statue. Before going to sleep, Song Yu had carefully examined these deity statues, especially those local deities. He knew that this one, named Virtuous Duke Wang, was considered a local netherworld deity. Virtuous Duke Wang had originally been a person from the previous dynasty who was born into a wealthy family. During a nationwide famine, when starving people were everywhere, he opened up his storehouse to distribute food widely to the refugees. Ultimately, perhaps due to misjudging the severity of the famine, his own food supplies ran out, and he died of starvation. Later, the local people, grateful for his benevolence, erected statues and temples in his honor. After the imperial court became aware of his deeds, he was officially recognized, and now he became a legitimate deity. Before Song Yu could think more, Virtuous Duke Wang bowed to him. Apologies for disturbing you. Greetings. Greetings, Virtuous Duke. Why did you come to me late at night? 400 li in ancient China is 200 kilometers. 180 li would be 90 kilometers. Did a search of whether humans can walk 90 kilometers in a day, and the first website that pops up said it would take 18 plus hours, so this checks out. Chapter 5, Lady Calico. Virtuous Duke Wang said, I am a local village deity. My surname was Wang when I was alive. May I know your name? Song Yu replied, I am Song Yu, and my master gave me the style name Unmenglai. Are you a Taoist? I grew up in a Taoist temple. Do you have a Taoist name? The local village deity asked again. Not yet, Song Yu said as he calmly met the gaze of this local deity. What brings you to me, sir? Very well, I will address you as Mr. Menglai. Virtuous Duke Wang remained polite. I apologize for disturbing your rest at this late hour, but this matter concerns the well-being of the local commoners. I see that you have profound cultivation skills and have come specially to seek assistance. Sir, please speak directly, responded Song Yu. This matter started 10 years ago. Virtuous Duke Wang hemmed and hawed, speaking in a long-winded style reminiscent of the previous dynasty. 10 years ago, a great demon came to this land. It bewitched the hearts of the people and even made the locals build it a temple about 20 li from here. Upon hearing this, Song Yu almost understood everything. The two looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Song Yu waited for him to continue, while he seemed to be waiting for Song Yu to speak. Song Yu asked, "Why didn't you report it?" Virtuous Duke Wang said, "Mister, please hear me out." Song Yu immediately looked helpless. Most of these local netherworld deities had been humans who were outstanding in their morality and conduct when alive. Moreover, they were so old. As a junior, he should show more respect. It was not easy for a young man like him to criticize them directly. Virtuous Duke Wang said, "Then I'll make a long story short." "Please do so." Virtuous Duke Wang said, "Although that demon had excellent magic powers, it was eliminated a few years ago by a master from Tianhai Temple together with Duke of Thunder Zhou. At the time, it seemed a pity to destroy the unauthorized temple since it was not far from the main road. Once the stone statue was smashed, it could still allow travelers to rest and shelter from the rain. Thus, it was left standing. When I toured Magia Bay recently, I unexpectedly discovered that there were incense and offerings in that temple again. Did you go forth to investigate? I'm ashamed, but my powers are limited and I don't know how to fight. When I saw the incense and offerings from a distance, I dared not approach." Virtuous Duke Wang looked ashamed. "You made a sensible decision." Song Yu reassured him. Virtuous Duke Wang said, "This time I was thinking of asking Mr. Menglai to go and investigate. If it's true, I will take advantage of the full moon in a few days to report it to the authorities." "Do you suspect that the demon has been resurrected through the incense and offerings?" "I think it's likely. I will go and see tomorrow." "You have a noble character and I thank you in advance on behalf of the nearby commoners." Virtuous Duke Wang bowed deeply again. Then he said, "Your cultivation skills are impressive. Even if that demon was reborn, it would not have its former abilities. If you go during the day, it shouldn't be dangerous. It's just that I would have to trouble you to make the trip. As for the address, I have already written it on a paper slip and placed it on the front of the altar." Song Yu bowed. "Sir, farewell." Virtuous Duke Wang was stunned for a moment before returning the bow. As soon as Song Yu bowed, everything around him turned into clouds of smoke and disappeared instantly before he could even straighten his back. Song Yu's vision turned black. When he opened his eyes again, he was still in the corner of the village temple. The village temple was dark but the wooden door was not closed tightly. Moonlight shone in through the crack, looking like a long diagonal streak of white frost on the floor tiles. A row of deity statues could be vaguely seen. The Jianghu people's snoring rose and fell. Song Yu got up and searched the altar, but he didn't find the paper slip in front of Virtuous Duke Wang's statue. Instead, he found it in front of the statue of Great Emperor Chaijin. It was yellow rattan paper commonly used for drawing talismans and the calligraphy skills were decent. He put away the paper slip and looked at the deity statues again. This kind of village temple usually didn't distinguish between Buddhism and Daoism. Commoners couldn't afford to build a separate temple for each, so the deities all had to squeeze together without complaining. JNN. The current lord of the heavenly palace too, Daoist deity Great Emperor Chaijin was naturally in the center as well as the Buddhist deity, Lord of 10,000 Buddhas. There were other deities beside them. They were basically deities who were well known in current society for various reasons. For example, there was previously a widely circulated folk novel that mentioned the Duke of Thunder Zhou from the Thunder Division 3. Thus Duke of Thunder Zhou's reputation grew in people's hearts. His position became prominent in many newly built temples, especially those little ones spontaneously built by the people. It's unclear whether Zhou benefited from it personally. The development and evolution of gods were mostly like this. Presently, there are local deities. Speaking of jurisdiction and authority, there are mountain gods, river gods, road gods, and also village gods. Most of them had once been humans. After these individuals passed away, the people could not forget them. Empowered by the people's wishes, they were naturally transformed into gods. The imperial court was also very likely to confer upon them the official positions of gods. In this world, whether it is the Daoist heavenly palace or the Buddhist Western Paradise 4, the so-called gods and Buddhas were essentially no different from these local minor deities that became gods through the power of wishes. This is despite their high status in the hearts of the people, especially believers. Therefore, new gods would often become popular with a new emperor. Take Great Emperor Chaijin for example. It was rumored that he was born when the heavens and the earth were first separated. After enduring 1,350 calamities, each calamity lasting 29,600 years, he finally attained the position of Celestial Emperor 5. Many people deeply believed in this. Even those who didn't believe in him mostly thought that people had believed in him since ancient times. Actually, his name came into existence during the last 200 years. 200 years ago, there was no one in this world who believed in him, and his name didn't even exist. It was necessary to maintain the lofty image of gods in the hearts of the people. However, Song Yu's master had always warned him that as a cultivator, he should have a correct and clear understanding of them, unlike ordinary people. Yet she never told him specifically what this understanding should be, only letting him figure it out for himself. Song Yu was still in the process of constructing this understanding. After contemplating the statues in the moonlight for a long time, he couldn't sleep. He turned, opened the door and walked out. The midnight air hit him, but it didn't feel cold, only refreshing. Looking up, he saw the clear dust-free night sky. The moonlight was like silver and gilded the edges of the clouds with a layer of silver, making them seem to glow. It outlined the undulating contours of the great mountains, creating a beautiful scene under the moonlight. He sat under the moonlight until dawn broke. Song Yu left Jinyang Road and entered a side road. This was also a major road, but its name was unknown. It was less important than an official road connecting to the capital like Jinyang Road, but it was still spacious. Song Yu was in no hurry. He stopped along the way, even asking for directions several times before finally finding the temple. Although it was said to be not far from the main road, it was actually on the mountainside next to the main road. It could be seen from afar, but it was probably 2 li away. Thinking that virtuous Duke Wang had said that it was near the main road at first, Song Yu kept walking along the main road and unwittingly passed it. He only turned back after asking for directions. By the time he arrived, it was already afternoon. Song Yu hung his traveling bag on a tree branch about 100 meters away. Then he walked along a little path towards the dilapidated temple, seeming completely fearless. As he approached, he smelled incense and candles. Indeed, there was incense burning. Sniffing carefully, he could even tell it was probably local handmade incense with a scent close to that of mosquito-repelling herbs, both refreshing and invigorating. This dilapidated temple was more or less the same size as the one last night. Its structure imitated the main hall of a regular temple, but was slightly smaller. Also, there was only one building. Most village temples built by the people followed this style and structure. Usually, there were no monks or deist priests administering them, but it was much shabbier than last night's temple. Song Yu stopped at the entrance and carefully examined it. Similarly, there was an entrance but no windows, but this temple didn't even have a door. There was just a bamboo fence blocking the entrance. The walls were originally painted red, but now there were many places where the paint had peeled off, as well as many cracks and scars. There were traces of damage caused by knives, axes, lightning strikes, and fires, some of which even penetrated the walls. Song Yu's eyes roved over these traces, as if delineating the scene of the battle in his mind. Looking away, he walked towards the entrance. The fence only covered the entrance lightly and he lifted it away easily. Song Yu stepped into the temple and took a deep breath. He did not smell any unpleasant odors, only the herbal scent of handmade incense. He looked at the altar. The original deity statue was long gone, leaving only traces of where the statue once stood. Now, a clay statue of a cat stood there. It was the size of a normal cat. Compared to the original statue, which was at least human height, it seemed particularly small. In front of it, there was a clay brick with numerous incense sticks inserted into it. Most of them had burned out. Only 3 incense sticks were still burning, but they were also more than half burnt. Indeed, it was homemade indigenous incense. It was the kind that contained herbal powder and a bamboo stick wrapped in red paper. It burned for a long time and had a pleasant scent. There were also offerings displayed. There was cooked meat and a raw fish about the width of a finger. Song Yu stood in the middle of the temple. He turned his head left and right, looking all around the entire temple. Then he walked up to the altar and picked up a strand of fur. He looked at it carefully for a long time before throwing it away. Then he found a place to sit down. It seemed that no one was in the temple. Was it out on official business? But he couldn't determine what the situation was yet. Perhaps a local animal had become a spirit and coveted the incense and offerings in the human world. Seeing a temple here, it audaciously made this temple its own. Incense and offerings held a fatal attraction for mountain spirits and monsters. Or maybe the locals had done it spontaneously and it just so happened that a wild cat from the mountain made it its lair. In this era, some places indeed worshipped cats as gods. They hoped they would catch all the mice, thus leaving more food for the family. Or maybe the demon from back then had really been resurrected. After waiting for about an hour, he saw the sun slanting more and more. The golden rays of light shone through the entrance and advanced inside little by little. Song Yu was seated cross-legged and the sun was about to shine on his legs when there was finally some movement outside. Song Yu got up calmly and looked outside. A cat was walking slowly along the little path in the sunlight. The overgrown weeds on the path were as tall as the cat and it often pushed them aside. When it encountered a ditch, it gracefully leaped over it lightly as if its body was weightless. It had already known that there was someone in the temple, but it wasn't wary. It continued to strut over until it reached the entrance. It placed a paw on the threshold and raised its eyes to see a human in a deist robe inside. Its eyes suddenly narrowed, gradually becoming wary. It looked left and right. It muttered to itself, contemplating. The paw on the threshold was retracted and then replaced. Finally, it decided to come in. He saw it cross the threshold agilely and lift its head, meeting Song Yu's eyes. Its eyes were like amber and enchanting even without any artifice. It asked, "Are you a deist priest?" The structure of the vocal cords of demons and monsters was different from that of humans. If they did not transform into humans, it was impossible to distinguish between male and female even if they spoke human language. At most, one could distinguish its original form from the voice or perhaps guess its age. This cat spoke with a clear, delicate voice. "How may I address you?" Song Yu bowed politely. "I am Lady Calico," she replied. Song Yu said, "My surname is Song, Lady Calico. Greetings to you. Why did you come to my temple?" "I stayed overnight in the village temple yesterday and was asked by the local deity to come examine the incense and offerings in this temple." Song Yu stood up straight but lowered his head. "May I ask if Lady Calico has been officially permitted by the imperial court to gather incense and offerings here?" "What is that?" "That is," Song Yu met her gaze but paused. This little cat demon's cultivation level was low and had probably only recently become a demon 6. Looking at the clear foolishness showing in her eyes, he probably needed to word things more carefully. 1. An additional name that is bestowed upon reaching adulthood. Refer to https://kongming.net/novel/name/number sign nomen cla tour. 2. Deist heavenly court that governs all gods in the world. 3. One of the 8 divisions of the heavenly palace. 4. Buddhist concept of afterlife. Refer to https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/sukhivadi. 5. Deist title for the Lord of the Heavenly Palace. 6. The term demon here doesn't mean the same as the English definition of demon/devil. They are usually creatures or even objects that have cultivated for years and achieved some sort of enlightenment. That is to say, this place is under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. The people who usually come here to offer incense and sacrifices to you are all subjects of the imperial court. Song Yu paused for a moment. You have occupied this temple and fed on the incense and offerings from these people. You need the permission of the imperial court or the heavenly palace. Lady Calico asked, who are they? Song Yu reconsidered his choice of words, then said, theoretically, the imperial court governs all humans in the world. The heavenly palace governs all gods in the world. What do all of you want from me? It's not us, it's them. I've just been requested by them to come and check. What do they want from me? Song Yu replied, they probably wish to cause you trouble. Upon hearing this, Lady Calico also fell silent for a while. Then she continued to walk forward, taking small, quick steps to the edge of the altar. She jumped up lightly. When she crouched on the altar, she was nearly as tall as Song Yu who was standing. She only said, those people decided to burn incense for me themselves. Song Yu asked, is this temple yours? No one wanted it. I'm afraid that won't work. Why? Asked Lady Calico. That's because the incense and offerings in this world are limited. If someone gives it to you, they can't give it to other gods. In other words, they will have to give less to other gods. Song Yu said. Also the imperial court and the heavenly palace won't bother to reason with a little demon with low cultivation skills like you. Then I won't feed on them anymore. I'm afraid that won't work either. Why not? The heavenly palace has its rules. Before this, there was also a demon who accepted incense and offerings without permission and was executed. This temple that you are occupying was originally its temple. Lady Calico just stared at him with round eyes. Humans have trouble distinguishing emotions on a cat's face, but Song Yu thought that she must have been scared. After a long time, she finally asked again. Why? Maybe it did something bad. I didn't do anything bad. Lady Calico stared at him. I just helped the people below the mountain catch mice. Furthermore, I originally had a little temple of my own. Later, some people carried my clay statue to this big temple. I didn't want to come. Even a little temple is forbidden. It just wasn't discovered before. Now that it has been discovered, someone will come to look for you even if I leave you alone today. What will happen to me? If you have never killed humans, never absorbed human chi, or eaten human flesh, you won't be executed. What will happen to me? If you don't escape, and don't resist, I can bring you to see them. They will handle it according to the rules of the system. Song Yu said to the cat in front of him. This might be better for you. Lady Calico's eyes turned. Okay. Seeing the deist looking elsewhere, she immediately ran. Swish. Cats were extremely agile and this was a cat demon with cultivation skills. It instantly jumped down from the altar, and in the next moment it was out the temple entrance. She kept running up the small path like a flash of lightning. He could only see a variegated figure. The calico cat only stopped after running some distance. She turned her head, stretching her neck to see over the top of the weeds toward the temple. Huh. He didn't chase after her? Lady Calico was stunned for a moment, and somewhat puzzled. After waiting for a while, still no one came out. She changed her position so that she could look into the temple from the entrance. She saw that the man was still standing in the temple. She did not know what he was doing. How strange. The calico cat simply sat down on the spot. She sat properly, raising her head in order to stare at him without blinking. Time passed slowly. Finally, she couldn't bear it any longer, and walked a little closer to the temple. She cautiously poked her head in to take a look. However, she only saw that deist looking at her indifferently. Meeting me was your greatest fortune. If someone else comes next time, they might be much fiercer than me. Why didn't you chase me? How could I catch up with you? What will you do if I run away? Song Yu looked at her expression, feeling extremely helpless. Yet, he still patiently explained, Virtuous Duke Wang has just requested me to come and check the situation. I did not come to catch you or punish you. Besides, you are deeply connected to the clay statue in the temple, and I can find you no matter how far away you are. Oh, the calico cat immediately opened her eyes wide in shock, as if she had been enlightened. She felt relieved from having her doubts dispelled, but she also felt anxious and worried. The little delicate cat face suddenly displayed so many different kinds of emotions. What should I do? What should I do? The calico cat almost spun around. Deists take it as their duty to eradicate unauthorized and nefarious temples. You should be glad that I am a fake deist. What should I do? I will bring you to see Virtuous Duke Wang. He is a kind person. I will explain your situation to him, and try to let them deal with you leniently. Of course, I will go down the mountain first to make some inquiries to prove that what you said is true, and then, you will get your outcome. What outcome? You will probably be punished. Punished. You will probably be locked up in a certain place. A certain place. For example, a pagoda. Lady Calico was shocked. I don't want to scare you, but the outcome will probably be this. Song Yu looked at the little cat demon, and his heart softened a little. It's like this most of the time. Lady Calico was even more shocked. Song Yu said, demons have long lifespans. The calico cat still stared at him with widened eyes, her mind working fast. She instinctively wanted to run away, the farther the better. However, she was very smart, and her intelligence told her that staying here seemed to be the best choice. She regretted it so much now. When those villagers moved her clay statue from the little temple to the big temple, she should have moved it back secretly at night. If she had stayed in the little temple all along, she might not have been discovered. After a long struggle with indecision, the calico cat finally decided to enter the temple. Where are you taking me? Not far? Are we leaving now? Let's leave tomorrow. Song Yu looked up at the sky. I will spend the night here, and we'll go over early tomorrow morning. I thought it's not far from here. It's not near either. Okay. The calico cat simply sat down on the spot, staring at Song Yu without blinking. Relax a little. Okay. Isn't this your temple? Oh yes. The calico cat suddenly realized that, but she still couldn't relax. It was almost dusk outside. The 3 incense sticks that were burning when he came had long burned out, leaving only a light scent of herbs. The calico cat jumped onto the altar again and started eating the small, local river fish. She thought that she wouldn't be able to finish these meats today, and felt that it was a pity. Thus, she turned and tried to share some with the deist, hoping he would say a few good words on her behalf in the future. Unfortunately, the deist refused to eat it and only ate the food he brought himself. The sky gradually darkened and the temperature plummeted. The moon rose very early that night. It was a little rounder than the previous night. It felt even colder in the moonlight. As this temple happened to have no door, the cold wind blew in willfully. After looking at the moonlight for a while, he gradually felt bored. When he looked back, the calico cat had already laid down. She was curled up into a ball with only her head and body visible, her feet and tail hidden. She turned her head and stared at him without blinking. He did not know what she was thinking. What are you thinking? Deist, if I am locked up, will there still be people offering me incense? Of course not. Will I be able to go out and play? Of course not. Will there still be meat to eat? Most likely not. The calico cat looked dejected. In fact, she still didn't know what she had done wrong. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. But she was just a cat after all. She couldn't afford to provoke most ordinary Jianghu people who sought shelter here while passing by, let alone deists, the imperial court or the heavenly palace. The night became quieter and there was only the sound of the wind. After a long while, the deist spoke again. I also have a question to ask you. Huh. He repeated, I also have a question to ask you. Go ahead and ask. Make yourself comfortable in my temple. How long has it been since you attained enlightenment? It has been a few years. Just a few years. That's already quite long. How did you become a demon? I just became a demon like this. Did you have mystical encounters? The deist nodded and looked at her. Like meeting someone, eating something unique, or staying in a particularly comfortable place for some time. No, really. The calico cat refused to speak anymore. She only turned her head to stare at the deist without blinking. After a long while, she just said, I am very smart. Maybe. Song Yu looked away and said no more. As time passed, it became colder in the mountains. Song Yu leaned against a corner of the walls and closed his eyes. The calico cat yawned as she sprawled. She sometimes stared at Song Yu, sometimes coming up with muddled escape schemes in her head. Actually, she was just bored. Unfortunately, it couldn't go out to play now, nor could it romp around the temple as usual. It was really distressing. The period until the 5th watch 1 in the early morning was the coldest. The cold wind blew in. Song Yu opened his eyes slightly. He hugged his arms tighter around himself as if he could lock in the warmth like this. He glanced at the cat beside him. The calico cat was curled up tightly on a prayer cushion woven from straw in the moonlight, looking like a small ball of fur. Song Yu seemed to be somewhat moved, and was lost in thought for a moment. Early next morning, a rooster crowed from the foot of the mountain. The calico cat had woken up earlier than Song Yu. She sat on the prayer cushion, staring straight at him. He didn't know what she was thinking. Perhaps she was contemplating her future destiny. Song Yu ate a cold steamed pancake he had bought on the way yesterday. Then he took her down the mountain to inquire around. He learned that there was indeed a miraculous cat immortal in the temple on the mountain. If a household was plagued by mice, they only needed to bring some fish, meat, incense, and candles over. They would find peace that very night. Its reputation had spread even to farther places. People from all over came to seek help with their mice infestations. After asking the last household, Song Yu stood still at the entrance. He looked into the distance, lost in thought. Why weren't we leaving? The calico cat had followed beside him. We'll leave now. What are you doing? Nothing. You're still not moving. I was thinking. Song Yu glanced at her again. Your followers were quite widespread. Yes. People come to make offerings every day, and you go to their homes to catch mice at night. Yes. What if it's far away? I'll walk faster. It must have been tough for you. It wasn't tough. Let's go. Are we going to look for virtuous Duke Wang? Yes. The man and the cat walked out of the village. Song Yu walked in front and the calico cat followed, neither too close nor too far behind. Neither of them spoke but just walked along silently. Yet if someone else had seen this scene, they might have found it a novelty. 1 between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. refer to https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/traditional_Chinese_timekeeping number sign 1-10th_of_day:_g% sign C4% sign 9 3 He walked along Jade Cloud corridor again. The scenery before his eyes became familiar. He was just walking in the opposite direction from when he came. There was something unique about seeing things from a different perspective. Thus Song Yu continued to walk slowly, occasionally admiring the scenery along the way. That village temple gradually appeared on the horizon. Approaching it slowly, Song Yu asked the calico cat walking silently beside him, "Lady Calico, would you be willing to travel the world with me?" Travel the world? Yes. That is to explore all the roads of this world. To go and watch sunrises and sunsets in different places. To meet many different people, demons, and monsters. To taste the delicacies from different places. To go and experience different local customs and see what kind of lives people are living more than 1,000 miles away. Song Yu paused for a moment. My master said that this is true cultivation. Aren't you supposed to take me to see virtuous Duke Wang? If you are willing, I will tell virtuous Duke Wang myself. Song Yu paused for a moment while still walking at his original pace. After some thought, he added, or you could travel with me for a while. Once the qi from incense and offerings on your body has dissipated, you could find some place in the wilderness yourself where you could live freely again. You could also avoid imprisonment this way. In that case, could I go back to my little temple? Do you want to be caught again? Oh. After pondering for a moment, the calico cat continued to ask, how long would it be if I went with you? Anyway, it would be a shorter period than being imprisoned. Do you want me to help you catch mice? That wouldn't be necessary. Then what would you want me to do while I'm with you? You wouldn't need to do anything. Just try not to speak in front of ordinary people. Is there nothing else? Nothing else. Why would you want me to follow you then? So that I won't be lonely. I don't know what loneliness is. Being alone is loneliness. I have always been alone. Being alone is great. Not being alone is great too. I don't know. So, I'll go with you. Good. Song Yu entered the village temple. However, the calico cat stopped at the entrance and looked around warily. Then she looked up at the lofty, brightly colored painted deity statues inside the temple. She could not help feeling apprehensive, seeing how inferior its own tiny clay cat statue was in comparison. Seeing Song Yu go in, it hesitated for a moment before finally crossing the threshold. It was just midday, and there were no overnight guests in the temple. Song Yu turned and closed the temple door behind him. Looking around, there were incense sticks on the altar. They were probably left behind by Jianghu people. These Jianghu people knew that the temple deities needed incense and offerings. They had depended on these deities for offering lodgings and shelter from the rain here. Thus, they would often leave some incense on the altar, besides lighting a few incense sticks themselves. That way, later visitors who might not have brought any with them could still offer the deities some incense. Herbal incense was not worth much money, but the reverence of people was invaluable. Thank you. Song Yu took 3 sticks and did not forget to offer thanks. Holding incense with both hands, he swirled them in circles. With just one circle completed, the incense automatically ignited, and blue smoke rose in spirals. The calico cat on the floor stared wide-eyed. Please appear, virtuous Duke Wang. Song Yu said respectfully as he inserted the incense into the clay brick. The blue smoke rose and coalesced little by little in the air. Virtuous Duke Wang appeared amidst the blue smoke, clad in colorful robes and emitting divine light. Upon seeing Song Yu, he bowed respectfully. Greetings, Mr. Greetings, virtuous Duke. Have you investigated it? I have. Was the demon reborn? No, Song Yu told him. It was just a cat that had become a demon. It was ignorant and coveted the incense and offerings in the human world. By chance, some people offered it incense and beseeched it to catch mice. Thus, it audaciously occupied that temple and fed on incense and offerings. Now I have brought it here. Unauthorized and nefarious temples are against heaven's law, virtuous Duke Wang said solemnly. Mr. Song, thank you for bringing it here. I will detain and punish it according to heavenly laws. The calico cat shrank to Song Yu's feet in fear. How would it be punished according to heavenly laws? If it had not harmed anyone, or sucked human souls, qi, and life force, it would be kept under control or imprisoned for 100 years. If it had performed good deeds, the punishment would be halved using discretion. Song Yu glanced at the cat as if to say, see, I didn't lie to you. Then he said to virtuous Duke Wang, but I heard that demons and monsters instinctively feed upon incense and offerings for cultivation. I have also heard of the argument that the ignorant are innocent. I see that this cat demon is a first-time offender. It is not only ignorant, the amount of incense and offerings it has fed upon is pitiably little. Furthermore, I observed that it had never harmed any human. Instead, it had conscientiously helped the people in the region by catching mice to protect their food. It had done no wrong. Its heart is not evil. If it were to be imprisoned for 100 years due to this, it would be unfair. Virtuous Duke Wang asked. Mister, what do you mean? How about I take it with me so that I can guide and reform it properly? But, you are kind-hearted. Please be lenient. But the heavenly laws. The laws are not beyond human sentiment, and heavenly laws also have many unfair aspects. Mister, please speak cautiously. Please, virtuous Duke. I'm also in a difficult position. I'm not asking Virtuous Duke not to report it to the authorities or to lie that the cat demon occupying the temple had been eliminated. You only need to report truthfully that the cat demon occupying the temple had been taken away by a deist priest. Song Yu paused and bowed to Virtuous Duke Wang with cupped hands again. My name is Song Yu, and my style name is Menglai. I am a disciple of deist Duozing from Yinyang Mountain's Hidden Dragon Temple. Please take note. Hidden Dragon Temple of Yinyang Mountain. Virtuous Duke Wang's eyes widened for a moment. This place was only 100 li away from Yinyang Mountain. Although Hidden Dragon Temple on Yinyang Mountain had few people, it had a great reputation, and he naturally had heard of it. After thinking for a long time, he had no choice but to sigh and bow to Song Yu. Then he disappeared within the blue smoke. Oh, the calico cat recovered from her bewilderment and looked around as if searching for the vanished Virtuous Duke Wang. Naturally finding nothing, she then looked again at Song Yu. Has he left? He left. Is everything settled? It's settled? Then let's leave this place quickly. The calico cat turned and ran out. She stopped at the entrance after crossing the threshold. She turned back to look at Song Yu who had not moved. Song Yu looked at her with confusion. Why the rush? I feel uncomfortable here. Do you have an inferiority complex? What's an inferiority complex? Never mind, let's go. Song Yu also stood up and walked out of the temple. The calico cat followed with small, quick steps. She looked up to ask, what is reform? It means to influence you and cause you to change for the better. How will I be influenced? Slowly. Nov, L, B / JNN. How will I change? Talking too much will make you thirsty on the road. How will I change? Lady Calico asked again. You will change slowly. Where are we heading? We'll go back first to your little temple and destroy your clay statue in order to sever your connection with it. After that, where would we go? To Yudo. What will we do in Yudo? You have quite a curious nature, Song Yu muttered. But what will we do in Yudo? I haven't decided yet. Well, think quickly. I'll do my best. Song Yu did not expect to be saddled with a curious child full of questions immediately after he was freed from the loneliness of traveling alone. Please take care of me, Lady Calico. Mysteriously, his mood had changed. A man and a cat returned to the dilapidated temple. By the time they arrived, it was already mid-afternoon. The round trip had taken an entire day. However, this era was always like this. Everything was slow. A few dozen li of mountain road could squander a day's time. Surprisingly, someone had arrived to offer incense again. It was homemade incense again, using materials differing from those used in his own deist temple. The aroma was refreshing and seemed to repel mosquitoes. Song Yu quite liked it. A loach had been added to the offerings on the altar. The calico cat swiftly leapt onto the altar. She approached and took a sniff of the 3 sticks of incense before forcing herself to stop. Her face displayed yearning as she looked at the little loach on the altar. She turned her head toward Song Yu who was at the entrance. Deist priest, I haven't yet gone to help the person who offered me incense yesterday as well as the person who offered me fish today to catch mice. Can I go to their houses tonight to catch all the mice? Song Yu looked at her for a long time before he nodded. In that case, may I eat that loach? Eat it if you wish, it's your last meal anyway. Remember that you cannot accept other people's incense and offerings in the future. Song Yu eyed the calico cat before him. Due to her consumption of incense and offerings, she had already acquired some divine powers of the divine Deo. For example, she could discern who gave the incense and offerings and could locate them through the gifts. Consuming incense and offerings will unwittingly bind you to the divine Deo. You will be dependent on incense and offerings. If the day comes when there is no more incense and offerings, you'll weaken and even perish. Moreover, the legitimate gods from the heavenly palace will view you as a nefarious god. I know. The calico cat lay down on the altar, looking dispirited. She was reluctant to part with her very own temple, her own clay statue, and her own incense and offerings. She had toiled for several years catching mice in order to accumulate all these. At that moment, she particularly missed her little temple back then. Although that temple was small and just half the height of the deist priest, it was more than big enough for a cat to live in. It couldn't shield her from the wind but it could block the rain. It was not easily discovered by people since it was under a big tree. Thinking about it now, it was simply a cozy little nest. The calico cat became even more dispirited. As night fell, the cat went out. Later, Jianghu people arrived seeking shelter. They even brought red incense from the city. Although there was only a clay cat statue in the temple, they respectfully lit 3 incense sticks while uttering polite banalities. They also greeted Song Yu before settling down on the dilapidated temple's opposite side. Song Yu meditated throughout the night, attuning himself to the mountain's spiritual chi. The Milky Way revolved in the heavens while the curtains came down in the human world. He didn't know when the calico cat returned. When he opened his eyes the next morning and saw her, she looked fatigued. When questioned, she said that the 2 households were far apart, with one at one end and the other at the other end. He didn't know where they were. We'll leave after breakfast, Song Yu told the calico cat as he munched on steamed pancakes. The calico cat had eaten many mice the previous night and was still satiated. The Jianghu people beside them had woken too. There was a well-dressed young man among them who had even brought a retinue with him. Perhaps he saw that Song Yu was young and wearing a deist robe so he wanted to get to know him. He came over with air-dried meat and said to Song Yu, "Mister, are you a cat lover too?" "Sort of." Song Yu replied. "I, too, am fond of cats." However, it's unusual to bring a cat along while traveling long distance like you. Yes. You can't just eat steamed pancakes. Here is some air-dried pork from my hometown. Would you like to try it? I appreciate your kindness. You don't need to be polite. We are both Jianghu people. If we meet, it's fate. Let's take it that we already know each other. Thank you. Song Yu still smiled as he shook his head. The man did not become ashamed and angry like other respect-driven Jianghu people when he was rejected. Instead, he smiled and turned around to share his pork with the other Jianghu people that he had gotten to know last night. After exchanging some flattering words, they started referring to one another as brothers and chatted happily as if they had known one another a long time. These Jianghu people have seen a lot and heard all kinds of gossip. Song Yu enjoyed listening to them chat and boast even if many parts were exaggerated. Not long after, the steamed pancakes were finished. Let's go, Song Yu said, and he got up and went out. The calico cat followed behind on her own initiative. The group of Jianghu people stared at them. They only started discussing in low voices after they had left. This young gentleman is quite interesting, bringing a cat with him while traveling. This cat is interesting too, it actually follows him. My own cat won't even let me touch it. Another commented. That said, it seems that this temple is also dedicated to a cat god. Yes, everyone turned their heads simultaneously and looked at the clay statue on the altar. Just at that moment, the clay statue immediately began to crack as if it could not bear being looked at. The cracks swiftly spread and widened until they covered the whole clay statue in the twinkling of an eye. With a thunderous noise, the statue broke into countless fragments. Upon landing on the floor, the fragments had already turned into mud powder. In a low thatched cottage with earthen walls at the foot of the mountain, an old woman was making homemade incense. Similar to Song Yu when he was in his temple, she had a wooden incense table that was about the size of a single-person desk. On it lay a wooden board about a chi-1 wide. A stack of red paper strips about the width of 3 fingers and a little over a chi long was pierced with an awl to the board. They were used for rolling incense. Below was an incense trough filled with incense ingredients. Upon closer inspection, he could vaguely discern several kinds of familiar materials. They had been crushed into greenish-yellow corn kernel-sized granules. The old woman scooped up the incense ingredients with a sliver of bamboo about the same length as the red paper and poured them onto the paper in a neat line. Then she took a bamboo stick and folded the top of the red paper a few times to seal it. Rubbing it with her hands, she skillfully rolled up the entire incense stick. After gluing the bottom of the incense, an incense stick was completed. It only took about 10 seconds to roll an incense stick. The old woman's movements were smooth, with just the right amount of force applied. It was truly enjoyable to watch. Song Yu stood quietly at the side. The old silver-haired woman was fully absorbed in her work. The room was filled with the fragrant scent of herbs. Light shone in from the window at a slant, illuminating fine particles of incense floating in the air. Even the calico cat felt very calm. 30 sticks of incense were quickly rolled. The old woman carefully counted them and tied them up with straw. She handed them to Song Yu. Here you are. Thank you, madam. Song Yu accepted them deferentially. This kind of incense stick was as thick as a finger, much thicker than the slender incense sticks in the city. A handful of them were not easy to hold. However, 30 sticks only cost 6 yuan, and the most expensive ingredient was actually the rough, inferior red paper. Song Yu paid the old woman a little extra in return for her telling him earlier about the ingredients used for the incense. Then he thanked her and left. Despite the cheap price, many deist priests in the temples Song Yu had dealt with liked to use this kind of homemade incense. Amongst them, most of them especially loved to blend and roll their own incense sticks by hand. One could only achieve true understanding of supernatural beings by making an effort. Song Yu returned to the main road after leaving the village. Then he returned to the village temple. He only kept 3 sticks of incense for himself, and left the rest of the 30 sticks in front of the statue of virtuous Duke Wang. One must repay what one borrows and give back when one takes. Feeling relieved, he continued on his journey. Now he was no longer alone, but accompanied by a cat. Lady Calico was quite well behaved at first. Perhaps it was because she felt shy with Song Yu. She just followed behind him obediently, maintaining a reasonable distance. However, her true nature came out very soon. She started darting ahead from time to time, then turning back to look at Song Yu. Occasionally, she would stand still and lower her head to sniff at the wild grass by the roadside. Sometimes, she would be attracted by flying butterflies or birds and stop walking. Once Song Yu had walked far away, she would quickly run after him in order to catch up. With her antics, the journey was no longer boring. Not long after, they encountered a checkpoint. Song Yu presented his ordination certificate and successfully passed through. As mentioned before, traveling merchants and Jianghu people had their own ways. People like Song Yu also had their own special travel pass. Religions were also under imperial control in this world. Each dynasty was different, but Great Yan was especially strict in its management of religions. The greatest difference from the previous dynasty was that it reduced the special privileges of ordinary temples. For example, various taxes were no longer exempted. However, skilled master cultivators still had to be respected in a world with supernatural beings. Thus, Great Yan had 2 grades of ordination certificates. The ordinary certificate was just a piece of paper stamped with a great seal. It had symbols drawn on it as well as the issuing organization, deist temple, and other personal information written down. It needed to be kept in a case in order to prevent damage. Any legitimate monk or deist could obtain this kind of certificate. The other type was a booklet. Obtaining this booklet meant that you had some ability, or that former sect seniors had some ability. It granted tax exemption to a certain extent. Demons and ghosts frequently appeared in this world, and some cultivators needed to travel the world to debate scriptures and discuss Taoism. Thus this ordination certificate also served as a travel pass. It also allowed the owner to bring up to 5 disciples or attendants along with him. It was considered a favor to master cultivators. However, as the years went by, this kind of ordination certificates became increasingly widespread. Nowadays, they didn't really prove anything. After passing the checkpoint, the scenery along the road changed significantly. The gentle mountains on the left became steep, towering mountains. The right side remained the same with the road winding through the mountains along the stream. Lady Calico had to crane her neck every time she wanted to look at the mountain tops. "So high," said Lady Calico. "Have you ever seen such high mountains before?" Song Yu asked as he sat on a rock eating a steamed pancake. N/O/vel/b/in.c//in.c//om. No, the calico cat turned to look at him. Song Yu suddenly remembered. He hurriedly broke off a small piece from the part of the steamed pancake he hadn't bitten into. He bent down to offer it to the calico cat, but she just stared at him blankly. At that moment, a buzzing insect flew past in front of her. The calico cat lifted her front paw and caught the flying insect firmly. Then she brought her paw to her mouth. By the time Song Yu got a good look, he could only see the translucent wings of the insect sticking out of her mouth. The calico cat ate while glancing at Song Yu. "I should have known better." Song Yu silently withdrew the hand holding the steamed pancake. "Do you want to eat any?" The calico cat asked him. "I can help you catch 2 more. "No need, I don't eat bugs. They're delicious. I appreciate your kindness." "How about mice?" "I don't eat them either, thank you." "Oh," Song Yu asked as he ate the steamed pancake. "Have you heard of a place ahead called Hand-Crawling Cliff? It's extremely steep but the scenery is magnificent." "What is Hand-Crawling Cliff?" "It refers to a narrow trail carved into the cliff that you have to crawl on your hands to get through." "How do you know about it?" "I heard those Jianghu people talk about it in the temple a few days ago. I rarely listen to them talk. Their talk was quite interesting." "Are we going there?" "I wish to go." "Oh," the calico cat suddenly jumped up again, and caught another insect with precision. Song Yu saw clearly this time that it was a locust. She only said to Song Yu, "Anyway, I will go with you." Song Yu nodded. The sun was slanting west. By the time Song Yu asked the 3rd local household, they had finally arrived below Hand-Crawling Cliff. An old man who made lanterns stood at his doorstep, wearing a bamboo hat. He pointed up the high cloud-covered mountain cliff to the left and told Song Yu, "That's Hand-Crawling Cliff." Both Song Yu and the cat looked up. It seemed as if the Thousand-Chi Cliff was right in front of them. It was too close. For a moment, they could only see this towering cliff and nothing else. Hand-Crawling Cliff is indeed a shortcut, but not many people take it nowadays. This trail is very dangerous, slippery, and wet. Demons and ghosts often cause trouble in the mountains. They cry and howl every night. People often go up to have fun during the day, but they all come back before nightfall. No one dares to spend the night up there. The old man kindly advised the young deist priest, "It's too late now. If you want to enjoy the scenery, it's better to go up tomorrow. If you go up there, you must come back before dark." "May I ask how long it takes to climb up?" "It takes 2 hours to climb up and 2 hours to come back. If you walk down from over there all the way to the bottom, it will take 4 hours. 2 hours, Song Yu calculated. He still had time. The old man glared disapprovingly at him. "You want to go up tonight? You'll have to walk in the dark. There really are ghosts on this mountain. It will be fine. Humans become ghosts when they die. Ghosts are naturally weaker than humans. Even if you're not afraid of ghosts, walking in the dark is very dangerous." The old man continued. "For more than 1,000 years, countless people have fallen to their deaths from up there. Please sell me a lantern. I only have lanterns here and no candles." "No matter. You're not listening to my advice." Song Yu just smiled and spent 16 wen buying a simple lantern from the old man. It was a common shape, with a delicate and lightweight frame woven from bamboo. A layer of off-white paper was pasted on top and there were no other decorations. One man and one cat walked along the path up the mountains. "The sky is overcast with rain, ghosts cry in the night," Song Yu murmured with a smile. This was how people described Hand-Crawling Cliff. After climbing through the mountain forest, and following the 2-chi wide path along the steep cliff winding to the top, one would arrive at the famous Hand-Crawling Cliff. This section of cliff is perpendicular to the ground. The trail was carved out by human hand and also made use of natural cracks in the cliff. It was narrower than a human's height, maybe 3 or 4 chi at its widest. At its narrowest, it was just wide enough for one person to perilously go past while hugging the cliff. One had to bend over all the way or use both hands and feet. Lady Calico found it easy, and seemed unaffected. However, Song Yu found it much more challenging. Not only did he have to move forward while bent over, he also had to worry about slipping and falling. Trekkers who were not afraid of the high mountains and the long journey were rewarded with the most spectacular scenery by the mountains and rivers. From this angle, the valley below was covered with greenery like a dark blanket. Unknown trees occasionally clung tenaciously to the cliffs, seemingly rooted in nowhere. Weathered by years of mountain winds, they leaned in one direction as if welcoming brave climbers. It was surprising that not only did forebears carve out this trail in such a perilous place, they also carved countless stone inscriptions on top and into the cliff walls. There were scriptures for the salvation of souls as well as deity images to quell evil spirits. Many of them had begun to blur with the passage of time. For more than 1,000 years, they had witnessed generations of people passing by here. It was uncertain if they could persist for another 1,000 years. Song Yu walked very slowly, not just out of caution but also to slowly appreciate the steep scenery below or to look up at the deities carved into these stone cliffs. These stone cliff carvings span a wide period of time, so they had different artistic styles. Some deities were carved in a strange way while some were carved in a soft, feminine style. Some deities were carved in a way that deliberately emphasized their strong physiques. All these reflected the fantasies of the people about what deities looked like at the time. They reflected the social trends and folk preferences of different periods. From the style, it was probably possible to determine which dynasty each cliff carving came from. The oldest ones were probably over 1,000 years old. Song Yu looked carefully, not only at the art style and craftsmanship but also at the appearances of these deities. He seemed to be able to see a glimpse of those bygone eras through them. Perhaps in some era when people often walked on this trail before it was abandoned, there really were countless demons and ghosts making use of the terrain to block travelers and take their lives. Maybe these deities carved into the stone cliffs with the blessing of people's prayers truly intimidated the demons and spirits in these mountains. He thought suddenly that perhaps having to move forward while bent over and using one's hands and feet was not just due to the difficulty of carving out a trail. It was also to make passerbys bend down in front of these deity images that quell demons and evil spirits so they can show some respect. The sky was getting darker and darker. Song Yu stopped at the highest point. He sat on the edge of the cliff, letting his legs hang down naturally. Enjoying the mountain breeze, he made up his mind to spend the night here. There was no overcast sky with rain today. Instead, the sunset was red as blood and crimson clouds filled the sky. In this era, many people loved traveling. Many scholar officials and writers were passionate about natural landscapes. According to the old man at the foot of the mountain, people were often attracted by the inaccessible scenery of hand-crawling cliff. They climbed it fearlessly for sightseeing, but very few dared to spend the night up there. In Song Yu's view, they had missed out on a lot. Even more beautiful than the sunset were the dreamy colors that appeared in the horizon after the last rays of the setting sun had faded and the sky above had darkened. The gentle twilight glow had gradations that were bluish but not blue, purple tinged with red and pinkish white. As the sky darkened, the beauty on the horizon intensified. Song Yu stared blankly, mesmerized. Natural landscapes, gods, ghosts and magic were the few things that attracted him in this world. Only these few things made this world not dull and boring compared to the other world in his heart. Deist priest, are we not going down? No, we're not going down. It's gotten dark. Yes. He was somewhat chilled by the mountain wind. Song Yu continued to sit on the edge of the cliff, admiring the colors in the horizon and the outline of the mountain range beneath his feet. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he reached out and picked up the lantern he had just bought. He lifted it with one hand and he reached out towards the distant horizon with the other. He pinched a bit of nothingness and pitched it into the lantern. Instantly, the lantern lit up with a dreamy glow like the sky at that moment. He had borrowed a touch of twilight glow to dispel the endless cold night. One traditional Chinese unit of length. Approximately 1/3 of a meter. 3 days later, outside Yudu City, the road intersection here had noticeably grown larger. The flow of people had increased, and the ground was totally covered with horse hoof prints and deep wagon ruts. Song Yu could already see a first glimpse of its prosperity. He was sitting under the tent of a roadside stall at the city entrance and eating wontons. The calico cat lay beside his bowl, eating a ball of meat filling that Song Yu had bought from the stall owner. The stall was packed with traveling merchants, and their voices were noisy. Have you heard? The fog spirit at that part of Liangshui Hollow has been eliminated. Really? The news came from Zhengui Armed Guard Agency, and even the Wushan tea merchants are spreading the word, saying that part is now safe. The Wushan tea merchants are trustworthy. As for Zhengui Armed Guard Agency, they make a living doing this and certainly wouldn't lie. Did Nanhua County hire a master again? I heard it wasn't like that. It seems that a young deist priest passing by eliminated it easily. There was no scuffle but the fog spirit was gone just like that. Oh my, that's incredible. Even the masters at Taiyan Temple don't necessarily have this ability. Taiyan Temple? Taiyan Temple is just famous and has grand buildings. How many masters does Yudo have? What master will practice cultivation in the city? That's true. If you're looking for masters, you have to go outside the city. Slurp. Song Yu slurped his hot wontons. With each bite, the umami of the meat filling and green onions filled his mouth. He tilted his head back and closed his eyes with a long-lost sense of satisfaction. Although he had arrived in a relatively backward era, Song Yu had never neglected fulfilling his culinary appetites during these years in the Daoist temple. He even sought out many ingredients he couldn't eat in his previous world to make up for other deficiencies. If he couldn't get chili peppers or tomatoes, he'd get bear paws and Chinese giant salamanders. He had had enough of steamed pancakes and steamed buns these past few days. Is it tasty, Lady Calico? It's tasty. That's good. He had promised to let Lady Calico taste the local delicacies of different places, but she had not gotten to eat meat until that day. He felt really ashamed. Those merchants were still discussing him and the fog spirit. Traveling merchants earned their living by traveling, so the safety of the route was certainly their top concern. Bandits were still fine as they only wanted money, but spirits were life-threatening. Song Yu wasn't very interested in this and continued to eat while thinking about his accommodation problem in Yudo. He planned to stay in Yudo for a few months. Firstly, to stop and rest here to experience the prosperity and culture of Yizhu's seat of local government, the third largest city in the realm. He could visit famous mountains, scenic spots, and temples in the surrounding areas. Secondly, the largest temple fair in the whole of Yizhu will be held in a while. It was held once a year and the liveliest event. He might be able to see something genuinely marvelous in this world worthy of his interest. It would add some delight to his boring life. Buying horses and mules at the fair would also be cheaper. In that case, he needed to find a place to stay. Inns typically catered to long-term stays, which was convenient but might not be very economical. Renting a house might be cheaper. Slurp. Song Yu finished his last wonton and lifted his bowl to finish the last drop of soup. After waiting for the Calico Cat to finish the meat filling, he poured water into the palm of his hand and carefully let Lady Calico drink until she had enough. Then he paid the bill and left. The total was 20 wen. A bowl of wontons was 10 wen. The stall owner said he would charge the same price for the ball of meat filling as a bowl of wontons. The water came free with the wontons. A few steps away was the city gate. The city gate was built of green bricks. It was pitted and weathered with the marks of history. There were soldiers standing at the side checking those entering and leaving the city. Notices were posted on the walls. They were mainly wanted posters and notices seeking masters to eradicate demons and ghosts in various places. These notices were somewhat interesting. Among the wanted, there were skilled martial artists and deist figures. Song Yu had a look at those notices about local demons and ghosts. Most of the rewards for eradicating them were quite substantial. However, the demons and ghosts listed on these notices pasted here were probably not easy to deal with. In addition, there were many brokers and idlers waiting here. In this era without navigation systems, they offered travel guidance, casual labor, and intermediary services. However, they rarely seemed to target deist priests as customers. Perhaps they feared that deist priests wouldn't pay up or would lecture them about karma. In short, they didn't approach Song Yu. As Song Yu reached the gate, debating whether to call for a broker to help him rent a house, he suddenly ran into an acquaintance. Mr. He turned to see that it was the merchant surnamed Li and his party. It seemed they were leaving the city to return to Wushan. Greetings. Song Yu bowed to him. The cat at his feet also stood on her hind legs like a human, imitating him and bowing to the merchant surnamed Li. When did this start? It seemed to have begun 3 days ago after he bought her small fish as a friendship gift. She started occasionally mimicking Song Yu's words and actions. Oh my. The merchant surnamed Li hurriedly returned the bow, surprised by the bowing cat at his feet. Then he bowed again after he recovered from the shock, not daring to ask about or to slight the cat. Mister, have you just arrived in Yudo? I was delayed on the road for a few days. If you had arrived a day earlier, we would have hosted a banquet for you. The merchant surnamed Li said with great regret, though it was uncertain if he really meant it. If I had arrived a day earlier, we would have missed each other. That's true. The merchant surnamed Li paused. How long do you plan to stay in Yudo? Where are you staying? I'm planning to find a broker to rent a house and stay briefly for a few months. We have a small courtyard house behind our tea store. It's a bit cramped. However, if you want to stay for a few days and can put up with it, you could save some rent money. I won't trouble you. I figured you might not find it suitable. However, Yudo's brokers can be tricky to deal with. I have a brother-in-law who works in this line of business in Yudo. He's honest. If you need, I can bring him over to meet you right now. The merchant surnamed Li said with a grin. When the time comes, it would be convenient for me to visit you again too. That would be helpful. Please wait a moment. The merchant surnamed Li turned and ran over. He returned with someone who was nearby, explaining to him along the way. When they reached Song Yu, both bowed. Mister, this is my brother-in-law. I'm Wang Ji, pleased to meet you. I'll entrust this to you. I will do my best. The merchant surnamed Li and his party soon left the city again. Their figures grew smaller and smaller along the yellow dirt road and the distant green mountains. Traveling merchants and porters continued to arrive in the distance. Song Yu followed Wang Ji into the city. Yudo, like most cities of this era, was laid out in a grid pattern with crisscrossing roads. It was hard to get lost but easy to go in circles in the alleys. Wang Ji indeed seemed to be an honest person. He showed Song Yu several houses. However, either the price was beyond Song Yu's expectations, or the quality of the houses and the surrounding environment didn't meet his requirements. Great Yan's city real estate prices were not only the highest in history but also more than 10 times higher than in the previous dynasty. The main reason was that Great Yan had abolished the equal land system, no longer allocating land and house plots to every person. The simultaneous development of the commercial economy promoted population movement, leading to population concentration in cities. This caused what was possibly a historic city housing price surge. At the moment, a house in Yudo started at 1,000 guan won, and rents had also soared accordingly. Song Yu, helpless, resorted to a method his master had mentioned before. Are there any haunted or unlucky houses in the city? Wang Ji was taken aback upon hearing this. He sized Song Yu up. You don't mind such houses. Are there really such houses? There are indeed. Quite a few. Some cause illness and bad luck to those who move in, some ruin fortunes, and some suffer from hauntings every night. Which type do you want? The cheapest one. I know a house that's in a quiet location but convenient when it comes to buying groceries. It's rumored to be haunted. Several families have rented it but moved out within days. It used to be 1,000 yuan a month. If you're interested, I'll take you to see it first. If you like it, it will help the landlord out as well. Thank you. Please come with me. Wang Ji found out that it was the first time Song Yu had come to Yudo and that it was his first time renting as well. Thus he explained some rental regulations as they walked. Great Yan's brokers were quite particular, mainly due to strict official control of house rentals and brokers. Rentals had to go through brokers, and only brokered contracts were recognized by the authorities. Every broker had to be registered with the authorities, and commissions were also fixed. The authorities even launched many laws to protect the rental market, such as the principle that buying and selling does not break the lease. This principle was already in place in this era. In addition, the rental market includes the Housing Bureau, a government agency that manages housing resources, specifically public rental housing. Ordinary people come to the city for work, to take up posts as local officials, or from other places to study and prepare for exams. What do they do if they cannot afford rent in the city? They could rent houses from the bureau. Many things amazed Song Yu. He wasn't surprised they existed, but that they already existed in the present era. Immediately after his response, he realized his surprise seemed to carry a kind of superiority and arrogance due to coming from a more advanced civilization. It was truly inappropriate and he couldn't help lapsing into reflection. 2 hours later, the two, along with the cat, arrived at a small courtyard house. This courtyard house was in the north of the city, a relatively valuable location with flourishing commerce and easy access to water. The courtyard house was in the middle of a small alley. Not far from the entrance, there was a large tree with stone tables and stools underneath for resting in the shade. The wooden door's red paint had faded with age long ago. The trees that were originally planted in the courtyard extended their branches over the top of the courtyard walls. Passers-by looked oddly at them when they saw that a broker had brought someone to look at the house again. It seemed that the house indeed had some problems. You must be skilled, Wang Ji repeated, seemingly to comfort himself. The door was unlocked with a rustic metallic clink. As Wang pushed open the creaky door, the courtyard appeared in front of Song Yu's eyes. You can go in and take a look, Wang Ji said, but he remained standing at the door. Song Yu didn't mind. He nodded and stepped inside. It was evident the courtyard had originally been exquisite, with plum trees and bamboo. It had just been uninhabited for a long time, so it was thick with weeds. The bamboo forest behind the house had grown into the courtyard. The landlord said that if you are willing to rent, the contract can be written for just 1 month. According to the law, rent is paid monthly from the 6th day. The first 5 days are for you to move in and put the house into order. Song Yu strolled around the courtyard and then turned to ask, what's the price? Still 1,000 per month. I'll take it. Great. After signing the contract, the agreement came into effect. Song Yu sent Wang Ji off. Lady Calico wandered around the courtyard, seeming uneasy in the new environment again. She sniffed here and there, apparently sensing something. She suddenly turned her head and asked Song Yu softly, are we staying here today? We'll stay here tomorrow too. And the day after. We'll stay here for a while. This house really seems to be haunted. Yes. Why are we staying in a haunted house? Are you afraid of ghosts? I am a cat god, and cat gods are not afraid of ghosts. The calico cat followed him like a shadow. But this is a ghost's house. We're short of money, so we have no choice but to disturb it. I don't know what being short of money means. It means we don't have much money. I also don't know what money is. It's what I used on the road to buy pancakes, and steamed buns. I also used it to buy meat for you. Renting a house to live in also costs money. If we spend less on the house, we will have more money to buy fish and meat to eat. Oh, Lady Calico seemed to understand somewhat. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Just as she was about to ask what to do about the ghost, she saw Song Yu turn to face the courtyard. He bowed and calmly said, Yuda's housing prices are really high and we're short of money. We have no choice but to stay here for a while. If we cause any disturbances, please forgive us. The calico cat hurriedly bowed too, and stuttered, please forgive us. The courtyard remained quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling the bamboo. It was near dusk, but the sunshine still lingered, casting a slanted glow on the roof tiles. The dunce caps too between the tiles were like colorful flowers. Ignoring the overgrown weeds, it was indeed a beautiful little courtyard. 1. A string of 1,000 yuan. 2. A type of flowering succulent herb native to China which commonly grows between roof tiles. We'll clear the weeds in the courtyard tomorrow. Today, let's head out first to buy some things before it gets dark. Song Yu said to the calico cat. Do you want to stay in the courtyard and rest, or come with me? I will go with you. Shall I carry you? The calico cat tilted her head and stared at Song Yu. Song Yu smiled at her. I just noticed you've been walking all day and might be tired. I'm not tired. All right. Song Yu pushed the door open and walked out. The calico cat followed him with small, quick steps. This world seemed to be in the midst of transitioning from a 2 meals a day schedule to 3 meals a day. Depending on one's economic situation, many people have already started eating 3 meals a day. Some still alternated between 2 and 3 meals. At this time of day, those who ate 3 meals were just beginning their meal, while those eating 2 meals had long finished eating. Thus there were many idle people sitting under the big trees, chatting and enjoying the cool shade. Some held palm leaf fans to swat mosquitoes, while others held bowls. The atmosphere was lively. Seeing Song Yu emerge from the courtyard, the people resting in the shade stopped chatting in unison. They couldn't help giving him odd looks. Seeing that he was wearing a daoist robe, their gazes became even more curious. It seemed like he had become the new topic of conversation. Although Song Yu was just a temporary resident, he nodded to them in greeting before walking away. In Great Yan, there was no market district system, so you could buy things anywhere. However, shops were still noticeably concentrated in certain areas. Their current area was primarily residential, so they had to go further down to buy things. They hadn't walked far before those people resumed their discussions. Song Yu didn't listen carefully because it was getting dark soon, and he needed to hurry. He just muttered to himself as he walked, repeating the things he needed to buy. The priority was not yet bedding. It was just past beginning of autumn, not yet end of heat one. It was still sizzling hot in the city. Since he could endure the cold nights in the mountains, in the city there was nothing to fear. Song Yu had a look around before leaving. He saw that the courtyard house still had cleaning tools like brooms and dustpans, and that a lot of furniture items were still in order. However, there were no pots, bowls, ladles, or basins. The most important immediate task was to buy a pot and a bucket. He needed to gather firewood, draw and boil water before it got too late. He needed a hot bath. Following the straight alley down from the entrance, they soon reached the bustling district of Yudo. White walls and green tiles, a forest of eaves. The street was lined with shops on both sides. The shop entrances had all sorts of extremely personalized signboards. It was completely different from depictions in modern period dramas. Some signboards were nearly placed in the middle of the street. Some signboards were enormous. Some shops hung huge banners from the top, while others had their shop names written on enormous curtains hanging down at their entrances. Some even built large gateway arches at their entrances, occupying much of the street. Pedestrians either had to walk around them or duck under these gateway arches. It wasn't yet dark, but some shops had already lit their lantern boxes. In short, they did everything to appear grand, attract attention, and show off their strengths. People often said that modern-day ancient towns had become too commercialized. Yet modern-day ancient towns were quite modest compared to this. At least signboard designs were uniform and city regulations prevented shops from extending their signs or gateway arches into the street. Yet in this era, this was a kind of cultural norm. Wow! Lady Calico exclaimed in amazement upon seeing this, almost forgetting to walk. When she recovered, Song Yu had already walked far ahead. From her low vantage point, all the passers-by looked similar from the back. It stood there dazed for a while before finding Song Yu waiting for her further up. She quickly ran to catch up, craning her head to look around curiously as she ran. They soon came across a shop selling wooden buckets and basins. Song Yu bought a bucket and a basin, offhandedly asking the shopkeeper where he could buy cookware. After putting away the bucket and basin, he headed straight over and picked out an iron pot. Iron pots had not been popular for long in this world but were already household essentials due to their superior qualities. He also bought a pair of wooden clogs in passing. As they headed back, the sky grew dark. Some shop fronts had already lit their lantern boxes, which were a kind of large floor lamps that functioned as illuminated shop signs. They had started preparing for Great Yan's night market. Yes, there was no night curfew here. So many lanterns and candles. Do you like them, Lady Calico? So bright. After we've tidied up tomorrow, would you like me to bring you out for a stroll at night? The Calico Cat didn't answer, but turned to look at Song Yu. Do you like glittering nights? Song Yu only smiled without answering. The nights here were far from bright enough. That night, Constable Luo sat at the head of his bed. His feet were all red because they had just been soaking in a wooden basin. His wife helped to dry his feet with a cloth. He said, I heard someone moved into the courtyard house opposite again. I just heard people talking about it when I got back from work. She answered. I heard it was a young daoist priest. A young daoist priest. Yes. His wife stood up while holding the cloth, and spoke to him face to face. Maybe he has some skills. If he can stay a little longer and bring some peace to that courtyard house from now on, it would be good. Does it matter if it's peaceful? She never bothered us. When we have fallen asleep, she has stopped already. Constable Luo said. That said, how many skilled daoist priests are there? Though there are plenty who can catch minor demons and ghosts, it still makes one uneasy. If you don't do shameful deeds during the day, you won't fear ghosts knocking at your door in the middle of the night. We know all our neighbors. She was a good person while alive, so she won't turn bad after death. What are you afraid of? She asked. How long do you think this daoist priest will be able to stay? Young people are bold. Maybe he'll last a bit longer. How long is a bit longer? Who knows? Constable Luo sounded tired. At that moment, a woman's faint singing voice drifted over from across. The song was haunting and mournful. It chilled listeners in the night. It was a sound the nearby neighbors were all familiar with. The couple immediately stopped what they were doing. They held their breath and looked forward as if they could see through the door and walls into the courtyard opposite. Constable Luo sighed inwardly. He figured the young daoist priest would likely report the ghost to the authorities in the morning. He would have to send someone over as a formality again. He had experienced this several times over the years. In any case, he would never be able to find that lady ghost. Gradually, he began to feel unexpectedly tranquil. He leaned back against the wall, and actually started listening attentively to the song. Meanwhile, in the courtyard diagonally opposite, Song Yu had just finished taking a hot bath and changed into clean clothes. His body was still damp and his garments were loose. The material of his garments was coarse but did not irritate the skin. They were very comfortable. Hearing this singing, he paused for a long time at the door. His hand was already on the door frame but he did not push the door open. Only after the song ended, did he step out. In the courtyard, he saw a shadow flitting vaguely across the white wall. Its long hair extended beyond its waist, a fearful sight. Song Yu simply bowed calmly. Madam has a beautiful voice and excellent singing skills. Could you sing another song? The shadow suddenly froze. Immediately, it vanished with a whoosh. Song Yu was momentarily stunned, and couldn't help shaking his head. Lowering his gaze, he saw the calico cat crouching at the doorway. It seemed that she had been here watching over him the entire time he was bathing. Lady Calico, what are you doing? What do you mean? Weren't you exploring the new house? Why are you sitting here at the door? I've finished exploring. I heard you splashing around in there and was worried you might drown. So I came to the door to wait for you. The calico cat tilted its head, eyes glinting with curiosity. What were you doing in there? Taking a bath. Humans are so strange. I won't drown. Strange, strange. Song Yu didn't bother with her. He walked back to his room wearing wooden clogs that creaked with each step. The room had already been cleaned and the brand new bedding laid out. In the moonlight, he could vaguely see the cat darting past his feet. It jumped onto the bed before him. She looked back at him and said, "That ghost was talking just now. I heard it. The sound of the talking was strange. That's called singing." What is singing? It's a melodious form of artistic expression. I don't understand. It's okay. Song Yu paused, then looked at the calico cat again. Will you be sleeping next to me tonight again, Lady Calico? You sleep over there. The calico cat looked at the other end of the bed, indicating where he should sleep. Then she looked away and continued lying down with her legs tucked under her body. I will sleep in this corner tonight. All right. The bed was quite large. Song Yu lay down but couldn't fall asleep right away. It wasn't because of the lady ghost in the courtyard. He didn't know the lady ghost's backstory or intention. Anyway, he had rented the house through proper channels and truly couldn't afford another house in the city. He would need to stay here for some time. Since he had to sleep here regardless, he might as well get a good night's sleep first. It was future plans that troubled him. His master had sent him down the mountain. She didn't just want him to cultivate blankly in a new location. However, it was a real headache thinking about how he could find some fun. Today, he passed by a Gulanwashi too with bright lights while shopping. It seemed to be a comprehensive place of entertainment offering various performances like plays, dancing, storytelling, acrobatics, as well as sports, along with food and drink. Perhaps he could give it a try. He should also buy some books to read. If he could buy a travel guide, it would be even better. Not only would it provide plans for the upcoming period, but it could also suggest future destinations. Before Song Yu knew it, he had fallen asleep. JNN. There was some vague human movement outside during the night. Under the moonlight, human shadows and tree shadows intertwined dimly on the ground. This didn't disturb Song Yu. It was Lady Calico who really disturbed him. Though she said she would sleep in the corner of the bed, she was unconsciously drawn to the warmth under Song Yu's covers. She instinctively crawled under his covers. Cats are light sleepers and active at night. She would crawl out of the covers to check whenever she heard the slightest noise outside. After checking, she would wriggle back in. Sometimes, she would even wake Song Yu to ask him what to do. Despite being disturbed like this the whole night, Song Yu slept unexpectedly well. Perhaps it was because he hadn't slept in a bed for many days. He was woken up by the sound of a rooster crowing early in the morning, feeling refreshed and invigorated. 1/14 of the 24 solar terms in the traditional Chinese calendar. This kind of fixed entertainment venues were popular during Song/Yuan dynasties and offered various forms of entertainment such as theater, acrobatics and storytelling. The calico cat pressed her forepaws firmly against the ground, each paw pad splaying out. She bit a weed tuft, trying hard to pull it out. Plop, the weed growing in the crack between the stone slabs was uprooted. The calico cat quickly steadied herself to avoid tumbling. Then she dragged the weed tuft to the doorway. There was a small pile of about a dozen tufts. Next to it was a larger pile, about half a human's height. The calico cat paused and turned her head to glance at Song Yu, who was bending over not far away. Then she looked again at the significant difference between the two piles of weeds. Her small face was expressionless but she secretly envied the dexterity of humans. Then she ran back immediately to continue her weeding mission. An hour later, the courtyard became neat. Lady Calico. Yes. Could I trouble you to go onto the roof and remove the wild grasses growing on the tiles too? Song Yu stood almost at the doorway, craning his neck to look at the roof. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to let the dunce caps be. This was despite the folk saying that having them grow on the roof causes a household's downfall and signifies bad luck. But they really were beautiful. Remember not to pluck out those dunce caps that look like flowers. Got it. The calico cat nimbly climbed onto the roof in a few swift moves. The tiles clattered for a moment. Seeing the courtyard house gradually become more habitable due to his and the Calico Cat's great efforts, Song Yu felt quite satisfied even if the house was just a rental. He spent the rest of the morning chopping unruly bamboo and trimming plum branches. The afternoon was spent purchasing various items. Song Yu was in no rush to buy everything at once and immediately turn the whole courtyard house into a perfect fit for his lifestyle. Instead, he strolled through the streets outside with Lady Calico, buying things whenever he saw the need without overthinking it. Surprisingly, this took up the entire afternoon. Throughout the afternoon as they went in and out, neighbors continued to cast curious glances at him. Song Yu considered asking about the house's history in order to understand his temporary lodgings and his neighbors better. However, he got busy and felt it wasn't necessary. To others, a haunted house might be extremely terrifying. To him, it was just a bit tainted. No big deal. Before he knew it, it was evening again. Song Yu carried an old chair and sat down in the courtyard. He listened to the wind rustling the bamboo leaves and watched the scattered cumulus clouds tinged with sunset glow in the sky. The Calico Cat wandered around the courtyard, occasionally chatting with him. For example, complaining about the lack of mice in the courtyard house and mentioning that the neighbors also had a cat. He would usually respond patiently and chat with her for a while. In this era, a day was neither long nor short. Song Yu woke up very early every day but also went to bed very early due to the lack of entertainment activities. Compared to his life in the previous world, he gained the early morning just when dawn broke. A day is more complete when one experiences the dawn. On the flip side, he lost much of the night that just began after dark. Once he got used to it though, he found it quite good. The clouds overhead gradually turned golden with the sunset, then briefly dyed pink before darkening to a deep gray, like ashes after a fire. It was as if the pure sky was reminding Song Yu of the era he was in. Night has fallen. The courtyard gradually darkened. Song Yu felt a gust of ghastly wind, and a cold chill spread over from the direction of the bamboo grove. He turned his head and noticed a faint shadow, blurry and indistinct. At the same time, the Calico Cat ran over at once and stopped in front of Song Yu, looking around warily. Are you protecting me? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The Calico Cat didn't reply, and continued looking around. A shadow flickered among the bamboo. Song Yu looked closely and saw what seemed like someone dancing. The ornamental bamboo grew close to the white walls. As the light dimmed, it became hard to distinguish between bamboo and shadows against the white wall. There was a human shadow intermittently visible among the bamboo shadows, as if the white wall was her performance's backdrop. Each time he saw her shadow, she was in a different pose. She was as agile as a crane and moved freely at will. He rented a cheap house and it even came with song and dance performances. Thinking about it, it was quite a bargain. Only after the dance ended did Song Yu stand up and bow towards that direction. He said, "Lady, since you've become a ghost, why do you linger in the house of the living? Is there some secret or lingering attachment?" No response, just like yesterday. Song Yu pondered and realized. She was likely driven by obsession. Remaining as a ghost was already her limit. However, she no longer retained all her memories or intelligence from when she was alive. Such ghosts had low intelligence. If they were malevolent ghosts, they were simply vengeful spirits who only knew to harm people. Even if they didn't harm people, they were difficult to communicate with. They would just engage in some activities they habitually liked to perform while alive. So be it, as long as they didn't disturb each other. Song Yu stretched and waited for the ghost to disappear. He looked down at the Calico Cat by his feet and suddenly asked, "Lady Calico." The Calico Cat quickly turned her head at his call. "Yes? What is it? Were you originally a house cat or a stray cat? Why do you ask?" "Just curious suddenly." "I wasn't a house cat." "Were you a stray cat?" "I had a mother. And then, she starved to death." "I see. The term stray cat here refers to homeless cats without owners, not wild cats." Lady Calico was obviously not a wild cat. She was an exquisite and beautiful long-haired calico cat. According to her story, her mother was likely a house cat that had left her owner. A kitten's attitude towards humans is significantly influenced by the mother cat's teaching by word and example. Her mother was used to interacting with humans, which explained why she was intimate with humans. "I've always wanted to know how you became a demon." "I just did." "Fair enough." Song Yu shook his head, not pressing further. After thinking for a moment, he asked the Calico Cat again, "In that case, Lady Calico should be a female cat, right?" The Calico Cat immediately looked at him as if he was an idiot. Song Yu could only shake his head again, pretending he never asked. He sat in the courtyard for a while longer, and listened to 2 more tunes. With nothing else to do, Song Yu went back to his room to rest. He had a sort of premonition that perhaps his future nights would be spent like this for a long time. Thinking of this, he had to thank the ghost in the courtyard house. She more or less added some entertainment to the boring nights. A few days later, Song Yu went out to buy an oil lamp and also filled a jug with lamp oil. He even spent a huge sum on a book called Unbeknownst 1. Unbeknownst was a relatively popular travel guide in this world at the moment. It detailed many well-known scenic spots, travel routes, accommodations, local specialties and delicacies etc. It also described some immortal mountains, famous rivers, as well as Taoist and Buddhist temples. It helped Song Yu to get an overview of the realm. Upon returning home, he saw a group of people sitting under the large tree next door. Some were enjoying the cool shade while others were playing chess. He couldn't help going over to have a look. Several old men were playing Chinese chess. 2 were playing, while 3 or 5 others watched. Not far away, another group sat and chatted about trivial matters such as someone's daughter getting married and whose son couldn't find a wife. Mosquitoes were numerous and vicious during summer days. The people here wielded palm leaf fans and the night was filled with the sound of fans hitting their bodies. Over the past few days, Song Yu noticed a visible change in the neighbors' attitudes toward him. Initially, they had the attitude of watching the show, not believing he would be able to stay long. They often privately discussed how many days he would last. However, they just observed him come and go each day without any panic or fear over the past few days. He appeared to have settled in. Combined with his initial arrival dressed in a daoist robe, the neighbors began to regard him with respect. After Song Yu had watched for a while, someone came over and started a conversation. "Young mister, have you had dinner?" Song Yu turned to see that it was the lady from the house diagonally across the street. He vaguely remembered that her husband seemed to be a public official. "I have. This house hasn't been rented out for years. Even when someone rented it, they would break the lease the same day." The lady curiously asked, "You live here and hear this ghost singing every night. Are you really not afraid at all?" Her question drew many curious glances aimed at Song Yu in the dim evening light. Clearly, everyone was interested in such a topic. Perhaps this haunted house had provided them with much fodder for conversation during their boring leisure time over the past few years. They had talked about it for a long time, but this was the first time they saw someone living in it for so many days. Naturally, it added a new topic about the house to discuss. Nevertheless, Song Yu just watched the old man playing chess, and said with a smile, "Don't you all hear it too?" So he really wasn't afraid. Some people felt a chill in their hearts. They had thought he might have gone to bed early or slept soundly and missed it. Everyone looked at one another. "We know the ghost can't leave this courtyard. Besides, when it's not occupied, she only acts up every few days," the lady said. "Moreover, we don't do shameful deeds during the day, so we don't fear ghosts knocking at the door in the night." "That's true." Song Yu continued watching the old man play chess. The wooden chess pieces clattered sharply and clearly against one another. Humans would become ghosts after death. By nature, ghosts were weaker than humans. Any ghost stronger than humans would have had some cultivation skills. Most ghosts would be weaker than humans. Many malevolent ghosts could only harm people through deception and intimidation. A normal person who was neither greedy nor fearful had little reason to fear ghosts. Song Yu has even heard of a strong man encountering a ghost at night who turned the tables by bullying the ghost instead. At this moment, the lady asked again, "Since you have the skills, why didn't you exorcise the ghost? It's just a wisp of a remnant soul. I owe her gratitude for allowing me to rent such a cheap house. How could I repay kindness with enmity?" Song Yu turned towards the older married woman and bowed with a smile. Besides, long nights can be dull. With her around, it adds a bit of interest. Hearing this, many listeners immediately understood. This young daoist priest was not only really unafraid but he truly had skills. To him, a ghost that ordinary people would hasten to avoid was unworthy of attention. One a comprehensive celebrated geography book from Southern Song Dynasty by Wang Xiangji. Constable Luo returned late again that day. His wife, Madame Wang, brought over hot water to wash his feet as before. Seeing her husband's weary face, she couldn't help but ask, "Still haven't caught the man. How could we catch him?" Constable Luo sighed deeply. "That man is paranoid and cunning. We set up several traps, but either the methods were ineffective, or he detected them in advance and avoided stepping into them at all." "What methods didn't work?" "The ones suggested by the master at Taeyan Temple and the county head magistrate. There are still a few days left before the deadline. In my opinion, this hard approach won't work. The man may not be able to fly, but he can traverse through the earth. It's too much to be asking all of you to catch him. It's not as though you could possibly lift him off the ground so he can't touch it," Madame Wang said, carefully washing her husband's feet. "You need to find a true master to help." "What other master can we find?" "The method of burying a manure circle was suggested by the master from Taeyan Temple, wasn't it? Maybe you can consult a different master." "Where can we find another master?" Constable Luo said, feeling both frustrated and despondent. "I know some people who eliminate demons and exorcise ghosts. However, as you know, they're just a bunch of bold folks who know some crude tricks. At most, they can come up with some lousy ideas, but they can't really help me. I think the young daoist priest opposite has real skills. Why not go and consult him?" "That young daoist priest? A master?" Constable Luo couldn't help frowning. "That young daoist priest moved in next door several days ago, and he doesn't seem afraid at all. He comes and goes as normal every day. Tonight, I chatted a little with him and asked if he wasn't scared of the lady ghost in the courtyard. Guess what he said?" "What did he say?" Madame Wang recounted the conversation she had that evening. After listening, Constable Luo didn't necessarily think Song Yu had displayed great skills, but he immediately thought he was a unique person. Not fearing ghosts might just mean he's bold. Even if he has real skills, it doesn't mean he can help. Constable Luo said as he lifted his legs out of the wooden basin. He didn't immediately place all his hopes in this. "If we can't find a solution in a few days, I'll bring gifts over and pay him a visit." Madame Wang crouched down again to dry his feet. "I alone am still sleeping until the sun is high in the sky. I am not an immortal, but it's better than being an immortal one." Song Yu had slept until noon again. He was getting up later and later these few days. Sometimes he lay in bed until noon before getting up. Other times, he woke up early but stayed in his room meditating and cultivating until noon before going out. This way, he could save eating breakfast. In the afternoon, he would read. If the weather was nice, he'd go for a stroll, buy some groceries, and cook dinner himself. In the evenings, he would go out to enjoy the cool air. He would join the neighbors living around him to listen to them chat about domestic trivialities and experience life in Udo City. Every night, the ghost in the courtyard would sing a few songs or dance as usual. Sometimes, he could see her figure and features clearly. She was a woman who was no longer young. Once Song Yu got used to it, he no longer paid attention to her. He really just treated her as a diversion from the monotony of life. He even developed a habit of listening to her songs. He wasn't startled even when she sometimes appeared suddenly at night. It was Lady Calico who was easily startled. She would often jump in fright when she encountered the ghost turning a corner or when the ghost suddenly appeared while she was doing something. However, last night, the lady ghost would sometimes wander through different rooms. Last night, she actually opened the door to Song Yu's room and stood there watching him for a long time. It undoubtedly disturbed his sleep. If not for his conscience, he would have blamed his waking up late on the lady ghost. But this problem nevertheless needed a solution. Song Yu thought about it and decided to go out and buy some yellow hemp paper as well as a brush, inkstone, and cinnabar. He would draw some talismans to stick on his bedroom door to keep the lady ghost away. At the same time, more and more people heard about him these few days. They felt that he had real skills, so they began coming to him for advice on dealing with being cursed and running into ghosts. Some also wanted to buy talismans to ward off evil or ensure peace. Song Yu thought this could be a good way to earn some money for groceries. This was also a significant source of income when he was at the Daoist temple. There seemed to be many shops selling miscellaneous items near the Gulan Washi. After his meal, he could go and have a look. With these thoughts, Song Yu got up. There was still some pickled vegetable porridge left over from last night. He heated it up in the pot, and it became his lunch. It was quite tasty. After eating and washing the dishes, Song Yu headed out directly. He just told the calico cat in the courtyard, "Lady Calico, I'm going out. Please look after the house." "Got it," the calico cat replied, absorbed in playing and not even looking up. Song Yu went out and walked down the little alley. Not far along was a gulanwashi.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. As mentioned before, this was a comprehensive entertainment place with food, drinks, and leisure activities that thrived on the prosperity of Udo. Even during the day, it was lively. As he walked through, besides opera singers, there were also storytellers, wrestling and martial arts matches, pitchpot and archery games. Each had their own form of enjoyment. Song Yu had come to buy yellow paper but could not help being drawn by an old storyteller, and he sat down to listen. He even ordered a pot of tea. Yankai led his own soldiers in relentless pursuit from water to land, determined to kill Marshal Ma right there. At the critical moment, Marshal Ma escaped up a small path. Yankai hurriedly followed, but suddenly a great general appeared on the road ahead. What a majestic general! He wore a black helmet, black armor, and a black battle robe. He had black tiger head battle boots on his feet and carried a red tasseled spear. He rode a spotted beast. His countenance was like jade and his eyes were like cold stars. Behind the general were 500 military officers carrying sabers. They were tall and each carried a great saber which was 5 chi long. The blade was 2.5 chi and so was the handle. The great sabers were wide and thick with sharp edges. The backs were as thick as a finger and the edges slightly thicker. They shone brightly and coldly. Even from several jong away, they exuded a threatening chill aura. Each man also carried iron-bodied bows 3 and eagle feather arrows 4 on his back. Each of them was like a fierce-winged tiger or a flood dragon 5 swimming in the sea. It was none other than General Chen Xin, also known as Chen Ziai. Yankai was stunned. How could Chen Ziai be here? More importantly, who among his men could be a match for Chen Ziai? Who could stand against Chen Ziai's own soldiers? This was a true historical event in this world that happened a few years ago. At the time, Ma Hong, the great marshal of the Third Army, carelessly suffered an ambush during a war in the northern part of Great Yan, and his army was defeated. Just as he was about to be captured by the enemy commander, General Chen Xin arrived. General Chen Xin was now a popular figure in storytellers' tales. According to rumor, he almost single-handedly held off Yankai's troops, saving the marshal and becoming a legend. The old storyteller recounted this story with great passion, albeit with some artistic embellishments. Song Yu was very interested in such stories. It was mainly because he felt that such legendary tales would surely be recorded in history. In that case, people reading history many years later would most likely come across this story. Reading a story that he had heard 1,000 years ago would be comforting for someone stuck in ancient times like him. So he listened until the end before getting up to leave. He hadn't forgotten his original purpose in coming out. After wandering around the entire Gulan Washi, he successfully found a shop selling yellow hemp paper. While drawing talismans didn't necessarily require yellow paper, it had become customary in both Buddhist and Daoist practices and among folk practitioners to use it a long time ago. Most talismans used yellow paper. It didn't have to be hemp paper either. Normally, it was possible to use both rattan and hemp paper. Bamboo paper was rarely used, and Xian paper 6 wasn't used at all. Usually, different places had their own customs. For example, where hemp paper was produced, yellow hemp paper was mostly used for talismans. In places producing rattan paper was mostly used. Yizhu produced both bamboo paper and hemp paper in abundance. Song Yu was used to using yellow hemp paper. This shop's paper was well made, thick, and durable. Such paper wouldn't easily discolor for a long time unless it got damp. Yellow hemp paper was somewhat thicker and coarser than white hemp paper, with a light yellow hue. The reverse side had some grass fibers and paper scraps embedded, but these didn't affect its usage. However, when Song Yu held up a sheet of yellow hemp paper against the sky and looked it over, he felt the color was slightly off. "Sir, what's the matter? I'm not sure if it's my eyes, but it seems a bit reddish." "Oh, sir, you have sharp eyes. You noticed it right away." The shopkeeper immediately forced a smile. "This batch of paper was made just yesterday. My naughty child accidentally mixed in some red dye during the paper-making process. However, most people wouldn't be as observant as you." "I see. Will it affect your usage?" "Not much." Hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately breathed a sigh of relief and boasted, "Sir, you've come to the right place. I'm not boasting, but I believe my hemp paper is among the best in the whole of Yudo. Even the big shop's paper can't compare with mine. It's just that my shop isn't well known. However, anyone who buys from me will surely come back. Give me a bit of a discount. It's already the cheapest." After some bargaining, Song Yu bought a stack of yellow hemp paper, a brush, an inkstone, and an inkstick. He unexpectedly spent over 300 yen. He had bought the most basic brush, inkstick, and inkstone. If he wanted better ones, the prices would have no limits. In this era, reading and writing were truly expensive. He bought the cinnabar from another shop. On the way back, he saw a butcher's shop. Since he had already spent quite a bit, he bought over a caddy 7 of pork and then some garlic sprouts. Then he returned satisfied. Creak. As soon as he opened the courtyard door, he saw a mottled shadow quickly running out from the house. She said as soon as she saw him, "Deist priest, people came knocking on the door looking for you just now. Who? Did you open the door for them?" "It seemed to be the people you met at the city gate that day and the person living opposite." The calico cat tilted her head and stared at him. "I didn't open the door. You told me not to speak in front of ordinary people. It's good you remembered. You need not fear them like tigers. 8. What? Were there 2 groups of people knocking on the door?" "Yes, they even met at the door and chatted for a while." The calico cat said, "They said they'd come back tomorrow." "Got it. Thank you, Lady Calico. No need to be too polite. I bought pork. Do you want it raw or cooked?" "The same as you." "All right." Song Yu didn't bother anymore with that day's visitors. He took the meat and vegetables to the kitchen and started preparations. He cooked the rice, drained it, and put it in the steamer basket. The prime pork hind quarter meat was cooked with Sichuan pepper and fresh ginger until 80% done, then sliced thinly. He washed and chopped the garlic sprouts. Under Lady Calico's watchful eyes, he heated the pan with oil and stir-fried the pork slices over low heat until they curled. Then he stoked the stove's fire and added the garlic sprouts with a sizzle. Song Yu handled the entire process alone. Yet, he wasn't flustered at all but orderly in the midst of the busyness. He was seeking his own inner peace in this mundane human act of cooking. Not many condiments were necessary. With just fermented black beans and soy sauce for seasoning, a delicious dish of twice-cooked pork was ready. Stir-frying had only been popular for a few decades in this era, so this dish might not have existed yet. However, the aroma of a dish that should really belong many years in the future already filled the small courtyard. One an allusion to a poem Hillside Sheep, 1 ox and half a field by Yuan dynasty poet Zhang Yanghao. 2 ancient Chinese game of throwing arrows into a pot. Refer to https://sites.asiasociety.org/art/asiangames/power01.html. 3 a type of Chinese bow with a composite body that has metal added. 4 a type of ancient Chinese arrow using eagle feathers for their superior flight qualities. 5 a type of aquatic dragon capable of invoking storms and floods. 6 traditional Chinese paper used for calligraphy and painting. 7 traditional Chinese unit of weight historically around 600 grams. 8 Chinese idiom meaning to be very afraid of something as one would fear a tiger. Constable Luo returned home somewhat earlier than usual that day. His wife, Madame Wang, was asking if he had visited their neighbor. This woman was quite a gossip, which reminded Constable Luo of the group of people he had encountered that afternoon. He really had no other ways left that day. Thus he had taken along some gifts in the afternoon to visit the new neighbor his wife spoke so highly of, who seemed to possess the air of a master. However, he stood at the entrance and knocked on the door for a long time without any response from inside. All he heard were a few cat meows. Instead, he ran into several tea merchants from out of town and 2 armed guards as he was leaving. They were all carrying gifts from their hometowns, also intending to visit the young deist priest. After some mutual questions, Constable Luo learned. The young deist priest who had moved in across from them was the very master who had casually eradicated the fog spirit that had been causing trouble for months while passing by Liangshui Hollow. The fog spirit had been wreaking havoc along Jinyang Road, and it was nearly time to post notices about it on the city gate. Now that it was vanquished in a day, and the story had already spread far and wide in Yudo, especially since the master invited by Nanhua County had failed to eliminate it, but it had been effortlessly eliminated by a passing master. This made the tale even more captivating. Who would have thought that such a master would be living nearby? He might possess the ability to exterminate the fog spirit, but Constable Luo still felt he might not necessarily be able to help with his own problems. Nonetheless, he felt a greater respect for him. He thought about the gifts he had prepared today, which were a bag of dark brown sugar and a bottle of good wine. They were considered decent presents for visiting friends or relatives these days, as an ordinary family might not be able to afford them. Yet, they seemed a bit lacking in sincerity compared to what the tea merchants had brought. "I'll prepare more generous gifts and visit again tomorrow," he was telling his wife, but then heard the eerie singing coming from the courtyard opposite again. It was the purest human voice. It was initially unsettling, but after a while, he felt that she sang better than the female singers in the Gulen Washi. He wondered if the young deist priest had returned home, and if he was back, what he was doing now. Did he really not mind the ghost in his house? Song Yu cleaned off the stone table in the courtyard and enjoyed his dinner there in the cool evening. Tonight, he indulged in a bowl of steamed white rice. For some reason, the rice of this era exuded a rich aroma when steamed, a scent detectable even a few households away. It greatly roused one's appetite. Song Yu served himself a bowl, and also a small portion on a plate for the calico cat, along with some meat. Man and cat peacefully passed their time like this in the evening. A human shadow still flickered in the courtyard and the ghost sang, but neither the man nor the cat seemed to notice. "Is it tasty, Lady Calico?" "It's delicious." "That's good." Song Yu picked up a piece of meat to go with the white rice. The taste was familiar, bringing a smile to his lips. The joy of human cooking was an ordinary person's poetry. Feeling full after drinking wine and eating a meal was the easiest way to feel contentment. With Lady Calico's company, he didn't feel lonely living here alone. He even began to think that it would be fine to settle down here permanently. After dinner, he sat and savored the taste for a while. Song Yu waited until the night deepened, then he lit the oil lamp. He tested the new brush, and began drawing talismans. Although Hidden Dragon Temple was not famous for its talismans, Song Yu knew a few varieties acquired by several generations of temple owners during their travels. The most common talismans on the market were also the two kinds people often sought from Daoist and Buddhist temples, those to ward off evil and repel ghosts, as well as those to ensure peace. Song Yu knew a few kinds of talismans that relied on spiritual energy to ward off evil and repel ghosts. As for talismans that ensure peace, they normally required invoking gods in order to borrow each god's power. Although Hidden Dragon Temple displayed many statues of Daoist deities, they were just dusted off every year on the 23rd of the 12th lunar month 1, and the respect for them was limited. Hence, the Daoist priests of Hidden Dragon Temple usually didn't know how to draw such talismans. That day, Song Yu only drew ghost-repelling talismans. These kinds of talismans specifically repelled ghosts. For a moment, his spiritual energy caused a gust of wind that made the oil lamp's flame tremble. The light and shadows in the courtyard also flickered as his brush danced across the paper. The calico cat was curious. Initially, she looked up from the ground but found it hard to see clearly. Thus she jumped onto the stone table and came closer for a better look. Fortunately, she didn't disturb Song Yu and just watched. The man and cat seemed to share a natural rapport. Song Yu stopped after drawing 5 talismans. He folded them carefully. He strung one with hemp thread and hung it at the entrance to his bedroom to prevent the lady ghost from entering. He didn't hang any in other rooms, since he had said they would coexist peacefully without disturbing each other. In that case, he should leave her some space to move around. "My apologies." Song Yu bowed towards the bamboo grove. Looking up, he saw the sky was filled with stars. The surrounding neighbors had long since gone to bed. The distant sounds of Chunming Street couldn't reach all the way here. The night was extraordinarily quiet. "It seems it's already end of heat too. What is end of heat?" Lady Calico asked. "It means the weather will start to cool." "Oh, go to sleep, Lady Calico." "All right." The calico cat followed him into the house and onto the bed. Song Yu and Lady Calico had gradually grown familiar with each other over these couple of days. Despite being strangers coming together by chance, they had been depending on each other for some time. Song Yu always treated her with sincere regard, and the calico cat was not cunning like humans. Thus, both parties had grown fond of each other with time. Cats loved warmth, and she often secretly slept next to him. Early next morning, the rooster crowed at dawn again. Song Yu woke up somewhere earlier, put on his clothes, and meditated in the courtyard. According to his senses, that day was much cooler than the early morning of the day he arrived. The yellow plum tree in the courtyard had already started shedding its leaves. The wind blew and Song Yu raised his hand in passing to catch a fallen yellow leaf. Song Yu mused. End of heat. End of heat marked the end of the summer heat. End means stop, meaning that the summer heat had started to dissipate. The unbearable torrid weather was coming to an end, transitioning to cooler temperatures. Song Yu discarded the yellow leaf and closed his eyes again. The spiritual energy in the morning was always the clearest and densest, seeming to have life of its own as it surrounded him. It tempted the green lamp and caused a few more yellow plum leaves above him to fall. The city was waking up at this time too. Outside, vendors were peddling vegetables, water, and firewood along the street. Their calls and the voices of bargaining were audible. Yet Song Yu did not find it noisy, but rather felt he was listening to the rhythm of the people's daily lives in this era. But at that moment, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Song Yu opened his eyes, got up, and went to open the door. Standing outside was the merchant surnamed Li, and his party, including the 2 armed guards. Each one of them bore gifts. "Greetings, mister. Please come in." Sorry to visit so early, if we have disturbed you, please forgive us. Mr. Li quickly said, we all very much wanted to visit and thank you, so I asked my brother-in-law for your current address. If this is inconvenient, no need for such formalities, come in quickly. Song Yu, unaccustomed to such courtesies, invited them into the courtyard. The group looked nervous and looked at one another in dismay. They had long heard from Wang Ji that this courtyard house was haunted. It had been rented a few times over the past few years, but the previous renters had all broken their leases the very next day. Although the deist priest dared to stay since he was bold and skilled, as ordinary people, they couldn't help but feel apprehensive. They thought that it was broad daylight after all, and there were many of them. Moreover, the deist priest was present, so they eventually stepped into the courtyard one by one. Once they entered, the courtyard didn't feel eerie at all like the haunted house they had imagined. They saw it had been tidied up neatly and a cool breeze from somewhere rustled the fallen yellow plum leaves. An indolent calico cat emerged from the house, stretching and yawning, immediately giving them a sense of tranquility and relaxation. It indeed felt cooler in the courtyard than outside. However, this coolness was not the kind that made one uneasy, caused one's hair to stand on end or goosebumps. It was a comfortable, clean coolness, like the moist freshness of the early morning outside after a good night's sleep or the relief of a night breeze on one's face outside after the lingering heat of a sultry evening had been washed away. The group exchanged amazed looks, seeing one another's surprise. They quickly presented their gifts, thanking the deist priest for saving their lives. The gifts they brought were mostly homemade cured meats and sausages as well as homegrown fine teas. The gifts fully showed their regard. You're all too kind, Song Yu said, though he did not demur or decline. The pile of gifts was all placed on the stone table. Everyone felt relieved after seeing this. N/O/bell/B/in.C//om. Then they saw the calico cat jump onto the table, seemingly attracted by the meaty scent of cured meat and sausages, or perhaps inspecting the unfamiliar items that had entered its territory out of habit. It approached the pile of gifts and sniffed them all over, but no one shooed it away. It's quite elegant of you to keep a cat for company. Mr. Li chuckled as he looked at Lady Calico, recalling the scene of this cat mimicking the deist priest's bow outside the city that day. When the deist priest reached Liangshui Hollow, he was still alone. However, he had a cat by the time he arrived in Yudo. It couldn't be a random stray he picked up in the mountains. It was likely a cat on the verge of becoming or already a demon. Thus it was taken in by the deist priest as a companion. Therefore, his tone remained very polite even when facing the cat. It's good to have a cat for company. It keeps you from feeling lonely during your travels. I think so too. The cat is fortunate to be able to accompany you. Rather than my accompanying her, it's me who needs her company more. It's hard to say whose good fortune it is. What? Mr. Li didn't think much of this at first, but the more he thought carefully about it, the more he found it profound. He could only say that the deist priest was indeed extraordinary. After chatting like this for a while, Mr. Li suddenly caught a glimpse of the yellow talisman hanging at Song Yu's bedroom entrance. He remembered the second purpose for their visit and couldn't help feeling exultation. You know how to make talismans. I know a few types of talismans for warding off evil. To be honest, we unfortunate merchants often travel through great mountains for years on end. It's hard to avoid encountering ghosts on the road at night and demons on mountain roads. We've previously sought out Wushan's Buddhist and deist temples and requested a few talismans to ensure peace. Unfortunately, they were simply ineffective or only served as warnings. We came today hoping to request a talisman to ward off evil and repel ghosts from you. Mr. Li said, if our wish is granted, we would be very grateful. No need for such formality. This was one of Hidden Dragon Temple's services anyway. Song Yu immediately took out the talismans he had drawn the previous night. They were insufficient, so he spread out yellow hemp paper, brought out the cinnabar, and started drawing on the spot with his brush. The group was astonished. They couldn't see the spiritual energy moving with the brush and sealing into the cinnabar. However, they could see the wind caused by his brush strokes, vaguely stirring the yellow plum tree leaves. Sometimes, they would witness some unusual phenomena when seeking talismans at Buddhist and deist temples in the past. Yet, it was never so obvious. Instantly, everyone felt reassured. Each person received 2 talismans and kept them close. For a while, they felt bold as if they would not be frightened even if they saw a fog spirit again. The folded triangular ones are ghost-repelling talismans for repelling ghosts. The square ones are demon-warding talismans, for warding off demons. Ghost-repelling talismans cannot ward off demons and demon-warding talismans cannot repel ghosts. Different talismans have different functions, so please remember. We will keep it in mind. Given that everyone had brought gifts, Song Yu initially did not intend to accept any money. However, their sincerity prevailed, and each gave him some pieces of silver. Thus, this can be considered the revenue earned from his first order. After finally seeing the group off, Song Yu returned to the courtyard and sat down cross-legged for a moment to feel the season's spiritual resonance and gather spiritual energy. But soon, he heard another knock on the door. He thought it must be his neighbor this time. Sigh. Disturbing my quiet cultivation. One Chinese festival Little New Year when people sweep the dust and offer sacrifices. 2/14 of the 24 solar terms in the traditional Chinese calendar. 3 Winter sweet. Flowering plant with yellow flowers native to China. 4 signifies the lonely and austere life of cultivators. Creak. The creak of the wooden door's hinge was rusty and drawn out. Outside stood a man around 30 years old, dressed in black clothes and boots. Although he didn't carry an iron ruler or long saber, it was clear he was a constable or bailiff. At the moment, his hands were full of gifts, and a smile was on his face. "Greetings, Mr. Chief, what is this?" "Oh, I am Luo Jun, and I live diagonally opposite you," the constable said with a smile. "I've long heard that a master had moved into our Tianshui alley, but I've been too busy to visit. Please forgive me. I'm unworthy of it n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I don't know. Chief Luo, please come in." Song Yu quickly invited Constable Luo inside. In Great Yan, major officials were frequently reassigned, and actual local power mostly lay in the hands of minor officials. They could not be slighted. Among them, constables were technically military officials, but they were closely bound up with the livelihood of the people. They represented the government and often interacted with Jianghu people, meaning that they had influence over both sides of the law. Moreover, constables' positions in Great Yan were often hereditary. With great power and connections passing down through generations, they could not be provoked in their locales. Yet, Constable Luo was very respectful towards Song Yu at the moment. Upon entering the courtyard, he placed the gifts he brought on the stone table. There was fine wine brewed in-house from Tiangxin shop, dark brown sugar from Zhuhe County, a yard of fabric from He family village, and even a tea set, showing great consideration. "I should have visited sooner, but I've been busy catching a burglar lately," Constable Luo said, his hands finally free to execute a bow. "Yesterday afternoon, I finally had some free time and wanted to visit, but unfortunately, you happened to be out. How could I deserve such lavish gifts?" Song Yu looked at the presents and frowned. "You are a master, of course you deserve them," Constable Luo continued before Song Yu could respond. "To be honest, when I came yesterday, I coincidentally met some tea merchants from Wushan County who also came to visit you. After talking with them, I learned that the master who eradicated the fog spirit on Jinyang Road was none other than you. I just did it in passing. You eliminated a menace for the people without seeking fame or profit. I greatly admire that. I should salute you," Constable Luo said, bowing again. "You're too polite." Song Yu only displayed a helpless expression. Such polite behavior was deeply ingrained in Great Yan society. Everyone spoke courteously and with the best manners. For instance, the armed guard surnamed Chen was not an armed guard chief, yet ordinary people addressed him as one. Similarly, Song Yu initially didn't know whether Constable Luo was a constable or a bailiff, yet he referred to him as chief from the start. Everyday conversations were extremely polite. Song Yu didn't know if it was habitual, but he didn't like it. Fortunately, Constable Luo was a savvy person. He realized that a master like Song Yu probably didn't appreciate beating around the bush. Being more straightforward might even earn him some favor. "To be honest, besides visiting a neighbor, I also have a matter to consult you on. Chief Luo, there's no need to be so polite. Just speak directly. It's a long story." Constable Luo sighed deeply. In the past year or two, burglaries have been frequent in Yudu City. The burglar only steals treasures from the homes of the nobility, even stealing from the prefect. The bigwigs in the city are all furious, ordering us to catch the burglar immediately. Despite trying all kinds of methods, we haven't been able to track him down. For a time, common people in the city even spread rumors that it's the work of demons or ghosts. Only a few months ago did we finally see the burglar's true face and understood how he secretly slips into the homes of the nobility to steal and escape our pursuit. Can that burglar fly or traverse through the earth? You've heard of it too. I saw a wanted notice at the city gate. Song Yu recalled seeing a wanted notice for a great burglar who could traverse through the earth at the city gate when he arrived. That's the burglar? Though he can't fly, he has somehow acquired the ability to traverse through the earth, Constable Luo said, looking at Song Yu. "Do you know anything about this art of earth traversing too?" "I understand it somewhat." "Really?" Constable Luo unconsciously blurted out. Realizing he had been too abrupt, he quickly explained, "That burglar has evaded capture for so long that the bigwigs in the city have issued an ultimatum. Yet, we're at our wits' end. We've set traps many times, but the burglar is cowardly, cunning, and suspicious by nature. He never enters into the traps. The day before yesterday, he stood not far from us and mocked us. It's really abominable, and I'm desperate to catch him. And to be honest, I have sought advice from the master at Taeyan Temple, but..." Constable Luo trailed off, shaking his head. "What idea did the master from Taeyan Temple come up with?" Song Yu asked, suddenly curious. "Master Guanghong of Taeyan Temple suggested we dig a ring of pits and bury manure in them to foil the burglar's earth-traversing technique." Constable Luo smiled helplessly as he said this. "It might work with some who are not skilled. So Master Guanghong wasn't pulling my leg. The idea of breaking spells with filth has always existed. Perhaps the master saw that you were impatient, but he was uncertain himself. That's what I thought." Constable Luo finished and looked at Song Yu. "Do you have any other methods? If you help us catch this burglar, I promise not only to persuade the county head magistrate to bestow the full reward upon you as if you've caught the burglar yourself, but also an additional generous reward. You mentioned the burglar is cowardly and suspicious. That's my personal judgment. You're experienced, so I think you must be right. But what does that have to do with catching the burglar? What you don't know is that earth-traversing technique, like wall-passing technique 3, require the practitioner to believe firmly in their success. If the practitioner doubts or feels apprehensive, they might smother to death underground or get stuck in a wall. Song Yu explained. Therefore, people who practice these techniques have always been either resolute and brave or stupid imbeciles. Song Yu was genuinely knowledgeable about these techniques. Hidden Dragon Temple had complete manuals on earth traversing and wall passing techniques. He even understood their principles very well, but he didn't know how to use them himself. The principles that it exists if one believes in it and faith strengthens while doubt weakens applies to many techniques, but these particular techniques have an inherent flaw. They always carry a risk of failure, no matter how well the practitioner has learned it or how skillful he is. Only the probability of the risk varies. If you invest painstaking effort into studying it for half a lifetime, you would at most lower the risk somewhat. Yet this contradicts the previously mentioned the practitioner must believe firmly in their success. Therefore, few highly skilled cultivators know how to use these techniques. The more they understand them, the more they know their flaws and the more their confidence wavers during usage. This increases the likelihood of failure, actually creating a vicious cycle. These techniques are more often used by petty criminals. After listening, Constable Luo frowned. Over this period, I've come face to face with the burglar several times, but he always escapes due to his earth-traversing technique. Last month, I discovered where he lives and feel I understand him somewhat. I believe he's somewhat stupid at most and definitely not brave or resolute like your description, though he can't be described as an imbecile. Was he skilled in this field in the past? He was just a down-and-out scholar who was unable to pass the imperial exams. He learned this earth-traversing technique somewhere and turned to crime. Perhaps someone behind the scenes imparted it to him without informing him about the flaw, or they used secret techniques to suppress his doubts and anxiety. Or maybe he learned the technique without understanding its profundity. Song Yu paused, glancing at the gifts Constable Luo brought out of the corner of his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said, if either of these is true, I have a stratagem that you can try. However, I only invite you to try it and I don't dare to guarantee success. Please tell me. Just expose the flaw. How? Do you know a book called Chronicles of Peach and Plum Seasons? Chronicles of Peach and Plum Seasons. Constable Luo couldn't see the connection between foiling the art of earth traversing and a book. Fortunately, Great Yin had the highest literacy rate in history, and he came from a prominent family, so he had learned to read. After thinking for a long while, he actually remembered. It seemed to be a collection of strange and eerie stories, akin to a compilation of mysterious fantasy tales about demons and ghosts. I have some impression of it. Next time you encounter the thief, just tell him that Chronicles of Peach and Plum Seasons mentions someone who often used earth-traversing techniques and ended up suffocating 3 chi underground. Will it work? Possibly. What? Constable Luo was taken aback. Although he felt it seemed even more far-fetched than digging pits and filling them with manure, he indicated that he would take note of it. After chatting a bit more, Song Yu saw him off. Chronicles of Peach and Plum Seasons was well known. Such miscellaneous books sold well. There was no awareness of copyright in this era, so many bookstores had published it. The book's compiler was a deist himself and he had experienced many of the stories himself or personally heard of them from others. The details were highly realistic. Anyone with a slight connection to Daoism could see this. The burglar, being cowardly and suspicious, would likely investigate upon hearing this. Even if he was illiterate, hearing such a credible statement backed with evidence would cause his heart to waver. If it worked, great. If not, he could think of something later. Song Yu shook his head and began putting away the items. He hung the cured meat and sausages on the kitchen rafters and stored the dark brown sugar, tea cakes, and wine in the kitchen. Despite being a rented haunted house, it now felt more like a home. This food will last a while. Song Yu murmured, then he looked at the cloth. It was first-rate material, probably the most valuable among the gifts. He looked at the old robe he was wearing and thought he might have a new one made. However, the cloth was too florid, and he preferred plain colors. In the end, he decided against it. Although the robe had grown old with use, for many years it had served him well by covering him up and providing warmth. It had long since become broken in until it was most comfortable and suited to him. At present, it had no holes nor was it torn. It continued to cover him up and provide warmth. How could he discard it because it was a little old? Returning to the courtyard, he saw Lady Calico under the stone table. She was having fun pawing at the hemp rope originally used to carry the wine that hung down from the table. As I have enough joy within, I do not feel my enjoyment of my meals and clothes are lesser than other people's. 4. This was true for Song Yu and also Lady Calico. One traditional Chinese weapon like a flat and wide dulled sword used historically for subduing criminals. 2. This is one of the immortal arts in Daoist mythologies, as depicted in texts like biographies of divine immortals and investiture of the gods. It is said that by using this art/technique, one can hide by burrowing into the ground or shorten great distances, teleporting somewhere far away. 3. Technique of walking through walls. 4. Quote from Preface. Gift preface for Ma Shang from Dongyang by Ming Dynasty writer Song Lian. After some light rains a few days later, autumn arrived in Yude. Song Yu went out as usual to listen to storytelling. He spent more than 10 wen on tea in the afternoon and drank until he was half full. When the old storyteller reached the most exciting part, he gave a few more wen, spending exactly a total of 20 wen. He stepped on wet stone slabs and fallen damp leaves to return to the little courtyard house. As soon as he opened the door, the calico cat ran from the kitchen towards him. As she got closer, she slowed down and looked up at him. Like this, she looked no different from an ordinary house cat, but she was enlightened and could speak human language. Deist priest, where did you go again? Same as a few days ago. Song Yu answered honestly. Would you like to go again? I'll take you with me tomorrow. The calico cat hesitated a little but didn't answer. Instead, it shifted its gaze. What are you holding in your hand? It seemed this cat didn't like storytelling. Song Yu thought so and brought out what he was holding. There were new mandarin oranges available around Yudo. On his way back, he saw someone had set up a stall by the road and was selling them very cheaply, so he bought 2 catties. Then he also heard someone hawking candied haws. One, he didn't really crave them but he hadn't tasted them for many years, so he couldn't resist buying a skewer. The man and the cat gathered around the stone table. Song Yu knew that most cats didn't like the scent of mandarin oranges, so he put the oranges aside. He picked up the candied haws and took one off with his hand first. Do you eat candied haws? Fruit. Yes, it is fruit. Hawthorn. Cats don't eat fruit. Surely sometimes they do. The calico cat turned her head and gave him a look that seemed to say, are you the cat, or am I the cat? After pondering for a few seconds, she said, Calico cat won't be eating it. Song Yu thought this over carefully for a while then understood that Calico cat was likely equivalent to Lady Calico, her self-reference. You really won't eat it? Not tasty. I think it's tasty. Then I'll try one. Nov. L.B//JNN. Seeing the candied haw in front of her, the calico cat stretched her neck to sniff it carefully. She looked at it, then looked at Song Yu. Both her sense of smell and reason told her that this wouldn't taste good. However, after some hesitation, she still opened her mouth. She gently took a bite. Her small canines smoothly pierced the candied haw. The outer sugar layer had a crisp texture, and the hawthorn inside was also bitten off. The calico cat chewed alternately with both sides of its teeth. Song Yu didn't look at her. He minded his own business and took another haw for himself. He put it into his mouth. He bit through the sugar coating easily and it made a slight cracking sound in his mouth. Then the hawthorn exploded with both sweet and sour flavors. The hard hawthorn seed kept colliding with his teeth, producing a crunchy sound. Song Yu couldn't help closing his eyes. This era might need more than 1,000 years to reach modernity. Yet, the taste of this snack wasn't much different from his memory. For a moment, he forgot he was a stranger in a foreign land. After a long time, when the sweet and sour flavors had dissipated in his mouth, Song Yu opened his eyes. The calico cat had also finished eating the candied haws, leaving only a few hawthorn seeds on the stone table. 2 of them had been bitten open, possibly partially swallowed. Song Yu gathered all the hawthorn seeds spat out by the cat. He added the ones he spat out himself, and put them all together in his palm. Then he looked at the cat. Was it tasty? What's the outer layer? It's sugar. Sugar is tasty. Hawthorn isn't tasty. Fruit isn't tasty. The calico cat observed Song Yu's expression. Do you like eating it? Yes. I guess monkeys like fruits. Will you eat more? Can I just eat the sugar? Then who will eat the fruit? You eat it. You like it. Then I'd have to eat what you licked. It's just been licked. It has your saliva. It's just saliva. I'm afraid not. Then I won't eat any more. The calico cat's tone was clear and forceful. After speaking, she turned and jumped off the stone table. She swayed her bottom as she walked away. Song Yu didn't mind and continued savoring the snack. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Intuition told him it was Constable Luo. Song Yu had just finished the last candied haw. He placed the bamboo stick on the stone table before getting up to open the door. Sure enough, Constable Luo stood outside. Constable Luo was still wearing the same attire that day but he had an iron ruler at his waist and 2 men in black clothes and boots behind him. Upon seeing Song Yu, he cupped his hands. Greetings, mister. I am here to thank you and bring gifts. After a slight pause, he turned to the men beside him and said, Quick, pay your greetings. The 2 men behind him immediately cupped their hands and greeted him. Please come in. Song Yu let them into the courtyard and closed the door. He led them through the courtyard to the hall where they sat down. He then brought out the teacups Constable Luo had given him a few days ago. He placed them in front of them. Without his visibly pouring tea, the cups seemed to fill gradually with tea on their own. The 3 were immediately amazed. Looking closer, they saw the tea in the cups was jade green with white froth. The tea aroma was enticing, clearly a fine tea. Please enjoy the tea. You truly have the methods of an immortal. Thank you, mister. The 3 quickly thanked him and lifted their cups to sip the tea. From what you said, you have caught the earth-traversing burglar. Song Yu went straight to the point. Indeed. Constable Luo reluctantly put down the teacup. He turned excitedly to thank Song Yu. You have incredible foresight. Without even meeting the burglar, just a few words of guidance made his art of earth-traversing method ineffective. It's truly admirable. Did the arrest go smoothly? Very smoothly, Constable Luo said. 3 days ago, we encountered the burglar and shouted the words you taught us. When we found his hiding place again yesterday during the 3rd watch too, he tried to escape using his earth-traversing technique. However, he had only entered the ground halfway when he got stuck there, allowing us to capture him on the spot. That's good. You've eliminated a menace for the people again. Constable Luo paused and fished out a red cloth bundle from his bosom. As we agreed beforehand, we're treating it as if you were the one who caught the burglar and the reward should go to you. Here are the 20 taels 3 reward as stated in the notice, and the remaining 10 taels are a personal gift from my superior. Nobility in the city have been repeatedly pressuring us recently. My superior also had a hard time but couldn't express it, so he wanted to thank you for helping him out of trouble. Song Yu took the red cloth bundle and opened it. Inside were 3 pieces of girdled beehive silver 4, each stamped with the characters 10 taels. They were Great Yan's officially minted silver. They were heavy in his hand, and his heart felt heavy too. Paper money really cannot compare with this feeling, let alone a string of digits on an electronic screen. However, Song Yu only took 2 pieces and handed the remaining one back to Constable Luo. He didn't say that he only provided a stratagem and didn't deserve these 20 taels. Nor did he say the constables had worked hard day and night and should share the reward. It would be tiresome to do things that increase his obligations. Other than the reward of 20 taels that they had agreed upon beforehand, he didn't want to take the 10 taels personally gifted by the county head magistrate. It was for the same reason. He didn't want to increase his obligations. Constable Luo immediately understood. He looked somewhat troubled but dared not go against the wishes of such a master. He had no choice but to put it away. Then he said, however, Magistrate Lu greatly admires you upon hearing about your deeds from me, and wishes to host a banquet to thank you. If you would do us the honor, it would be scheduled for noon tomorrow at Tianxiang restaurant. I don't know if you... Perhaps Constable Luo himself hadn't noticed, but his tone and attitude had unconsciously become very respectful in front of Song Yu. Even though Song Yu hadn't done much. No, Song Yu refused bluntly with a slight smile. I am just an idle cultivator from the mountains who is only fond of peace and quiet. I am not worthy of such favor from your superior. I understand. Thank you for your trouble. It's no trouble at all. Constable Luo respectfully finished his tea. We still have duties to attend to, so we won't disturb you any longer. I will report back to the county head magistrate. If there are any future developments in the case that might involve you, I will certainly come to inform you. Thank you, Chief. I'll take my leave. The other 2 also hurriedly rose with him. Yudu was the seat of Yizhu, the 3rd largest city in the country. The constables here had seen much, but they couldn't help feeling uneasy facing a real master like this. The 3 didn't feel embarrassed either. The county head magistrate wanted to get to know Mr. Song, but even he needed to carefully get Constable Luo to act as go-between. The creak of the wooden door's hinge was still rusty and drawn out. It was quite annoying to hear. Song Yu frowned as he stood at the door. Upon turning around, he saw the calico cat had jumped back onto the stone table at some time. She had lowered her head to lick the bamboo stick he had finished where some sugar remained. Song Yu shook his head and went inside to do the accounts. He had been in Yudo for a while. The city was prosperous and prices were high. Living expenses in the city were considerable. Adding rent and purchases made after moving in, and also frequently going to the Gulan Washi recently to listen to stories, he had spent almost several thousand yuan. He should spend less in the future. These 20 taels should last a long time, right? 2 nights later. The weather was cool and refreshing, perfect for sitting idly. Song Yu lit an oil lamp and quietly read by the window. The window in front of him was wide open. A full moon hung in the night sky, already rising above the city. There were no neon city lights and no traffic noises. There were only the eaves of the ancient-style buildings and the full moon sharing a mutual loneliness. The dark roof tiles reflected the moonlight, with the pure darkness bearing the pure bright moonlight. Behind him, the calico cat lay quietly, eyes half-closed. The night was so quiet that only the sound of pages turning could be heard. This book Yudi Jishin also had a style unique to this world. In addition to recording famous mountains and great rivers, renowned Daoist and Buddhist temples, and popular scenic spots visited as well as eulogized in poetry and essays by famous literary figures past and present, it also detailed some mysterious, fantastic, and mystical places. For instance, Yunding Mountain, which is rumored to have been frequented by immortals. Daihuo City, where the fire god hibernates in mythology. The descriptions were very detailed. He didn't know how long he had been reading. The night grew deeper, and the smoke from the oil lamp stung his eyes. Song Yu decided to call it a night and go to bed. He blew out the reading lamp, and was bathed in moonlight. As he closed the book in the moonlight, he saw the calico cat behind him had woken up at some time. She crawled closer and jumped onto the desk, eyes fixed outside the window. Song Yu had also noticed the sound outside. Scratching sounds came from outside the courtyard wall as if someone was climbing the wall. However, the sound was unlike climbing, more like hard objects bumping into the wall and sharp things scratching the wall. The night wind carried faint panting noises and there was the clatter of tiles falling and breaking. An enormous, ferocious head outside the courtyard wall swayed and reflected the moonlight. 1 tang hulu, or candied fruits on bamboo sticks dipped in sugar syrup. 2 between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. Refer to https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/traditional_Chinese_timekeeping #1/10_a_day_c4%93ng. 3 Chinese unit of weight for silver currency. 4 A kind of pitted silver ingot. Refer to https://img-issue.unon.cn/upload file/test/2023/013010221139488.jpg. Huff, huff. It sounded like someone was operating an old bellows, or the heavy panting of a giant monster. Looking in the direction of the sound, Song Yu saw that the white figure was still floating around the courtyard, as she usually did at this hour. However, behind the white figure, he could vaguely see two massive figures clambering roughly over the courtyard wall and entering the yard. They were over a jong tall but moved silently. Only when they stepped into the brightest patch of moonlight in the courtyard could he see their true forms clearly. They had ghostly green faces covered with curly red beards as well as disheveled red hair. They had gaping bloody mouths with tusks sticking upwards as well as broken jagged canines inside. Their bodies were strong inverted triangles, covered in sinewy muscles that bulged in lumps. Their arms hung down to their knees, with palms as large as the palm leaf fans used by the neighborhood women to fan themselves at night. Their nails were curved and sharp like hooks, capable of impaling and lifting a person with a single swipe. When they came, even the white figure in the courtyard was momentarily stunned. These were definitely not humans, nor were they demons, ghosts, gods, or immortals. They were man-eating yakshas. There are ghosts. The calico cat had arched her back and the fur on her back was standing on end. She stared at the yakshas in the courtyard who seemed to be searching for something, then turned to whisper to Song Yu, "Let's run." No need. Song Yu had already figured it out. There was no ghastly wind, no foul stench. Although these yakshas' movements were not clumsy and sluggish, they were not agile enough. They were not real yakshas. This was a type of magic. Upon closer inspection, though they appeared ferocious and strong, there was something awkward and out of place about them. They were either badly drawn or cut out badly. They were paper yakshas. This was a Buddhist technique that used paper to draw yakshas, then cutting them out and casting spells to animate them so that they would obey the caster. Originally used to guard temples and altars, it later unfortunately fell into the hands of talented Jianghu eccentrics who learned it. It was often used for robbery and murder. Although these were paper yakshas, their ferocity rivaled that of real ones. If the caster had some attainments in this field, they could even surpass real yakshas. Not only did they possess supernatural strength, the hard parts of their bodies were like solid rocks. Their soft parts were like tree bark, and they had no fear of death. Even if their level of enlightenment was relatively low, normal skilled Jianghu people would have to be cautious if they encountered them. However, they had a fatal weakness. Song Yu placed his hand on the calico cat's back, stroking it from head to tail. He told her softly not to panic, then he turned and stepped outside. Upon hearing movement, the two yakshas immediately turned their heads. Their eyes, which like bronze bells, stared at him. The yakshas spread their arms wide and their massive bodies actually soared more than a jong into the air. They covered half the courtyard in a single bound, both lunging at him. Fire, ignite. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing huge fire ignited in the courtyard with a whoosh. Although the yakshas were clearly the size of bulls, they burned like hollow paper figures coated in oil in this blazing fire and were instantly consumed by the flames. In just a few moments, they were reduced to a few pieces of blackened yellow paper laden with black ashes drifting down. After all, being made of paper, their greatest fear was fire. If one did not know this, and tried to chop them with sabers or shoot them with arrows, it might take a whole squad of soldiers to dispatch them. As for Jianghu people, they would also need some martial arts skills. Yet if one could see they were paper yakshas and knew that they feared fire, even an exorcist without any skills could easily destroy them. All things mutually generate and restrain one another. There is always a way to break any technique. The profundity in this is indescribable. In the blink of an eye, the fire had died down. The night returned to its original state, silent and bathed in moonlight. Song Yu raised his hand and opened it. The last piece of yellow paper whose corner still smoldered landed on his palm, where the sparks quickly extinguished. Song Yu withdrew his hand and turned around. Lady Calico was sitting properly behind him with her tail wrapped around her little paws. Seeing him turn and return to the room, she hurriedly followed. Whoosh! The oil lamp lit itself, illuminating the room dimly. Song Yu pulled out the chair and sat down in front of the table. The calico cat jumped onto the table, staring intently at him. "You're so powerful. Lady Calico, you flatter me." Song Yu carefully studied the corner of the paper in the lamplight. This yaksha had been crafted from a large sheet of yellow hemp paper, the same kind used for making talismans. In the moonlight, he could faintly see an eye of the yaksha on the corner of the paper. Looking closer, he could even see the detailed cinnabar lines on it and symbols dotted with blood. It was actually good paper that was hard to come by. Thick and durable, the material had a slightly reddish hue. Lady Calico asked, "Are all Daoist priests this powerful?" "Not really." "Then why are you so powerful? How else could I protect you?" Song Yu responded casually while pondering the paper. He had not been in Yudo long. He had spent his days going out to listen to stories or cooking and cultivating at home. He had never made any enemies. The only things he had done were eradicating the fog spirit on Jinyang Road and helping Constable Luo capture the burglar who could traverse through the earth. Could it be that some peculiar talented eccentric had heard that a Daoist resided here and decided specially to visit and test him in this manner? At that moment, he heard Lady Calico's clear and delicate childish voice again. "Where did the ghost come from?" Song Yu did not feel vexed at all and patiently replied, "I don't know yet." "Why did it attack us?" "I don't know yet." "You don't know yet," the calico cat repeated his words, staring at him. "In any case, it is impolite not to reciprocate." Song Yu put away the piece of paper. Since the other person had already paid a visit, he should pay them a return visit based on both sentiment and reason. Early the next morning, Song Yu seemed to have forgotten the events of the previous night. He leisurely chopped some pickled vegetables and made himself a bowl of pickled vegetable noodles. This was considered quite a luxurious breakfast these days. It was thanks to the 20 taels of silver he had received a few days ago. As for Lady Calico, she ate the mouse she had caught. After cooking the noodles and putting them aside, Song Yu fetched a broom to sweep up the ashes left over from the night before that had been scattered by the wind.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. At that moment, he somewhat regretted that though Lady Calico had been enlightened, her cultivation level was insufficient for transformation. If she could take human form, even as a child, he could coax her into doing chores like sweeping and stoking the fire, giving him some leisure. He only started eating once the cleaning was done. The pickled vegetable noodles were made using the method for big pot noodles from his hometown in his previous world. The broth had a little fox nut starch too added and thus appeared somewhat thick. All the flavors were in the broth which clung thickly to the noodles, making them exceptionally flavorful. The sour and hot soup was appetizing and warming. Swallowing a bite in the early morning made him feel comfortable from his throat to his heart. After finishing, he didn't wash the dishes, but sat idly in the courtyard. He listened to the city waking up and watched the calico cat chase and play with fallen leaves. He let yellow plum leaves fall on him, and enjoyed the warm early morning sunlight filtering through the yellow plum branches. He peeled a mandarin orange for dessert. In that moment, he was in heaven and felt like a little immortal living without a care. Lady Calico didn't like the scent of mandarin oranges and hated the oil that squirted out when they were peeled most of all. She was originally playing at his feet but quickly shrank away, even staring at him with puzzled eyes from a distance. Song Yu paid her no mind, putting one segment of orange after another into his mouth. It was both sweet and sour, full of juice. It even made him narrow his eyes in delight. He only remembered something after finishing the orange. He reluctantly took out the piece of paper from the previous night and examined it many times while holding it up against the sky. Then he let out a long sigh. Lady Calico, please look after the house. The calico cat's eyes immediately narrowed upon hearing this. Where are you going? To find someone. Who? The one who troubled us last night. Lady Calico said, I will go with you. All right. Wash your hands first. All right. The man and the cat went out together. They investigated outside the courtyard. Song Yu couldn't help being somewhat vexed when he saw that the spot where the two yakshas had climbed over the wall into the courtyard last night was now badly damaged by their hooked claws. According to the contract, he would either have to compensate the landlord or repair it for him before moving out. He continued searching until he finally found a red brush mark at the base of the east courtyard wall on the outside next to the ground, still imbued with magic. That was it. Those yakshas whose enlightenment level was low could manage if the target was near but would get lost if it was far. To direct them to harm someone, markings had to be made in advance. The other party must have visited yesterday or the day before yesterday. Song Yu examined it, then turned to leave. He should go and inquire at that paper shop. Song Yu had a hunch, he would soon have his answer. Meanwhile, Constable Luo had just left for work. After walking a few steps along the alley and passing by Song Yu's little courtyard house, he suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked over. He saw several vertical claw marks on the wall. They were the width of 3 fingers and 1 to 2 chi long, as if a savage beast had ravaged the wall. They all clustered around the top of the wall. Many of the tiles from the rain eaves had fallen, leaving a gap and broken pieces littered the ground. What? Constable Luo couldn't help bending down and picking up a piece to inspect it closely. The tile fragments on the ground were as small as fingernails, most of them similarly sized, as if crushed by something. What had climbed over the wall here? Furthermore, it had done so without any skill. Constable Luo's first thought was that this climber was absolutely not human. Not only was it not human, it was probably also a large creature with sharp claws like knives. Constable Luo frowned, feeling apprehensive inside. With such a monster, was the deist priest all right? He hurriedly ran to the courtyard door, and started knocking and calling out the deist priest's name, but there was no response. He wanted to break in but he didn't dare. He was unsure if he should. For a moment, even a decisive man like him couldn't make up his mind. Eventually, he learned from a passing neighbor that the master had left around the time it took to burn an incense stick earlier, possibly to buy groceries. Constable Luo was relieved and waited at the door for around the time it took to burn 2 incense sticks. He only left when he was about to be late for work. 1 malevolent spirits in Buddhist mythology. 2 starch made from fox nuts, used as a thickener in Chinese cooking. West of the city, Taoyin Temple. Master Guanghong stood before the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas, gazing calmly into the distance as he turned the prayer beads in his hand bead by bead. Building Daoist and Buddhist temples in the city center might not be conducive to peaceful cultivation, but it certainly attracted the most incense and offerings. Though it wasn't yet noon, Taoyin Temple was already teeming with an endless stream of worshippers. The blue smoke from the incense burners could be seen from several streets away. No temple outside the city could match this. Master Guanghong. Amitabha 1. Whenever a familiar worshipper passed by and greeted him, he would lower his head and respond with a smile, but his inner thoughts were far from peaceful. He had sent paper yakshas the night before to cause trouble for that meddlesome cultivator in the city, but they never returned and had silently lost contact with him. The technique of creating paper yakshas was not as simple as just drawing yaksha and symbols on a piece of paper. It required long-term accumulation to make them come alive and imbue them with spirituality. Continuous sacrifices and refinement were necessary to give the yakshas strong bodies that were impervious to weapons. Those 2 sheets of paper were expendable. Their loss was not significant. However, losing the spirituality within them meant he had to start over from scratch. Years of accumulation, and 2/3 were gone. Master Guanghong knew his opponent was remarkable, but he was really reluctant to accept it. He had thought that perhaps the opponent just happened to see that these were paper yakshas and just happened to know to use fire to counter them, thus winning the first round. So he sent out a dream demon he had nurtured for many years for a second magic battle last night. He cast the spell during the 3rd watch, but unexpectedly the dream demon had not returned by the 5th watch, and only came back late when dawn approached. It turned out that his opponent had posted a talisman at the entrance. This talisman alone kept the dream demon lingering outside the door, anxiously unable to enter. It was forced to return as dawn approached. The dream demon frequently entered people's dreams to create nightmares or pleasant dreams. It was a significant aid for swindling people out of incense and offerings. It could take lives in dreams, undetected by gods or ghosts. Nurtured by years of temple incense and offerings, the dream demon's abilities and intelligence were far superior to ordinary demons and ghosts, yet a little talisman had blocked it. Master Guanghong was deeply alarmed at once. Aside from the yakshas and the dream demon, he had few skills left. Now he realized that the opponent's skills far surpassed his own. In his unease, he commanded the last paper yaksha and a few paper soldiers and generals to stand guard inside his room. He only felt somewhat calmer when he heard the temple's bell at dawn. When a disciple came to call him for a meal, he finally emerged from his state of terror and gradually came to a realization. How would a newcomer to Yudu know it was him? Yudu was a vast city with a sea of people. How would he find him? Who would dare to suspect that a senior monk from Taeyan Temple was behind the nighttime supernatural attacks? Without his noticing, it was already noon. Master Guanghong turned to see a young novice ringing the bell in the garret. Ding, dong, the melodious bell sound carried very far. Song Yu ascended the steps, dressed in an old robe. The calico cat followed him, constantly looking around. Worshippers by his side were endlessly coming and going. Among them were many Jianghu people. It was uncertain whether they were accustomed to lodging in temples or had managed to sneak into the city without travel passes and had no choice but to stay here. The incense and offerings are truly abundant. Song Yu was a cultivator coming from a Daoist temple which he was heir to. Thus the monks here were somewhat peers in the same industry. Upon seeing so many worshippers, his first thought was to estimate how much in donations this would bring in daily based on the income model of Hidden Dragon Temple. A temple manager must handle daily necessities. Even cultivators need to eat. Meow, the calico cat behind echoed him, raising her head high at the same time to look around at the Buddha statues in the temple and the huge furnace cauldron filled with incense sticks. If she had known earlier that they were visiting other people's temple, she probably wouldn't have wanted to come. If she had known it would be such a large temple with dazzling golden deity statues and clouds of incense, she definitely wouldn't have come. But now, she could only brace herself and go forth. Meow, she was trying hard to pretend to be an ordinary cat. Song Yu didn't understand what she was saying but slowed his pace to let her catch up. He walked alongside her, looking around as they went. He wanted to learn from the advanced experiences of his peers in the same industry. In terms of expanding numbers of followers and attracting incense and offerings, Buddhism in Great Yan dealt Daoism a crushing defeat. Great Yan's Daoism emphasized living according to one's desires and being unrestrained. Living and cultivating in the way one wished was preferred. If worshippers came, they might be ignored. Even financial backers were often not treated with much importance. Compared with Buddhism, it was more or less somewhat aloof from politics and material pursuits. Great Yan's Buddhism was much more professional in this regard. Not only did they have stronger missionary zeal, but they also catered better to the notions of believers and those in power. Buddhism's services were also more extensive. Take Taeyan Temple for example. In addition to incense and incense oils, selling small trinkets and various consecrated items, exorcism and healing, funerals, naming services, they also provided lodging and loan services. Some large temples owned 1,000 mu of land, which they rented out to tenant farmers for profits. Some city temples even acted as commercial markets where peddlers who set up stalls had to pay them fees. As for Great Yan's Daoist temples, if you were seeking lodging, it would depend on the temple owner's mood. They can't be compared. Song Yu thought. In theory, with gods and Buddhas in abundance in this world, Daoism, as Great Yan's native religion, had the advantage of time and place. According to Great Yan legends, the Heavenly Palace managed 10,000 gods and Great Emperor Chaijin of the Heavenly Palace had the authority to command the Lord of 10,000 Buddhas. Thus it shouldn't be so easy for foreign Buddhism to gain the upper hand. Yet in reality, Buddhism had firmly established itself just on the basis of its strong operational capability and cohesion after it entered Great Yan. Further, it has expanded rapidly. Song Yu had no particular opinion on this. He was just a fake Daoist priest, and in addition he actually understood in his heart that gods and ghosts both came from humans. Moreover, there was no fundamental difference between Buddhism and Daoism. Both had great and common people as well as good and evil ones. There's no difference in human intelligence based on religious preference. After all, they were all just people. With these thoughts, Song Yu had already wandered around the whole temple and eventually reached the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas right in the center. He stopped at the entrance. Looking up, he saw the couplets on both sides of the door. Be a good person, with a righteous heart, you will have good health, a stable soul and restful dreams. Do some good deeds, heaven and earth will bear witness, and you will be respected by gods and ghosts. Song Yu smiled and stepped inside. A strong scent of incense greeted him. The appearance of the Lord of 10,000 Buddha's statue in the center was solemn. He was surrounded by bodhisattvas with either kindly or compassionate expressions, while the guardian deities on both sides had awe-inspiring, glowering faces. Incense smoke rose in spirals like clouds or mist. Many worshippers knelt on the prayer cushions. There were men and women, the young and the old. Some prayed silently, others aloud, some kowtowed and then got up to leave, while people came in continuously from outside to take their places on the prayer cushions. Countless wishes glowed, burning hotter than the sun. Chaotic voices filled his ears. Some prayed for the bodhisattva to heal their family members' severe illnesses, others prayed to the Buddha for business success, for children to succeed in life, or to cure infertility. The voices of their desires and pleas entered his ears. Sigh. There are always 3 sticks of incense before the Buddha, but human life is filled with countless worries. After Song Yu finished sighing and he looked around but he saw no monks there. Checking the time, it was already mealtime. He also went up to offer 3 sticks of incense. When he looked back at the calico cat, he saw her hiding outside the hall's threshold. The threshold was somewhat higher than her, and she was standing on her hind legs with her front paws on the threshold. She poked her little head over the threshold and peered anxiously at him. Song Yu chuckled and walked out. Let's go. Where to? To the Hall of 5 Observances. What is that? A place for dining. Are you going there to eat? Maybe. With that, Song Yu suddenly stopped and threw a few wen into the donation box. He had decided to have lunch there. I've heard Taeyan Temple's vegetarian meals are quite famous. I don't know if they'll let you in. Oh. Lady Calico was still shaken by the top-tier big shots in the same industry they'd encountered earlier. She subconsciously didn't dare to act rashly in this place, so she followed obediently. Fortunately, the novice at the Hall of 5 Observances did not stop her. The hall was bustling with seated worshippers inside, and there were also many monks eating. At Taeyan Temple, monks and worshippers ate together, though most monks sat with other monks and worshippers with other worshippers. They only mixed when there were really no seats left. Song Yu scanned the room coolly and then walked towards one of the few empty seats. Master, may I sit here? Master Guanghong subconsciously sized Song Yu up. He held a high position in Taeyan Temple as well as in the hearts of worshippers. Even though Taeyan Temple monks and worshippers dined together, most worshippers would not sit with him at the same table to show their respect. Usually, only honored guests would have the courage to come over or be invited by him. This person did not seem like an honored guest. Yet, seeing that he was a stranger and noticing that the hall was nearly full, he more or less made up his mind. No matter what, he certainly wouldn't go as far as to refuse. Benefactor 3, please go ahead. Thank you. Song Yu smiled and sat down to dine with Master Guanghong, 2 other monks, and 3 honored guests at the same table. There weren't any good dishes. He had a bowl of vegetable porridge with pickled radish, fermented bean curd 4, and 2 small plates of appetizers. He felt they tasted ordinary. He more or less realized that the vegetarian meals here might be famous due to their accessibility to the lower classes and long-term donations of porridge to charity. Meanwhile, the others at the table finished their meals in succession and left politely after taking their leave. However, Master Guanghong was preoccupied, and ate more slowly. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. As he ate, he suddenly heard someone call him. Master Guanghong. Master Guanghong looked up and saw it was the young worshipper who had arrived last. He was gazing at him coolly. At some point, a cat appeared and sat beside him. Amitabha. Master Guanghong temporarily set aside his worries, and placed his chopsticks on his bowl. He joined his palms, and asked mildly, do you recognize me? I do. The worshipper smiled, still staring at him. He continued, but it seems Master Guanghong does not recognize me. A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Master Guanghong's heart, and he quickly confessed, I am forgetful, may I have your name? My name is Song Yu. Who? Master Guanghong was instantly shocked, his eyes widened. His reaction instantly drew many curious glances. One Amitabha is the name of a Buddha, Buddha Amitabha. The actual meaning of Amitabha in Sanskrit is something akin to boundless/unlimited light/enlightenment. 2 traditional unit of area equivalent to 1/15 of a hectare. 3 term used by a monk to address a layperson. 4 Chinese condiment of preserved tofu. Refer to https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/fermented_bean_curd. Exiting the Hall of 5 Observances, there was a long winding wooden corridor with a blue tiled roof and red wooden pillars. The eaves were adorned with blue and gold cloud patterns and guardian deity statues underneath, adding a touch of refinement. Many monks and worshippers saw Master Guanghong, the most skilled senior monk of Taeyan Temple, walking slowly side by side with a young man in an old robe. However, what was surprising was that the usually composed Master Guanghong now looked uneasy and even trembled, while the young man smiled calmly and conversed with him. The paper from Wuji Paper Shop is quite good. You found me through it. More or less. So many people go to Wuji Paper Shop to buy paper daily. How did you determine it was me? There was a batch of paper at Wuji Paper Shop that was slightly reddish because a naughty child had accidentally spilled some dye. I don't know if you have noticed that, Master. How did you know that? Master Guanghong's face had already turned pale. Honestly, he really hadn't noticed. You and I happened to buy from that batch. That batch of paper was produced in limited quantities. I went and asked the shop owner. During that period, only a dozen people bought yellow hemp paper, and only a few bought large sheets of it. The owner could only recognize and remember 3 of them. Have you checked them out one by one? I'm very patient. Song Yu said. However, even without the yellow hemp paper, you sent a little demon to visit me last night. Just from that, I could find my way to you. Master Guanghong reached into his sleeves. He had hidden a few paper archer soldiers in both sleeves that were all rolled up, ready to be transformed with a wave of his hand. Yet, thinking how the 2 paper yikshaws had been silently destroyed that night, he dared not act rashly. How did you break my yikshaw's spell? I'm skilled in fire magic. Master Guanghong's face instantly turned deathly pale. What do you intend to do? You have been at Taiyan Temple for many years, possessing both skills and cultivation. Why be alarmed? Song Yu smiled and then asked, since you can make paper yikshaws, do you also know the technique of making paper horses or donkeys? Paper horses or donkeys? Yes. What if I do? And what if I don't? If you do, I would like to learn from you. And if I don't? It seemed he didn't. Song Yu looked disappointed. He had thought that since the monk could make paper yikshaws, he might be able to learn the technique of making paper horses from him. He would save himself a lot of effort and add to the magic repository of Hidden Dragon Temple in the future. In that case, sparing his life wouldn't be out of the question. It was a pity. It seemed that courtesy demanded reciprocity. However, if I could break your spells, that is my skill. Whether you possess such skills is your own matter. Song Yu thought. Song Yu then answered Master Guanghong's previous question. As a Buddhist monk, you should have a heart full of benevolence and compassion. Yet, you manipulate another to wantonly steal treasures throughout the city. Not only that, you actually bore a grudge when your art of earth traversing was foiled and sent yikshas to cause harm. It's hard to say you are truly a Buddhist monk. I'm very curious. Facing these golden statues of Buddhas daily, don't you feel any fear? Fear. Master Guanghong forced himself to be bold. They are merely clay statues. You and I both know, the Buddha is not here, nor is the Bodhisattva. True. Song Yu nodded. The statues of gods and Buddhas were made of clay, unable to see or hear. Even if they could manifest, the world is vast, and the energy of gods and Buddhas is limited. How could they be aware of everything happening before every clay statue? However, it's only because no one has reported it. What do you mean? Song Yu didn't answer, and only looked at the couplets on the door. Then he cupped his hands and bowed to Master Guanghong. Take care, Master. Nov. L.B//JNN. Master Guanghong frowned and watched him walk away. Just leaving like that? Or was he playing some trick? When he recovered, he turned his head and found that they had walked to the entrance of the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Light filtered through the cracks between the roof tiles of the hall, casting narrow beams that cut through the thick layers of blue smoke in the hall, outlining clear shapes. They shone on the floor, the altar, and the golden statues. Master Guanghong then realized suddenly that those familiar golden Buddha statues seemed to have changed. Except for the Lord of 10,000 Buddhas in the center, whose eyes remained lowered and whose expression remained solemn, the other bodhisattvas, whether kindly or compassionate, all seemed to be looking at him. The most terrifying were the guardian deities. Originally glowering with wide eyes, now they actually seemed to be staring directly at him. Master Guanghong's heart pounded loudly in horror and panic, the sound suddenly resembling drum beats. With each drum beat, the glowering faces of the guardian deities in his vision grew larger and closer. In just a few breaths, those faces were right in front of him, awe-inspiring and fearsome. They seemed to be interrogating him about all the evil deeds he had done in his life. The chanting of scriptures entered his ears. The scriptures he used to read, the mysteries of the Buddhist doctrine he had originally disregarded suddenly all surged up. Is this right? Is this right? Have you violated religious rules? Have you ever felt at peace? His mind raced with these thoughts. He felt as if his chest had a ball of blazing fire. Initially, it was just itchy and scorching, making him want to scratch. However, it soon became hotter and hotter. The burning sensation spread outwards from his heart until he felt unbearable all over. Master Guanghong couldn't help but scream. Many monks, worshippers, and even some Jianghu people lodging at the temple rushed over upon hearing the sound. They saw the highly respected Master Guanghong engulfed in flames from inside out, rolling on the ground with his face twisted in agony. He shouted, "I am guilty. I know I was wrong. Buddha, spare me." Despite his cries, the fire did not stop. Curiously, the fire only burned his skin and flesh, not his clothes. It was as if his whole body was coated in oil and burned fiercely. In a flash, only his clothes remained in front of the hall. Everyone present was ineffably shocked. Some who had seen Master Guanghong walking side by side with a young worshipper earlier quickly looked for the young worshipper. They saw someone with a calico cat following behind him with small, quick steps. He had just reached the temple gate, but was gradually getting further away. The calico cat stopped and looked back. Song Yu returned to Tianshui Alley and coincidentally ran into Constable Luo. Constable Luo mentioned that he just happened to be looking for him, so he invited him into the courtyard. "Mister, your courtyard wall was badly damaged last night. Were you in danger?" "It's nothing. Song Yu smiled and waved it off, then asked first before Constable Luo could express more concern, how did the interrogation of the earth-traversing burglar go? Constable Luo's eyes glimmered. Though he didn't know whether the courtyard intruder last night was human, ghost, or demon, just looking at the traces left on the courtyard wall and rain eaves were enough to frighten him. Yet, Mr. Song seemed not to care at all, and there were actually no signs of a battle or damage within the courtyard. Was there no battle? Or were magic battles between masters like this? Or, as he pondered this, Constable Luo answered, "We've been interrogating him these past few days. Some of the stolen goods have been recovered. However, speaking of it, it's quite coincidental that all we've recovered were some gold, silver, jewels, antiques, calligraphy and paintings. As for the rare medicinal herbs stashed within the houses of the nobility, they are all missing. The burglar claims he had eaten them all for cultivating the earth-traversing technique." Constable Luo paused, looking at Song Yu again. "I don't really understand this field. I don't know if cultivators. What kind of medicinal herbs? 1,000-year-old Lingzi 1, old mountain ginseng that's several hundred years old, top-grade dragon bones too, and the like. All aged herbs. Impossible. Then the burglar must have hidden them, or..." Constable Luo paused, then changed the subject. "Besides questioning about the stolen goods, we also asked where he learned the art of earth traversing. He actually said he had learned it from an ancient book he found among his late grandfather's belongings." Every time Constable Luo spoke, he left the sentence trailing while looking at Song Yu. Whether cultivators needed so many precious herbs, whether they could consume so much in a short time, and whether they could self-study such techniques were all gaps in the knowledge of an ordinary constable like him. However, wasn't there a master in front of him? Before it was fine, but after seeing Mr. Song's courtyard wall damage this morning, he had already more or less realized that the burglar probably had someone behind the scenes. The person behind the burglar probably came to seek revenge last night. Song Yu also knew he was consulting him. Though the art of earth traversing had its flaws, it wasn't simple and had many subtleties. Without a relevant foundation, an ordinary person engaged in self-study would not only progress very slowly but also face danger during practice. But Song Yu didn't need to explain all this to him. "Speaking of coincidence, I visited Taeyan Temple today and just happened to witness a strange event I want to share with you." "Oh." Constable Luo was surprised but cupped his hands respectfully. "I'm all ears." Master Guanghong, whom you consulted before, actually suffered spontaneous human combustion in front of the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas today at noon. While burning, he loudly confessed his sins to the Buddha and pleaded for mercy. However, the fire consumed him completely within moments, leaving not even ashes behind. Song Yu smiled. "So people really shouldn't do shameful deeds. You might as well tell this story to that burglar in jail. It might move him." Constable Luo's eyes immediately widened, his mind racing. After a long time, he stood up abruptly and bowed to Song Yu. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance." "You're welcome. I still have official duties to attend to, so I must take my leave. Take care." Constable Luo turned and walked out quickly and energetically, his eyes glinting. He suddenly recalled the scene when Master Guanghong, who was rumored to have true cultivation skills, advised him to bury manure during his visit to Taeyan Temple a month ago. Then he remembered the nobility in the city and even many government officials visiting Taeyan Temple to burn incense and worship the Buddha, as well as chatting with Master Guanghong. No wonder someone attacked Mr. Song in the night. No wonder the person behind the burglar found out about Mr. Song's involvement in this matter so quickly. No wonder every burglary was so precise. No wonder. Constable Luo had always known Mr. Song was a true master and that coming to consult him would yield results. However, he hadn't expected such significant revelations. Thinking of this, he suddenly gritted his teeth. That bald donkey 3 actually dared to fool him like this? Without Mr. Song's guidance, he would have remained in the dark, while that bald donkey continued to get away with it while enjoying the hospitality of the city's nobility. Correspondingly, he felt more and more that this Mr. Song, who lived diagonally across him, was increasingly unfathomable. 1 prized mushroom used in traditional Chinese medicine, reputed to promote longevity. 2 fossilized bones used in traditional Chinese medicine. 3 derogatory term for a Buddhist monk. Constable Luo walked into the county yamen with hurried steps and immediately summoned his subordinates. He was about to close the case completely when he happened to encounter a beaming Magistrate Lu. Magistrate Lu, as the county head magistrate of Yudo, was technically a senior official of the county. However, Yudo was the seat of Yizhu. Great Yan's regional administrative system basically had 3 levels: prefecture, commandery, and county. Prefecture level was higher at the moment, and equivalent to province level. Thus important prefecture and commandery officials were also mostly here. Compared to them, even though Magistrate Liu's position was higher than that of ordinary county head magistrates, it was still somewhat insignificant. That great earth-traversing burglar had really run wild recently, targeting only the treasures collected in the residences of the nobility. Country head Magistrate Lu secretly speculated that besides gold, silver, jade, antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and rare medicinal herbs, some items stolen might be things the big wigs would not want outsiders to obtain. He was under immense pressure. Though the major case had been solved recently thanks to Constable Luo's efficient handling of the case, Magistrate Lu also credited himself for withstanding the pressure and providing substantial support behind the scenes. The city's nobility also praised him repeatedly. Judging by the situation, if the matter of the stolen goods was handled appropriately, a promotion would not be difficult. Magistrate Lu was naturally flushed with success. Seeing Constable Luo in such a hurry, he couldn't help but ask in concern with a smile, Ming Yuan, what's the matter now? Why are you in such a rush again? Your Honor, the case of the great earth-traversing burglar is not yet fully resolved. I need to make another trip to Taiyuan Temple. Ming Yuan, I know you are righteous and eager to solve the case, but since the burglar has been caught, there's no need to tire yourself out like this. Why not go home and rest for 2 days? Leave the loose ends for your subordinates to investigate slowly. Magistrate Lu advised. You've been working all night recently. If you still don't rest now, even a body made of iron can't take it. Your Honor doesn't know, but I've got a lead, and I'm about to fully crack the case. Constable Luo said urgently. You're busy, and I will return to report the interesting details once I've sorted the whole case out. Interesting details. More interesting than you think, Your Honor. Then go ahead. Yes, Your Honor. Constable Luo immediately divided his subordinates into 2 groups. One group hurried to Taiyuan Temple to clarify the situation, while he led the other group into the county yamen jail. As soon as he entered the jail, he brought out the poor scholar who had learned the art of earth traversing. Sure enough, he had already been beaten until he had injuries all over. However, Constable Luo courteously offered him a seat, poured him a cup of tea, and even rebuked the yamen attendants who had used torture on him. He then informed the scholar about the miraculous event that had happened at Taiyuan Temple that day during noontime. He furthermore hinted that he already knew about his connection with Master Guanghong, and advised him to confess so that he would be treated leniently. The scholar was shocked and confessed immediately. A few years ago, the scholar went to Taiyuan Temple to offer incense and ask about his academic prospects. He met Master Guanghong, who told him that he was not fated for academic success in his lifetime but was a good candidate for learning esoteric techniques. Thus, the two got together. The scholar indeed had talent and surpassed Master Guanghong in earth-traversing technique within 2 short years. He then started stealing everywhere under Guanghong's guidance. The gold, silver, and jewels he stole all went to him. Antiques, calligraphy and paintings were split between them, with Master Guanghong taking first pick. All rare medicinal herbs went to Master Guanghong, supposedly for concocting pills. Besides this, he sometimes also stole account books and similar items for Master Guanghong. Constable Luo was secretly alarmed as he heard this. Taiyuan Temple was the most successful Buddhist temple in the city. Although its position in Yizhu's religious circles cannot be compared to that of the 1,000-year-old Daoist temple outside the city, it benefited from its location. Master Guanghong was also an honored guest of many nobles in the city. Constable Luo felt he should solve the case quickly, so he rushed energetically to Taiyuan Temple again. He had sent his most capable men there earlier and they had already gathered most of the details. The witnesses were all still there. Not because his subordinates wouldn't let them go, but they had all spontaneously gathered there due to curiosity. They were waiting to watch the show. Once Constable Luo arrived, everyone started talking at once. Their words all revolved around a handsome young man. Some said they saw the young man enter the Hall of 5 Observances with a cat. Finding no seat, he politely asked before sitting next to Master Guanghong. It looked very casual and seemed like a coincidence. Some said they saw the young man and Master Guanghong walking along the long winding corridor toward the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. They were conversing softly and very politely, seeming both familiar and unfamiliar with each other. Some said they heard Master Guanghong asking the young man what he wanted to do. Some said the young man must be a demon who used demon fire to harm Master Guanghong. Others said Master Guanghong only confessed and spontaneously commusted before Buddha because he had a guilty conscience himself. Some said the fire wasn't hot, while others claimed it felt hot even from a distance. Some said it was yellow, others red, but the undamaged clothes that fell onto the ground couldn't be faked. Everyone vividly described the scene then. Constable Luo was greatly astonished as he listened. As a constable for many years, he had handled many cases involving ghosts and demons but had rarely dealt with ones involving deities and Buddhas like this. Even his father probably hadn't seen many such cases. However, he remained calm. He first led his men to search Master Guanghong's residence. Apart from this evil monk, there seemed to be no other skilled individuals in Taiyuan Temple. Anyway, they were there in their official capacity and as long as it involved the case, the only way to stop the investigation would be through pressure from the city's nobility even if Master Guanghong were still around. Therefore, no one dared to block them. As expected, they quickly found the stolen goods hidden by Master Guanghong based on their years of experience. There was a pile of leftover medicinal herbs as well as some antiques, calligraphy and paintings. As for the books, whether they were Buddhist scriptures or other things, Constable Luo did not look at them at all. He simply packed them in a box to take back to the yamen. 2 hours later, at Yudu's yamen, the sky had darkened. A wooden box was placed in the middle of the courtroom with candles lit at the sides, casting flickering shadows of several people. Magistrate Lu, who was short in stature, stood at the center of the courtroom and in front of the box. Behind him was an advisor, while Constable Luo and 2 bailiffs stood respectfully to the side. Although it was a rotating official system, he naturally had a higher status than the minor officials at the bottom as the chief county official. However, implementing government decrees required cooperation from the minor officials. Moreover, human relations were important, so Constable Luo always treated Magistrate Lu with utmost respect in their daily interactions, and Magistrate Lu was also very courteous to him. This was their mode of cooperation. Constable Luo reported everything clearly to Magistrate Lu, from seeing Mr. Song's damaged courtyard wall in the morning on his way to work, to finding time for visiting Mr. Song in the afternoon, and their conversation with each other. Also, the visit to Taeyan Temple, including his related speculations. After hearing everything, Magistrate Lu remained silent for a long time. After a while, the advisor softly reminded him from behind, "Your Honor, perhaps it's best to first deal with the noble's lost items." Yes. Magistrate Lu came back to his senses then. He first looked at the box, then at Constable Luo. "Have you made an inventory of the items in this box?" "Your Honor, I have not looked at them at all." Magistrate Lu turned to his advisor. The advisor nodded at him. "Mingyuan, you've always been particular when handling matters, so I trust you. I will invite the nobles to come and identify their items myself." Magistrate Lu finally said. He paused but couldn't resist asking again, "So that deist priest from Tianshui Alley really only said a few words to Master Guanghong and it caused him to die of spontaneous human combustion?" "Your Honor, there were many worshippers at Taeyan Temple at the time, and that's what they all said." Tisk tisk, Magistrate Lu was astonished, and felt it was like an immortal's intervention. "As for the damaged courtyard wall you mentioned, although I didn't hear from Mr. Song what exactly caused it, the burglar in prison had mentioned that Master Guanghong kept 3 green-faced yukshas. They were over a jong tall with bodies as big as bulls. They could look into the second floor while standing on the ground. I assume they caused the damage. But you said there were no signs of a battle in the courtyard." "Not only were there no signs of a battle, when I went to ask Mr. Song in the afternoon, he didn't seem to care about it at all. I suspect these yukshas were subdued instantly." Magistrate Lu was stunned upon hearing this and exchanged a glance with his advisor. Then he sighed, "Such masters usually only cultivate in the mountains. How did one come to Yudu?" Constable Luo understood what he meant. The county head magistrate had previously expressed a desire to get to know him, and now he probably wanted to visit in person. "I heard Mr. Song is a wandering priest temporarily staying here. He also used to cultivate in the mountains. Even in the city, he lives alone with a cat. He loves tranquility, and always comes and goes alone every day. He might be observing worldly affairs." Constable Luo subtly reminded him. "What a pity." Magistrate Lu shook his head. Given this, he didn't dare go to disturb him. However, the city's prefect had long been fascinated by such matters. Once news of Master Guanghong's case spread, he would likely come and inquire about it. Actually, he could tell him the details. Firstly, it would fit his fancy and expand conversational topics. Secondly, the prefect held a high-ranking official position and had an extraordinary status, so he naturally had the qualifications to pay a visit. As for Master Guanghong, clearly, he had violated precepts and done shameful deeds. Thus he was burned to death by karmic fire too in front of the Buddha's hall. Constable Luo repaired the courtyard wall for Song Yu. Song Yu didn't refuse either. He had already been paid for advising Constable Luo, so they were even. Bearing the risk of retaliation from the person behind the burglar was also counted into these 20 taels of silver. However, he had again helped Constable Luo thoroughly solve the case afterwards, so he deserved having his wall repaired by Constable Luo. In Song Yu's heart, they were even in this way. However, Constable Luo didn't seem to think so. He felt he still owed Song Yu for his assistance and often brought some practical gifts over like meat, vegetables, and fruits. Song Yu sometimes accepted, and sometimes he didn't. As the saying goes, sometimes, appropriately accepting other people's goodwill is actually a sign of generosity. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Sometimes, he accepted to let Constable Luo feel better. Sometimes, he didn't accept to maintain a balance and avoid getting overly entangled. Day after day like this, time also passed very quickly. There was extraordinary delight hidden in the ordinary. The story of Master Guanghong's spontaneous human combustion in front of Buddha's hall quickly spread. It became a favorite leisure time topic among Yudu's citizens. It spread even more widely in Jianghu circles, growing more exaggerated with each telling. Rumors in society were generally like this. Besides listening to storytelling, Song Yu had also become fond of listening to Qin 3 music. In the north of the city was Pine Cottage, the residence of Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang was famous for his Qin playing skills and often invited a few friends over to play the Qin at his home. Many nobles in the city visited him, and he played the Qin every evening. Therefore, some music enthusiasts would gather outside Pine Cottage at that time. They would order a cup of tea at a tea stall, and get drunk on the music. Pine Cottage wasn't far, and Song Yu often passed by. He would stop for a moment to listen. The weather was obviously turning cooler. 1 government office in feudal China. 2 Buddhist concept of burning due to one's negative karma. 3 Guqin, ancient Chinese 7-string zither. The ones most shocked by Master Guanghong's case were the nobles of the city. Ordinary people seldom interacted with Master Guanghong. At most, they have seen him when they visited Taeyan Temple to offer incense and knew that he was a senior monk there. However, most of the nobles who aspired toward the immortal Dao and Buddha had interacted closely with him. They frequently invited him to their homes for tea and sutra discussions or often visited him at the temple, even sharing their personal worries with him. They never imagined that this senior monk could have this kind of character. What shocked them most was his death. They had witnessed Master Guanghong's abilities. For example, making paper soldiers, sending dreams at midnight, owning yaksha protectors, as well as all kinds of wonderful techniques. They could even believe he might be a living bodhisattva. Now, they experienced what it means that there are always greater people and higher mountains. 1. The prefect of Yizhu, Yu Jianbei, was the runner-up in the imperial exam held in the second year of Changyuan II. He also aspired toward the way of gods, Buddha, and immortality, but he had little contact with Master Guanghong. It wasn't that he had foreseen this outcome or knew that Guanghong harbored evil intentions. It was simply because Prefect Yu was picky and discerning. He had heard about Guanghong's interactions with other nobles in the city, including significant financial dealings. Thus he really had a hard time thinking of Guanghong as a true master in his heart. Someone like this who couldn't achieve immortality or become a Buddha himself, how could they possibly lead him onto the path to immortality? Recently, after hearing the details of Master Guanghong's case from the county head magistrate of Yude, Yu Jianbei had become interested in the deist priest from Tianshui Alley. He had called up the constable in charge of this case and inquired in detail about that deist priest. He felt that although that young deist priest didn't match the image of an otherworldly immortal in his imagination, he was indeed a rarely seen master in this world. At least, he was far above Master Guanghong. Thus, he developed a desire to get to know and visit him. However, toward someone he admired and respected, whether it was a master cultivator, a musical master, or a painting genius, he naturally had to be humble and avoid using the privileges of his status. Moreover, he had heard that the young deist priest enjoyed peace and quiet, which indeed made things challenging for him for a long time. Finally, he learned that Mr. Song often went to the Gulanwashi in the northern part of the city to listen to storytelling and recently also started going often to Duke Wang's residence to listen to the qin from outside. Prefect Yu finally found the opportunity to get to know him, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He rarely went to the Gulanwashi to listen to storytelling, but listening to the qin was an elegant hobby of his. He often invited good friends over to play the qin at his residence despite being busy with his official duties. Yang Jinsheng was a renowned music master in Yizhu, so Prefect Yu had naturally visited him before. They had friendly relations, so he decided to start there. Prefect Yu had even planned it all out. If he felt Mr. Song was as Constable Luo described after they met, he could seize the opportunity to invite him to Yang Jinshen's house as a guest. He could introduce him to Yang Jinsheng in accordance with Mr. Song's interests. Get the horse ready. Your Honor, where are you going? Pine Cottage. Understood. Prefect Yu looked at the sky before leaving and was satisfied. He then happily rode off. It was a cloudy day. Clear and refreshing autumn weather. It's the perfect time to go out and look for someone. Song Yu murmured aloud while staring at the sky. Outside, the sky was blue with white clouds. Yet, it was not too sunny because a cloud had blocked the sun at that moment. It made the whole world look pleasantly cool and unusually refreshing instead of gloomy. The weather should stay like this for a few days. It was perfect for an outing. Coincidentally, Lady Calico was in the courtyard pouncing around catching insects. She was very curious because she had heard his voice but his words were indistinct. What are you saying? We should leave the city for a stroll. Upon hearing this, the calico cat immediately stopped what she was doing. She turned to stare at him. Where are we going? To look for a celebrated local master. Where are we going? Yesterday, Constable Luo mentioned that if you head west out of the city, there's a county called Siyuan County. A person of unusual ability lives on Eagle Mountain in Xinzhuang, Siyuan County according to him. Why don't we visit him? Where are we going? West out of the city. Oh. The calico cat sat down to wait for him. Lady Calico knew that humans couldn't compare with cats. They needed more preparation to go out. But it was a quick departure nonetheless. Song Yu changed into a deist robe that would be useful in his travels, packed a few belongings into a bundle, and went out to buy some dry rations. Then he directly headed west out of the city. Only a cat accompanied him. Luckily, there was an official road. Walking along the official road, they crossed an unknown number of mountains. In any case, they finally saw Siyuan County after crossing 2 bridges, and walking from morning to afternoon. They found an inn in the county to stay in. Before it got dark, they asked around in the tiny county city about the route to Xinzhuang and how to find Eagle Mountain. They then set off early the next morning. The journey was dozens of li, passing 3 or 5 pavilions and more than 10 villages. Xinzhuang was a very beautiful place. Behind it stood a 1,000-ren-3 high mountain shrouded in deep white clouds. A little meandering river flowed through the village, the water murmuring. The houses were hazy in the mist. When one crossed the mountains and arrived, it looked like a landscape in a painting. It was surely a place where a person of unusual ability resided. After asking around in the village, they headed towards the far end of the village. So far away, Song Yu couldn't help sighing. In this era, visiting friends and others was indeed difficult, explaining the abundance of excellent farewell poems. He heard Lady Calico softly mimicking his speech behind him again, seemingly also feeling the distance. Song Yu couldn't help turning his head to ask, "What's the farthest place you've ever been, Lady Calico?" "The homes of people who came to offer incense." "That's not far." "Not as far as this. It would be good if we had a mule or a horse." "It would be good to have a mule or a horse." The calico cat's eyes also showed some longing. "We're here." Song Yu stopped. The calico cat lifted her head and looked together with him. Before them was a bamboo courtyard house with walls made of bamboo, a thatched roof, and a fenced courtyard. A few chickens pecked around in the yard. Song Yu gently knocked on the door, and a boy opened it. "Who are you looking for, mister?" "My name is Song Yu and my style name is Menglei. I am a recluse from Linquan County. I've come to visit Master Kong. Is he home? Are you an old friend of my master?" The boy scrutinized Song Yu carefully, frowning. He felt he didn't seem like one. "Or did you come to buy wood carvings because of his reputation?" "I came because of his reputation." "You came at the wrong time. My master is not at home." "Oh, how unfortunate." Song Yu paused, then respectfully bowed. "Do you know where the master has gone and when he will return?" "My master went to chop down trees. I only know he's on this mountain, but I don't know the exact location." The boy lifted his head and looked behind Song Yu. "He'll be back before dark." Song Yu couldn't help turning to look together with him. The white clouds were deep, there was no way to know the location for. "Thank you." Song Yu cupped his hands and thanked the boy, who returned inside. After some thought, Song Yu led Lady Calico towards the great mountain. He wanted to find a path through the flowers, straight into the depths of the white clouds. The mountain was towering and majestic, yet extending into the distance. Its peak was hidden deep in the clouds and mist. Only half of the mountain was visible at the moment. The clouds and mist changed endlessly with the wind. People would find it believable that immortals lived here. In front of this huge mountain, the figures of a man and a cat quickly became two insignificant dots. The mountain paths were difficult to traverse. They heard woodcutters singing loudly and their voices echoed endlessly in the mountains. There were also unusual birds singing. Their clear, ethereal song cleansed the soul. Song Yu followed the paths of woodcutters up the mountain, not realizing when he was already in the clouds and mist. Visibility was limited to a few zhang, and the movements of wild animals nearby seemed like those of demons. As light and blue sky gradually started to be visible through the layers of white mist before his eyes, Song Yu knew he was about to pass through the cloud layer. So he quickened his pace, and indeed the view ahead cleared. The sky was an incomparably pure, pristine blue, like a hemispherical dome. Behind him, the sea of clouds churned like great waves. The afternoon sun hung obliquely in the horizon, too bright to look at directly, surrounded by an extremely pure and holy halo. The calico cat widened her eyes, and Song Yu also stood still for a long time. Unfortunately, despite asking mountain woodcutters and wild animals in the mountains, he did not meet the renowned woodcarver Master Kong. He only got to enjoy the scenery. Master Kong's family had been woodcarvers for countless generations. He was born with a passion for woodcarving and seemed to be born for it. He had already reached great heights in his craft by the time he became an adult. It was said that when he was 40, one of his carvings once came to life as soon as he finished and ran around the house, frightening many people. This story was widely known in Siyuan County. Thus, there were always people coming from afar to buy wood carvings from Master Kong based on his reputation. However, no one had heard of any other carving coming to life since then. When Song Yu heard this from Constable Luo, he decided to visit Master Kong, even postponing his visit to the extremely famous Daoist Qingcheng Mountain, which was well known in Yudo and even throughout the whole of Great Yan. He wanted to see how a wood carving came to life. He had hoped to meet him on the mountain, thinking it would be easier to strike up a conversation if they met by chance. Unfortunately, he didn't meet him either going up or coming down the mountain. Perhaps Master Kong was in another part of the mountain. However, every inch of this journey along mountains and waters was a form of cultivation. No step taken was a mistake. When they descended the mountain, it was just dusk. Master Kong had already returned home. Song Yu was able to meet him in person this time when he visited. "My name is Song Yu, and my master gave me the style name Menglei. I am a recluse from Linquan County. I came to visit because of your reputation." Song Yu bowed respectfully. "I heard this morning that you went deep into the mountain to chop down trees for wood, so I went on a whim to look for you. Unfortunately, we weren't fated to meet. Haha, this mountain is so vast. How could you find me?" Master Kong was nearly 60, with a head full of silver hair, but he was still rosy-cheeked and in good health. It seemed he had already heard from the boy. Over these years, many had visited him, including high-ranking officials, dignitaries, famous people, and celebrities. Some waited for him at the door, but none had gone to the mountain to look for him. How could a person be found in this deep sea of clouds? "Please come in and have a seat, mister." To refuse would be impolite. The bamboo house was cool, and the floor was covered with wood chips. The calico cat followed Song Yu inside, looking around. It only stopped looking when Song Yu sat down on a long bench. She jumped up the bench and sat down beside him. Song Yu looked at Master Kong, and so did the cat. Song Yu looked at the boy, and so did the cat. Master Kong made small chat briefly with Song Yu before his gaze was quickly drawn by the calico cat. This calico cat was well proportioned. Although its fur was of many colors, the colors were harmoniously distributed. She looked more appealing to humans than most calico cats. However, as he continued to look, he felt the cat exuded an indescribable beauty of physique. Every part seemed to be just right, with nothing to add or subtract. If that were all, it would still be fine. However, Master Kong felt this cat was extraordinary at first sight, though he did not know why. Its demeanor was lively and it seemed to be enlightened. Every change in the expression of its eyes was worthy of his study. It far surpassed ordinary animals. "This cat. I forgot to introduce her to you," Song Yu said calmly and directly, holding a cup of tea. This is Lady Calico from the Cat Temple in Nanhua County. I met her by chance after descending the mountain, and we agreed to travel together as companions through the mortal world. You can treat her as if she is human. 1 Chinese idiom. 2 Chinese era name in the world of the novel. Titles used by various Chinese dynasties and regimes in Imperial China for the purpose of year identification and numbering. 3 Measure of length equivalent to 7 or 8 chi. 4 Allusion to Tang Dynasty poem by Jiadao seeking but not meeting a recluse. The poet asks a boy where his master has gone. He replies that he had gone to pluck herbs and he didn't know his location though he's somewhere on the mountain. Cat Temple in Nanhua County. Lady Calico. Treat her as if she is human. Master Kong carefully pondered the meaning within. People would often say that those who live long enough would have seen ghosts, and this is true. There was also a saying that craftsmen at the pinnacle of their skill could commune with the divine. This was also true. For someone like Master Kong who had rich life experiences and ultimate craftsmanship, stories of ghosts, gods, demons, and spirits might seem far-fetched to others, but he had encountered even more unbelievable things. Master Kong immediately understood, this guest was different from the usual high-ranking officials, dignitaries, famous people, and celebrities who came to purchase his wood carvings. They harbored the attitude of visiting a person of unusual ability in order to satisfy their curiosity and increase their experiences. This guest was very unusual. Master Kong, though already polite, became even more respectful. Sir, you went up the mountain this morning and only returned at dusk. The mountain roads are difficult. Did you manage to eat anything along the way? I encountered a mountain golden monkey. I shamelessly asked it to guide me and picked a few wild fruits to eat, which tasted quite good. Song Yu also replied respectfully. However, he wasn't polite today due to the elaborate formalities popular in this world. His politeness stemmed from genuine respect for a master. As soon as he entered the house, he looked around. The room was filled with finished and half-finished wood carvings, and every finished carving was incredibly lifelike. Some were so lively even without carved eyes that it seemed they might move by themselves if he took his eyes off them. It was hard to imagine how much more lifelike they would become with eyes carved. Dong Yang. Yes, master. Go kill a chicken. Yes, master. The boy obediently turned and left. Only then did Master Kong turn to Song Yu and the calico cat, saying, it's late, and you can't return to the city. You can have a simple, home-cooked meal here. Today, I was lucky to find some mushrooms in the mountains. I will stew an old hen, and it will be so delicious it will make your tongue fall off. After the meal, you can sleep here. Thank you for your hospitality, Master Kong. I'm unworthy of being called a master. It's too much for this old man. Thank you, Expert Kong. This is my duty. Outside, the sound of the old hen squawking and flapping was heard, but soon it stopped. By the time the chicken soup was ready, it was already time to light the lamps. The culinary delicacies in this era were naturally not comparable with those in his previous world, but there were also a small number of exceptions. Some dishes have been prepared the same way for thousands of years, and some dishes of this era were superior to those of the future. Just take this pot of chicken soup. It was only made of slices of ginger, chicken, and mushrooms. Only a pinch of salt was needed and no other seasonings. The method was the same 1,000 years ago and would be the same 1,000 years later. Wild mushrooms have unique tasty flavors, with each variety of mushroom different from the others. Industrial flavorings from the future could not replace them. Song Yu had often collected mushrooms from the mountains while at the Daoist temple. At the moment, he could recognize mushrooms such as bamboo mushrooms 1, matsutake, lurid bolides, catathelis malaurenta mushrooms, and golden chanterelle mushrooms in the pot. The brewed chicken soup was thick and golden. The combination of flavors was so delicious that one sip could indeed make your tongue fall off. This was an irreplaceable delicacy from the mountains, an indescribable tastiness, and the highest form of hospitality in the mountain wilderness. Song Yu couldn't remember how many bowls of soup he drank. He only knew his stomach was full of liquid, and the formerly full large pot of chicken soup was nearly empty. He had eaten a lot of mushrooms but not much chicken. Lady Calico had eaten a lot of meat. She couldn't understand why these humans only drank the soup and didn't eat the meat, but she dared not ask, fearing she might persuade them. There were stars in the sky that night, and the oil lamp flickered. The guests were satisfied with their meal, and Master Kong was relieved. Seeing the boy cleaning the table, he asked Song Yu, did you come here from Lingquan County? I came from Yudo. Why did you come from Yudo? You might be unaware of this. I come from Hidden Dragon Temple on Yinyang Mountain in Lingquan County. There is a temple tradition that each generation of disciples must descend the mountain to travel. It can be as short as 3 to 5 years or as long as several decades. Song Yu replied, as I grew up cultivating in the mountains with limited knowledge of the world, my master has ordered me to descend the mountain and travel for 20 years to see the world. Now I've just arrived in Yudo. Nov. L. B//JNN. I see, Master Kong nodded, his eyes thoughtful. This must be a true master that lived in seclusion. Hidden Dragon Temple, he seemed to have heard of it but had forgotten. I wonder what brings you here from afar to visit this old man? Are you looking to purchase a wood carving? If so, please choose any you like. I will give it to you. I heard that Expert Kong's wood carving skills have reached great heights, and that in your early years a wood carving had once come to life. I am curious and full of admiration regarding this, so I came specially from Yudo to visit and witness this divine skill of giving life to wood carvings. Haha, Master Kong threw his head back and laughed. That is just a rumor. How could a wood carving come to life? I'd like to hear the details. It happened so long ago I only vaguely remember it. I was invited by a certain important official Mr. Chen from the city to carve a goshawk at the time. It was so lifelike that it startled onlookers. A breeze blew into the house from outside, and the goshawk fell off the bench, scaring many people. They all thought it came to life, but actually it didn't. Master Kong explained, shaking his head with a smile. People love hearing such stories, so they slowly spread the story in a form that fits their fancies. So that's how it was. Sorry to have made you come all this way for nothing. Not at all. Whether it was the mountain journey, the night talk with you, or this pot of fresh soup, any one of these would have made the trip worthwhile. Song Yu smiled, then paused, looking around at the wood carvings displayed in the room. He asked, why are none of the carvings in your house given eyes? You may not know this, but a lifeless thing, if made too lifelike, can evoke great fear when closely examined. I see. Song Yu seemed thoughtful, and nodded. He couldn't help but glance back at the kitchen. The boy was scooping water from a vat to wash the pot. He opened his mouth wishing to speak but had no choice but to stay silent. Please rest early, mister. I've given you trouble. No trouble at all. You too, please rest early. Yes, I am getting on in years and not as energetic as before. Forgive me if my hospitality was lacking. Master Kong glanced at the calico cat, and seemed to wish to say something but hesitated. In the end, he stood up, saluted Song Yu with cupped hands, and walked slowly to his room. Song Yu also entered the guest room. There were no other activities that night. Once the oil lamp was extinguished, only the starlit sky remained. Song Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, leaving the window open to let the autumn breeze in. He watched the stars and mountains outside, waiting for drowsiness to come. Suddenly, he felt a tickle on his leg. Looking down, he saw the calico cat climbing onto him. Her little round paws stepped onto his thighs and he could feel the plum petal soft touch of her paw pads. It was light, ticklish. Song Yu remained unruffled on the surface, but inside he was delighted. This was the first time Lady Calico was so intimate with him. What is it, Lady Calico? That old man keeps looking at me. The calico cat stood on his crossed legs, and raised her head to look up at him. Their eyes met and their faces were very close. Song Yu thought for a moment, then said, I've heard that when skilled painters see a beautiful landscape, they can't help but stop and paint it. It must be the same for skilled wood carvers. Lady Calico, you are beautiful and have spirituality. That expert Kong probably wants to carve a wooden carving of you but hasn't been able to ask for some reason. Why? Why what? Why hasn't he been able to ask? You'd have to ask him that. I'll go and ask him at once. The calico cat turned to leave without hesitation. Hey, Song Yu promptly called her back. No surprise, there were more whys to follow. Fortunately, he was patient. The night was long but he slept well. When living in Tianshui Alley, the night watchman would sound the watch at midnight, and early in the morning, there would be the shouts of people collecting night soil and vendors selling vegetables. It might not disturb sleep, but it was noisy after all. In this mountain village, there was really no sound at all from night till morning. There were occasional dog barks at night but they didn't intrude on dreams, making for excellent sleep quality. When Song Yu woke up, he looked for Lady Calico on the bed but found she wasn't in the room. He didn't mind. He put on his shoes and pushed open the window. Outside, dawn had just broken and morning mist shrouded the village. It was autumn. The mountains were bright and the river clear. Frost had come in the night. Some trees displayed light yellow leaves emerging from deep red. He was already full of energy but quickly became fully awake upon seeing this autumn scene. He opened the door to go outside, intending to collect morning dew. However, he saw someone carving in the hall as soon as he walked out of the guest room. It was an heirloom carving knife. Its wooden handle had been polished until it was smooth and glossy from years of use and its blade cut through wood as if it was paper. A chunk of fine Chinese boxwood was being carved, with wood shavings falling under the carving knife. It was really as if it was paper, making people wonder why the wood could be this soft and crumbly. This carving knife was in Master Kong's hand. Master Kong's back was facing Song Yu and a calico cat was sitting properly in front of him on the bench. She only glanced swiftly at Song Yu when he came but held her pose otherwise. She was a good model. Master Kong was fully focused, unaware of the person behind him. Song Yu held his breath, not daring to disturb him. The rustling sound of carving was very soothing. Master Kong switched between different knives, meticulously polishing. The wood shavings fell like snow, and the block of wood slowly took shape, gaining charm. It was the calico cat sitting properly before him. Its physique was well proportioned and its expression lively. When Master Kong lay down the knife, the wood carving, though eyeless, already seemed alive, indistinguishable from the calico cat sitting behind. Not only did Song Yu exclaim in admiration, even Master Kong, who had carved it himself, was astonished when he closely examined it. Only then did he notice Song Yu behind him. Did you sleep well, mister? Very well, thank you for your hospitality. Song Yu respectfully replied. He looked at the wood carving and was about to praise it when Lady Calico jumped down from the bench. She came closer to examine the wooden carving. Her eyes gradually widened, and then she looked at Master Kong. The calico cat opened her mouth and spoke human language. Her voice was clear and delicate and she sounded puzzled. She tilted her head and asked the old man, how did you know it was inside? Song Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled broadly. That one sentence was worth more than most compliments in the world. One phallus indusiatus. Used in Chinese haute cuisine, stir-fries, and chicken soup. Master Kong was startled. He had long known that this cat was extraordinary, perhaps not a god but certainly already a demon. When he discussed matters with it earlier that morning, the cat had fully understood human speech, but this was the first time he heard it speak. A cat truly spoke. Its enunciation was clear, and its voice was pleasant. Knowing and actually witnessing it were vastly different. While surprised, Master Kong savored this sentence, feeling a sense of pride. Yet, as he looked at the eyeless wooden carving in front of him and the cat that could talk, he fell into deep contemplation for a while. Why not carve its eyes? The young Daoist priest's words reached his ears. Why doesn't it have eyes? Lady Calico asked. The clear and delicate voice moved Master Kong even more. It already has charm without adding the eyes, so why add them? Master Kong finally put down the carving knife. It already has charm without adding the eyes, but why not add them? Song Yu followed his words, but his voice was light, with a tone of inquiry. Master Kong remained silent for a long time before saying, "You and Lady Calico are no ordinary beings. Let me tell you the truth." He bowed to Song Yu with cupped hands, then to the calico cat. "I deceived you both last night. Actually, a wood carving did come alive when I was 40, but I'm merely a craftsman. Though I have this uncanny skill that can bring fame, this kind of skill is against the natural order. If used recklessly, wooden people walking and wooden dogs barking everywhere could cause chaos." "I see." Song Yu nodded lightly. He had actually known since last night. However, the old man had treated him with great hospitality. He had offered chicken soup made from mountain delicacies as well as lodging for the night, even wanting to give him a carving. Knowing the old man didn't want to reveal the secret, how could he make things difficult for him just to increase his experience and aid his cultivation? As for this morning, fate had brought him and Lady Calico together. Moreover, people will inevitably become afraid of me after witnessing such wonders and see me as a monster. Master Kong continued, pausing to sigh. So since then, whenever my carvings possess spiritual resonance, I don't carve the eyes. If visitors come from afar, I simply say it's all a rumor and just miscommunication. You make a valid point. Song Yu nodded, pausing briefly. But there's one thing I disagree with. Please, go ahead. Master, though you're a craftsman, there's no need for self-deprecation, Song Yu said. Your skills are divine. With such a divine talent, you're no different from a deity. Mister, be careful what you say. The gods are watching one. Song Yu merely smiled. If this old man truly possessed such abilities, even if he were just a mortal, how many gods in the heavenly palace and Buddhas in the western paradise could compare to him? Please add the eyes. If I do, don't be afraid. You jest, Master. As an eccentric from the mountain wilderness myself, I know that all such uncanny skills in this world are the result of exceptional talent and half a lifetime of effort. Song Yu cupped his hands as he spoke. Having this divine skill means you are already at the pinnacle of this field. I can only admire and respect you. How could I be afraid? Mister, you are indeed an immortal. Master Kong took the knife to the wood and carved the eyes. The wooden cat, already lifelike and full of charm, suddenly came to life. There was nothing mystical during the whole process. It seemed as if it had always been alive, and Master Kong had merely awakened it with his carving knife. Just like the carving process earlier, it seemed this lifelike wooden cat itself had been hidden in the wood. Master Kong had just brought it out with his carving knife as Lady Calico mentioned. Even with Song Yu's cultivation skills, he saw nothing unusual. He just saw that the wooden cat turned into a living one as soon as the carving knife stopped. It moved its head and looked around. It was initially somewhat stiff but quickly became nimble. After looking over everyone in the room, it suddenly jumped off the wooden stump and bolted outside like lightning. It ran away. Lady Calico exclaimed. "Stop it quickly." Master Kong shouted in panic. Only Song Yu remained calm, speaking towards the direction the cat ran. "Please come back." The wooden cat immediately stopped and turned its head to look back. Seeing it was Song Yu who called, it turned and walked slowly back like a real cat who had heard a familiar voice call it. The cat was truly alive. Song Yu had already sensed its vitality as well as its yearning for freedom. In the few moments it took to walk back, one could even see parts of its body gradually changing from wood to fur, strand by strand, vaguely revealing different colors. Soon, it would likely become indistinguishable from a real calico cat to the eye. Song Yu stroked the wooden cat's head, feeling the texture of the wood under his palm. He looked at the cat's face showing pleasure, its mouth opening soundlessly. He just looked contemplative. He pondered a question he had thought about for many years without an answer. What kind of world is this after all? 2 hours later, the wooden cat had already become indistinguishable from a real one to the eye. This cat was 70 to 80% identical to Lady Calico. Even if Master Kong had carved it in her likeness, he had his own artistic interpretation. Aside from this 70% resemblance in appearance, there was almost no other similarity to Lady Calico. Not even its strong yearning for freedom, which was actually instilled by Master Kong. Woodworkers held a high status among craftsmen. Their association with art earned them the favor of scholars and literati, raising their standing. However, in this era, they were ultimately still craftsmen. In addition, other kinds of constraints like secular views and personal morals prevented Master Kong from using his divine skills freely. Perhaps he also yearned for his own freedom in his heart. With this in mind, Song Yu decided not to take the cat back with him after some consideration. He had originally thought of sending it back to Hidden Dragon Temple as a companion for his master, but he abandoned that idea. Instead, he released it into the mountain forest behind the bamboo house. Go find your place in the world. Song Yu softly bid the cat farewell. Master Kong stood behind him and gazed while lost in thought, without any trace of reluctance or intent to stop them. Song Yu seemed to hear his inner voice. Your freedom is my freedom. Seeing the cat disappear into the forest as it wished, he turned and bowed to Master Kong. The wonder I experienced today has truly been the pinnacle of my life. Not only was this trip worthwhile, but it greatly benefited my cultivation. Thank you, Master. Please accept my bow. One man bowed deeply and unhurriedly. The other recovered. He helped him up in a fluster. Having troubled you for a day, I am indebted to your hospitality and I feel ashamed. Now that I am already content, I should return. Song Yu paused. As for the cat, you need not worry. I have helped fill the spiritual resonance it lacked, so even if a master with cultivation skills equal to or greater than mine came, he would not be able to tell it was once wood. Master Kong was stunned by these words. Song Yu simply smiled and cupped his hands again. Farewell. Then he left with the cat, not looking back. They just came yesterday and now they were on the road back. Though the visit was brief, it was extremely wonderful. Yet if asked why, it was beyond words. Song Yu contemplated along the journey. He was still pondering that question. The cultivation path has countless routes, but they all ultimately seek to observe and touch the essence of this world. It was like how different generations of Hidden Dragon Temple owners each had their own skills and even practiced different cultivation methods, but one thing remained the same. They all descended the mountain. Why descend the mountain? To see famous mountains and great rivers, to seek out eccentrics and strange affairs, to indulge in material pleasures, to exorcise demons, to witness peace and tranquility, to lament hardships of the people, to observe the world. When he reached Yuda, night had fallen. Song Yu entered through the north gate and ate a bowl of noodles on the road. Passing by a shop selling pork, he saw there were still some scraps left. Thus he spent a few yen to buy a small piece of pork spleen for Lady Calico. The people of Yudu didn't like eating these scraps, so they were sold very cheaply, but Lady Calico quite liked them. Returning to the small courtyard, he stayed up all night. He didn't do much, he just vaguely felt moved in his heart. Thus he sat cross-legged under the yellow plum tree in the courtyard, appreciating the spiritual resonance of heaven and earth. He thought, trying to capture those visionary things. Before he knew it, the night passed. When Song Yu opened his eyes, it was early next morning. He looked up at the sky and paused. It's the autumn equinox. The definition of equinox was equal division. At the autumn equinox, day and night were nearly equal all over the world, yin and yang energies were equally strong, the world's spiritual resonance was harmonized and reached a perfect balance. It was an extremely mysterious time. Last night, Song Yu had captured a trace of that wonder between heaven and earth, also capturing this trace of harmonious and mysterious spiritual resonance. He turned to look. The calico cat sat upright at the threshold of the bedroom door, staring at him without any expression. He didn't know how long she had been watching or what she was thinking. Was she puzzled by his actions? Song Yu thought as he beckoned her. Lady Calico. The calico cat immediately stood up as if she had awakened. She stretched her body, opened her mouth to yawn, then slowly walked over. What are you doing? The calico cat asked lazily, her voice incredibly pleasant. Did you sleep well last night? I didn't sleep. Why not? Why didn't you sleep? Lady Calico asked. I didn't want to sleep. I wanted to see when you would sleep. I see. Song Yu nodded with a smile, then opened his hand. A wisp of spiritual chi immediately floated in his palm. It was a pure grass yellow color like a shooting star, containing profound mystery. Are you willing to take human form? My cultivation isn't sufficient yet for taking human form n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Do you wish to take human form? I do wish to. Then I will bestow upon you a bit of good fortune, and I ask you not to evade it, but carefully appreciate it instead. With a wave of his hand, Song Yu sent the wisp of shooting star-like spiritual chi soaring through the air toward the calico cat. It was clearly visible even in broad daylight, and would undoubtedly be even more beautiful at night. I won't evade it. Hey, what's happening? It's evading me itself. He saw the calico cat leap to the side unexpectedly, but the wisp also made a turn, persistently chasing after it. At last it entered her forehead. Song Yu then displayed a look of helplessness on his face. One Chinese proverb. If a demon or spirit wishes to transform, a certain level of cultivation is required. However, not just cultivation is required. Having enough cultivation doesn't naturally guarantee transformation. It also required a bit of opportunity, a bit of good fortune, and a bit of ingenuity. It's mysterious but sometimes just a bit was lacking. Some demons naturally overcome this barrier without even realizing how. Others struggle mightily, searching everywhere to no avail. Sometimes, they succeed during an ordinary day or night when they've given up. Song Yu had read many such stories in the books at the Daoist temple. Transforming is not something that can be achieved overnight. Song Yu had seen several demons that had transformed into human shape with varying levels of cultivation. However, he had never witnessed the transformation process itself. He had read that the time it takes to transform varies greatly, so he often watched her at home. Cold dew one had passed and it was frost descends too. The weather turned from cool to cold. The calico cat still looked like a cat. When the weather turned cold, it always curled up in warm places or burrowed into the stovetop burner. Every time he wanted to light the stove to cook was like making a visit in the mountains. He had to first approach the hole, politely ask if she was inside, or bend down and lower his head to look for her inside the stovetop burner. It often resulted in them staring at each other. Whenever she emerged, she was always black with soot. If he remarked on her dirtiness, she would reply softly, sounding as if she was both earnest and indifferent. "It's just a bit of ash." Song Yu usually didn't pursue the matter further. Before he knew it, it was the season when breath turned into white vapor. One afternoon in the Northern Market 3, Cloud Talk Canopy. The Northern Market was the Gulan Washi Song Yu frequented. Yudo had 7 or 8 Gulan Washi, and the Northern Market was quite large, with a dozen or so theaters of varying sizes. The Cloud Talk Canopy was the name of one of the theaters, hosted by old Mr. Zhang, Cheng Wulang, and his troupe, specializing in oral performances. Old Mr. Zhang usually told stories in the afternoon, sometimes even joined by a gentleman who came to talk about history. Meanwhile, Cheng Wulang's troupe performed comedy acts in the evening, somewhat similar to crosstalk, providing entertainment. The structure of these theaters borrowed features from temple stages, with an enclosed area and a roof, resembling a canopy, hence many theaters were named as such. Inside, the seating was usually tiered, with increasing elevation from the inner to the outer layers. This was called waist canopy. Admission was paid, with varying prices for different seats, making it a very professional performance venue. However, once the weather turned cold, many people preferred to stay home, so Song Yu got a good seat despite paying the usual fee. He ordered a pot of hot tea, warming his hands with it. Old Mr. Zhang came on stage right on time. He continued his tale about that great northern war from a few years ago, focusing on General Chen Ziai as the hero. This was a serialized story. Though no one had yet written a book about the war, storytellers had already gathered bits of information and added their own embellishments, creating narratives to tell. Compared to the plots of serious novels and historical romances, these stories might lack wholeness, flow, and logic, but people were very interested in these kinds of stories which were relatable in various ways. Thus, storytellers like old Mr. Zhang, who got a head start, could earn significant profits. Song Yu had missed a few previous installments and lacked some context. Now he listened to the storyteller continuing, trying hard to piece together the story from what he had heard. Next door was the hibiscus canopy, where songs were performed. Storytelling on one side and songs on the other, both delivered by professionals with clear, resonant voices. The two types of sounds rose and fell in succession, sometimes clashing in his ears, sometimes blending harmoniously. General Chen Ziai fought alone, killing non-stop until he was covered in blood and only so red. Guess what happened in the end? He actually rescued the marshal from the midst of 10,000 enemy soldiers, terrifying the northern soldiers. His battle robe and armor were dyed red with fresh blood for who dared to challenge him? Besides his martial prowess, he was all courage. Song Yu heard a soft laugh at his side. He turned to see a very elegant scholar official 5. The man appeared to be around 50, with excellent skin, frosted temples, and an impeccably groomed beard. He was still wearing a flower hairpin at his age, which was really unconventional. He was likely a famous person or an elegant scholar. His attire was made of first-rate brocade, and his shoes were spotless, indicating wealth, respectability, and meticulousness. He had both a scholarly air and the aura of an official, both extraordinary. Even though Song Yu wasn't versed in reading fate or destiny, he could tell at a glance that this person was exceptional and destined for greater things. Such a person should be seated at the Qinglang 6, the best seating area. In the capital's Gulan Washi, the best seat was called the Jinjiao Chair 7 and it was reserved for the emperor, followed by the Qinglangto, which was the best viewing area. Yudo had no emperor, so there was no Jinjiao chair, but the wealthy could pay extra for the Qinglangto. If high officials arrived, it would naturally be arranged for them to be seated there. Yet this man sat beside Song Yu, only separated by one seat. Looking around, the theater was only about 30 or 40% full, with many empty seats. Song Yu understood immediately. Old Mr. Zhang finished telling a section and sipped tea as he rested. Some young sons of officials sat in the Qinglangtu area nearby. Young people were curious, so they asked questions about the story and the old gentleman responded aptly. Song Yu felt the man's gaze on him several times. Finally, after half a cup of tea, the official spoke. "This old storyteller is good, but the story is quite inaccurate. Is that why you laughed? You heard that? My hearing is decent. Excuse me, I meant no disrespect to the storyteller on stage. I just happen to know what happened during the Battle of Lanshui. Though the storyteller's version differs greatly, it's more exciting and interesting. I couldn't help thinking that I just know the real story of the Battle of Lanshui, but the storyteller knows what people in the audience want to hear. For a moment, I found that amusing and thus laughed softly." Song Yu nodded as he listened. He couldn't help smiling. This man's words had a certain wit. No need to explain. "Do you come here often to listen to stories?" "I come whenever I am free. Most of the stories in this theater are largely fictional. Stories may be true or fictional, but anything that exists in the world must have some truth in it. Truth may not contain falsehoods, but falsehoods always contain some truth." "Oh, please elaborate. Didn't you just say it earlier? You know the real story of the Battle of Lanshui, while the storyteller on stage knows what the audience wants to hear." Each has its purpose. If you find the storyteller's knowledge shallower than yours, that's fine. I see. Prefect U frowned thoughtfully. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. When he figured it out, his eyes lit up, feeling it was wonderfully insightful, almost wanting to applaud. Originally, he thought Mr. Song came to the Cloud Talk canopy to hear about that Northern War a few years ago, but it wasn't so. Mr. Song was actually interested in understanding people's preferences and desires, or aspirations. That was also what the storyteller knew what the audience wanted to hear. The stories might be fictional, but this was undoubtedly true. Governor Yu found it wonderful. As someone who had specially come to seek Mr. Song's friendship, he found it even more wonderful that he actually had thought of this point himself earlier. They happened to share the same view. My surname is Yu, my name is He, and my style name is Jianbei. I was originally from the capital city. May I know your name, sir? If you don't know me, why seek me out? Prefect Yu was momentarily stunned. Yet, he wasn't embarrassed. He thought a little and came up with a plan. He countered, how did you know I came to seek you? Song Yu only pointed to the seats in front. If you were here just for the story, you should be sitting there. I see. It was more or less what he had thought. To be honest, I heard about your deeds at Taeyan Temple previously and afterwards also about your eradication of the fog spirit on Jinyang Road. I couldn't help admiring you and wish to befriend you. Prefect Yu said frankly, as friendship between gentlemen is clear like water, it should be simple for literati to become friends. I've inquired around and learned that you often visit Pine Cottage to listen to the Qin, so I waited there outside for a few days. It's a pity but I didn't see you. I thought you might prefer peace and didn't want to be disturbed, so I stopped going for a while. As he spoke, he even stood up and bowed to Song Yu. If I've disturbed you, please forgive me. If you prefer peaceful cultivation and don't wish to socialize, I'll leave now. I don't go to Pine Cottage every day. Prefect Yu was delighted to hear this but didn't show it. Then we were not fated to meet at the time. To meet is fate. This place is noisy and not ideal for conversation. You go frequently to Pine Cottage to listen to the Qin, so you must also be very fond of it. I happen to know Yangjin's Hung of Pine Cottage. If you're willing, after listening to this session, I can invite you to Pine Cottage and introduce you to Yangjin's Hung. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Thank you for your kindness. Song Yu declined. But I only enjoy Mr. Yang's Qin. I don't know what he is like, and have no interest in befriending him. I see. Prefect Yu was taken aback, and lapsed into contemplation again. I do have a question. Please go ahead and ask. If you thought I preferred peace and didn't want to disturb me, why come specially to seek me out today? Song Yu asked. Speaking shamefully, I aspire toward the immortal Dao and longevity very much. Lately, I frequently thought of you, and lost sleep over it. I was really unable to hold back, so I went to Pine Cottage the past few days but didn't see you. Today, I came to the northern market to find you. Prefect Yu looked ashamed. I'm sorry for disturbing you. You wanted to see me to ask for the immortal Dao and longevity. I've aspired toward them for years. You've really overestimated me. Song Yu couldn't help laughing lightly. I haven't glimpsed the immortal Dao and longevity myself. How could I help you? I only seek an answer. Prefect Yu stared at Song Yu with a burning gaze. As a secluded master, can you tell me if there is a way to longevity in this world? I'm just a mortal too. Mister, have you ever seen anyone achieve longevity? How long is considered long? Living as long as heaven and earth. When heaven and earth were first separated, there were no people in this world. What about living as long as the sun and moon? When the sun and moon were first born, there were also no people in this world. Were there immortals or gods then? I guess not. Guess. Yes. Oh. Prefect Yu widened his eyes, shocked. He was both surprised by the answer, which differed from his expectations, and also by what he had said. Yet, he still hadn't given up and continued to ask. What about living for thousands of years? I am just a mortal. Prefect Yu couldn't help looking disappointed. Song Yu shook his head and smiled. This man had an extraordinary scholarly air as well as an extraordinary aura of an official. Even though Yizhu was vast, it probably couldn't retain him. The capital city's imperial court was where he truly belonged. Listening to the first sentence he spoke, he had very much garnered Song Yu's regard. Song Yu felt that he was indeed an uncommon individual, but he was obsessed with the illusory pursuit of the immortal Dao and longevity. Bang! The wooden block 9 sounded. It was said that Chen Ziyi urged his horse on with a whip in the Lanshui River, single-handedly and bravely rescuing the marshal, terrifying the northern soldiers. Song Yu turned his head forward, no longer interested in speaking with Yu Jianbei. Ahead, several young sons of officials were listening with flushed faces. Their hearts were filled with aspiration and they wished they could join the army on the spot. They either wanted to emulate General Chen Ziyi by going onto the battlefield to kill enemies or to follow him. Among the entire audience in the canopy, they were the most excited, tossing copper coins jingling onto the stage. Great Yan valued both literary and martial arts, no wonder it could establish such a vast empire. Up till the end of the performance, he didn't speak to Yu Jianbei again. 1/17 of the 24 solar terms in the traditional Chinese calendar. 2/18 of the 24 solar terms in the traditional Chinese calendar. 3. The Ras is really, which is pronounced wazi. It's another way to refer to Gulan Washi. We have decided to translate it as market. 4. Quote from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. 5. These are scholars in ancient Chinese society who studied Confucian classics and aspired to become government officials. Usually, imperial officials with backgrounds as scholars. The Ra for this is 6. This in Ra is, which means green dragon head. 7. Ra is, which means gold crossing chair. 8. Chinese proverb from Zhuangzi, meaning friendship between gentlemen should be free of pretensions and ulterior motives. 9. Tool used to call for attention or order by dropping it onto a table. Hu, Song Yu stood at the entrance of the Gulan Washi, blowing into his cupped hands in front. The weather was getting colder, yet his clothes were still thin. Great Yan already had cotton for a long time, and they had started making clothes and bedding with it, but it wasn't widespread yet. At the moment, only high-ranking officials and dignitaries could afford it. Common people mostly wore paper clothes and used paper bedding, finding various ways to keep warm. Song Yu's robe provided less insulation than the padded paper clothes worn by the passers-by on the street. The Gulan Washi had a high foot traffic and was also a hub for commerce. Song Yu looked at a few shops and also bought a paper coat. These kind of clothes were cheap, warm, and plain in color. They were so plain that some literati would paint on them, decorating them to their liking. Song Yu liked plain clothes. It was also the season to sit by the fire. There was no need to buy a stove as he already had one at home. Without realizing it, he actually found himself back at the entrance of the Gulan Washi. Across the street was a shop specializing in the 4 treasures of the study. One Song Yu halted and pondered for a moment. The brush he bought earlier was getting frayed with use, and it was a large brush. He actually wanted to buy a smaller one of slightly better quality for writing small characters. He had been away for a while and he should write a letter home. So he entered the shop. He didn't find a good brush, but he did find some excellent ink. The shop had unexpectedly stocked some congealed fragrance ink from Yangzhou. Congealed fragrance ink was one of the most famous inks in Great Yan. It was the ultimate pursuit of literati and scholars, said to be worth its weight in gold. Ink is mainly divided into 2 types, pine soot ink and oil soot ink. Both types are made from the soot of burning materials mixed with medicinal ingredients boiled in glue. Some even had unique fragrances added. Pine soot ink is made from the soot from burning pine wood. Oil soot ink is made from the soot of oil lamps, using oils like tung oil, hemp oil, vegetable oil, and soybean oil. Among them, tung oil produces the most soot, creating ink that is black and shiny. After writing, it deepens over time, leaving characters that can last for 1,000 years. Other oils produce less soot, and the resulting ink is lighter and fainter, producing characters that fade over time. Thus tung soot ink is the most common and useful among oil soot inks. Pine soot ink is black and dull, with a slight blue tint, while oil soot ink is black and shiny, with a slight purple tint. Each had its own use in calligraphy and painting. Congealed fragrance is a tung soot ink. It uses tung oil soot, combined with dozens of precious Chinese medicinal ingredients boiled in glue with a unique fragrance added. The light glue is pounded 100,000 times and dried in the shade for several years. It results in a pitch black, glossy ink that releases fragrance when writing and can last for 1,000 years. This was a top luxury item of this era, a pinnacle of traditional craftsmanship and artisan spirit, representing the ultimate in a kind of cultural and technical achievement. Even someone like Song Yu, who wasn't an expert in painting or calligraphy, was somewhat interested in such things. Unfortunately, it was very expensive, worth 10,000 yuan a stick. Song Yu looked and looked, but could only say farewell. He lacked money today, but there might be opportunities in the future. Since he was traveling the world, it was necessary to experience the top-tier craftsmanship of this era. In the end, he only bought a brush for 200 yuan. Across the street, Prefect Yu sat in the canopy for a while before walking out of the Gulan Washi. When he was at the entrance, he saw Song Yu again. He stood and watched for a moment, while an attendant waited quietly by his side and held his horse, until Song Yu left. After thinking for a long time, he finally said, "Go and ask." An attendant immediately responded, went to inquire, and returned shortly to report that it was congealed fragrance from Yangzhou. "How much for a stick?" "They're asking for 10,000 yuan. Buy 1 stick, 2 sticks." "Yes, sir." Prefect Yu then mounted his horse and rode home. It was strange, when Song Yu returned home, he unexpectedly discovered that Lady Calico had inexplicably overcome the hurdle of transformation. However, it was contrary to his expectations. He had thought that Lady Calico should transform into an adult woman since she was already an adult cat even if she was pure-minded from dwelling a long time in a village temple. Yet she had transformed into a little girl who was only several years old. When he pushed open the bedroom door, the little girl was wearing his long gown which was longer than she was tall. It looked as if she was wearing a floor-length dress which was also loose and baggy. She sat in the middle of the bed, staring at him blankly. "You have successfully transformed." "I have successfully transformed." The little girl sat on the bed in a duck pose, looked up at him, and answered earnestly. After transformation, her voice had some changes, sounding more human and her sex was now discernible. However, her tone and diction were still the same. She sounded earnest yet rigid. It was not the usual way ordinary people speak, making her sound somewhat unintelligent. "How did you successfully transform?" "I just transformed successfully by myself." "Explain in detail." "Just," the little girl stammered, unable to explain. "All right," Song Yu had to give up, then asked, "Weren't you an adult cat? Why did you transform into a little girl?" "I just transformed into a little girl by myself." Then how did you know to wear clothes? I saw you wearing them. The little girl stared at him intently, her expression serious. People without fur all wear clothes. I see. I should buy some clothes suitable for you. I want to wear the same clothes as you. That's not possible. Why? Because, Song Yu spent a long time explaining to her until she understood. Then he went out to buy clothes for her. When Lady Calico finally put on clothes that fit her, she looked much more pleasing to the eye. She just still retained some cat habits, making her movements look somewhat odd. Later, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Since you have already transformed into human form, please help me open the door. Song Yu glanced at Lady Calico. If it's someone you know, invite them in. If you don't know them, ask who they are looking for. All right. The little demon bounced towards the door. Creak. Lady Calico looked up. Who are you looking for? Not a word wasted. Does Mr. Menglay live here? An attendant stood outside, bowing respectfully. Don't know him. The gentleman doesn't live here. Which gentleman? Mr. Song Menglay. Lady Calico suddenly stopped speaking. She knew Mr. Song, but he hadn't taught her what to do next. It wasn't that she found it difficult or didn't know what to do. She just didn't feel like doing anything, so she simply stared at him. She'll observe the man for a while first. Until Song Yu came over from behind. I am Song Yu. Greetings, Mr. The attendant immediately bowed, offering a small wooden box respectfully with both hands. I came from the residence of Prefect Yu Jianbei to deliver a small gift and a message from my master. He thanks you for your replies to his questions at the Gulan Washi this afternoon and hopes for another opportunity to have a light chat with you. Please accept this gift. Song Yu could already smell the fragrance of the ink. So it was the prefect. This afternoon's conversation was just a spontaneous chat. Not only did Prefect Yu enjoy it, but I also benefited from it. Why should Prefect Yu specially send someone here with a gift? Song Yu said. Moreover, the gift is too valuable. How can I accept it? It's just a small token. No matter how valuable, it's still a mundane item. The conversation between you and my master was hard to come by in this world. The attendant paused. Moreover, it's a refined practice for literati to exchange scholarly items, and it's not considered as gifting between common people. Please do not refuse, Mister. You are quite eloquent. Please don't make it difficult for me, Mister. The attendant immediately looked troubled. If you don't accept, even if the prefect doesn't punish me, I would feel uneasy. Song Yu smiled, thought for a moment, and then accepted it. Thank Prefect Yu for me. I'll take my leave. Song Yu then turned around and rubbed the head of the little girl beside him. From now on, when you transform into human form, I'll tell others that you're my child servant. Why? To give a plausible explanation. Child servant. Yes. Song Yu closed the courtyard door and walked into the house. Opening the little carved wooden box, inside was a small stick wrapped in red cloth. Unwrapping the red cloth revealed the congealed fragrance ink stick he had seen that afternoon. It weighed 2 taels and had decorative designs on top. Lady Calico stretched her neck to stare at it. It's burned wood. It's ink. Oh, since you have already transformed into human form, please help me grind the ink. Song Yu said to the little girl. What is grinding ink? It's like when I occasionally write. Add water to the inkstone, and grind this ink stick to turn the water black. What is an inkstone? That thing for holding water. Oh, can you do it, Lady Calico? Why, please. All right then. Lady Calico did not understand why this needed to be done or why she had to be the one to do it. Yet she still walked over, puzzled. She took the burned firewood from Song Yu's hand. Then she obediently stood there and waited for Song Yu to roll up her sleeve to her elbow for her. Her slender and fair little arm was exposed. Looking at her clothes, then her arm, and finally the inkstick in her hand, it seemed as if her hand was not her own, and the world was not the same world in her eyes as it used to be. A newly transformed little demon was curious about everything. Do I add water first? How did you know? I saw you do it this way. I see. Do I move it in circles like this? You are exceptionally wise. I have seen you use it. To grasp it so well after only observing a few times, such wisdom is indeed rare. I, Song, am deeply impressed. Lady Calico fell silent and continued to grind the ink more earnestly. Congealed fragrance did not have a hard skin and was ground quickly into ink. Once grinded, it released its fragrance. It was a kind of wonderful medicinal scent, neither too strong nor too faint, possessing its own charm. Meanwhile, Song Yu laid out the paper at the side. It's done. Song Yu said. Is it ready? Thank you, Lady Calico. No need to thank me. He dipped the new brush in ink and scraped it on the inkstone. After much thought, Song Yu finally lifted the brush to write. Seeing my words is like seeing me. I hope opening my letter brings a smile. 2. The ink fragrance was delightful, the wet characters reflected light, and each stroke was exquisitely crafted. The ancient cypresses of Jinyang Road, the potholes in the stone slabs, the everyday scenes of Yude, the shifting clouds of Eagle Mountain, the monk overcome by greed, the master craftsman with divine skills. Song Yu used ordinary words to recount to his master his experiences, insights, and progress in cultivation since descending the mountain. He also mentioned Lady Calico. It was quite intriguing. Initially, he had taken Lady Calico as a companion on a momentary whim to stave off the loneliness of the long road. Unexpectedly, he reaped an unanticipated reward. Her companionship now had indeed made this journey much more enjoyable. He must not forget to mention the prefect who aspired toward longevity. This ink was one of the finest in the world. He wondered if that old deist had ever encountered it before, and he must remind her to take a sniff. As he wrote, a furry cat's paw suddenly reached over, batting at the dangling string loop on the brush that was used for hanging it. The little cat's claws had a glassy texture. Song Yu paused and turned his head. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. He saw the calico cat batting earnestly with her paw. Looking around the room, he noticed the new clothes he had bought today had fallen to the ground. Lady Calico, what are you doing? It seemed the calico cat only then noticed he had stopped writing. She turned to stare at him, thought for a few seconds, and then actually said in deadly earnest, "You write, I'll play." Song Yu resumed writing. Lady Calico continued playing. The scene was harmonious and quiet, with the sound of the wind rustling the bamboo forest entering through the window. One expression used to denote the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone used in Chinese calligraphy and scholarship. Two traditional opening to a Chinese letter. It was already dark in the small courtyard house in the north of the city. Song Yu had finished writing his letter a while ago and had folded it neatly, placing it on the table. He sat opposite Lady Calico, who had reverted to her human form. The blanket on the bed was folded neatly and placed on the inner side. An oil lamp was lit in the room, casting flickering shadows. Song Yu asked, "What spells do you know?" "I can catch mice." "That's your skill, but it doesn't count as a spell." Song Yu shook his head. "I can consume incense, remember everyone who ever offered incense to me, and find them," Lady Calico quickly added. "That's your divine power, but it doesn't count as a spell either." Song Yu shook his head again. "Besides, you have already distanced yourself from the divine Dao now. If you don't consume incense for a long time, your divine powers will gradually dissipate by themselves. I am very smart. That's also your skill." "Then I don't know any spells." Lady Calico couldn't help sounding a bit dejected. "Now that you have already transformed, why don't I teach you some spells? How about that?" "Great. What do you want to learn?" "Everything. You can only choose one." "Why? A spell can't be learned in a day. Even mice are eaten one bite at a time. Moreover, many masters and recluses with true cultivation only know 1 or 2 spells in their lifetime. It is enough to allow them to traverse the world freely and even be worshipped as local deities." Song Yu looked indifferently at her. "On this way, quality is valued over quantity. What do you know?" "I know the fire element spell. It can burn ghosts at a low level, burn demons at a middle level, and burn gods and devils at a high level. Once you reach the peak, you can even burn a city or a country like the fiery sun true lord." "This is great. It sounds powerful. Do you want to learn it?" "If I learn it, will I not feel cold anymore?" "Do I seem to feel the cold?" "Then I won't learn it. I'll learn something else. I know the water element spell. Depending on your cultivation level, you can breathe underwater, create great waves, and summon rain and snow. Once you reach the peak, you can change the course of great rivers and alter the color of the seas like the ocean-rending true lord. If I learn it, can I go into the water to catch fish?" "You don't need this spell to catch fish. Even ordinary people can catch fish without going into the water," Song Yu said. "Also, they can catch a lot." "Then I'll learn something else. I know the earth element spell. Depending on your cultivation level, you can raise walls from the earth, turn stones into soldiers, and sit on mountains as a deity. Once you reach the peak, you can raise mountains and sink valleys like the thick earth celestial worthy one. Is it difficult?" "You can master the basics in a few years." "Are you good at it?" "I have some skills, but I'm not as good as I am with fire." "Then I'll keep choosing. I know the wood element spell. It can promote the growth of all living things, make flowers bloom and trees bear fruit out of season, as well as make dead branches sprout. Once you reach the peak, you can bring the dead back to life, maintain eternal youth, and achieve immortality like the immortal elder of eternal spring. Monkeys would definitely like this." "I also know the metal element spell. You will be able to swallow knives, break blades, turn stones into gold, and transform the ground into steel. Once you reach the peak, you will be impervious to swords or spears and unstoppable like the gold spirit official." "How do you swallow a knife?" "You will be able to swallow a knife into your stomach without getting cut." "Why would you eat a knife?" The little girl widened her large puzzled eyes. "If you don't like it, I also know talisman spells. It can drive away ghosts and demons, summon thunder and fire, and has countless variations with infinite uses. But I'm a demon. I know the spirit communication spell, which allows you to converse with ghosts and gods. I don't like talking to gods." "Don't feel inferior." "What does inferior mean?" Song Yu went silent then shook his head. "I also know the art of telekinesis. It allows you to fetch objects from a distance and return them to their original place. For example, filling an empty cup with water or raising a goblet of wine to finish it. If I learn this, can I make mice come to me by themselves?" "If you master it, you certainly can." "Then I want to learn this." "Then you must be patient. It takes ordinary people several years to master the basics. At first, you can only fetch objects which you know and belong to you that are not far away. As your mastery deepens, you can fetch other people's objects too. Once you reach the peak, you can fetch and place items freely from 1,000 li away as long as you know where they are." "How long does it take to catch mice?" "For ordinary people, it takes at least more than 10 years, and several decades at the longest." "Can you catch mice?" "I have only mastered the basics." Then, Lady Calico tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then let me hear more. Very good, listening more, and choosing wisely without making rash decisions is a good thing. Song Yu praised. You are indeed very wise. Hurry up and tell me. I know the spell to summon beasts and birds. Once you start learning, you can make wild beasts and mountain birds become intimate with you. You can make them understand what you mean and you will also be able to understand them. As your mastery improves, you can even command wild beasts, mountain birds, and even rare birds and unusual beasts in the world to do your bidding. Lady Calico tilted her head and thought for a moment. This can surely make mice come over by themselves, right? This can indeed. Then I want to learn this. Song Yu smiled but then said, however, nothing in the world is perfect. Every spell has its limitations. If not, it has flaws, weaknesses, or things that counter it. For example, this spell to summon beasts and birds requires the practitioner's heart to be completely calm and full of benevolence when casting the spell. The slightest bit of guilt or regret is unacceptable, even if you cannot perceive it yourself. I don't understand. It means this spell is a mental cultivation technique. Anyone who learns this, regardless of their mastery level, must first cultivate their mind. Song Yu paused. Achieving complete calmness and absence of guilt or shame depends on the cultivation of one's character. Some need to be lifelong vegetarians, while others just need to avoid using it to harm animals. Only a few individuals of extraordinary talent in the world can use it to deceive and harm living creatures. I don't understand. You can use it to call mice over. However, if you use it to catch and eat them, the spell will fail. You will never be able to use it again afterwards and your many years of cultivation will be wasted in one day. Cats naturally eat mice. That's different. Why? For example, every time I cast this spell, I am actually using a heart filled with pure benevolence toward those animals. Thus the animals are affected by this benevolence. Combined with the spell, they then also respond with pure benevolence toward me. However, if I abuse their benevolence with the help of this spell to deceive and harm them one day, I will no longer be able to keep this heart filled with pure benevolence. Song Yu paused. Even if you can do now what very few individuals can and feel that doing this is right and proper without the slightest bit of guilt or shame, as you continue to cultivate and learn over time, you'll gradually understand the difference in this. By then, years of hard cultivation will be irrevocably lost. I don't understand. You'll understand gradually. Oh, Lady Calico continued to look at him expectantly. I also know the art of dream creation. At a low level, you can enter dreams and deliver messages via dreams. At a middle level, you can create dreams and trap people in them. At a high level, you can weave dreams into the world, making people live in them without them knowing. I can dream by myself. Why enter someone else's dream? Is it fun? Do you still remember what was the first spell I mentioned? I forgot. Song Yu was speechless. It's your fault for mentioning too many. Maybe. Why do you know so many? I only know a little about each. Still a lot. I'm very powerful. Oh, what do you want to learn? Have you decided? I don't know. Then what do you remember? Immortality. Haha, Song Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that immortality is not only the ultimate pursuit of humans but also the ultimate pursuit of other living things. It's a pity, Song Yu wasn't sure if mastering the wood element spell could truly grant eternal youth and immortality. Even if it really could, only the immortal Elder of Eternal Spring might have reached the peak in this world. As for whether the immortal Elder of Eternal Spring was immortal due to the power of wishes, religious faith, or magic power, or whether the immortal Elder of Eternal Spring even existed or is still around, who knows? Deist priest. Why aren't you speaking? Have you ever heard any deist songs? No, there's a deist song that goes well. Prefect Yu sat at the seat of honor, and an attendant entered. Prefect, I have returned. Did the deist priest accept it? He accepted it. I was right to send you. You flatter me, Prefect. It's fine as long as he accepted. Prefect Yu dismissed the man with a wave of his hand, and then fell into contemplation. In these times, the immortal Deo is like the bright moon overhead, mysterious and unreachable. Generations of literati and literary masterpieces have added a layer of unique color to it. It was common for literati and scholars to aspire toward the immortal Deo. Some great talents even simply fancied themselves as banished to or impure immortals. They often dreamed that one day they could suddenly look up at the moon, find poetic inspiration after getting drunk, or achieve sudden enlightenment through some opportunity like ancient poets. They would then leave behind this mortal world, gracefully becoming immortals, thus gaining carefree eternal lives. Prefect Yu had aspired toward the immortal Deo and longevity since he was young. He had even invited 3 or 5 friends to go to famous mountains with him to seek immortals, but to no avail. Now nearing 50, he still often searched for pill recipes to concoct pills of immortality for himself to consume. With each pill he took, he felt he distanced himself a little further from the mortal world. The deist priest he met today might not be an immortal, but he was indeed one of the rare masters he had encountered in his life. Unfortunately, their conversation did not yield the answers he desired. Perhaps his acquaintance with the deist priest was too shallow and the deist priest was naturally unwilling to say too much to him. But what could be done? Who could guess the thoughts and preferences of these reclusive masters? Previously, he had heard that the deist priest enjoyed listening to the qin, so he confidently tried to use Yangjin's hung to draw closer to him. However, who could have anticipated that he only wanted to listen to the qin and had no interest in the person playing it behind the wall? It was already fortunate that he happened to see him fiddling with an inkstick. Moreover, he should be content, even these few words today were astonishing enough. Prefect Yu couldn't help but fall into deeper contemplation. Were there truly no immortals when heaven and earth were first separated? Were there no immortals when the sun and moon were first born? Then how could one become an immortal? Surely immortals should be able to live forever, right? Or couldn't they? He sat there, pondering, fantasizing, and immersing himself in these thoughts until it gradually got dark. His wife came to call him to extinguish the lamp and go to bed. Lying on the bed, he still kept his eyes open, staring into the void of darkness. The moonlight outside the window was faint, and he began again to think about the immortals in the Moon Palace. If he became an immortal, he would be sure to fly often to the Moon Palace too to enjoy himself. Somehow, he fell asleep. In his drowsiness, he seemed to hear someone singing. The lyrics were profound, the voice somewhat aged, the melody crude, yet it had a natural and simple leisurely charm. It made him think of an old deist, and this voice must naturally have drifted over from a temple deep in the mountains, carrying the scent of incense. Since ancient times, flowers do not remain in bloom for long. The moon has never been full for long. No matter how much gold and jade you amass, you can't buy immortality. Is there a 1,000-year-old crane among birds? Rarely does one encounter a centenarian in the world. Life is busy, death is obscure. If you want to wake, when will you awaken? If you want longevity, how can you get longevity? Where have the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors 3 gone? Where are the high-ranking court officials of past dynasties? Just look at the historical records. Who can escape impermanence? 4. 1 title of deities in the deist pantheon. 2 immortals who have been banished from heaven for some offense. 3 mythical earliest rulers in ancient China. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. 4 lyrics of local folk song Libation to the Dead from northern Sichuan, Longan district. Swish. Prefect Yu sat up in bed. The moonlight was just streaming in through the window. He just had a dream in which he heard a mysterious song. While he was half asleep, he could still remember some of the lyrics and melody. Now that he was awake, the lyrics and melody began to fade from his mind as soon as he sat up. Prefect Yu knew that most dreams of ordinary people were like this, and he did not find it surprising. What surprised him was the content of the dream. He remembered its meaning clearly. Do good deeds, do not ask about ghosts and gods. Live this life, do not seek longevity. Before the dream faded away completely, he desperately tried to recall it, to grasp that wisp of rhyme. Where have the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors gone? Where are the high-ranking court officials of past dynasties? Where are they? Prefect Yu murmured to himself, pondering the meaning. Wasn't the answer in the next line? Just look at the historical records. Who can escape impermanence? The historical records. Prefect Yu realized that this was not his own dream. This was a dream sent by the deist priest. The deist priest had spoken ambiguously in the afternoon, but perhaps was later moved by his sincerity. He had specially sent this dream message to tell him that no one in this world can live forever. Otherwise, look through history books. If even the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and high-ranking court officials of past dynasties could not remain behind and have returned to dust and ashes, how could he surpass them with his limited virtue and ability? Thinking thus, hadn't half a lifetime's pursuit of the immortal Deo been in vain? Only waking up to this fact at such an age after letting time slip away on an illusory path, how foolish was that? Prefect Yu did not want to admit it, nor believe it, as the result was too shameful to bear. But that mystical rhyme seemed to remind him, forcing him to accept and believe. Fortunately, the deist priest had also pointed him towards another path. The path of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and high-ranking court officials of past dynasties. Their names were recorded in history. Wasn't this another form of longevity? Foolish, foolish, joyful, joyful, Prefect Yu muttered quietly in bed. His muttering woke his wife beside him. She actually thought it was the mice that often troubled the house recently. When she realized it wasn't the mice, she scolded him for acting crazy, but he didn't care. He just told his wife to go back to sleep, but he himself was not sleepy. Yu Jianbei, you are both foolish and blind. How was the deist priest not an immortal? Frost came last night, and the sky was somewhat grey again this morning. The leaves in the courtyard had turned yellow, making the city of Yudu seem even colder. Song Yu was painting on the stone table under the yellow plum tree. Lady Calico stood still on a branch. She was serving as a model for the 3rd time. Drawing a cat was very simple. With thick ink and fine lines, he outlined the mouth, nose, and eyes, adding 2 strokes for the ears. Then he switched to diluted ink. With a single stroke, the diluted ink immediately spread across the paper. With just a few strokes, the cat's body and head emerged from the diluted ink. With a bit of embellishment, a traditional ink painting style cat was complete. He then drew branches, and sprinkled cinnabar for the plum blossoms in a light, freehand style. It's done. Lady Calico had long been restless. She immediately jumped down from the branch upon hearing this and peeked at the Xian paper. It's a black cat. It's not that black. Ticked Tabby cat. Does it look like you? I don't know what I look like, only that I'm a calico cat. It was drawn in your likeness. It's not a calico cat. I only have black ink. Oh, Lady Calico drawled, staring at the cat on the Xian paper intently. So this is what I look like. It's nothing like the clay statue in the temple or the wood carving. The wood carving is more like you. Then you're not good enough. Apologies for my poor skill. There are clearly no flowers on the tree. They will bloom in winter. The painting has flowers. I added them in advance. You drew anyhow. Song Yu shook his head helplessly, put down the brush, and stroked her head. Lady Calico, have you thought about what spell you want to learn after thinking all night? I've decided. Fire. Good choice. When I first learned magic, it was also this fire element spell. Song Yu sat indoors, and told Lady Calico, water is the root of life, and fire is the origin of civilization. Every cultivator should comprehend the ways of water and fire. Is that what you think too? Fire is warm? Powerful. Pretty much. When do I start learning? Let me think. Song Yu pondered for a moment. Before the weather gets too cold, I want to go to Qingcheng Mountain outside the city to visit an old friend of my master and ask him to help me deliver the letter home. If we leave today, we might reach the foot of Qingcheng Mountain by tomorrow morning. It would be evening by the time we found the Daoist temple. In any case, we'll be back in no longer than 3 to 5 days. After that, I'll teach you the simplest fire-spitting technique. Fire-spitting technique. Yes. How long will it take to learn? That depends on how well you want to master it. There's no upper limit to the world's magic, and the spells of the 5 elements have many branches. According to the spells collected by Hidden Dragon Temple, you can start with learning fire-spitting. Many demons and Daoists know how to spit fire. If mastered well, you won't need to spit fire. Just a breath can ignite things. If you reach a higher level, you can summon fire by pointing your finger. If you study this meticulously for thousands of years, even the fiery Sun True Lord might have to step aside. Thousands of years. The Calico Cat's eyes widened. If you just learn fire spitting, it won't take that long. Maybe 3 to 5 months, or a year or 2, and you'll master it. Song Yu smiled. Some ordinary people might take more than 10 to 20 years. More than 10 to 20 years, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Those are traveling street performers with no true cultivation skills, so they have to take it slow. Since you have already become a demon and transformed into human form, it won't take that long. 1 or 2 years. I'll teach you well. Oh, at that moment, there was a knock on the door again. Knock, knock. Song Yu turned to open the door. Outside was the same attendant from last night. Good morning, mister. Morning. The attendant was holding a felt blanket with both hands. My master, the prefect, thanks you for guiding him out of his confusion last night. He has seen the light and decided to stop pursuing the immortal Dao and longevity. He will focus on doing good for the people. He is indebted to you for your guidance and should thank you in person but felt too ashamed to see you after being misguided for half his lifetime. He wanted to give you a gift but didn't know what he should give. After thinking it over, he saw that winter is coming and that the cold air will come from the north. He just happened to acquire a fine felt blanket from the west the day before yesterday. Thus he ordered me to deliver it to you. Not only will it keep you warm in the winter cold, the winter days would be more comfortable if you spread it out in your house as a rug or sit on it while cultivating. The attendant bowed deeply as he spoke, offering the felt blanket with both hands. Please accept it, mister. Song Yu looked at the neatly folded felt blanket in the attendant's hands. After standing at the door for a few moments, he finally accepted it. Thank the prefect for me. The attendant couldn't help being stunned for a moment seeing that he did not decline at all contrary to his expectations. Then he hurriedly bowed again. Thank you, mister. Tell the prefect to serve the people well and leave his name in history. I will certainly relay the message. The wooden door slowly closed with a creaking noise. As he turned, the autumn wind blew into the courtyard again. It threatened to lift the xian paper on the stone table under the yellow plum tree. Lady Calico stood by the stone table, held the paper down with a paw and looked up at him. When Song Yu walked over, she said, Daoist priest, your cat painting is about to be blown away by the wind. Not with Lady Calico here. Thank you, Lady Calico. Lady Calico prompted. Thank you, Lady Calico. You're welcome. Song Yu smiled and shook his head, then spread out the felt blanket in his hands. It seemed to be made of compressed wool, not thick, but very warm to the touch. It's a piece of cloth. It's a felt blanket. What's it for? To keep you warm. For me. Yes. The weather was just getting colder and cats prefer warmth to the cold. If the blanket is spread out inside the house, he could sit on it while cultivating, or making tea by the stove. Lady Calico's restless little feet will no longer be icy cold. This prefect certainly knows how to give thoughtful gifts. This felt blanket was not particularly expensive despite the good quality. Although it lacked the refined elegance of calligraphy and paintings, it also avoided the vulgarity of extravagant gifts. It was a practical item that could be often used, providing warmth and consideration. If given to a good friend, they might frequently think of its origin when they use it to keep warm in winter. Song Yu had read poetry in both his previous world and present one in which many poets had written about friends gifting them paper blankets and paper coats to keep them warm in the harsh cold. Feeling the warmth from a friend in winter is indeed a wonderful thing. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Song Yu looked around but only saw the painting on the stone table. After thinking for a moment, he said to Lady Calico, Lady Calico, may I borrow a pinch of fur? What for? To present a gift in return. In return for what gift? In return for your felt blanket. How much do you need? A small pinch. Song Yu had already reached out with his hand to the calico cat's body. The calico cat continued to squat motionless on the stone table, keeping a paw pressed on the painting. She lowered her head and stared at his hand, as if allowing him to pull out some fur but also fearing he might take too much. Just a small pinch with about a dozen strands. Song Yu shook the pinch of fur in the air, then casually tossed it. Whoosh, a very light sound. The small pinch of fur exploded into a tiny firework in the air, leaving a plume of grey smoke that all entered the painting. The cat in the painting seemed to have become a bit more mysterious. The wet ink had dried, and the painting's charm was gradually revealed. Song Yu picked it up and examined it carefully. Without discussing painting techniques, the cat indeed looked lifelike. However, he didn't feel any pride, being well aware that it was merely good fortune he had acquired from Master Kong. The journey to Qingcheng Mountain was over 100 li. The surroundings of Yizhu cities had well-developed transportation and many main roads. There was also an official road leading to Qingcheng Mountain. In his previous world, this bit of distance could be covered in less than 2 hours. However, it was hard to cover it within a day no matter how fast one walked in this era. Having the official road indeed made it convenient for travelers. Otherwise, even more time would be spent finding and navigating the mountain paths. To arrive early, one must depart early. Song Yu had already begun packing his traveling bag. At this time, there was another knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Song Yu went to open the door, and standing outside was Constable Luo. Greetings, Mr. Song Yu was somewhat surprised and looked down. Constable, these are. The persimmons in my hometown are ripe. Yesterday, my family sent some over, and they're very sweet although they don't look great. We have too many to finish at home, so I brought some over for you to taste too. Constable Luo held a woven bamboo basket filled with lantern-like persimmons. There aren't many, just enough for a taste. I hope you don't mind that there are too few. This constable really knew how to choose his words. How could Song Yu refuse? Thus he accepted the basket, picked out the small lantern-like persimmons one by one and displayed them on the stone table. Allowing Lady Calico to sniff them closely, Song Yu returned the empty bamboo basket to Constable Luo. Thinking deeply, he said, "Thank you, Constable Luo. However, I have another favor to ask. Please feel free to ask, Mr. Yesterday, I had the fortune to befriend Prefect Yu at the Gulan Washi. The prefect has already given me an inkstick and then a felt blanket. It would be impolite to refuse such kindness, but I felt indebted. After much thought, I decided to give him a painting as a return gift. However, I have to rush over to visit my master's old friend on Qingcheng Mountain and it's not convenient for me to go over. I recall that you pass by the prefect's official residence on your way to work daily, so I would like to ask you to deliver it for me since it's convenient for you." Prefect Yu. Constable Luo was immediately taken aback. That was a senior official of a prefecture, a high-ranking frontier official. Yizhu was a large prefecture in Great Yan, governing an area equivalent to 2 or 3 regular prefectures. It was economically wealthy and flourishing culturally, making the Yizhu prefect even more important than other prefects. But Prefect Yu was not just any prefect. Prefect Yu had a great reputation for his literary and political achievements. His appointment to Yizhu was actually a demotion. Compared to such a prominent figure, Luo was just an unimportant constable who had inherited his position through his family. Even just becoming acquainted with such a person could bring many benefits. This wasn't asking him to help deliver a gift. It was clearly good fortune that Song Yu was bestowing. "I will definitely deliver it." Constable Luo promptly accepted the scroll. "Deliver it on the way to work? He will make a special trip right now? Thank you, Chief Luo. I should thank you, Mr. Constable Luo carefully took the scroll and left. Song Yu stood at the door watching his departing figure, motionless and lost in thought. It seemed he was getting increasingly entangled. Song Yu originally did not want too many entanglements with other people, for reasons he couldn't quite explain. Unexpectedly, he found himself increasingly involved with others after residing in the city for 2 or 3 months, despite living in seclusion. It seemed unavoidable. Just like asking Constable Luo for help today. Song Yu originally didn't want to do it, yet he didn't want not to do it. It was really a dilemma worth contemplating. After much reflection, there was only one answer. Perhaps his way of thinking was wrong to begin with. This journey after descending the mountain was meant to involve interactions with people, or perhaps part of its very meaning was derived from such interactions. "Deist priest, are you dead?" "Not yet." "Oh." Lady Calico had been watching him for a long time and sighed in relief. "Why do you say that? I saw that you weren't moving. I was just thinking. Let's go. Let's go." Song Yu still had some distracting thoughts in his mind. However, he took his traveling bag and letter, and walked towards the city gates along with Lady Calico. He thought as he walked and things became clearer. Once he had thought things through, he felt completely refreshed. Only then did he notice someone had planted osmanthus flowers, filling half the city with fragrance. The road did not seem long anymore. Speaking of Qingcheng Mountain, it was indeed famous as a deist mountain in Yizhu and throughout the entire southwestern Great Yan. However, Qingcheng Mountain was vast and well-known, attracting many recluses who built temples or cottages on the mountain. Although the deist skills and cultivation levels of these recluses varied, most of them had neither cultivation nor deist skills. They simply admired the deist way. However, there were indeed many temples on the mountain. From the foot to halfway up the mountain, there were reportedly dozens of temples of various sizes. However, the temple Song Yu intended to visit was not one of those few who were the largest, the most famous, or the oldest temples. It was the mid-sized fucking temple which was halfway up the back of the mountain. One could tell from its name that it was probably a legitimate Daoist temple. Words like Fu 1 and Qing 2 were commonly used in Daoist temple names. Names lacking Daoist charm like Hidden Dragon Temple were non-mainstream. Such temples were either too ancient, having been named before these naming conventions became customary, or not legitimate. Both applied to Hidden Dragon Temple. It was both ancient and not legitimate. Fucking Temple's connection with Hidden Dragon Temple dated back to Song Yu's master's master. At that time, his master's master was traveling around the world like Song Yu now, and met the future owner of Fucking Temple soon after leaving the mountain. After his master's master returned from his travels to take over Hidden Dragon Temple, the Fucking Temple owner would visit Hidden Dragon Temple almost every year. He would usually also bring along his disciples and students to exchange cultivation insights and ask for guidance on magical mysteries. After the owner passed away, his disciples continued the tradition of visiting. This relationship was maintained until Song Yu's master's generation, and now it has continued to Song Yu's generation. At least so far, Song Yu still remembered Fucking Temple. Fucking Temple also visited annually, so the bond remained. Thus, he could ask for their help in delivering the letter. In this era with high mountains and long rivers, although there was a postal system, it was not open to commoners, making communication difficult. Sometimes, a letter was indeed worth a fortune. However, Song Yu had never been to Fucking Temple. He would have to walk slowly and ask for directions along the way. Fortunately, Song Yu had great patience, and in addition he had Lady Calico's company. Thus, each step of the journey was remembered clearly and full of meaning. Halfway through the journey, good things kept happening. First, an old man driving an ox cart saw that he was a Daoist walking alone and gave him a lift. The ox pulling the cart had delivered vegetables to the city in the morning and was already tired. Its owner felt compassion for it, so he let it walk slowly on the way back with the empty cart. It was about the same speed as Song Yu's pace, but it allowed him to save some energy. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Not long after bidding the old man farewell, he encountered a merchant caravan moving much faster than the ox cart. Seeing him in Daoist robes, they stopped to ask about him and then gave him another lift. Surprisingly, they reached the foot of Qingcheng Mountain by evening. However, it was too late to ascend the mountain, so Song Yu had to find a Daoist temple at the foot of the mountain. He presented his ordination certificate to prove his identity, and respectfully stated his purpose in coming. The owner allowed him to stay in the guest room for the night. In the evening, the owner even brought down some cured meat and prepared a good meal for him, although the bragging and drinking session during the meal was hard for Song Yu to handle. Yude, Prefect Yu's official residence. Prefect Yu stood with his hands behind his back in front of a newly mounted painting that had been hung up. The painting was simple. A few brush strokes depicting a tree trunk and branches, without showing the top or bottom, and a few random splashes of cinnabar representing red plum blossoms. On the tree was a cat delineated with diluted ink in a very freehand style. There was nothing else. Prefect Yu was a cultured person with considerable skills in painting. Though he found the painting simple and the technique unremarkable, it had an inexplicable charm. The simply depicted cat was unexpectedly lifelike. The more he looked, the more lifelike it became. After staring at it for a long time, he actually felt sometimes that the cat seemed to be moving, turning its head, blinking, or raising its head to admire the flowers. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was the same as before. This painting had a wondrous charm, especially since it was a gift from the Daoist priest. Thus Prefect Yu had it mounted and hung in his room that afternoon. Something miraculous happened. After cold dew and frost descends, it was start of winter 3. Not only were the city's residents anxious, but even the mice in the prefect's residence were quite restless. They often scurried around the house, making a lot of noise at night. Unfortunately, the prefect was able to manage the city's residents, but he found himself at a loss when it came to these little creatures sharing his residence. It gave him quite a headache. After hanging up that painting, it was surprisingly quiet for the entire night. There was not a single sound. Prefect Yu thought he might have slept soundly and missed the noise. Yet after asking his wife and the servants, they all said that the previous night had been peaceful, as if the mice had collectively gone on vacation. Prefect Yu was even more secretly amazed. Even the court's state preceptor might not possess such abilities. 1, which means good fortune. 2, which means purity. 3/19 of the 24 solar terms in the traditional Chinese calendar. The fog was thick at the foot of the mountain, and the room was damp. The old quilt felt cold as iron, so Song Yu didn't sleep very well. He was accustomed to going to bed early and rising early. If the bedding was comfortable, he could laze a bit longer. However, with a cold quilt, there was no reason to stay in bed. It was better to get up and head up the mountain early, so he got up decisively. As he stepped out, he encountered the temple owner leading the young disciples for their morning lesson. The diligent disciples had already boiled hot water. After exchanging morning greetings, Song Yu washed up simply. Then he respectfully thanked them and bid farewell to them. He had intended to offer some money to cover expenses for the food and lodging, but the temple owner declined, so he didn't insist. This was the difference between the Buddhist temples and Daoist temples in Great Yan. It was convenient to lodge at a Buddhist temple, but it was customary to offer money. Staying at a Daoist temple was harder, but if the owner liked you and agreed to your request, they wouldn't accept money most of the time. They would even entertain you with good food and drink. Song Yu was actually more accustomed to the former. He asked the temple owner for directions to fucking palace. After getting the answer, he set off with Lady Calico up the mountain. The road was a small stone-paved trail. It was lightly frosted, and he left footprints with each step. He brushed aside dew and cobwebs as he walked. Before noon, he had already found fucking temple. In this era, there were no phones, and Song Yu didn't know the trick of sending messages by paper crane, so he had to visit in person. Ascending the steps, he could already hear pensive deist singing. He knocked lightly with the ring door knocker, and soon a young boy opened the door. He saw that Song Yu was wearing a deist robe, but he did not recognize him. The young boy greeted him respectfully. "You seem unfamiliar, deist master. I am Song Yu from Hidden Dragon Temple, disciple of deist Duozing. I'm here to visit a friend. May I ask who you are visiting? I'll go inside and inform them." Senior deist brother Guan Guazi. Song Yu stated, "You can just say that Song Yu from Hidden Dragon Temple has come to visit." Senior deist brother. The young boy blinked. Guan Guazi was the current owner of fucking temple, and he was already over 60 years old. He usually interacted with temple owners and teachers from the other major temples on the mountain, all white-haired masters. The young boy found it surprising that this young deist priest who was at most in his 20s would address the temple owner as senior deist brother. The young deist boy was very young and had probably just entered the temple. Although he hadn't heard of Hidden Dragon Temple before, he didn't dare to slight the visitor. He told Song Yu to wait for a moment and hurriedly ran inside. Not long after, the deist singing inside stopped. Then came the ear-splitting sound of the welcoming bell. Dong. Lady Calico trembled with each ring. Very soon, there was the sound of chaotic and hurried footsteps from inside. When the door was opened again, a group of deists stood before him. Lady Calico looked up and stared. Leading the group was Guan Guazi, who was white-haired but had a rosy complexion with no wrinkles. He led a group of middle-aged deists to welcome Song Yu. Upon reaching him, he first bowed, then smiled broadly. "Long time no see, deist friend. Senior deist brother, you look healthy. I'm getting worse year by year." Guan Guazi hurriedly welcomed Song Yu inside. "Come in quickly, it's very cold on the mountain. It is indeed somewhat chilly. There's a fire inside." "Perfect." Song Yu tried not to stand on ceremony in order to maintain the friendship passed down through 2 or 3 generations. The party walked inside the temple together. Behind them were about a dozen middle-aged deists and even more younger ones. The young disciples were at the back, so it was hard to tell how many there were. Overall, it seemed that fucking temple was gradually flourishing. Other than the young disciples, the others knew the name of Hidden Dragon Temple. Some showed respect and some showed friendliness towards Song Yu. Some constantly stole glances at him or Lady Calico. The older ones stayed silent, and the younger ones didn't dare speak up, so only Guan Guazi and Song Yu chatted as they walked. "Have you left to travel? My master finally drove me out." Song Yu laughed. "I happened to pass through Yudo, and am staying there for a while. I thought I would come over to visit your cave dwelling before winter." "Ha ha ha." Guan Guazi laughed and then sighed suddenly. "Time flies. I remember the first time I saw you, you were still in your swaddling clothes. The first time I followed my master to Yinyang Mountain, your temple only had deist elder Duozing and deist elder Heiyo. I was only in my 20s then, and now so many years have passed in the twinkling of an eye. Time waits for no one. And this is..." Guan Guazi seemed to have finally noticed the calico cat following Song Yu. He showed no sign of disdain although she was only a cat. "This is Lady Calico, my traveling companion. So you're Lady Calico, greetings." Meow. Lady Calico stood on her hind legs and returned the greeting. The temple entrance still had couplets on it. They read, "Virtue is the greatest treasure, it is inexhaustible for a lifetime. Treat the heart as a fertile field, it can be cultivated for more than 100 generations." Song Yu stood at the door and silently read the couplets once through as usual. Once inside, they gathered around the stove to make tea. Guan Guazi called over all the fucking temple deists in their 20s and 30s to introduce them to Song Yu one by one. These people will take over fucking temple in the future, and Song Yu was the sole heir to Hidden Dragon Temple. Therefore, the continuation of this relationship will be dependent on these young people. Guan Guazi then instructed people to fetch meat, kill chickens, catch fish, buy lamb, pick vegetables, and buy wine. He even called a few young disciples to go and pick some of the Chinese gooseberries one on the mountain that had just ripened. The deist priests were quite skilled at cooking, probably because they usually had plenty of leisure time to hone their culinary skills in. After lunch, they played and sang deist songs. The deist songs of Qingcheng Mountain were very famous. They were sung in the local dialect and had already formed their own distinct style. Song Yu sat and quietly enjoyed the performance. Lady Calico had trouble enjoying it though and fell asleep on her prayer cushion. After appreciating the deist songs, they sat together and chatted. Don't assume that monks only debate scriptures when they gather or that deists only discuss Daoism when they get together. It's like two students discussing their studies when they get together. It happens, but not often. Most of the time, they chatted about light-hearted topics like ordinary people. "How long did it take you to walk from Yudu?" someone asked. Song Yu replied honestly. "I set out early yesterday morning and reached the foot of the mountain by nightfall. The temple owner of Looking Temple at the foot of the mountain kindly let me stay the night, and I came up this morning." Immediately, someone opposite remarked, "You're a good walker." Song Yu looked up and saw a familiar deist priest. He was Guangua's disciple and had been visiting Hidden Dragon Temple the past few years. He was probably one of the contenders for the position of the next temple owner. At this time, someone else said, Deist friend Song is the heir to Hidden Dragon Temple. Walking more than 100 li a day is naturally nothing difficult. This was another Deist priest who had visited Hidden Dragon Temple. In Daoism, seniority was not strictly observed between Deists from different temples, and Deists were generally very casual anyway. As long as there was no significant difference in age or status, it was fine to address one another as Deist friends. Thus they could address Song Yu as Deist friend and not treat him specially as a senior even though they were Guangua's disciples. I was lucky and met a group of traveling merchants who gave me a lift, Song Yu said honestly. No matter what, you must be tired from the journey. I've already asked Chuiyun to prepare the best room for you. Please rest here for a few days, said the first Deist priest. Senior brother is right. You have never been to Qingcheng Mountain before and you should let us show you our hospitality, another Deist priest added. Please do not hesitate to stay, and tomorrow I'll have Yingfeng take you up Qingcheng Mountain and show you around. It's also nice to appreciate the autumn scenery. Song Yu thought for a moment and looked at Guanguazi. The old Deist beamed and changed the subject. The temple owner of Looking Temple was kind enough to host our honored guest. We should present a gift in return. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The two middle-aged Deists immediately agreed. Song Yu felt a bit helpless. He turned and asked Lady Calico, what do you think? I think it's a good idea. Everyone's eyes brightened at the voice. Those who had cultivated Deist arts had naturally long sensed something extraordinary about the calico cat, but they had only vaguely noticed and could only judge from the details. Only when the calico cat opened her mouth and spoke, could they confirm that she was really a little cat demon. However, most of them were not overly amazed as they had seen various supernatural creatures before. Only the younger disciples with inadequate experience stared wide-eyed. Song Yu said, since Lady Calico also wants to stay a few more days, we will accept your hospitality. Great. Immediately, a Deist instructed his disciples to go and catch more fish. Thus Song Yu and the cat stayed. The guest room was much better than the one at Looking Temple last night. It was spacious, neat, and bright with new bedding etc. It wasn't that Looking Temple had slighted Song Yu, they simply had limited resources. Fucking Temple was far larger and much more powerful compared to Looking Temple. The guest room they were staying in was the best they had, as was the one at Looking Temple, so there was no difference on that point. In the evening, two young Deist priests came to look for him. A male Deist named Yingfeng and a female Deist named Chuiyun. Yingfeng was tall, gentle, and courteous, with a bright and cheerful smile. His manner of speech exuded a mysterious Deist charm. He was probably a prodigious talent in Deist cultivation, likely to be well liked by Deists. Unfortunately, Song Yu was a fake Deist priest. Chuiyun was a slender woman with fair skin and delicate features. Her delicate beauty was accentuated by her Deist robe. Song Yu was not interested in forming such connections. The two were disciples of those two Deist priests from yesterday. Song Yu understood the implications here. It was very evident that those two middle-aged Deists were strong contenders for the position of successor to the thriving fucking palace. They both sought to establish a connection with Song Yu as a gentle way to enhance their competitiveness. Guanguazi knew what they were thinking and doing, but he neither minded nor stopped them. Song Yu didn't mind this approach either. Thinking from a different perspective, Hidden Dragon Temple and Fucking Temple had maintained good relations for decades, with the Fucking Temple visiting every year. If Song Yu were to like and befriend one of them and it would be perfectly fine to openly show it. If that person did eventually take over Fucking Temple, he would be more at ease during future visits with a friend. If someone else took over, it wouldn't matter either. Song Yu was simply expressing his preference according to his nature without interfering in the succession of Fucking Temple. They would continue to interact as usual in the future. However, socializing with people felt bothersome to him. Deist friend Song, tomorrow my senior brother Yingfeng and I will take you up the mountain, Chuiyun said as she sized Song Yu up. My senior brother and I are both very familiar with this mountain. We will surely be able to show you a good time sightseeing. What time would you like to set off? Yingfeng asked warmly and enthusiastically. Judging by the way they interacted, these two seemed to get along well and their master's rivalry had not affected their camaraderie as fellow disciples at the temple. The weather will be bad tomorrow. I'm afraid it will be difficult to climb the mountain. Oh, can you predict the weather, Deist friend? Just an educated guess based on experience. Then we'll see tomorrow. If the weather is good, we will come to get you early. I'm much obliged to both of you. Don't mention it, Deist friend. Our temples have had good relations for generations and this friendship should continue. You're right. Song Yu saw them off. The next day, the weather was bad as expected. There was cold rain in the morning and wind in the evening, with heavy fog in between. Song Yu ended up having 3 good meals there. It just happened to be start of winter which was perfect for cultivating in the mountains. One kiwi fruit originated in China and was known as Chinese gooseberry before it was rebranded as kiwi fruit for marketing purposes. Winter is the end of the year when all living things are stored away. This is the beginning of winter. From this time, the vitality of heaven and earth here starts to retreat within, and all living things enter a state of rest. Based on Song Yu's 4 seasons rotation method, the spiritual energy cultivated during this season had the functions of conserving vitality, halting processes, and hibernation. However, this was just the inherent characteristic of this spiritual energy and was not particularly powerful. If this spiritual energy was used to cast similar spells, it would have an amplifying effect. If used to cast ordinary spells, it will function like normal spiritual energy. However, if used to cast contrary spells, the effect will be poor. This differs from the method of drawing upon the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. When he got out of bed, it was early morning. Within his body, a wisp of spiritual energy as pure white as snow had been added. This wisp of spiritual energy was very extraordinary. It seems that cultivation indeed requires drawing upon the spirit of different mountains and rivers. A thick layer of frost covered the floor indoors, which was also quite wondrous. Lady Calico had disappeared somewhere again. Song Yu was about to go out to look for her when he suddenly heard people chatting outside. Master, what immortal abode is that hidden dragon temple? And who is that deist priest Master Song? I've never heard of him before, yet he didn't even address the temple owner as deist elder. Hidden Dragon Temple is a secluded temple, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it. However, our fucking temple is fortunate to have a connection with it and knows it very well. Why is it called Fulong, Hidden Dragon Temple? Was there once an immortal who subdued a dragon there? 1. The name Fulong does not refer to subduing a dragon but to lying low and living in seclusion. It is not that an immortal once subdued a dragon there, but rather it is a metaphor that the people in the temple are like a hidden dragon. When a hidden dragon lives in seclusion, it is unknown to the world. However, when it emerges from the mountain, none in the world can match them. The gentle voice was full of patience. Hidden Dragon Temple has been passed down for countless generations, always with only one successor at a time. Not only has the succession never been interrupted, each generation's temple owner lives up to the name. They are all like dragons and phoenixes in the realm and few can match them. Deist Priest Song is the current heir. Only one person. Usually, there are two, the master and the disciple. That's so few. The current owner of Hidden Dragon Temple Deist Duozing is akin to an earthly immortal. No wonder he addresses the temple owner as senior Deist brother. The young boy's voice sounded very surprised. Song Yu merely smiled and stood at the door without stepping out. In fact, he called Guan Guazi senior Deist brother rather than Deist elder because on one hand, seniority was not strictly observed between Deists from different temples and on the other hand, he was indeed of the same generation as Guan Guazi. Back when the master of his master from the Hidden Dragon Temple and the owner of fucking temple formed a connection, they were of the same generation. However, Hidden Dragon Temple's generational transition was much slower than that of regular temples. Fucking Temple experienced a generational transition every 20 to 30 years, while Hidden Dragon Temple took at least 40 to 50 years for each transition. As a result, when Hidden Dragon Temple had been handed on to its second generation owner, Fucking Temple had already been passed on to its third generation owner. Guan Guazi was slightly younger than Song Yu's master and admired her greatly in his youth. He had always addressed her as Deist Elder, a term of respect for much older Deists from other temples. Thus, Song Yu naturally had to call him either Senior Deist Brother or Deist Master. The people outside chatted for a while longer without moving, seemingly waiting for someone. Song Yu, not wanting to embarrass them, stayed inside until they left. Then he opened the door and went out. Just then, Lady Calico returned with small, quick steps. Good morning, Lady Calico. Good morning, Deist Priest. Where did you go? I went to have breakfast. I saw you sitting motionless, and thought you must be cultivating so I didn't call you. You. Song Yu shook his head and smiled. He knew very well that the reason Lady Calico had agreed to stay the day before yesterday was because of the sumptuous feast at noon. She had greatly enjoyed eating the generous amounts of meat and fish. Yesterday, every meal also had fish and meat. The Deist priests of fucking temple seemed to understand that if they wanted Song Yu to stay longer, they needed to serve Lady Calico well too, so they kept trying to please her with varied dishes. She was quite the little glutton. Song Yu closed the door and went to have breakfast himself. Before he had finished eating, the two young Deist priests Chuiyun and Yingfeng came again. They said to him, Senior Deist brother, the weather is nice today. Why don't we go to the mountain top to watch the clouds? Sounds good. Take your time eating, Senior Deist brother. All right. Song Yu did indeed take his time. Breakfast was steamed buns with filling, made of solid dough and stuffed generously. The taste was very down to earth and they came with thin porridge and pickled cabbage. Ordinary people could not afford such good food. Also, judging by the looks of the other Deists in the dining hall, they did not eat like this every day at fucking temple. After breakfast, they climbed the mountain, and there were already footprints on the stone slabs. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. Yingfeng and Chuiyun were very nice people. One was gentle and talkative, and the other spoke considerately in a very caring way. They were also good looking. If they had been born in later times and hadn't become Deist priests, they would probably have been very popular. Deists lead leisurely lives and often find pleasure in hiking and climbing mountains. The two knew Qingcheng Mountain very well and introduced the various temples on the mountain as they walked. It was said that there were 56 Deist temples of various sizes on the mountain, and countless cottages built for cultivation. Most people only read Deist classics. Only 9 temples have true deist arts traditions, and there were some secluded masters in the cottages. Actually, most temples in this world were like this. Most have no deist arts traditions, and only read deist classics, worshipped deist deities, and contemplated deist philosophy. Only a very few have deist arts traditions, and the content might not be what everyone imagines. How to put it? Among the few with traditions, most only pass on some knowledge and experience. For example, the preferences and weaknesses of certain ghosts and monsters, how to burn incense to communicate with gods, and the procedures for rituals, etc. These things do not require spiritual energy and can be effective even for ordinary people with sincere hearts or those exorcists without any deist skills at all. These things could be called deist arts, methods, or a kind of skill, but to call them magic would be somewhat inaccurate. Other places with magic traditions mostly had some simple magic, such as communicating with spirits, exorcising evil, and seeing gods. These are not profound methods. Many common folks also knew them. Several decades ago, fucking temple was like this, not common but unremarkable among the temples on Qingcheng Mountain. Later, they formed a connection with Hidden Dragon Temple. Only then did they become publicly recognized for having true traditions and true masters. Even though those few largest temples on Qingcheng Mountain were more famous, were larger in scale and had more people than fucking palace, they would come out even when it came to debating Daoism. However, fucking temple would always prevail when it came to magic battles. From then on, fucking temple began to gradually flourish. Its scale and reputation still did not match those few ancient temples which were a few hundred or 1,000 years old, and it was inferior when it came to debating deist classics and deist principles. However, its deist arts had few rivals on Qingcheng Mountain. Due to this, Yingfeng and Shuiyun were afraid of not entertaining Song Yu appropriately. They knew that being scolded when they went back was a minor issue, but being discourteous was a major one. Talking while walking, they didn't feel tired and soon reached the mountain top. The weather was indeed nice that day. However, Qingcheng Mountain was not very high. Without fog at the foot of the mountain and mist amassing after rain, they would not see a sea of clouds. Shuiyun's mention of cloud watching referred to looking at the clouds in the sky. Song Yu also loved watching clouds, especially while lying down. With overripe Chinese gooseberries the size of pigeon eggs from the mountain, and steamed buns with pickled vegetable fillings, it was truly delightful. Senior deist brother, have you heard this line of poetry saying in the mountains, there is no time, and a year is a cycle of 60 years before? I have. Do such immortal mountains truly exist in the world? I haven't seen them. Deist elder Duozing has traveled widely. Has she seen them? I don't think so. If that's the case, then it's just a legend. The girl in the deist robe seemed a bit disappointed, as if her notions about immortals in her heart and dreams had diminished somewhat. Song Yu neither confirmed nor denied. Time cannot be reversed, and reclaiming youth is difficult. However, if it was slowing down time, even in his previous world there were sufficient theories to support it, not to mention in this world. From what he had learned and seen, it was also profoundly mysterious and it's hard to say. He just nibbled his steamed bun and enjoyed watching the clouds. The clouds at that moment looked like light feathers spread across the blue sky. Senior deist brother indeed seems content. I am a bit tired. Junior sister and I will go find some fruit. We'll stay here until dusk and watch the sunset before going back. Since you are tired, you can just wait here. All right. The two laughed and went to look for fruit. They hadn't found any fruit when they saw a red glow on a distant mountain. Thick billowing smoke rose, rushing up the sky like a dragon. There's a fire. Deist priest Yingfeng cried out in alarm. Apparently, yesterday's light rain had only fallen halfway up the mountain. However, the fire was fanned by the wind and spread rapidly in a twinkling of an eye, leaving behind a large black scar. Seeing this, the consequences were unimaginable if it continued like this. However, it was a natural disaster. Their cultivation levels were low. Moreover, deist cultivators were not immortals. How could they extinguish the mountain fire with mere mortal powers? The two of them were immediately anxious but helpless. Just then, a voice came from behind. Deist friends, don't worry. They turned their heads to see that senior deist brother Song had already stood up. He brushed off the grass bits and mud from his body and gazed at the mountain fire like them, but without any panic. The mountain fire wreaked havoc and caused great destruction to living things, so it naturally needed to be extinguished. And he waved his hand and pointed out a white star. The white star crossed the sky and fell into the fire. The fire's energy was contained, and the mountain fire instantly contracted as if affected and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Not even a spark or smoke remained. If it weren't for the large area of withered grass and ashes left behind, one might think it had never happened. The two of them looked at each other, momentarily breathless. They immediately understood why fucking temple had developed to its current scale, but still treated visitors from Hidden Dragon Temple with utmost respect. They even went to seek advice every year. It turned out it wasn't just about courtesy and gratitude. For the rest of the afternoon, the two of them were reverent and respectful, even more well-behaved than when they were in front of their masters or the temple owner. It wasn't until after dusk that the three of them descended the mountain. However, when they returned to the deist temple, their respective masters asked how they had gotten along and if they had made any connections. They didn't know how to respond. They felt that this deist friend Song had even more profound cultivation skills than the previous owner of Hidden Dragon Temple who had first descended the mountain decades ago and whom they had heard about from their masters. From Song Yu's day of interaction with the two, he found them to be good people, at least for now. Unfortunately, Song Yu was unwilling to make friends. He couldn't choose whom to be close to or whom to distance himself from. He was destined to be unable to provide a choice for the future successor of fucking temple. After dinner in the evening, Song Yu took out the letter he had prepared and said to Guan Guazi, "Brother, I have one more request. A season has passed since I left. I've written a letter and would like to ask you to deliver it next spring." "I see." Guan Guazi took the letter and carefully put it away. The character Fu in Fulong can mean either hidden or subdue. The oil lamp flickered in the room, its wick glowing red. Lady Calico paced around on top of the wooden table, seemingly aimless, before suddenly sitting down at the edge. Her tail naturally wrapped around her little feet, and she said to Song Yu, "Deist priest, you felt very cold while cultivating today." Song Yu wasn't surprised. The little cat always acted freely, doing whatever she pleased and saying whatever she wanted. He simply answered softly, "It's because I was drawing upon the spiritual resonance hidden in winter, which has a stillness in it." "What's that?" "It's a long story." The calico cat lowered her head to lick her body, not interested in hearing more. She just said, "I only need to practice breathing exercises by myself. Not everyone can be like you. Do you cultivate quickly? Some people are fast, and some are slow. Even for me, I'm sometimes fast, and sometimes slow," Song Yu said. "Back at the Daoist temple, my cultivation progress was average. However, the world opened up after descending the mountain, and I made rapid progress. Why? It's quite mysterious. However, you are a demon and not human, so you don't need to learn this. You only need to practice your breathing exercises as usual." "I see." Song Yu smiled. Maybe because he had lived 2 lives, or maybe for other reasons, he increasingly disliked complicated things and preferred simplicity. Although the Daoist priests at fucking temple were all very friendly, he still found conversing with Lady Calico more relaxing and interesting, even if the conversation lacked substance. "Lady Calico." The calico cat was licking her fur, but immediately looked up when she heard him. "How about we go back the day after tomorrow, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. You can decide. We're traveling companions. I should discuss such a big decision with you. The day after tomorrow." "Yes." The calico cat stared at Song Yu for a while before saying, "You don't seem to like them much. Why do you say that? There's meat to eat here every day, but you don't like it here." "I just find having fun with them less amusing than being with you." Song Yu shook his head. "Besides, we can't eat other people's meat every day." "That's true. So, what do you think? Let's go back tomorrow." The calico cat immediately responded very decisively. "That's not good either." "Why?" "I have to help them solve some Daoist arts problems tomorrow. It's our repayment for their hospitality these few days." "Oh," the calico cat seemed to be pondering. "Let's sleep." Song Yu blew out the oil lamp, the sparks scattering like stars. The next morning, Chuiyun and Yingfang came to look for Song Yu again. They did their best to entertain him. However, they weren't fated to be together like their predecessors decades ago after all. While their forced interaction was fine, it was hard to form the camaraderie like their predecessors had decades ago within a short time. Song Yu just helped the Daoist priests solve their problems and then informed Guan Guazi in the evening that he planned to return the next day. Despite their efforts to persuade him to stay, he remained resolute. Chuiyun and Yingfang admired him immensely. They more or less already revered him as an immortal on earth in their hearts. They wanted to follow him in wandering the world, but he told them they were not fated to be together. The following day, Song Yu descended the mountain early in the morning while it was still dark. The bright moonlight shone on him as he traveled with only the cat for company. Walking from early in the morning to dusk, he was already near Yudo by sunset. Considering that it was already winter and staying outside overnight was cold, Song Yu decided to continue walking by moonlight until he reached Yudo. Coincidentally, he arrived just before the city gates closed for the night. Upon entering his courtyard, the sound of singing arose and brought a sense of peace to his heart. The weather in Yudo grew increasingly colder. Song Yu led a leisurely life. Besides going often to the market to listen to stories, he mostly stayed home, warming himself by the fire, cultivating, and chatting with the cat. He lived a cozy life with warm fires and a felt blanket, not venturing out with his cat one. Occasionally, people came seeking talismans or consecrated amulets based on his reputation. Though he had no consecrated items, drawing a talisman was easy for him, and he always obliged. He could more or less earn some money to buy meat for Lady Calico to eat. Sometimes he went out to observe the winter scenery in Yudo, watching people braving the cold for their livelihoods while hurrying around in unlined clothing. He saw how the cold weather stripped away the facade of prosperity, yielding some insightful observations. The yellow plum tree in the courtyard gradually sprouted flower buds. Song Yu often sat under the tree, looking at it and wondering when it would bloom. When he leaned in close and sniffed lightly, he could already smell a delicate fragrance. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the courtyard door. When Song Yu opened it, he found Constable Luo standing outside. Despite the wintry 12th lunar month, Constable Luo still wore his black uniform and boots, only dressed in somewhat thicker clothing underneath. His cheeks were red from the wind, and he held a small fish strung through its cheeks on a river vine. Greetings, mister. Aren't you cold, chief? A martial artist who is always moving doesn't feel the cold. Please come in quickly. Constable Luo followed Song Yu into the courtyard, closing the door behind him with familiarity. He said as they walked, my wife's younger brother is idle and recently obsessed with fishing. Today, he fished for half a day and came back shivering, having only caught this small fish. It's less than 2 fingers wide, yet he claimed it would make good soup for us. Haha, so I brought it here for Lady Calico instead. You're very considerate. Lady Calico, as Constable Luo spoke, he unstrung the fish. Instead of throwing it on the ground, he placed it on the clean stone table. Initially, he hadn't brought gifts for Lady Calico during his visits, only bringing some items for Song Yu. However, by chance when he came seeking advice about nightmare ghosts one day, he suddenly saw a pretty, fair-skinned little girl in the courtyard. He had never seen the little girl there before. Over subsequent visits, sometimes he saw the cat, sometimes the little girl, but never both at the same time. With time, he gradually realized what was happening, connecting the dots with Lady Calico's usual demeanor and actions. Having been a constable in Yudo for many years, he'd encountered various supernatural occurrences, including dealing with cases of animals becoming demons. Frankly, they weren't that mysterious. These creatures just gained some intelligence when they became demons. They were already terrifying if they could speak like a human and didn't have the ability to transform into humans as stories suggested. A martial artist could still kill them easily with his saber. At most, they could plead for mercy in various ways when facing death. It was the first time he had seen a demon that could transform. Constable Luo felt both momentary surprise and inevitability. He felt surprised because there was a demon who could transform living right across from him, and he hadn't noticed for so long. However, on second thought, it seemed very normal for her to be with a master like Song Yu. After all, what master in stories didn't have a child servant who wasn't a mortal or a mount that was actually a demon? Naturally, Song Yu should have one too. From that point on, he brought some gifts for Lady Calico every time he visited. In return, she ensured his home was free of mice and that his food was safe. Seeing the calico cat had already started eating, Constable Luo watched for a while before turning to Song Yu. Mister, the Yuwang Temple 2 fair is in a few days. In a few days? In 3 more days, on the 3rd day of the month. Ah, Song Yu only realized then that it was already the 12th lunar month. The area around Yuwang Temple is already bustling with people, but it will only be liveliest after the 3rd, Constable Luo said. Do you want to buy anything? This temple fair has crooks mixed in with the honest folk. Do you need me to guide you? I have a team of subordinates who can help you. We'll see when the time comes. If you need anything, just knock on my door. Thank you in advance, Chief. You're welcome, mister. After chatting for a while, Song Yu saw Constable Luo off. Song Yu's face now bore a smile. The temple fair, also known as the temple market, originated from religious gatherings. Especially during major festivals or religious holidays, large numbers of worshippers would gather. Where there were people, there was business. In this era where transportation is inaccessible and shopping is inconvenient, people still need to purchase goods. Thus, people started setting up stalls at temple fairs. As more merchants gathered, more customers came, creating a positive cycle. Eventually, temple fairs evolved beyond just serving worshippers and became major shopping festivals, one of the liveliest spectacles of the year. Temple fairs actually varied in size. Smaller ones just attracted people from nearby villages or the same county, while larger ones were significant events. The largest could even draw people from several prefectures. It's hard for modern people to imagine, but some would travel 1,000 li over half a month just to offer a stick of incense, enjoy the fair for a few days, and then spend another half a month returning home. During this period, people could broaden their horizons, make substantial profits, form lifelong friendships, meet potential partners by chance, or come and return alone after being robbed. The Yuwang Temple Fair was the most influential fair in Yizhu. Although it didn't draw people from multiple prefectures, it attracted visitors from remote areas within the prefecture and even some street performers and traveling merchants from outside the prefecture. The fair was held on the 3rd day of the 12th lunar month because it was reputedly the birthday of the Yuwang deity. Such large-scale fairs had long outgrown the Yuwang temple's confines. It just started on this day and usually extended a few more days before this lively spectacle ended. Song Yu had long anticipated this fair. After wandering around, he confirmed Constable Luo's words. Many traveling merchants and street performers had already arrived in Yudo that day. They gathered in the streets and alleys near Yuwang Temple, creating a lively, chaotic scene. Lady Calico noticed his excitement but she was somewhat puzzled. Daoist priest, is the temple fair very fun? I don't know. Song Yu replied, adding, I hope it's interesting. You seem to like temple fairs a lot. They're very lively, Song Yu told the calico cat. Have you seen lively scenes before? The city is very lively. No, Song Yu shook his head. No matter how populous Great Yan was or how prosperous Yudo was, they were constrained by the times. The city population was likely smaller than the crowd at a modern New Year's Eve gathering at a provincial landmark or even the daily number of guests at a popular tourist spot during Golden Week. Only the temple fair was truly lively. It was the grandest human spectacle in this age, comparable to the liveliness of the modern era. Song Yu's eyes sparkled, but he didn't explain further to Lady Calico. He only said, "There are many things at the fair we can't usually see, like street performers who know tricks, exotic flowers and rare herbs, as well as rare birds and animals. We can not only enjoy a few days of excitement but also buy a lot of tasty food. And buy a horse or mule." "A horse? Yes. We buy a horse. What's the matter? We're buying a horse. Or maybe a mule," Song Yu said to her. "It'll make traveling the world in the future easier." "Great." Lady Calico's eyes sparkled. Song Yu stared at her, puzzled. This cat seemed unusually excited. One allusion to Song Dynasty poet Liu Yu's November 4th Wind and Rain composition No. 2 temple dedicated to famous Southern Song Dynasty general and patriotic hero Yu Fei, 3rd day of the 12th lunar month. The calico cat was already standing at the head of Song Yu's bed very early in the morning. She first sat still for a long time, staring at his face. Seeing that he showed no signs of waking, the cat was torn between calling him and not wanting to disturb him. Yet, she had to call him. Eventually, she chose the middle ground and began to softly, very softly, call out, "Deist priest, deist priest." She was afraid he would hear her, yet also afraid he wouldn't. The epitome of indecision. There was no choice. That day they had to go to the temple fair to buy a horse. Also, the deist priest had said we instead of I. Who would have thought that a tiny cat could actually buy a big horse one day? n/o/vel/b/c/om. Deist priest, deist priest, deist priest. Finally, Song Yu was awakened by her calls. When he opened his eyes, the cat's head was right in front of his eyes. "What are you doing, Lady Calico?" "Oh." The calico cat instantly pulled back. She hesitated for a moment before blinking a few times and saying, "Just checking on you. I was just sleeping. Hurry and get up. Let's visit the temple fair. No rush, no rush. If we don't go early, all the horses will be bought up. Then forget it." The calico cat turned her head and stared at him sternly. After a few seconds, she urged repeatedly, "Get up quickly. Hurry, hurry." With that, she bit the corner of the blanket and tugged it to the side. Song Yu had no choice but to get up. Getting dressed and washed took only a quarter of an hour, and the calico cat stayed by his side the whole time, keeping close and watching intently, as if supervising and urging him. "Lady Calico, are you going out as a cat or in human form? What do you think? There are many people at the temple fair. Cats are too small and might easily get stepped on." Song Yu paused. "If you transform into human form, you can accompany me. If you go out as a cat, I'll have to carry you. I'll transform into human form. Please go to your room." "Okay." The calico cat dashed back to her room. Deist priest. Song Yu sighed. She had probably forgotten where she put her clothes again. "Help me find my clothes." He wasn't wrong at all. After some fuss, they finally set off. Yuwang Temple was in the east of the city, quite a walk away. They could take this opportunity to find a shop where they could eat breakfast that they hadn't yet tried. After Lady Calico's glaring and urging, they headed toward the east of the city. Song Yu carried half a string of cash 1 and 2 pieces of officially minted silver. His bosom felt heavy and bulged throughout the whole journey. The closer they got to Yuwang Temple, the more crowded it became. Most of the passers-by were heading in the same direction. In these times, religious festivals were of utmost importance, with few things more significant. With the day being both the birthday of the Yuwang deity who was widely revered locally as well as the day the Grand Temple Fair started, everyone from high-ranking frontier officials to commoners or cloistered young ladies from good families all ventured out and headed to Yuwang Temple. Many Jianghu people from faraway places had also come to attend the fair. Song Yu happened to run into Prefect Yu, but did not go up to greet him. Instead, he paused like other commoners to watch Prefect Yu and his retinue pass by. He faintly heard people around him discussing. "Is that the prefect? Who else could it be? Why does the prefect's procession have so few people this year? Last year, it stretched half a li. Who knows?" Song Yu smiled as he listened. He let the prefect's procession pass, and a few more steps brought the Yuwang Temple into view. The area outside the temple was crowded with people, and the roof shrouded in clouds of smoke. The sound of musical instruments also drifted over from that direction. The street soon became extremely congested. With vendors and street performers filling every alley around the temple, the human tide made movement almost impossible. Before they even arrived, they could already hear the shouts of vendors hawking their wares. Traveling through the Jianghu, selling for money or not. "I'm setting up the stall first. Everyone passing by please take a look, just watching is free. Passing through this treasure land with empty pockets and a rumbling stomach. I'm selling some herbal remedies first. Herbal remedies, herbs growing tall. 10 people go to gather, 9 lose their lives." Song Yu couldn't help but stop to listen with a smile to the humorous and catchy sales jingles like the other commoners. This was what made it lively. "Stay close, Lady Calico. Where do we buy the horse?" "I don't know, let's look for it first." "Okay." A large figure and a small figure headed towards the densest part of the crowd. The sights were indeed eye-opening. There were acrobats, tossing plates and bowls, climbing poles, walking tightropes, jumping through fire hoops, throat stabbing with iron spears, neck choking with iron chains. These were mostly skills honed through hard practice. There was a monkey trainer. The trainer and the monkey cooperated seamlessly, one commanding the monkey to perform tasks and the other playing the fool for laughs. The trainer would threaten with a knife, and the monkey would immediately cower. However, the moment the trainer was inattentive, the monkey would grab the knife and counterattack. Any observant person could tell that it was a prearranged act, but the performance was so natural that it made everyone laugh heartily. There was the magic rope trick. A rope was thrown up into the sky and the end was immediately shrouded in clouds of smoke. The rope also became straight, and a person could actually climb up along it. As the climber gradually disappeared into the clouds, the rope fell back down in front of the audience's eyes. The clouds of smoke dissipated and the person was gone, leaving the audience shouting in alarm. There were fire breathers. Initially, they drank oil to breathe fire just to add to the fair's excitement. However, the crowd soon noticed that though the oil had been used up, the performer could blow fire by just approaching a torch. Eventually, they didn't even need a torch, just spouting flames from their empty mouths. Everyone realized this was true skill. Thus copper coins clinked all over on the ground. There were conjurers. An empty basin could instantly produce birds, fish, and snakes. With another wave of the hand, they would vanish for no reason. Similar to latter-day magic, these conjurers needed a cloth to obscure their tricks. They either used clever sleight-of-hand tricks or swift and nimble movements. Song Yu paused for a moment at every spot. Lady Calico was initially focused on buying a horse, but gradually she was captivated by these performances. She obediently stayed close to Song Yu, her eyes wide with wonder. Whenever someone brought over a tray for tips, Song Yu never refused, always giving at least a few wen. In general, only Jianghu people were this generous. It wasn't that they were wealthy. It was because they understood the hardships of traveling through the Jianghu and were particular about such things. Either they avoided watching or if they watched, they would give a little no matter how strapped for cash they were. However, just as they had finished watching and were about to leave, Song Yu felt something amiss. Reaching into his bosom, he found the half-string of coins still there, but the 2 pieces of officially minted silver were gone. This was interesting. Song Yu turned back, looking at the middle-aged performer who was still demonstrating conjuring tricks. Scanning the surroundings, he heard cheers again and again. Even patrons in nearby inns were tossing down money. He said nothing and waited there for a while. Having strolled around for so long, it was already long past noon. One by one, the Jianghu street performers stopped, saying they needed to prepare their meals. The crowd also gradually dispersed. Only then did Song Yu approach the performer. This man looked around 30 or 40. He was broad-shouldered and solidly built with a fierce-looking face. At the moment, he was eating heartily with a few subordinates. He ate well, there were large chunks of boiled meat. "Your meal is quite sumptuous," Song Yu said, smiling as he stood before him. The performer looked up at the shadow and saw that it was a young man leading a little girl. He was taken aback, and asked in a foolish way, "What do you want?" "We'll only start after finishing our meal." "It's no big deal," Song Yu said politely, his voice calm. "I just happened to drop some silver while watching your performance here just now. I wondered if you saw them." The performer was puzzled. "If you lost silver, you should report it to the authorities. The temple fair is crowded and chaotic, so thieves are inevitable. You don't really think I can make things disappear into thin air since we know some magic tricks, do you? Are you framing us?" As he spoke, he grew angry. With his already robust physique and swarthy complexion, once he raised his eyebrows and glared, any trace of foolishness vanished, leaving only a terrifying ferocity. But Song Yu remained mild and calm. "I just saw that while your mastery of the art of telekinesis had not reached the acme of perfection, you have already reached great heights. It's far beyond my abilities, so I came over to ask." The performer's expression immediately hardened. Actually, he hadn't used the art of telekinesis during his performance but just tricks of the hand. Yet he didn't argue or deny it. He simply studied Song Yu for a moment before cupping his hands. "May I ask where you come from?" "I am Song Yu from Hidden Dragon Temple on Yinyang Mountain." "I see, so you're a Daoist priest." "Apologies." "No need to apologize. How much did you lose?" 20 taels of officially minted silver. The performer immediately turned and waved at the person beside him. He neither magnanimously admitted the theft nor denied it again. He did not even offer some polite excuse like, "Since it's fate that we've met, we'll compensate you for the loss as a token of friendship." Instead, he just ordered his subordinate to fetch the money, 2 pieces of girdled beehive silver. They were not the lost ones, but matched the amount. Song Yu weighed the silver pieces in his hand twice and then put them away. One could only say it was hard to determine whether Jianghu people were good or bad, but they all adhere to principles to some extent. "Thank you. My apologies for the offense. However, I have another question," Song Yu asked. "With your skills, why do you engage in this line of work? You jest." The middle-aged man laughed, surprisingly with a touch of carefree ease. "This art of telekinesis originally evolved from Jianghu magic tricks. Besides, this is the only skill we have. In these times, what other job can make more money? Or do you think pretending to be a great master to con the nobility is more honorable and easier?" Song Yu couldn't help thinking for a moment. "Fair point. We also have our own rules." The middle-aged man picked up his rice bowl and started eating again as he spoke. "We only take officially minted silver, not wen or pieces of silver. If a master sees through us or someone suspects us, as long as they can find us and report what happened, we will always return the money." "I see." Song Yu couldn't help pondering this. In Great Yan, officially minted silver started from 10 taels. Taking only officially minted silver and not yuan or pieces of silver was convenient for carrying on one hand and also avoided robbing poor people based on the denomination on the other hand. It was a kind of mentality of robbing the rich, but not the poor. The latter rule also somewhat prevented people from reporting to the authorities. Jianghu people respected mutual principles. In these times, ordinary people generally did not trust the authorities much, unlike latter-day people. Jianghu people had their own ways of solving problems they encountered and would be ridiculed by their peers if they reported to the authorities. As for normal wealthy people, it would be hard for them to realize that they were robbed by someone 2 jiang away. Even if they discovered it, they would not report it to the authorities as long as their money was returned, fearing retaliation from Jianghu people. Actually, the risks have been greatly reduced and being mobile made it even less risky. Standing before the performer, Song Yu still asked, "Aren't you afraid of being interrogated by the authorities?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man squinted and paused his eating. He looked up at Song Yu. "Are you joking with me?" "I'm curious," Song Yu said, his expression unchanged. "You perform this kind of magic trick. If something like this happens and you encounter an experienced constable, won't you be the number one suspect? You are trapped by your own knowledge. To most people, this is just a sleight-of-hand trick. Even if they know there's something fishy, how many would think of someone taking things from a distance? Even if someone did figure it out, we would be long gone." "I see. Thank you for the explanation." Song Yu seemed thoughtful and nodded as he spoke. "Is there anything else? Then I'll take my leave." Daoist priest. As Song Yu was about to leave, the man stopped him again. He was still worried and scrutinized Song Yu as he said, "Don't you dare report this to the authorities." Meeting his gaze, Song Yu thought for a moment and then nodded. "All right." The man had vividly informed him not to be confined by what he knew. The man had principles, and although Song Yu was not a Jianghu person, he was willing to adhere to those principles this time. He decided not to report to the authorities this time. However, adhering to principles did not mean confusing right and wrong. Constable Luo was experienced and competent. He would likely suspect something and come to consult Song Yu in time. When that happened, he would have to tell him. It was just uncertain whether he would run faster or Constable Luo would chase faster. 1 a string or guan is 1,000 yuan. Daoist priest, what were you saying to that person just now? He stole my money. The little girl immediately stopped in her tracks, not walking any further. Judging by her expression, she seemed to be thinking of going to snatch the money back. "I already got the money back from him. Bite him to death." "Humans can't do that." "Beat him to death." "It's not about biting or beating to death." Song Yu patted her head. Given her height, he could reach her head easily, which was quite convenient. The punishment should fit the crime. You can't just beat someone to death because they stole some money from you. That's not in line with human standards. "Oh." The girl nodded, looking thoughtful. Just as Song Yu thought she had understood something or perhaps gained some insight, she extended her hand towards him and asked, "Do you want to eat a pill of immortality?" "What? A pill of immortality?" Song Yu was puzzled. He looked down. A tiny little hand that was extremely beautiful held a small pill in the center of its soft fair-skinned palm, which was very, very small. The little girl looked up at him with her fair and clear face, her expression serious. "What is this?" "A pill of immortality." The girl seemed deeply convinced about this. "Where did it come from?" "I found it." "Where did you find it?" "In my nose." Song Yu was momentarily speechless. The little girl continued to press. "Are you eating it or not?" "I'm not eating it." "Why not?" "Don't look for this kind of pill of immortality in the future. If you don't eat it, I will." Smack. "Hey, why did you knock away my pill of immortality? Don't eat that again." A large figure and a small figure walked further and further away. After searching around, they finally found the mule and horse market. As the name suggests, this place mainly traded mules, horses, and donkeys. As soon as they entered, there was a strong smell of dung. Many people were haggling, some stretching their hands into sleeves to indicate price as one, while others conversed normally. Quite a few Jianghu people were here too, looking to choose a mount they fancied. Looking at a horse to judge its worth requires skill. A good horse complemented a hero. If someone picked a good horse, it was as if a tiger had grown wings. If the horse is chosen by a hero, it also gains some glory by association. However, a fine steed is hard to come by, and heroes are rare. However, if a fine steed happens to meet a hero, they can achieve great things together. In the future, when someone writes a biography or historical novel, both their names may be recorded in history. Song Yu was not skilled at judging horses, but he had his own choosing method. He didn't plan to buy one right away today though. In these times, buying a horse was like buying a car. Mules weren't cheap either. Even wealthy families must be cautious about making such purchases. "Lady Calico, remember to follow me closely. There are too many Jianghu people here. Don't get kidnapped." "Oh." Lady Calico's eyes were drawn to the large horses and mules by the sides of the road. It was unclear if she had heard him, and Song Yu thought she probably hadn't heard. She even swayed as she walked. Song Yu had to hold her hand. They looked as they walked along. Yudu was an important node in the tea horse trade. Most of the horses here came from the southwest and were small in stature. It wasn't an exaggeration to say they were barely bigger than some large donkeys. However, there were no inherently bad horses. Each had its uses. Even the southwest horses, which were often considered inferior, were unmatched in traversing mountain paths. But horses were precious and required good feed and grooming. The maintenance cost was high, and good horses were expensive. Their merits were just that they excelled at running and looked handsome. However, there wasn't much opportunity for galloping on long journeys. Their explosive speed advantage seemed unlikely to come in useful, making them less cost-effective. Unless he could buy a Bwin horse. Bwin horses lived in the harsh northern highlands, making them extremely tough and resistant to both the cold and the heat. They were able to thrive on coarse feed and had strong stamina. Although not tall, and lacking explosive speed, they were the most commonly used military horse breed by the Great Yin court and were rarely seen in the market. Donkeys were the opposite on the other hand. They could tolerate coarse feed, had strong stamina, and were quite valuable for labor. These days, it has become popular for the literati to ride donkeys as a sign of their refinement. A few years ago, even the current prime minister once rode a donkey to court to highlight his literati loftiness. It was also popular for deists to ride donkeys as it gave them an ethereal aura of an immortal. Mules fell in between, combining the strengths of both. However, mules were divided into two types, hinnies and horse mules too. Comparing the two, hinnies were more similar to donkeys in build, strength and temperament. They were tough and tolerated coarse feed, but they were somewhat shorter and smaller. Horse mules were more similar to horses in build and were taller and bigger, even rivaling horses in strength. Good horse mules were no cheaper than horses. Both had higher utility value than donkeys and were more resilient and tougher than horses. So mules seemed to be a better choice. However, the emperor seemed to have plans recently to deploy troops in the north again. Horses and mules were important military goods, and the authorities had reportedly bought a large number of horses and horse mules before the temple fair opened. This not only caused the prices of horses and mules in the market to soar, with a southwest horse easily costing over 20 guan, but also meant that good ones had almost all been chosen and bought up. Only some subpar ones were left which Jianghu people still furiously fought over. Song Yu looked around but really couldn't find one he fancied. Aren't we buying one yet? There aren't any I fancy. I told you to get up earlier. I was wrong. Everyone else is buying. Lady Calico pointed at a person leading a horse mule away. That person has already bought one. No rush. Song Yu planned to look for 2 more days. If he still couldn't find a suitable one, he would buy a little donkey. He would travel the world leading it. Just thinking about it made him quite elated. Some lines of poetry about riding donkeys had already come to his mind. It was almost dusk. After wandering around the temple fair all day, how could they not go to Yuang Temple to burn some incense? It just so happened that the crowd had already thinned by that time. Thus Song Yu led Lady Calico to the temple. There was still a pair of couplets at the entrance. It read, "You seek fame and profit, he wants to know his fortune. Pity me that I am totally heartless, how could I offer any advice? The hall holds clouds of smoke and is lined with bells and cauldrons. It is laughable that people worship this clay and wood, wasting much money for nothing." 3. According to Constable Luo, the previous couplets didn't used to be these. One day, the Yuang deity had appeared in a dream and only then were they changed to the present ones. From this perspective, perhaps the deity really was from Yizhu. At the very least, this unconstrained spirit of not caring about anything was something commonly seen in people from Yizhu. A large figure and a small figure stepped into the temple. Inside was a deity with a tough and stocky build wearing a multicolored divine robe. He looked righteous and sat majestically on the altar, glaring at every person who walked in. As soon as Lady Calico stepped in, the deity's eyes flashed. She was so startled that her whole body trembled. She quickly stopped and looked at Song Yu, her little face looking somewhat helpless. Fortunately, the flash had disappeared in the twinkling of an eye, and not many had seen it. The deity is indeed here. Song Yu patted Lady Calico's head, stepped forward to pay respects, and then offered incense. Offering incense whenever he came across a temple was his habit since there was nothing else to do anyway. It wasn't that he had much reverence for the deities in the temples. His master often said that he was irreverent towards deities based on his exceptional innate talent and deist skills. Maybe so, but she also often said true ancient deist cultivators should view deities differently. Thus Song Yu wasn't disrespectful, he just respected them in a different way from ordinary people. The incense smoke rose in spirals, and the candle flames flickered. After offering incense, Song Yu turned and was about to leave when he paused suddenly and looked at the deity statue in front of him. After a moment of thought, he said, "Since the deity is here, have you seen any thieves stealing outside?" The deity's eyes flashed again. "I apologize for my audacity." Song Yu strode out of the door, feeling endless joy in his heart. This was the happiest thing he had done recently. With each step away from the temple, the sky grew darker. The temple fair was no less lively at night than during the day. There were many gifted scholars and beautiful ladies out to have fun carrying lanterns, and wandering down the lantern riddles 4 corridor. Beautiful ladies stole glances at scholars, and scholars at beautiful ladies. If fate favored them, it would be a beautiful love story like that of Yi and Jushi 5. Song Yu only lingered around the night market snacks. A few skewers of grilled meat, a bowl of water basin mutton 6, and a fire persimmon 7 with a molten center. They were northern delicacies that were normally hard to find and tasted as good as anything from later eras. That was that night's dinner. Song Yu enjoyed this feeling. He liked feeling that it was not inferior compared with later eras. Herbal remedies, effective indeed. Thin people can gain weight after eating it. When urinating, pee can shoot 8 jong high. How do you take it, you ask? Soak in wine if you have it, soak in urine if you don't, chew it dry if you lack both, it's still effective. 8. A fascinated crowd gathered around him. Song Yu smiled again. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. This person actually hadn't stopped work for the day. 1. This was a way for ancient Chinese to haggle secretly and silently through touching each other's hands while concealing them in long clothing sleeves. 2. In Chinese, mules can refer to both hinnies and the offspring of male donkeys and female horses, which has been translated as horse mule, i.e. mule in English, here. 3. This is an actual couplet from Lingguan Temple, Mount Yimei in Sichuan, China. 4. Riddles written on lanterns displayed during Chinese festivals. 5. Art name of Li Qingzhao, a famous Song dynasty female poet who had a happy marriage with a husband who shared her interests. 6. Famous traditional mutton soup dish from Shaanxi province. Refer to /water basin mutton yang grow / 7. Type of seedless reddish-orange persimmon grown in Shaanxi province. 8. Historically, there have been practices in ancient China where herbal medicines were sometimes combined with urine. This practice was based on traditional beliefs about the medicinal properties of urine, which were thought to enhance the effectiveness of certain herbal remedies. However, it is important to note that this was a specific cultural and historical practice and is not widely recommended or practiced in modern times. Daoist priest, you seem very happy today. Yes, I am. You didn't manage to buy a horse. What are you happy about? Lady Calico tilted her head and looked up at Song Yu doubtfully. Her little face was really very cute. Even though I didn't manage to buy a horse, I enjoyed the hustle and bustle. You like the hustle and bustle? Sometimes I do. When are we going to buy a horse? No rush, no rush. As they approached the courtyard house in Tianshui Alley, they found 2 people already waiting at the entrance. The 2 were dressed in thick Daoist robes and leading a horse. They were Yingfeng and Shuiyun, 2 Daoist priests from fucking temple. Song Yu was very surprised to see them and quickly stepped forward to welcome them. Daoist priests, what brings you here? Greetings, senior Daoist brother. The 2 breathed in the chilly air and bowed towards him. They noticed the little girl next to him and couldn't help but ask, who is this? Lady Calico. Lady Calico. Greetings, Lady Calico. The 2 hurriedly bowed to Lady Calico, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had only heard stories of demons transforming into humans from their elders in the temple, but with their limited Daoist cultivation skills, this was their first time seeing one. Lady Calico returned their bow, imitating them. Ying Feng then said, the temple owner knew that you intended to travel the world but lacked a mount. The Yuwang Temple Fair opens today and he guessed you would go to look for a horse or mule. However, with the northern frontier lacking horses recently, he suspected you would most likely not find a suitable mount. By chance, we were also coming to the fair to buy some things and socialize with the Daoist priests in Yudo. Coincidentally, there was a worshipper in our temple with some connections, so the owner asked us to bring a nag here as a gift for you. Even if you don't ride it, it can at least help carry your luggage on the long journey. Shuiyun added, we were worried that you might have already bought a horse or mule by the time we found you. If that happened, we'd have to lead it back. Luckily, it seems you haven't. Song Yu looked at the 2 of them. The Daoist robes provided limited protection against the cold, and in the cold winter night, their lips were already blue from the cold. The night fog made their eyebrows and the ends of their hair moist, adding to the damp chill. As for this horse, it was far from being a nag. Although it was not very tall and nothing special to look at, one could see that it had a large head with a short neck and a sturdy build. Its chest was broad, its mane long, and it had a thick skin with a coarse coat. It was clearly a Biwen horse. At most, it could be considered physically unattractive for a Biwen horse, but it was still a Biwen horse which was most suited for long journeys. Song Yu stood still, his gaze flickering. The 2 were anxious. After a few seconds, Song Yu reached out, smiling, and took the reins of the horse. Thank you very much then. The 2 quickly heaved a sigh of relief. There's no need to be so polite, senior Daoist brother. It's cold late at night, come in quickly and warm up by the fire. We won't trouble you. Ying Feng said hurriedly. We've been out for a long while and it's best to return as quickly as possible. Our temple has friendly relations with Qingxiao Temple in the west of the city and our elders are all lodging there. Shuiyun added. There are many robbers at night, and our elders will worry if we don't go back now. We'll come visit you again tomorrow. Junior sister is right. We have to come back for the fair tomorrow anyway. Be careful, this horse is young and might have a temper. Senior Daoist brother has ways to handle it. That's true. Horse, you must behave from now on. You must have accumulated good fortune over several lifetimes to be able to travel the mortal world with senior Daoist brother. We want to but can't even get the chance. Senior Daoist brother, we'll take our leave now. The 2 continued to chatter seamlessly in quite an amusing way. Song Yu had no choice but to watch them walk away. He then turned back to look at the horse, and it was a very young horse as expected. He couldn't help sighing that it may be hard to determine Guangua's Daoist cultivation level, but he certainly had a remarkable knack for navigating human relationships and scheming. This old Daoist was fated not to be able to become an immortal in this lifetime, but he had already become a worldly wise person. Puff, the Juju-bred one horse snorted. SHHH. Song Yu calmly said to it, please keep quiet in the city. When I'm free, I'll take you out for a gallop. The Juju-bred horse quieted down as expected. There was no sign of an unstable temper. Satisfied, Song Yu smiled. Lady Calico had been staring up at the horse with wide eyes that sparkled like stars. When the two deist priests left, she quickly asked, "Is this horse good?" "Of course, it's good." Upon hearing this, Lady Calico was overjoyed. Song Yu had pondered all day and roughly guessed what she was thinking. As for understanding her fully, it wasn't necessary. After all, complete understanding is rare even between humans, let alone between man and cat. The horse was a common gingerbread color. Biwen horses were not tall to begin with and it could be considered short even for its breed. However, he would just need it to carry traveling bags most of the time. They would be traveling slowly and did not need to hurry along like soldiers on the march, so it didn't need to be very robust. Song Yu closed the courtyard door and led the horse to the bamboo grove, saying, "This little courtyard is simple and crude. There is no stable. I'm sorry, but you'll have to stay here temporarily. Keep quiet. I'll buy some fodder first thing in the morning." The horse stood still, staying silent as expected. "From now on, we'll be traveling through mountains and rivers together. I'll trouble you to accompany me and help carry my traveling bags. In return, I certainly won't treat you badly." Song Yu actually cupped his hands and bowed to the horse as he said this. Interestingly, though the horse continued to stand still, it blinked its pitch-dark eyes and actually seemed to have understood. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Lady Calico reluctantly tore her eyes away from the horse and ran to open the door. Standing outside was Constable Luo, dressed in black clothes and boots. He wore a saber at his waist. With the temple fair these few days, many Jianghu people had arrived in the city. Since there were crooks mixed in with the honest folk in the crowd, the constables had switched from their usual iron rulers to steel sabers. Seeing that it was the little girl again that day, Constable Luo's expression changed slightly, but not only did he not show it, he adhered to the tacit agreement of not calling her Lady Calico. He just cupped his hands and asked, "Is the master back?" "He's back." Just as Lady Calico said this, she turned to see Song Yu approaching from behind. "Chief, you haven't gotten off work. Another mysterious case has come up. I came to consult you." Ever since Song Yu had thought things through before start of winter, he no longer deliberately avoided human entanglements. Nowadays, when Constable Luo encountered mysterious cases, he no longer went everywhere to search for masters in temples or among the commoners but directly went opposite to consult Song Yu. Song Yu could provide answers most of the time, and Constable Luo brought small tokens of gratitude which Song Yu usually accepted. They had developed a good rapport with each other. Song Yu invited him to state his case. Today, the Yamen received reports from several nobles claiming that their silver was mysteriously stolen. Most of these thefts occurred while they were watching performances of conjuring tricks, Constable Luo described in detail. While the temple fair is chaotic to begin with and small-time criminals hiding in the crowd are common, what's strange is that only officially minted silver was stolen, not pieces of silver or copper coins. Some victims had their money securely bundled up. Some officials had gone out in sedan chairs and had placed all their money into boxes within the sedan chairs. Yet they still lost silver, but only the officially minted silver. Do you have any suspects? Among these street performers, there are those with sticky fingers and some with strange abilities. I suspect that those street performers are committing thefts on the run. Constable Luo stealthily observed Song Yu. Among them, there is a group performing the 3 immortals returning to the cave trick too, who can make objects disappear and reappear. Not only is their act related, most of the thefts reported by nobles happened while watching their shows. I wanted to ask if there's a way to steal silver from a distance. There's a kind of magic known as the art of telekinesis which has difficult requirements for learning. Not many among the people know it, but practitioners who have mastered it can fetch objects from a distance without being detected by their owners and also make them disappear into thin air. Constable Luo continued to observe Song Yu's expression. It seemed like Song Yu was merely answering his question. However, having interacted with him for several months, Constable Luo could tell from his tone and expression that Song Yu was actually affirming his conjecture. Even so, such tricks are hard to prove. The law is strict, and if we can't find evidence, it would be troublesome if we arrested people randomly. With this kind of magic, if the practitioner had the ability to fetch an object from 1,000 li away, 100 li, 10 li, or even a li away, he wouldn't need to perform conjuring tricks. Song Yu said. Since the stolen silver was taken from close by, it can't be placed far away. Constable Luo's expression hardened and he immediately understood. Then, with a sharp sound, he quickly cupped one fist in the other hand towards Song Yu in a salute. "Thank you, mister. I'll take my leave now." As soon as he said this, he walked out energetically. As he reached the door, he suddenly paused, and turned to look in the direction of the bamboo grove. He quickly added, "Did you buy a horse at the temple fair? If it's inconvenient to keep it here, the Yamen has a special stable. If you need it, I can help you bring it over to be kept at the Yamen. The expenses will be funded by the court." Song Yu couldn't help smiling and hurriedly thanked him. The footsteps outside quickly faded away. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. He remembered that the conjurer hadn't packed up yet when they returned from Yuwang Temple. It was just uncertain if Constable Luo could still find the performer if he went now. One traditional Chinese color. A deep reddish-brown color resembling the color of jujube/red dates. Often used to describe horses. 2 traditional Chinese magic trick that involves moving 3 balls between 2 upturned bowls while using a single chopstick. The next morning, when Song Yu woke up and got out of bed, he heard voices outside. Pushing open the door, he saw Constable Luo standing in the bamboo grove. It seemed that Lady Calico had opened the door for him. He was petting the horse's mane while talking to the little girl beside him. Most of the conversation consisted of the little girl asking questions and him answering them. Do you have horses at home? I don't have horses at home, but the yamen does. We can go get them when we need them. Are there many? Just the county yamen? Not many. However, the post stations have many, and in emergencies, we can temporarily use them depending on the situation. Are they as good as our horse? Well, Constable Luo was momentarily tongue-tied. It seemed that Lady Calico was actually quite familiar with him, reminding Song Yu of some pet cats from his previous world. When in a good mood, they would immediately play with guests. When in a bad mood, they would lie there and not move at all. Lady Calico was in a very good mood that day. Seeing Song Yu come out, Constable Luo finally escaped from Lady Calico's blinking eyes. He immediately turned to face Song Yu and cupped his hands in greeting. Mister, you're awake. Good morning, Chief. I've come this morning to report good news to you, said Constable Luo. I came too early, and you hadn't gotten up yet. I originally intended to wait until noon and come back to report the news to you, but your child servant insisted I come in to see the horse you bought, so I brazenly came in to wait for you. It was a gift from someone. Lady Calico immediately corrected him upon hearing this. Oh, a fellow deist from fucking temple in Qingcheng Mountain gave it to us. Our temples have been friendly for generations, Song Yu softly explained. It was only sent here last night. It would have been impolite to refuse, so I had to shamelessly accept it. I see. Constable Luo continued to look at the horse. Biwen horses are good horses and this horse also has a pure bloodline. However, it seems to have some congenital defects, which is why it has grown to be short and small in stature. It's good enough for us. Perhaps this horse will attain enlightenment together with you. Song Yu shook his head, knowing that such compliments from people were mostly just polite flattery. He just asked, is the good news you mentioned about catching the thief from yesterday? Thanks to you. Constable Luo just cupped his hands in thanks. Recalling it at the moment, he was both glowing with pride and also secretly amazed. Half of his glow was from excitement, and the other half from pride. The silver theft case from yesterday bore some similarities to the previous earth-traversing burglar case. Both mostly involved wealthy and noble families in the city losing large amounts of money. Such cases were no small matter. In the past, solving them within 3 to 5 months would have been good, and it was more likely they would become unresolved cases. But who could have thought that the culprits would be caught red-handed that very night? Even more exciting and gratifying was the fact that these thieves likely didn't just operate in Yuzhou. Upon further interrogation, it was likely they could also solve similar theft cases in Yangzhou as well as the capital city. What an achievement! As for his amazement, one must mention the process of solving the case. Last night, after getting guidance from Song Yu, he divided his men into 2 groups. One to catch the Jianghu performers and the other to search nearby hiding places. Both groups moved quickly. Although the temple fair was still going on, the thieves were already packing up to flee. To leave in just 1 day was quite cautious. Just as the constables were about to miss them, something miraculous happened. A thunderstorm in winter, a lightning strike in a clear night. It struck the thieves, leaving them half dead. When Constable Luo arrived, the thieves were caught with the stolen silver. If you went to the temple fair now, most people would probably still be talking about last night's affair with relish. Not just today, but tomorrow, and even in years to come, the legend of the Yuang deity punishing the temple fair thieves with divine lightning would perhaps still circulate. But was that really the truth? Did the Yuang deity really do it? Constable Luo didn't think so. This was the largest temple fair in Yuzhou. Many small-time criminals flouting the law and fighting Jianghu people have been active these few days, yet did the Yuang deity strike anyone down? He didn't believe it was unrelated to Song Yu. It must have been that after Song Yu guided him, he foresaw the thieves' escape and thus arranged for the lightning strike to stop them. Last night, when the county head magistrate asked him, he had said this. He still clearly remembered the shocked expressions of the county head magistrate and his advisor, just like he had been shocked earlier. Nevertheless, he still needed to report this to Song Yu. Constable Luo recounted everything in detail while stealthily observing Song Yu's expression. He saw Song Yu smile immediately upon hearing about the sudden winter thunderstorm. However, there was a profound meaning hidden in that smile, which he couldn't understand. He heard Song Yu say, "It's fine as long as they were caught. We tried not to let you down." Constable Luo hurriedly lowered his head. After a pause, he added again, "I still need to interrogate those thieves, so I won't disturb your morning washing up. Take care, Chief." Song Yu then went back to wash up. Afterward, he went to the bamboo grove to see the horse. The horse remained quiet, though it chewed constantly. There was some alfalfa beside it which was first-rate fodder. Constable Luo had probably brought it. Heh. Song Yu shook his head and stroked the horse. "Do you want to stay at the Yamen stable for a while, or stay here? The Yamen has dedicated caretakers, who may take better care of you than me. But if you stay here, I won't neglect you either." "All right, then stay here." After breakfast, more visitors arrived. They were deist priests Chuiyun and Yingfeng. The deist priests from fucking temple were inviting him to join them at the temple fair. Song Yu happened to have some things to buy as well, so he agreed to go with them. Thus, a group of real deist priests with a fake one mingled in, arrived at the streets and alleys near Yuang Temple. The surrounding voices were chaotic. The passers-by were all excited with an urge to talk or a desire to know more showing on their faces. It was as if they had just heard something incredible and were eager to clarify the details or to share what they knew. What happened? A middle-aged deist priest asked curiously. The younger deist priests, being more lively, saw people gathering to discuss spiritedly and moved over to listen. When they returned, they pieced together what they had heard. It's said that the deity manifested. They said lightning struck the thieves. They said there were lost items. The middle-aged deist priest couldn't gain the whole picture, which was rather frustrating. However, it did provide him with a topic to discuss with Song Yu. Did you hear about this manifestation at Yuwang Temple? It was just a casual question, but Song Yu unexpectedly nodded. I just heard about it this morning. Oh. The deist priests immediately perked up their ears. Yesterday, a group of thieves used some esoteric methods to steal here. Later they were discovered by Yu Du constables who came to arrest them. Just as the thieves were about to escape, the Yuwang deity manifested and struck them down with lightning. Really? It shouldn't be fake. Then it must be a real divine manifestation, the middle-aged deist priest quickly said. We should go to the deity's temple to offer incense. We should. Song Yu also went to offer incense again. However, the deity was no longer there today. Then they continued to stroll through the temple fair.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The deist priests wanted to buy some daily necessities used in their temple. Of course, they were only buying those that were inconvenient to buy in the towns below the mountain. Song Yu bought a bell for the gingerbread horse and items like a small pot and a woven rush raincoat for future long travel. He also accompanied them in watching performances again. These deist priests had gone to visit friends and discuss Daoism the day before, so that day was their first time at the temple fair. Even if they came every year, it was only once a year. The younger ones were naturally excited, unwilling to leave as they stood with the crowd. Fortunately, the elders were also very patient, and would usually either wait outside for them or join them in watching. Most of these Jianghu performers also actually had some real skills. Whether honed through practice or through esoteric deist arts, they were real skills which were all worth watching. Especially these esoteric deist arts which captivated the young deist priests. One should never assume deist priests from established temples were superior to these Jianghu performers because they appeared more honorable and legitimate. There was no inherent hierarchy in esoteric deist arts, and they were hard to acquire. The skills passed down through generations among Jianghu performers were not necessarily found in temples. Even if they were, most people spent their lives mastering one skill, and performers among the people were not necessarily inferior to deist priests and monks in temples. In fact, if they could endure the asceticism and look for a temple to cultivate in, they could easily gain ordination certificates based on their skills. Only talent and hard work can create the difference. They wandered from morning until dusk like this. As the sky darkened, that day's temple fair was different from the day before, with many dark tents added. These tents, big and small, had people standing at the entrances collecting entrance fees. One could go in if one paid. The older deist priests had seen these before once or twice, but the younger ones hadn't. Thinking that the tickets were cheap after all, they went in to see curiosities one after another. Some tents had rare exhibits, like peacocks with jet black feathers, spotless white leopards, and giant lingzi mushrooms said to be 1,000 years old. Some were genuinely eye-opening, while others were clearly scams to make money. There were frequent exclamations of surprise or ridicule from the visitors. Some tents had all kinds of displays of deformities and grotesque exhibits. Moving mummies, people with only the upper half of their bodies, and even human swine or grown-up malformed children. In the night, many people actually came in groups to see these. It was evident that they were both scared and thrilled by this kind of horror exhibition. The more scared they were, the more they liked it, and the more excited they became. Deist priest Shuiyun, being a woman, often found it terrifying and covered her eyes. Deist priest Yingfeng often showed signs of discomfort though he was a man, and wanted to leave early. After a while, deist priest Shuiyun didn't want to enter any more tents. Song Yu, not wanting Lady Calico to see these, asked her to stay outside and look after Lady Calico. He remained calm himself, observing and pondering. He watched the exhibits and the visitors. He gained some insights by examining human nature and human hearts like this. The last tents were for obscene exhibits. They didn't know ahead of time, but after entering for just a few when, they found candlelit scenes filled with naked women. Of course, there weren't that many graceful curves or beautiful faces, just something for the male visitors to ogle. The visitors were almost all men. Some of these people would either secretly glance, or come in groups of 2 or 3 pointing and whispering with indecent smiles. Those who entered by mistake and didn't know what was going on quickly left, while the bold ones even made a move as if to touch. Seeing a group of deists enter, many sneered. Deist priests like these too. Where do you cultivate? Lust is really human nature, haha. The middle-aged deist priests, with their high level of cultivation, only responded with smiles and ignored them. The younger deist priests blushed, and looked down, not daring to look. They regretted not asking what was inside beforehand, and just wanted to leave quickly. Song Yu remained composed, mostly observing the visitors. This was the way of the times, and one couldn't judge these visitors' characters based on this. Whether they behaved boldly or reservedly could only reflect their recent characters and ways of thinking. If one asked what kind of people were these, The answer was that they were merely ordinary people. Daoist priest Chuiyun stood outside the tent, her gaze directed at the people coming out one by one. Some looked excited, some embarrassed, and some both excited and embarrassed, occasionally glancing down at the little girl beside her. The little girl stood next to her, not even half her height. Her little clothes were clean and tidy. Her eyes darted around, taking in the crowds of people, the novel sights, and the noisy places. However, her face lacked the rich expressions typical of normal humans. Perhaps she had not taken human form for long and not yet learned the full range of human expressions. When encountering something surprising, she would widen her eyes slightly at most. With a swish, the tent's curtain was lifted, and a group of Daoists emerged. Daoist priest Chuiyun couldn't help observing everyone's expressions. Leading the group was senior Daoist brother Song. His expression remained unchanged, as if nothing could shock or disgust him and that there was nothing special. However, the expressions of her elders and fellow disciples behind him were somewhat different from before. The elders' faces showed a mix of awkwardness and embarrassment, while her fellow disciples were blushing deeply. Some were even mumbling softly about how they should have asked what was inside before going in, calling things unsightly. Both Chuiyun and the cat were full of curiosity. Lady Calico leaned over and craned her neck with wide eyes, trying to peek inside the tent through the lifted curtain. Daoist priest Chuiyun approached Daoist priest Yingfeng. Senior brother, what's inside this tent? Daoist priest Yingfeng's face turned even redder. Nothing much. Then why that expression? Don't ask. What on earth is it? So strange? You're making me even more curious with your look. Daoist priest Yingfeng stammered, still unable to answer. Even though Daoists were supposed to be unconstrained, how could he talk about such things in front of his junior sister without shame in these times? Then they heard Daoist priest Chuiyun's master scold. What else could it be? Just those unsightly things. Why keep pressing? What's there to ask about? Oh, Daoist priest Chuiyun couldn't help shrinking back. Thinking of the things she had seen in previous tents such as stinking mummies and twisted, deformed human bodies, she still felt a bit nauseous. However, Song Yu smiled and said to Daoist priest Chuiyun, the Dao follows nature one. Why be concerned with the superficial? As he spoke, he noticed Lady Calico trying to sneak inside. Swish. Song Yu grabbed the back of her collar, pulling her back. Then he looked at the others, and cupped his hands. My fellow Daoists, it's getting late. We all should also return to Qingxiao Temple. Then let us say goodbye here. Hope to see you again. Hope to see you again. Lady Calico also mimicked Song Yu, saying hope to see you again in her childish voice. If not for being held by the collar, she might have seemed more formal. Since they were not heading the same way, they parted there. Daoist priest Chuiyun looked away, feeling a bit regretful, and a bit reluctant to part. Senior Daoist brother Song has the strongest willpower after all. The middle-aged Daoist priest was dazed and frowned in deep thought for a moment. Reflecting on the evening, Song Yu indeed seemed more composed than everyone else. Not just compared to the younger ones, but even more so than those who had seen such things before. Previously, it didn't seem significant, but looking back now, it showed his cultivation. The phrase the Dao follows nature. Why be concerned with the superficial, seemed directed at Chuiyun and the other younger disciples, but it actually also preserved the dignity of the older ones. After a long while, he stopped frowning. Sigh. Master, why do you sigh? Are you troubled? It's not sorrow, but realization. Realization about what? I just felt that we've been studying Daoist classics and Daoist arts hard and been immersed in them all day, yet we have forgotten the principle that the Dao follows nature. Ultimately, we actually still had to rely on fellow Daoist Song to enlighten us. What do you mean? All living things in this world contain the Dao. If you look with wise eyes, you'll find insights everywhere. If we limit our vision to Daoist classics and just think hard about their profound meanings, we would have neglected things outside the classics. When observing all the living things in the world, if you only look at the surface and do not think deeply, wouldn't that be inferior? The Daoist priests were not slow-witted either. They had some understanding earlier, but after hearing this, their minds immediately became clear. They then felt deeply ashamed and hurriedly cupped their hands toward the direction in which Song Yu had left. This single sentence of guidance could surpass 10 years of arduous contemplation for the ignorant. So what was really inside? Daoist priest Chuiyun still couldn't help asking as she lowered her hands. Just the desires of ordinary people. Desires. Lady Calico didn't quite understand the term. For example, when you're hungry, you want to eat. When you're thirsty, you want to drink water. When you're bored and have too much energy, you want to run around. When you see a mouse scurrying by or an insect flying in front of you, it's hard to resist the urge to catch them, Song Yu patiently explained. Desires are more or less similar. They are the most normal things. If you can think of ways to eliminate them, you'll feel free. If you can't eliminate them, you'll feel all sorts of discomforts just like feeling hunger or thirst. How you handle your desires is the best reflection of your cultivation. I don't understand. Then let it be. Was it very fun inside? Why do you ask this? You seemed very happy when you came out. Lady Calico has sharp eyes. Was it very fun? It was the joy of gaining insights. What kind of joy? But Song Yu didn't answer, instead stopping in his tracks. After bidding farewell to the fucking temple Daoist priests, they had walked back to the liveliest part of the fair without noticing it. Besides the daytime performers, and scallion pancake 2 vendors, there were now opera singers, stilt walkers, dragon dancers, lion dancers, and molten iron fireworks performers 3. Molten lava like iron at 1600 degrees Celsius was poured into a hollow mallet, and then a shirtless strong man struck it with force. Bang! A shower of sparks flew, resembling a cascade of stars and fireflies in the sky. This breathtaking beauty surpassed even modern fireworks. Song Yu couldn't help being entranced. He stayed there for a long time, watching as one tree of iron flowers bloomed after another. Only then did he lower his head, patting the head of the equally wide-eyed and entranced Lady Calico beside him, saying, "It's like seeing silver flowers falling in the night. One's heart is moved and gains insights, naturally feeling joy, like stars falling down. Yes. Will they have this again tomorrow? I don't know. I want to come see it again tomorrow, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Alright. And the monkey show? Alright. Can you buy me some mouse poison? Why? So I can kill all the mice and eat them without having to catch them myself. We'll see." The 2 figures, one large and one small, slowly walked away. Returning to the courtyard, they found another delight. The yellow plum blossoms in the courtyard had bloomed. Opening the door to the courtyard, they were greeted by a subtle fragrance in the night that vaguely enchanted their hearts. There was also an unreal figure wandering and singing under the tree, her voice cold and clear like the yellow plum blossoms themselves. The 2 complemented each other, creating a pure transcendent beauty rarely found in the mortal world for the moment. Lady Calico spoke in a soft voice. "The flowers have bloomed." Song Yu only looked straight ahead, and replied quietly, "Yes. These flowers are yellow. Yes. But you painted red ones. You still remember. I'm very smart. Yes. Why did you paint red ones?" "I just painted on a whim." At that moment, the ghostly figure vanished with a sudden poof. Song Yu could only shake his head with regret. Beautiful things in this world never last long. He then brought out an oil lamp, intending to admire the flowers by night. In fact, yellow plum was what was known in his previous world as wax plum, for originally called yellow plum. It was said that Sudongpo 5 and Huang Shango 6 saw that the petals of the yellow plum blossoms resembled beeswax, hence naming it wax plum. Another story says that Huang Tingjian thought the petals looked like they were made by a woman pinching wax, so it was later called wax plum. In any case, it was because its petals were curiously and beautifully translucent like wax that it earned this name. Since it also bloomed in the 12th lunar month 7, it was often written as Lame 8 later on. Wax plum and plum blossoms were different. Wax plum mostly bloomed in the cold wintry 12th lunar month and was usually yellow, while plum blossoms mostly bloomed in spring and were mostly red. In modern classification, one belonged to the wax plum family, while the other belonged to the rose family. Later generations often couldn't tell whether the plums in ancient poems referred to wax plum or plum blossoms. Song Yu had not yet met a member of the literati, but if he met one composing poetry, he could at least get one line clarified. Actually, Song Yu rarely saw plum blossoms in his previous world, but he often saw wax plum, frequently scenting its fragrance. The fragrance of wax plum was a deeply ingrained memory for people from his previous world's hometown. The gardenias in spring, the champak 9 flowers in summer, the osmanthus in autumn, and the wax plum in winter were fragrances frequently encountered each year. Even in the city, there was no need to worry. Once the season came, many elderly people would sell these fragrant flowers on the streets, either carrying them in baskets or pushing carts. The most fragrant was this wax plum. It was a sweet yet cold fragrance, sweeter than osmanthus but not as cloying. It was fresh and delightful, a scent embedded in old memories, the fragrance of home. Song Yu was really delighted, and reluctant to go inside. He couldn't help but pick a flower and place it on Lady Calico's head. He couldn't help but pick another and bring it to his nose to sniff the scent closely. He couldn't help but stand for a long time under the plum tree, holding the oil lamp up to admire it closely. If it weren't for the inconvenient transportation and postal systems of this era, he would have picked a twig to send to the old deist at the temple to express his longing. Since it wasn't convenient, he had to let the twig remain on the branch, unwilling to pick it anymore. The oil lamp illuminated the wax plum blossoms, creating a unique sense of beauty. As the night grew deeper, the courtyard became colder. The wax plum blossoms all over the tree bloomed fully one by one in the chill air, becoming even more pure and beautiful. Song Yu felt very peaceful, not wanting to leave for the moment. If someone passed by outside, they could also enjoy the fragrance from within the courtyard at that moment. If they stopped, they would be able to hear the faint conversation within. "It's getting colder, deist priest." "Yes. Why don't you go to bed?" "I can't bear to go. Pick a branch to look at indoors." "I can't bear to pick it either." Silence. "Why aren't you talking?" Lady Calico asked. "You aren't talking either." Song Yu replied. "I am watching you. I'm watching the flowers." "What are you thinking about?" "Some old friends." "Thinking of your master." "How did you know, Lady Calico?" "I'm very smart." Indeed. At that moment, Song Yu did not just recall his master. This floral fragrance had come from the depths of his memories, so it naturally brought forth things from deep within his memories. In ancient times, there was a tradition of sending plum blossoms to express longing, but even if Song Yu picked the plum blossoms, he didn't know where to send them. Fortunately, he had Lady Calico for company. It alleviated much of the loneliness. One quotation from Dao De Jing, a foundational Daoist classic attributed to Laozi. 2. Traditional Chinese savory unleavened flat bread made with dough and minced scallions, which is pan-fried. 3. Striking iron flowers. Daitia Hua is a traditional Chinese folk art display which consists of splashing molten metal to create sparkling streaks of light like fireworks. Refer to link. 4. Leimei, literally wax plum, is a Chinese name for winter sweet. 5. Celebrated Song Dynasty poet. 6. Style name of Huang Tingjian, Song Dynasty calligrapher, painter, and poet who was a friend of Su Dongpo. 7. Leiyu in Chinese. The law refers to cured meat because the weather of this month was suitable for making cured meats. 8. Another Chinese name for winter sweet. Same pronunciation as wax plum but using the character meaning cured meat. 9. Native to many countries, including southern China. Known for its fragrant flowers. In the wintry cold 12th lunar month, he warmed himself before the fire, stroked his cat and admired flowers. The leisurely life in Yudo continued day after day. One more task was added to the daily routine. Caring for the horse. Also, more expenses were incurred. Keeping a horse in the city was a hassle. Biwen horses had strong digestive ability to begin with and could tolerate coarse feed very well. They did not need fine quality feed unless heavily worked. However, since there was no grass in the city, he had to spend money to buy fodder, and it also required regular cleaning. Fortunately, after Song Yu talked to it, it remained quiet. Otherwise, it would have disturbed the neighbors, not just causing trouble but also making him feel guilty. The 12th lunar month was almost over. Soon, it would be Song Yu's first solo spring festival since coming to this world. A few days ago, the Daoist priests from fucking temple had asked a worshipper who lived in Yudo to bring him a letter inviting him to celebrate the new year at Qingcheng Mountain. They suggested arriving by the 28th if he was going, but after some thought, Song Yu decided not to go. Only he was unable to send a reply back to the Daoist priests of fucking temple, so he didn't know how long they waited in front of the mountain gate that day. Constable Luo had also come to invite him, but Song Yu declined tactfully. Even Prefect Yu had sent a letter. Song Yu turned down all the invitations. The wax plum blossoms lasted a long time and they were still around on New Year's Eve. They welcomed the frost and stood proud against the snow, standing alone in the icy cold. In the courtyard, Song Yu counted the days. Lady Calico had transformed into human form but still couldn't change her feline habits. She loved to walk along on top of the courtyard wall's rain eaves. The New Year's timing was fitting that year, with beginning of spring one just a few days after. He remembered that he had arrived in Yudu after the beginning of autumn. After the beginning of spring, he would have spent more or less the 2 seasons of autumn and winter here. A voice came from atop the courtyard wall above his head. Are we leaving? Song Yu looked up to see the little girl standing barefoot on the rain eaves of the courtyard wall. Despite the narrow and slippery surface, she stood there securely, looking down at him. This cat indeed had keen eyes. I've told you not to walk on the rooftop when in human form, people will see you as a demon. I am a demon. It will affect the neighbors. The neighboring house on this side isn't occupied. It's impolite. Okay. Despite saying this, she showed no intention of coming down, continuing to stare at him. Are we leaving? After the beginning of spring. How long until the beginning of spring? A few more days. Why wait for the beginning of spring? The beginning of spring is the start of a year, full of vitality and all living things revive, making it a good time to start a journey. I don't understand. Come down quickly. Bring me a ladder. You can clearly jump down. People will mistake me for a demon. Song Yu fetched a ladder for her and even handed her shoes. Lady Calico put on the shoes, feeling awkward. As she looked around the house, she couldn't help feeling somewhat reluctant to leave. 6 months felt like a long time to a cat. The place was already filled with her scent. What shall we do these few days? We need to invite the landlord over to inspect the house. What's inspecting the house? This is someone else's house which was rented to us. So when we return it, we need the landlord to come and check if we've damaged anything. And after inspecting, I need to go and say goodbye to the storyteller. And then, celebrate the new year. I know about celebrating the new year. Lady Calico is very wise. Indeed. This time, our journey will take us further and further away from home. I don't know what home is. Song Yu turned to look at her, and was silent for a moment. He only saw pure clarity in her eyes. He fell silent again, not knowing what to say. The 4th day of the new year was the beginning of spring. The 5th day would mark exactly 6 months of renting the courtyard house. Song Yu thought it over. It was unreasonable to invite someone to inspect the house on the 1st day of the new year. On the 2nd day, according to Yizhu customs, people visited graves and paid respects to deceased elders. After that, married women returned to their parental homes and people also visited relatives and friends. People might be busy until the 5th or 6th day. Considering this, it was more convenient to do it before the new year. Thus, he decided to invite the landlord over that day. About 2 hours later, the landlord arrived. The landlord was a man in his 30s who dressed like a member of the literati. His name was Tang Zhong and his style name was Xingken. He had long heard that the tenant was a master, and he was also the only long-term resident in the courtyard house in the past few years. He had even come over to ask Song Yu for talismans before, so he naturally showed great respect now. Summoning up his courage, he briefly inspected the little courtyard house and found no damage. Mister, everything is in order. In that case, I will leave on the 5th day. I still have one more thing to ask. Please speak. Previously, this courtyard, Tang Zhong looked around. Though he felt no discomfort, he was still somewhat fearful, and spoke in a roundabout way. Previously, this courtyard was somewhat unclean too. I heard you have profound deist cultivation skills. I wonder if you have already eliminated it. Song Yu glanced at him and simply said, it's just a wisp of a remnant soul with an obsession. If you have no guilt, there's no need to fear. Song Yu had originally seen at a glance that the female ghost had never harmed anyone nor had the ability to. He was just a temporary resident here, too lazy to concern himself further. He hadn't bothered to find out about her story. It was only after living here for a long time, around the end of last month or early that month, that Constable Luo happened to mention it to him. The woman was originally a singer in the pleasure quarters who later married the eldest son of the Tang family. Her husband was this official Tang Zhong's elder brother. They were deeply in love, and their story won widespread approval at the time. However, the husband went to war in the north following a general he was well acquainted with, hoping to earn merit and protect the country. Yet contact was lost within a few years. The woman, left alone at home, grew increasingly melancholic from missing her husband and soon passed away. This story touched many people in Yudo for a time. This courtyard house belonged to the Tang family's eldest son as well as her. With the husband missing and the wife deceased, Tang Zhong, as their only remaining relative, naturally took possession of the courtyard house. Unfortunately, the woman's obsession ran too deep, and her ghost lingered, making the place uninhabitable and unable to be rented out. Tang Zhong was also helpless. Song Yu had been moved by the story when he first heard it. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. He was touched by this rare, genuine love and the enduring obsession that transcended life and death in a feudal era. He also pondered about how the story was different from what he had initially thought. The woman's ghost hid well, and was difficult to find. She would indeed be challenging for many folk masters who specialized in exorcisms. However, Yizhu was large, and there were capable people, yet she had stayed here for years. Song Yu had originally thought there was some hidden reason like in the plots of novels, or perhaps the woman had a special status while she was alive. Or perhaps something else was involved. Yet, he had never thought that the reason she had remained here for years without being dispatched was just due to the widespread sympathy and pity she evoked in the local society. He was so used to thinking in complex ways that, for a moment, he couldn't even believe it was just due to the simple and pure kindness of people. Song Yu suddenly understood, finding it marvelous. He realized clearly again that this was a real world. Though backward and ignorant in many ways, it was also warm and colorful. Though ancient and modern times differ, the human hearts are interlinked. Regarding the woman's life story, Song Yu knew less than the neighbors. Regarding the impact of her ghost's existence, he was less affected than the neighbors. The neighbors magnanimously tolerated her. Even Constable Luo, who lived opposite the courtyard, chose to turn a blind eye despite his character and duty. Song Yu had no reason to eliminate her. Tang Zhong was immediately deeply disappointed but still reluctant to give up. Is there a way to remove her? Song Yu did not answer, only shook his head at him. Sigh. Tang Zhong sighed deeply, waving his hands. Forget it. Forget it. I've tried everything over these few years. I accept it. Let her stay here. Farewell, mister. Wishing you in advance that the new year will go as you desire. I will also wish you an auspicious new year. The wooden door creaked open and shut. Song Yu sat in the courtyard for a while longer until dusk approached. He only returned inside when he had to start cooking. Standing on a stool, he took down a piece of cured meat and a section of sausage from the rafters, as well as an air-dried fish. He heated water to wash everything thoroughly. The preserved meat had been smoked, requiring him to scrape off the black soot from the surface with a knife. The scraping sound evoked a festive feeling. Deist priest, why aren't you eating vegetables today? It's to celebrate the new year. Right. Lady Calico had turned back into a cat at some point without him noticing. While waiting for Song Yu to wash the ingredients and fetch water, she followed after him, running here and there for no reason. As Song Yu lit the oil lamp, casting swaying shadows as he busied around, she chased and pounced at his shadow on the ground, very absorbed in her play. Lady Calico, help me stoke the fire. Go find some clothes, transform into human form, and help me stoke the fire. Why? We should cook the New Year's Eve family reunion dinner 3 together. Right. The little cat immediately ran off. Smoke spiraled upward from kitchen chimneys, and the city was ablaze with lights. Every household in the city had lit lanterns, and from outside came the sound of musical instruments. The courtyard gradually filled with the aroma of cooking. When the sausage was cooked, Song Yu patiently sliced it thinly. Seeing the little girl stoking the fire before the stove staring longingly out of the corner of his eye, he paused and felt touched. So he smiled, and when he sliced the sausage until only a small bit at the end was left, he stopped cutting. He picked it up, and handed it to her. Lady Calico came close to sniff it and looked up at him. Is this for me? Yes. But we haven't started the meal yet. Kids can eat first. Oh. Song Yu couldn't help looking nostalgic. Do you know, Lady Calico? When I was little, every New Year when the adults were busy cutting vegetables, I always loved to hang around them. As they cut, they'd always leave a piece and hand it to us, and I always thought it tasted better than what was served at noon on the table the next day. Song Yu didn't seem to expect her response, lost in his memories. Recalling it now, that time had been so joyful and happy. Today, he passed it on to Lady Calico. Not long after, On the table were a bowl of sausage, a bowl of cured meat stir-fried with garlic sprouts, a bowl of dried fish, and half a pot of soup stewed with the pork foot he had bought that morning. It wasn't lavish but more than enough for the two of them. The two figures, one large and one small, sat opposite each other by the lamp. The oil lamp only illuminated a very narrow area, casting circular patterns on the coarse pottery bowls. No one spoke, eating in silence. Song Yu didn't feel lonely. After so many years in the Daoist temple, it had always been just him, his master, and the old crested Mina, and he was long used to it. Before long, fireworks started outside. Another year had passed unnoticed in this world. 1st of the 24 solar terms in the traditional Chinese calendar. 2 Chinese euphemism for haunted. 3 for Chinese families. This is the most important meal of the year and a time for the whole family to gather. Refer to /travel guide /festivals /Chinese New Year dinner.htm. As the night deepened, the oil lamp was moved inside. Song Yu sat at his desk, head bowed as he wrote. The calico cat lay on the windowsill, face close to the center of the window. She peered at the sky outside through a narrow crack. She watched while talking to the Daoist priest behind her, not even turning her head. Why do they set off those things during the New Year? Fireworks. Yes, they look pretty. That's true. It's that simple. Is the New Year celebrated only once a year? Of course. It would be nice to celebrate it twice. How did you celebrate the New Year in the past? I spent it in the temple. How did you celebrate there? I spent it in the temple. Song Yu didn't feel annoyed or helpless. He just continued to write with the string loop of his brush swaying while patiently asking without looking up, what was different from usual? I ate a lot of meat, and caught a lot of mice. Did you catch mice even during the New Year? Yes. Hard work. A little bit. Song Yu couldn't help but look up at her. The little cat's eyes were round and wide open, fixed on the narrow crack. Though the fireworks outside were sparse, she watched intently, unwilling to blink. Such an honest and pitiful cat. However, this era was like this. Even in peace and prosperity, the splendor of fireworks belonged only to a few. New Year's Eve belonged to only a few. If you don't believe it, just listen. Late into a windy, rainy night when the crowds have dispersed, someone still calls out by the lamp, selling Tangyuan 1. The first day of the second year of Ming 2. After eating Tangyuan, Song Yu walked along the street and arrived at the northern market, Cloud Talk Canopy. Perhaps because it was the first day of the new year, Cloud Talk Canopy was nearly full even though Song Yu had arrived early. This time, he could only get an ordinary seat while paying the ordinary price. As usual, he ordered a pot of tea and sat down to slowly savor it. He heard old Mr. Zhang cough twice and then began again, wishing everyone an auspicious new year. As mentioned earlier, Chen Ziai's surprise attack from behind directly struck Ah Yankai's stronghold. The northern tribes had no choice but to send envoys to sue for peace, ceding territory, and paying reparations, as well as acknowledging the emperor as their sovereign. This battle ended with our great Yan's victory. Besides Marshal Ma's excellent deployment of troops, the greatest credit undoubtedly goes to Chen Ziai. Song Yu sat with his tea, listening quietly. Today was the last chapter of the Battle of Lanshui. Just right, a story with a beginning and an end. But each chapter only lasted about half an hour, hardly enough for a whole afternoon. General Chen Ziai's story ends here for now. The general is still guarding the north, and the northern tribes are too terrified to come down south to graze their horses. His legend continues. Tomorrow we'll narrate the tales of gods and ghosts. Whether wind or rain, my fees are affordable, merely earning enough to support my family. If you've enjoyed it, I hope you continue to support me. With that, this story concluded. Old Mr. Zhang lifted his tea bowl, taking a few unhurried sips before glancing at the audience below. There's still some time this afternoon, so I'll tell you some scattered stories. If any of you have something you'd like to hear, or something you missed previously and want to hear again, feel free to mention it. As long as everyone is willing to listen, I'll tell it. Immediately, someone in the audience shouted, asking to hear the story of Master Guanghong at Taiyan Temple from last autumn. Immediately, voices of agreement echoed. All right, then I'll tell you what I know. If there are any inaccuracies, please correct me. Ahem. Clearing his throat, the old gentleman began again. Starting with the tale of the earth-traversing burglar, he even described the burglar's experiences before he started stealing, eventually getting to Master Guanghong. He recounted the monk's chance encounter with a young man in the temple, his remorse and spontaneous human combustion before the Buddha. He talked about how Constable Luo solved the case, which shocked all of Yudo. Song Yu continued to listen quietly in the audience while sipping tea. Although he had played a significant role in the case of Master Guanghong, he truly knew fewer details than the old gentleman. In addition, the old gentleman's skillful use of words, brilliant sentence structures, and emotional expression added flair. When describing the goods stolen by the burglar and the rare treasures discovered in the search of Taiyan Temple, his delivery was fluent and fast. When narrating Master Guanghong's repentance and pleas for mercy, his imitation of his tone was remarkably true to life. When discussing the Yamen constables turning out in full strength, he even vocally mimicked footsteps, creating tension. It was as if he had written a draft and rehearsed beforehand. It was both natural and very exciting. The storyteller was indeed very skilled. Song Yu had listened to him for 6 months. Each session lasted at least half a day, yet he always spoke clearly from beginning to end, with an energetic, resonant voice that was clearly audible even with a noisy audience. These days, nothing fake could stand the test. True skills were indispensable. After Master Guanghong's story, the audience was deeply drawn to those fantastic deist arts and miraculous tales, and started asking various questions. Someone asked about the young man's identity. Someone asked where he could learn deist arts. Someone asked where to find immortals.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The old gentleman, adept and knowledgeable, answered each question according to his knowledge, gradually leading into more and more mysterious and miraculous stories and legends. It was rumored that the immortal Yunding mountain in Pingzhou was shrouded in mist and clouds all year. One could not see the summit from the foot of the mountain, or the foot from the summit. The mountain hosted all 4 seasons, and some claimed to have seen immortals at the peak before. Another rumor spoke of a land north of Yuezhu that was filled with Chinese parasol trees 3. Each tree was ancient and so tall they reached the clouds. Those who visited during the solstices might see phoenixes fly over and alight on the trees grooming their feathers. Another tale spoke of an insurmountable high mountain in the southernmost part of Yunzhou. Beyond the high mountain, there was a paradise hidden from the world, where some have reportedly seen true dragons. Stories of strange affairs in the Jianghu, the imperial court state preceptor, northern household deities and illegitimate gods, southern witchcraft, and goo poisons 4, the world of demons deep in the mountains, the ghostly halls beneath their feet, illusory cities that frequently appear and disappear, and a village which had been burning in subterranean fire for 1,000 years without extinguishing. A corner of this world's mysterious and fantastical affairs had already been revealed within the time it took to drink a cup of tea on that stage. Song Yu grew increasingly intrigued. Finally, the session ended. The old gentleman was thirsty and lifted his teacup to drink water. However, he didn't leave. He watched the audience depart, adhering strictly to traditional performer etiquette. Song Yu sat for a while before going forward to greet him. Oh my! The old gentleman didn't slight him despite his youth, quickly returning the bow and bowing even deeper than him. You're a regular guest. Yes. Song Yu nodded. Since arriving in Yudo half a year ago, I've come daily to listen to your stories, seldom missing a session. Thank you for your patronage. It's because you're an excellent storyteller. What is this about? I'm a hermit from Zhou Commandery, Lingquan County who has descended the mountain to travel the world. Passing through Yudo, I've stayed here temporarily for 6 months. Now that spring has begun and the weather is gradually warming, it's time to leave. Song Yu bowed again to the old gentleman. I came specifically to bid you farewell. It's too much of an honor. The old gentleman hurriedly bowed to and then cupped his hands. I wish you a pleasant and smooth journey. Thank you. You're welcome. I wonder about the immortal Yunding mountain and lands where phoenixes perch and dragons soar that you mentioned earlier. How much of it is true? Song Yu paused. This journey is not just for a year or 2. If it's on the way, I'd like to visit those places you have mentioned to seek traces of immortals. So that's it. Would you mind sharing more? Haha, why not? Please tell me. Immortal Yunding Mountain has been a legend in Pingzhou for a few hundred years. Many claim to have seen immortals there. Actually, it's embarrassing but I've only heard about it, and not really seen them myself. As for the truth of those people's claims, I can't say how much is true. Old Mr. Zhang laughed sheepishly. However, over the past few centuries, many scholars and famous people have frequently visited immortal Yunding Mountain to seek traces of immortals as well as recluses who aspired toward immortality. Some seek immortality, others longevity, while others simply seek freedom and ease. However, please consider this: how many have actually become immortals, how many have attained longevity, and how many have achieved true freedom and ease? Thank you. Song Yu nodded. This old Mr. Zhang had only heard the tales. However, he didn't believe them based on his decades of life experience and worldly knowledge, but it was just difficult for him to say so directly. As for the Qingtong Fengming Mountain 5 north of Yuezhu, it was recorded in the previous dynasty's Shanshui notes by Cheng Anbo. Many have claimed to see it since, though I've never seen it myself. I see. Old Mr. Zhang found this more credible. And south of Yunzhou, beyond Qiyun Mountain, is the paradise hidden from the world I mentioned. A true dragon has lived for a long time there, often hovering in the clouds and spouting mist. Old Mr. Zhang paused. My father has seen it with his own eyes in his youth, and he told me this personally. But the world changes, who knows how it is now? Seen it with his own eyes, Song Yu was momentarily somewhat surprised. Dragons existed, and they came in countless forms. Actually, it wasn't that dragons changed much but that various living creatures who had gained cultivation skills were often called dragons by humans. For instance, someone traveling deep in the mountains might see a giant python with horns blowing out vapor. Filled with terror and shock, he would call it a dragon. A boatman might see a black shadow in the water that easily caused waves, and think it was a dragon. Even some water creatures which were aggressive by nature were also called dragons. Even someone keeping a snake in a well to observe water quality might, after a long time, regard it as a dragon due to its perceived spirituality. However, according to Hidden Dragon Temple, true dragons went extinct a long time ago. If there was a true dragon, he must go to see it for himself. Haha. Old Mr. Zhang looked up at him and couldn't help laughing twice. If you're interested, sit down here, and I'll tell you in detail. I'll trouble you to do so. Song Yu ordered 2 more pots of tea. They found seats nearby and sat down. Like good friends who have known each other for years, they talked deep into the night. Old Mr. Zhang recounted many interesting places in a row with more detail than when he was on stage. What he knew well, he would explain clearly to him how to get there and how to find it. What he was less sure about, he also did his best to share fully what he knew, letting Song Yu decide whether to go himself and how to explore by himself if he decided to go. It was late at night when the two finally said their goodbyes and parted ways. Old Mr. Zhang stood at the alley entrance. With the lantern's light, one could see the fine rain falling from the sky, but he gazed at the figure of Song Yu leaving while braving the rain, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Hidden Dragon Temple of Yinyang Mountain. It sounded familiar, but it was likely something he'd heard in his youth. One tangyuan are dumplings made of glutinous rice flour which are served in soup, commonly eaten during New Year, Lantern Festival, and the winter solstice. This is a quotation from a poem by Song Dynasty poet Zhang Kui called Jostling to Watch the Lotus-Picking Boats on Lantern Festival. 2 current Chinese-era name in the world of the novel. 3 according to Chinese legends, phoenixes would only alight on Chinese parasol trees. 4 legendary witchcraft poisons supposedly made from venomous creatures. 5 name literally means Chinese parasol tree phoenix cry mountain. The 5th day of the first month of the lunar year, also the beginning of spring. Song Yu was packing his traveling bags in the courtyard. All clothes must be taken. There weren't many clothes, so they didn't take up much space. Water bags, dry rations, pots, bowls, teacups, brush, ink, paper, inkstone, jishin, also including the leftover meat hanging from the kitchen rafters. Although not many items were taken, none of the essentials could be left behind. The road ahead would be long. Eating in the wind and sleeping in the dew one was inevitable. The spring chill required warm items for the night. The felt blanket given by Prefect Yu was top quality, warmer than a mattress. It didn't take up much space when folded. In addition, bringing another thin blanket bought at the temple fair ensured comfort even in deserted mountains and countryside temples. In this era, there was also a bedding bag like a saddle bag that he bought at the temple fair. It was commonly used by traveling merchants and soldiers, sturdy and spacious. Once packed, it was placed on the horse's back. The conical bamboo hat and woven rush raincoat were hung on top. The jujubred horse stood motionless obediently, allowing him to arrange everything. The past 2 days marked the beginning of spring, the start of the life force of all living things when the vitality was strongest. This wisp of vitality was very beneficial for all living things in the world. This year's first strand of beginning of spring spiritual energy at the foot of the mountain was different. Song Yu bestowed it on the jujubred horse, making it glow with health and radiate vigor. After putting everything in order, he also tidied up the courtyard house. Whether it was the cobwebs above or the dust at the base of the walls, he swept everything until they were clean. He picked up and put away anything that needed it. Finally, he cupped his hands and bid farewell toward the direction of the bamboo grove. I've disturbed you a lot for half a year. I also often listened to your singing to pass the time. Although I enjoyed it, thinking it over carefully, it was indeed rude. Upon leaving, I should bid farewell and apologize. I hope you resolve your obsession soon or that your husband will return soon. It was daytime, so naturally there was no response from the direction of the bamboo grove. Instead it was the calico cat who raised her head to look at him. Should I say something? No need. Oh. A man called his horse and walked out the door, followed by a cat. Constable Luo stood outside at the alley's entrance dressed in black clothes. I'm here to see you off, mister. That's considerate of you. Before he left the city, Magistrate Lu, along with Prefect Yu, hurried over. Prefect Yu said, had I known earlier you were leaving today, I would have hosted a farewell banquet yesterday. Please forgive me. You're too kind. In any case, I have not been attentive enough. I rushed here in a hurry today. Fortunately, I have not missed you. I have just bought you some snacks that keep well on the way here so you can eat them on the road when hungry, as well as a wool blanket and a cloak for cold nights. Please accept them. Song Yu glanced at Prefect Yu a few times. Thank you, Prefect Yu. Where are you heading? I don't know yet. I'm just going east. How long will this journey be? 20 years. Prefect Yu was momentarily stunned. Constable Luo and Magistrate Lu who were standing behind him were also taken aback. 20 years. How many 20 years does one have in a lifetime? They have only heard of people striving for fame and fortune in 20 years. Some used 20 years to wallow in degeneration, but they had never heard of anyone traveling the world for 20 years. 20 years of countless trials and hardships, who can predict them? 20 years later, no one knows if they will still stand here or even be alive. Even Constable Luo, who was the youngest, was actually already over age 30. He would be over 50 20 years later. If not in the grave, he would already be old and gray-haired. Yet, when Mr. Song mentioned it, his tone was indifferent, as if he felt it was trivial and normal. He totally treated 20 years as if it was nothing. Prefect Yu felt mixed emotions for a moment. Once they parted now, they would probably not meet again in this lifetime. Take care. Thank you, gentlemen. Both sides bowed deeply. Then Song Yu led his horse away, walking further and further away. The few left behind watched, feeling strange inside. Recalling Mr. Song's deeds in Yudu these past 6 months, whether eradicating the fog spirit on Jinyang Road, burning the evil monk in front of the Buddha's hall, helping to catch the conjurer thief at the temple fair, striking people down with lightning from across half the city, yet, he did not care about fame and wealth, living a free and unconstrained life. They had seen capable people with cultivation skills before like Master Guanghong, but they had never seen a master like Mr. Song. A living immortal in stories would probably be like this. Such an immortal should be recorded in books. The morning clouds hung heavy, and the dew on the road had not yet dried. One man, one cat, and one horse went out of the city gates. The horse had no reins, and Songyu didn't need them either. He walked ahead, the horse followed silently, and beside it, the cat also followed obediently. Onlookers found it miraculous. The road ahead was filled with countless mountains and rivers, with unpredictable weather. Although the road was long and difficult, walking would eventually lead to the destination. Songyu just maintained a calm heart and moved forward step by step. The yellow dirt road outside the city stretched to the horizon. Farmland and cottages lined the road. The scenery was delicate and pretty. The shallowly rooted grass on the road was yellowed, and the dew evaporated as the sun appeared. The thick dust on the ground was stirred up by each step in tiny clouds. Songyu enjoyed this feeling very much because it made every step more visually striking, and also clearer and more real. Lady Calico continued darting ahead and behind, sniffing here and there, occasionally showing a puzzled expression. We seem to have been here before. You are clever. Why are we going back again? Only this short section is repeated. Where are we going? Going east. Which way is east? Where the sun rises in the morning. Why go there? The calico cat kept up with him with her small, quick steps. She tilted her head and looked up at him. Are you going to find out where the sun rises? No. Then what are you looking for? To find unsurpassably wonderful landscapes, places where the people are simple and honest, legendary immortals, creatures from stories, and to go and see all the marvelous and wonderful places in this world. The little cat tilted her head, looking at him and thinking for a long time before she understood. There are immortals in temples. I also used to be an immortal. Songyu shook his head with a smile. They're just ghosts who are officials. Then what is an immortal to you? Hard to say. You don't know either. I have never seen one. Then why are you looking for them? Precisely because I have never seen them. This world might not be as developed as his previous one, but it was also full of wonders. Even though he had spent the first half of his life in a deist temple, he had already seen some of them. He believed there was more, so he wished to go and see more marvelous and unsurpassably wonderful landscapes as well as more mysterious and interesting things. The journey this time was undoubtedly much more comfortable than before. First, he had the company of Lady Calico. Second, he was well prepared. Third, he now had a horse, so at least he no longer needed to carry the traveling bags on his back. He went forward empty-handed, thus he had more mental and physical energy to enjoy every step. By afternoon, they were on Jinyang Road again. Ancient trees lined the old road, providing shade and shelter from the rain. The weather happened to be good that day. Walking along a tree-shaded path like this, the sunlight filtered through and created spots of light and shadow. As they walked slowly on the stone slabs, the light and darkness shifted before their eyes. In one moment, they were enveloped in shadow, and in the next, sunlight fell on them. The clopping of horse hooves entered their ears. They felt calm in their hearts. They didn't worry about the thousand-li journey or fear the sound of wind and rain. The feeling was truly beautiful. Not far ahead, they saw a tea stall with many people. Although this was still Jinyang Road, they had passed Yudo and this was no longer the section they had walked before. This tea stall was new to them. Just in time as they were somewhat tired, Songyu led the horse over and stopped in front of the tea stall. A bowl of tea, he added, good tea. The tea stall owner was a very kindly-looking hunchbacked old man. He immediately came over to serve him. Young mister, would you like some food as well? We could also provide some cheap fodder for your horse. No need. Songyu had brought steamed pancakes and steamed buns with him when he left. He just needed a bowl of hot tea to wash them down with. As for the horse, though it seemed to be carrying many items, actually none of them were heavy. It had not been heavily burdened at all on the journey. Instead, it had walked leisurely, grazing on wild grass at the sides of the road along the way. It wasn't hungry at all at that moment. Oh, the old man discovered the horse unexpectedly had no reins when he was trying to tie up the horse for Songyu. Young mister, your horse. The horse is smart, no need for reins. Aren't you afraid it will get lost? No, the old stall owner was very amazed but went to fetch tea. A steaming teapot filled the bowl to the brim. The Jianghu people and merchants beside him repeatedly cast glances at Songyu. This was merely a somewhat unusual affair, but with Songyu dressed in his deist robe, it immediately seemed to take on a more mysterious significance. Even the proud and unruly Jianghu people restrained their contemptuous gazes. However, when they saw Songyu pry open the steamed bun, take out the meat filling to feed the cat, and eat only the outer dough himself, they couldn't help but be even more amazed. They started whispering and discussing non-stop among themselves. Neither he nor the cat paid them any mind. The horse just stood quietly in front of the stall, not running about despite not being tied up. Seeing some tender grass shoots at the side that it fancied, it just took a few steps away and lowered its head to nibble slowly without wandering far. During this period, people continuously settled their bills and left. Whenever a traveler came from the left and went towards the right, the old stall owner would approach them, bow and ask where they were heading and if they could help deliver a letter. However, after asking many people, most declined. In this era, long distances and high mountains made letter delivery difficult. Once one left the official road, there were demons, ghosts as well as mountain bandits, making letter delivery even more challenging. On Jinyang Road, besides officials, most were traveling merchants or Jianghu people. Merchants either valued their reputation or profits. Trustworthy merchants feared they couldn't deliver, and didn't dare to agree easily. profit-driven ones wanted more money. After asking for a long time, only one merchant agreed, but there was no guarantee the letter would arrive safely. Song Yu raised the bowl and drank the last sip of tea. He even paused for a moment with the bowl raised, waiting for the tea clinging to the bowl's sides to trickle down. He noted that the more expensive tea on this official road had more ingredients and was more filling. Moreover, it was flavorful, with salt, sugar, and even plums added. A large bowl filled to the brim, with 2 steamed buns added, unexpectedly made him feel full. The bill please. 10 yuan. It was as expensive as a bowl of wonton. However, it was normal. In his previous world, a cup of milk tea was somewhat more expensive than a bowl of wonton. The hunchbacked old man watched Song Yu count the money, smiling. May I ask where you are heading, young mister? I'm going east. Will you pass through Suzhou, Long Commandery? Song Yu counted out 10 yuan but didn't answer immediately. He smiled and asked, do you wish to send a letter? Actually he had only heard of Suzhou, which was east of Yizhou. He had to pass through Suzhou if he headed east, but he had never heard of Long Commandery. Yes? If you're going to Long Commandery and it's on the way, I'd like to ask you to deliver a letter for me. The old stall owner added quickly, don't worry, I won't let you deliver it for nothing. What kind of letter? Are you really going to Long Commandery? I am an idle wanderer in the mountain wilderness who is traveling the world and I don't know where I will go. I just know I'm going east and will pass through Suzhou. If you have urgent business, I don't mind making a trip to Long Commandery. I'll be honest, we were poor in the past so my son followed his second uncle to Suzhou, Long Commandery to do business. Later, he remained there. It's far, and there are mountain bandits once you leave the official road. He hasn't returned for 2 years. A few days ago, my wife missed him so much that she couldn't sleep and the day before yesterday she became bedridden with illness. I've asked officials passing by to help me write a few letters and wish to ask people to deliver them in order to ask him to come back. I see. Mountains and rivers could block messages but should not block familial love between mother and child. Song Yu didn't think much about it and smiled calmly. Then I'll deliver the letter for you and use it as an opportunity to see Long Commandery scenery. Thank you. The old man was instantly deeply grateful, bowing low.n/o/bel/b/jn.c//om. It was too much and Song Yu quickly helped him up. No need for such ceremony. I wander the 4 seas anyway and should thank you for pointing the way on my behalf. One Chinese idiom for enduring the hardships of an arduous journey, especially while outdoors. The old man waved Song Yu's tea bill and also gave him 100 yuan as a fee for delivering the letter. He promised that his son would give another 200 yuan upon receipt. He would be able to earn a total of 300 yuan. Usually, payment for delivering a letter was divided into 2 parts like this. The letter itself was rolled up and placed inside a small bamboo tube, which Song Yu casually stuck into his bedding bag. He had already told the old man that he would be walking slowly and taking his time to enjoy the scenery so he mustn't complain if the delivery was delayed. Then Song Yu led his horse and set off again. Looking back, he saw the old man bowing and asking a group of Jianghu people again, seemingly still having letters to be delivered. This was quite normal. In this era, asking someone to deliver a letter inevitably meant more than one copy. If it was an important letter, delivering multiple copies was normal in case the letter was not delivered or arrived late. Suzhou, Long Commandery, North Lingbo County, Ganzhou Alley, Chenhan, Song Yu muttered to himself. He didn't really need to remember it as it was already written on the bamboo tube. The address seemed easy enough to find. However, Suzhou was still several hundred li away. According to the old man, Lingbo County in Long Commandery was quite remote within Suzhou, with difficult roads. No wonder so many traveling merchants and Jianghu people refused to go there or to accept the task. Fortunately, this Chenhan at least lived within the county town. There were no maps or navigation systems in this era. If the delivery address is rather remote, from a prefecture to a commandery, and then to a county, the delivery person might find it difficult to distinguish directions even upon reaching the county. They would need to patiently ask for directions, and then navigate the complicated small roads. Along the way, it would be hard to say how much effort and time would be spent, and how many wrong turns would be taken. This was why even a thin letter to a family member was worth a fortune. Thinking it over, that day was already the 5th day of the new year. Based on past years, the Daoist priests from fucking temple were probably already on their way to Hidden Dragon Temple. If they had left early, his master might have already seen his letter. He wondered what she would think upon reading it. That old lady Daoist priest was lazy and fond of sleeping. With him gone, she would probably have gone hungry quite often. Daoist priest, what are you thinking about? The calico cat, who had run ahead, stopped and looked back at him. Song Yu smiled and slowly caught up. The jujubred horse continued to follow him silently. Thus, he continued to cross mountains and rivers, traveling when the sun rose and stopping at dusk. Occasionally, he traveled at double speed by night if he felt like it. If he got lazy, he found a comfortable spot to take an afternoon nap in the sun. The Daoist kept a calm heart and his steps were always steady. The horse was well behaved, always silent and reliable. The calico cat was lively, constantly darting back and forth around the man and horse. When passing through forests, she became human. When passing by rivers, she became a cat. When lying down together with Song Yu during afternoon naps, she was a cat. She became human again when riding on the horse's back. She would laugh heartily, slap the horse and urged it to run faster. She was always transforming like this. Days passed, perhaps 7 or 8 days. The green mountain appeared dark in the distance. It had a flat ridge which met the clouds, forming a clear line dividing the green and the white. On this gently curved mountain ridge, one could see a man and a horse slowly walking along this ridge from afar. From this angle, they looked as if they were walking in the sky, their origin and destination unknown. For a moment, it seemed as if this world contained only this man and his horse. In reality, this wasn't an official road but a mountain peak. The official road lay further down the mountainside. Song Yu had whimsically decided to climb up. He couldn't find a road at first and wasted much effort. The calico cat didn't quite understand. She thought that the road below was fine, with trees to climb, bugs to catch, and even many bird nests in the trees. Not to mention that climbing this mountain took a lot of effort. The top was also much more barren than the mountainside. There wasn't as much fun here, and there were also many grasses taller than her, making it extremely difficult to walk. Climbing back down would also be troublesome. The calico cat had many questions and asked incessantly why they had to climb. However, she was just a cat. Since she was following this deist priest on his travels, she had no choice but to go along. Another day ended and it was sunset again. The calico cat, having transformed into human form for a while, developed by herself the ability to exhale magical breath. She could exhale black smoke to obscure vision, or white smoke to induce sleep. These were common abilities among demons. However, as she always followed Song Yu, she mostly used her ability to exhale black smoke only when changing clothes during transformation. Thus, she once again used the black smoke to transform into human form and diligently collected a lot of firewood. The nights were cold, and they had to warm themselves by a fire. Warming themselves by the fire was most comfortable. Song Yu sat cross-legged facing west, motionless. He wasn't meditating on the spiritual resonance of the landscape, just quietly watching the sunset. Admiring the setting sun, and then the twilight glow, he only turned around when the sky was dark. He saw that Lady Calico had piled up a stack of firewood behind him. His bedding bag had been placed on the withered grass on the ground. The gingerbread horse was seemingly very much at ease. It lay on the ground, chewing on the dry grass nearby while glancing at the little girl from the sides of its eyes. The little girl squatted by the firewood pile, leaning in very closely. Huff, huff, cough, cough, huff. Song Yu saw that she was trying to use the fire-spitting technique he taught her, attempting to start the fire herself. However, despite all her efforts, she only produced a few wisps of gray-white smoke, sometimes even choking herself into coughing. You lack a bit of skill, Song Yu said softly. However, he paused slightly before narrowing his eyes and adding with a smile, but you're very close. If you try harder with your next breath, you will be sure to succeed. The little girl lifted her head and glanced at him, completely believing his words. Thus she set her mind to it, and took another deep breath again until her chest was puffed up. Huff. A yellow flame came out of her mouth. However, it was just ordinary fire with no magical properties. She had aimed at the firewood, but it merely singed the firewood slightly. It was not sufficient to burn a person, let alone igniting the firewood. Congratulations, Song Yu said to the little girl with a smile. You are truly gifted, learning the fire-spitting technique in just a few months. The little girl ignored him, focusing on exhaling smoke. The gray-white smoke was interspersed with many sparks. After a while, she looked back in disappointment. It won't burn. It's already very impressive. How long did it take you to learn? Silence. Why don't you answer? Since you can produce a flame, it shows you are already on the right path. With more practice and understanding in the future, it will come. Remember, each time you perform the technique, you must believe firmly in its success. Then how long did it take you to learn? Silence. How long did it take you to learn? 2 days. Song Yu answered while pointing at the firewood. Boom. The firewood immediately ignited. The little girl sat down heavily on the ground, staring blankly at the fire in front of her, not saying a word. Song Yu toasted 2 steamed pancakes over the fire, which were similar to Manta 1 in his previous world. However, what was called Manta here actually had fillings, similar to what his previous world commonly called Bayazai 2. He originally planned to roast a bit of dried meat for Lady Calico, but in the end she said she didn't plan to eat yet and didn't want to eat dried meat either. She said there were mice on the mountain and she would go and catch mice once they came out at night. This little cat ate better than he did. Although it was early spring and still cold, she already had no trouble finding food. She caught bugs by the roadside, birds by day, and mice at night. All were her routine fare. If the season was right, she might even have settled Song Yu's meals along the way. After dinner, the cold deepened. Song Yu found a flat spot, burned it with fire, laid out the felt blanket given by Prefect Yu, and lay down covering himself with another blanket. Lady Calico lay with her beloved horse. Lying down and looking up, the sky was full of stars, so dense it seemed the sky couldn't contain them and they hung down to the earth along the curtain of night. Lady Calico, look at the sky. I am looking at the sky. The sky is full of stars. I see them. Lady Calico, did you know? Each star in the sky is a world like ours. Only some are inhabited, and some are not. Perhaps as we gaze at the stars, someone up there is raising their head and gazing in our direction. Are there cats in places with people? Most likely. What about places without people? Maybe. Song Yu answered softly, feeling increasingly calm. Lady Calico had a kind of unique perspective different from humans. Every time he talked to her, her replies or questions always felt very wonderful and relaxing to him. Song Yu asked softly, "Do you think the stars are beautiful?" "Beautiful. There are many trees further down the mountain. You won't be able to see them from there. Here you can. That's why we climbed up here." "Yes." Lady Calico gazed up, entranced by the stars. She felt the stars were really beautiful, sparkling and bright. She couldn't resist wanting to reach out and grab them. And she really did extend her hand, waving and beckoning in the air in front of her. If climbing up here was for seeing the stars, it seemed worthwhile despite the hard effort and not being able to climb trees to catch birds. Just then, she heard the deist priest's voice again. "Lady Calico." "Yes." Lady Calico seemed to sense something. She suddenly put her hand down and turned her head. The deist priest inexplicably let out a long sigh. "I used to dislike this world." "Why?" "For many reasons." "Why?" "Because this world is primitive and backward. There are no brightly lit cities, no convenient transportation, no exciting internet, no way to stay indoors and know what's going on in the world. You can't find culinary delicacies from most places in just one city, and the meals are mostly unpalatable. The cities smell foul during the day, filled with excrement everywhere. Most passers-by's clothes are ragged and dirty. At night, if you don't have money to light candles or lamps, it's pitch dark. Even if you lit candles or lamps, the light is tiny and dim in the darkness. This world is also the same, dark and dreary. Besides the gods, ghosts, magic and natural scenery, I don't know what exciting things it has to offer. It's not dark at night. You can even catch mice for fun. Look, even delivering a letter is so difficult. Delivering a letter has always been hard. And this world is strange and ignorant. When I first arrived, I knew no one. People are ignorant, even the thinking of scholars and wise men is constrained by the times. The vast majority of people either enjoy trampling on others or are accustomed to being trampled on, or both. Many times, I actually don't want to talk to them at all." Song Yu lay gazing at the stars, yet his expression did not appear arrogant but calm as always. Lady Calico said honestly this time, "I don't understand." Song Yu just smiled when he heard. That was precisely why he had told her. At some point, Lady Calico had turned back into a cat. She crawled over from Song Yu's side, and climbed over his body, her steps making his upper body itch. Then she ran to the other side and touched his face with her little paws. The paws were ice cold and felt muddy and sandy. "Deist priest, you're unhappy." "Not really? Then what is it?" "I just have some feelings." "Then tell me." "Do the stars find us beautiful too?" "Maybe." Lady Calico was healing him. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. His eyes couldn't take in the sky full of stars. The fire by his side continued to burn and crackle. The gingerbread horse was lying down and chewing grass nearby. The chewing sound was unexpectedly very soothing. The sound of the wind and whispers calmed his heart. His master had said before that his mild and calm appearance hid a deep arrogance towards the entire world. Actually, it was unavoidable. Song Yu never denied it and tried hard to restrain himself. However, that was in the past. After coming to this world and as time passed, he also gradually figured things out. Since it is already destined to be difficult for him to return in this life, he tried hard to integrate into this place, trying hard to open up his heart to accept this world. He tried hard to broaden his vision to see and experience this world's unique beauty. If he didn't know what exciting things it had to offer, then he would go find them. If he couldn't think of anything beautiful about it, then he would go and see. Descending the mountain to travel the world in this manner, crossing countless mountains and rivers, experiencing the affairs of the world and human relationships, there was no other reason. He only hoped that this life could be more exciting and more interesting, in order not to waste this life. Fortunately, he had just begun his journey, but he had already gained a lot. 1 Chinese steamed bun. A white and soft type of steamed bun popular in northern China that has no fillings. 2 steamed stuffed buns. Is that the Suzhou boundary up ahead? How do you know? There is a boundary stone. A boundary stone. The calico cat peered ahead and then ran toward the visible end of the stone slab road. She stopped in front of the stone, looked it up and down, and then ran back, saying, "There's indeed a stone." Song Yu glanced at the cat and then looked ahead. "Next time we stop for a rest somewhere and have free time, I'll teach you how to read." "Why should I learn to read?" "You need to be literate to read books." "Why read books?" "Books are the stepping stones for human progress." "What about cats?" "Books are also the stepping stones for cat progress." "Why?" "Because they contain the wisdom of the previous generations." "What wisdom?" "If you don't wish to learn, forget it." Song Yu's expression remained calm. As he walked closer, he could see the characters on the stone clearly. The side facing him had the 3 large characters for Yizhouji, Yizhu boundary, carved, with smaller characters on the left and right indicating the commandery and county boundaries as well as the year the stone was erected. Once they passed this boundary stone, the other side would be carved with Suzhouji, Suzhou boundary, with similar inscriptions on the left and right. It had been erected at the founding of the current dynasty. In the spring of the 2nd year of Ming, Song Yu arrived in Suzhou. Oh, and also Lady Calico and the gingerbread horse. Song Yu thought it was worth commemorating. However, there was no need to linger here. They took a short break, ate some dry rations, drank some water, and then continued on their way. "We don't have much food left. There's food everywhere n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I don't have much food left. I will catch bugs for you to eat. I don't eat bugs. They're very tasty. No need. Then I'll catch mice for you. I appreciate your kindness. Then I'll catch small birds for you. We should find a village or town and see if we can buy some portable rations. Song Yu gazed into the distance. All he could see were blue skies and yellow meadows, with undulating mountains. There was no sign of a village, only a gray-white fog that could be either smoke or mist on the horizon. We also need to ask for directions to Long Commandery. That old man has told you how to get there. He wasn't very clear. We still need to find someone to ask. You're not very smart. You are smart. Tell me, how do we get there? I will follow you. After walking a bit further, they finally saw a village that seemed to be quite bustling. There was a stone by the roadside with the 3 characters for Lujiakun, Lu family village. The village was backed by remote mountains. Mountain springs converged to form a stream that meandered through it with 1,000 ching-won of fertile fields on its banks. It was a good place and it wasn't far from the main road too, so it was no wonder it was thriving. Song Yu left the main road and led his horse forward. As they approached the village, they saw a group of men carrying knives and sticks walk out and rush toward the main road outside. Seeing Song Yu and his party, they couldn't help stopping. An old man came forward, scrutinized Song Yu for a moment, and then said, somewhat anxiously, "Are you heading toward our village, young mister? I am Song Yu, a wandering hermit. I'm passing through and wanted to buy some portable dry rations from your village since I have just finished my dry rations. Also, I wanted to ask for directions." Song Yu asked curiously as he bowed to them. "May I ask why you are rushing out carrying knives and sticks?" "Ah, young mister, you'd better not go in for now," the old man said, holding a sickle. "Our village has been troubled by a tiger from the mountains behind these past few days. It's still in the village. We're on our way to the county to invite people over to kill it. It's not that our Lu family village doesn't welcome guests. If you'd come some days earlier or later, I could have asked our master to give you some food and silver money. If it weren't for this affair, we'd be celebrating our master's birthday the day after tomorrow, and we'd definitely invite you to stay and celebrate with us for a few days. But it's impossible now." "Oh, is it a mountain tiger turned demon?" "It hasn't become a demon, but it's very cunning. It runs away when there are many people," the old man said. "Young mister, if you're heading the same way, come with us. It's only half a day to the county." "Has the mountain tiger eaten any humans?" "Not yet, it's just been eating livestock." Even though it was early spring, the old man was already sweating profusely. "Young mister, you'd better not go in for your own safety. Even with so many people, we can't deal with it. We need to go to the county to report it to the authorities to get professional help. Having heard what you said, I could try driving it back to the mountains, saving all of you the effort and expense." "You? How would you drive it away?" "I have some modest deist cultivation skills." The old man immediately turned to exchange dismayed glances with the men behind him. "Are you certain you can do it, mister?" "I can try. How can we help you?" "Just lead me to it." "How much will you charge, mister?" "I'm doing it for free, just give me some portable rations." The group looked at one another in dismay again. All right. Even though they were just leading the way, the old man didn't dare to take it lightly. He still brought everyone along, holding their knives and sticks tightly, and nervously led the way. As they walked, he explained to Song Yu. Although Lu family village was next to remote mountains, savage beasts in the mountains usually avoided humans and rarely came down. Instead, it was often wild boars who came down and damaged crops. Perhaps because it was early spring with many animals in the mountains still hibernating, this fierce tiger couldn't catch any prey temporarily. Somehow, it discovered the village below the mountain and started visiting. It hadn't hurt anyone yet, just killed and ate some chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep. The villagers were terrified. A rich and influential family took the lead and organized a group of strong young men to set traps, but nothing worked. Finally, they decided to go to the county to report to the authorities for help that day. As they walked over, the door of every house was tightly shut. The group circled around and stopped outside a house in the village. Someone pointed Song Yu to the front. He whispered very softly, "It's there." Song Yu looked in the direction he pointed and saw a patch of striped yellow-black fur showing in a pen. Looking carefully, he saw it was moving slightly. Just this patch of fur already revealed the size of the creature. "Everyone, please step back some more and keep further away. Don't startle it." Upon hearing this, the villagers hurriedly retreated. Song Yu looked down at the cat beside him. "Lady Calico, do you want to come too?" "Yes, I want to go. But that's a tiger. I'm not afraid." "Don't stutter. You heard wrong. Then let's go." Song Yu stepped forward, his pace calm as always. As his gaze gradually moved past the foot of the wall, the striped body of the large tiger also appeared before Song Yu's eyes. He had seen tigers in the back of Yinyang Mountain before, even tiger demons who had acquired cultivation skills. The tigers in Yazhu were average in size. The tiger in front of him seemed to be of the same breed, but it was somewhat larger. Its fur looked like fine new silk, shining in the sunlight. Even the most exquisitely crafted textile could not match it. The tiger was crouching on the ground and eating a pig, half of which had already been devoured. Meanwhile, the fierce tiger had noticed him too, and immediately stopped eating. It turned its head, and stared at him intently. Its mouth was full of fresh blood, and its eyes were terrifying. It licked its mouth with its tongue, revealing the barbs on its tongue as well as canine teeth longer than fingers. If more people had come, it would have run away by now. Seeing only one person and a small cat, its eyes remained wary. It just looked them up and down. Occasionally, its gaze flickered, as if it was thinking deeply. There was a calmness amidst its wariness. This showed it was very smart. Song Yu often saw a similar expression on Lady Calico's face. Even when she was in cat form, he could see her extraordinary nature at a glance through the contemplation in her eyes. Thus, while the fierce mountain tiger was alertly investigating, and the villagers behind were tense and worried, Song Yu just raised his hands and bowed calmly. "Greetings, Mountain Lord." Roar. The fierce tiger was startled by his action, immediately standing up and continuing to stare at him. The villagers behind were also taken aback. The calico cat was a few steps away from him, staring wide-eyed at the giant beast, but fortunately not trembling. They heard the young deist's voice. "Mountain Lord, there's no need for alarm. My name is Song Yu, and my style name is Menglai. I am a hermit from Lingquan County in Yizhu. I'm traveling and happened to pass through here, wanting to buy some food. I unintentionally ran into the villagers going out to seek help. I heard you had a conflict with them, so I came specially to mediate." The wild mountain tiger didn't understand human speech. However, after listening to Song Yu, the wariness in its eyes gradually subsided for some reason, turning into contemplation, then puzzlement. The villagers behind were almost dumbfounded. From their angle, they couldn't see the fierce tiger in the pig pen, only the young deist bowing and speaking to it. For a moment, they felt it was astonishing, absurd, and terrifying. The tiger hadn't become a demon, so how could it understand human language? And what sense was there in talking to a tiger? "I see that behind this village, the great mountains stretch for 1,000 li. Mountain Lord, why don't you hunt in the mountains and enjoy your freedom, instead of coming down to hunt livestock?" Roar. The tiger's roar scared the villagers half to death. They feared that in the next second the tiger behind the wall would rush out and pounce on the deist. But the deist just shook his head and said, "This is not a good idea." Song Yu glanced down at the half-eaten pig below its body. The pigs here were mostly little black pigs, which were not very big. With the tiger's appetite, it could probably eat a whole pig in 2 meals. Even the richest village couldn't sustain it. "Mountain Lord, your appetite is very large. This village cannot support you. Besides, people need to live too." Song Yu shook his head. "When I arrived earlier, the farmers in this village were already preparing to go to the county and invite people to hunt you. No matter how powerful you are, in the end you can't win against humans." The fierce tiger stared at him but was silent. "I see you have already gained some wisdom. In the future, you might even become enlightened and become a demon. You've already eaten a lot of livestock now. It's better to go back early and not bring trouble upon yourself." Song Yu said, "In the future, don't cross the boundary again. The mountains are your hunting grounds, but below these mountains, especially where the roads lead, is the world of humans." The light in the fierce tiger's eyes flickered and it lapsed into contemplation. It shifted its gaze, sometimes looking at Song Yu, sometimes at the cat behind him, and sometimes at the half-eaten pig below its body. After a while, it actually released its grip on the pig, and took a few steps to the side. Only then, did it bow its head to Song Yu in thanks. Song Yu also quickly returned the bow. Then, to the astonishment of the villagers, the vicious tiger actually crossed the small village path and ran all the way up into the mountains. By the time they came to their senses, the young deist priest they had met on the road by chance had already reached them. "In the future, it won't come down the mountain again. Thank you, mister." It was the old man who reacted first. He bowed to Song Yu, and hurriedly said, "Mister, please come this way. I must report to our master first." His birthday celebration was supposed to be held 2 days later, but we didn't know if it could be celebrated on time because of this tiger causing trouble. "Now that you've driven it away, you're our Lu family village's honored guest. Please stay in the village for a few days so we can entertain you properly." "No need, just give me some portable rations." "Mister, please don't decline. If we let you go like this, our master will surely blame us," the old man said. "Please don't worry, mister. We will definitely entertain you with the best food and drink. If the birthday celebration goes smoothly in 2 days, there will even be an opera troupe performing. It will be very lively." Song Yu really couldn't decline. 1 traditional unit of area equivalent to 100 mu or 6.67 hectares. "Mister, you are truly a master. Today has been an eye-opener for us. Truly immortal methods." All the way, everyone surrounded Song Yu, both awestruck and admiring, treating him just like a master traveling the world. The large group made their way to the old man's master's residence. It was the largest house in the village. Even just standing outside the courtyard, looking at the white walls and eave corners as well as the bamboo and plum showing through, it was evident that a refined family definitely lived here. Passing the stone lions and entering the vermilion door, the interior was far beyond what a typical wealthy mountain village family could possess. As expected, while waiting for the old man to go inside to report and explain the situation, someone beside Song Yu informed him that this household belonged to a former official surnamed Lu. After reaching old age, he returned to his hometown to retire here. The fertile fields he had seen on the road previously mostly belonged to this old official, Mr. Lu. In 2 days, it would be old official Liu's 70th birthday. Reaching 70 had always been rare since ancient times. Old official Lu had been back in the village for a long time. Though he didn't plan to hold a big celebration or invite any guests, his younger relatives were still coming. He had even hired an opera troupe for a lively celebration. Unfortunately, this vicious tiger had come to the village a few days earlier. Initially, the villagers thought it would leave after eating its fill, so they killed pigs and sheep for it and spoke nicely to it. However, the tiger refused to leave, and old official Lu began to worry. If it was an ordinary tiger, they could organize some strong young men to drive it away. However, this cunning tiger actually engaged them in a battle of wits and courage for several days without being vanquished. Therefore, they decided to go to the county to seek help. Successfully driving the tiger away meant the birthday celebration could still proceed with difficulty. Otherwise, they would send people to inform old official Liu's younger relatives in the county not to come. Now that Song Yu had effortlessly driven away the vicious tiger, he had not only helped them immensely but also showcased extraordinary skills. Naturally, old official Lu treated him with utmost respect, hurriedly arranging the best room for them and inviting them to lodge with him. The gingerbread horse was led to the back courtyard to be well cared for, and he also sent someone to ask Song Yu about his preferences when it came to clothing, food, lodging and transport. He even told him to bring his clothes to the family laundress for washing. He could be said to have been very considerate. However, since Song Yu had only persuaded the tiger to leave after all and had not killed it, the villagers still felt uneasy. That evening, old official Lu arranged a lavish banquet, and the table was laden with fish and meat. Despite being so frail that he had trouble walking steadily, old official Lu personally poured wine for Song Yu. "Mister, you are indeed a master. I am merely a hermit cultivator, unworthy of such praise. Where did you cultivate, mister?" "Hidden Dragon Temple on Yinyang Mountain, Lingquan County, Yizhu. It must be a famous abode on a celestial mountain," old official Lu remarked. "I have aspired toward the immortal Dao for many years. I don't know how you drove away that fierce tiger. What wonderful method did you use? It was just a petty trick, not worth mentioning." Old official Lu exchanged a few looks with those sitting beside him, looking awkward. Then he praised Song Yu again. "You managed to persuade the tiger to leave with just a few words, truly an immortal method. It's just that tiger has returned to the mountain forest. Once you leave in a few days, we will be on tenterhooks again." As he said this, old official Lu immediately smiled. "It's not that we doubt your immortal methods, but it's a beast after all and it's hard to change its inherent nature. Mr. Lu, please don't worry. I have gotten it to understand. It won't return again." Song Yu also knew clearly that they were trying their best to keep him there mostly because for that reason. However, the tiger hadn't harmed anyone, just eaten some livestock. Seeing it was pure, with no black foul chi or ghosts of devoured victims one following it, it had never harmed a person. Moreover, it had gained some wisdom and was close to enlightenment. The heavens value life, so he was also willing to be lenient. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. All living things had spirits, and beasts were stupid. Actually, one needed to be clever to break rules and be untrustworthy. Thus animals followed rules better than humans. Once an animal understood a rule, and knew that something is forbidden, it rarely broke the rule again. Moreover, this spell to summon beasts and birds had its own mysteries. Having made an agreement with the mountain tiger, Song Yu would no longer seek it or harm it. In return, the tiger would also not break its vow and descend the mountain. It was both an agreement and a deist art. It was both its nature and a mysterious principle. Only with the two combined, did Song Yu dare to guarantee everyone that the tiger would never descend the mountain again. Seeing Song Yu so assured, old official Lu exchanged looks with those beside him again, but he couldn't say any more and had no choice but to believe him. "Thank you truly, mister. It was nothing. Please enjoy the food." When he returned to his room at night, old official Lu even sent someone to bring a few candles over. Candlelight was somewhat brighter than oil lamps. As Song Yu lit the candle, he was even somewhat sentimental. To be honest, it was his first time lighting a candle of his own volition despite his age. Candles were occasionally lit at the temple, but they were lit by worshippers who came to offer incense to the gods. The temple's master and disciple weren't devout, so naturally they wouldn't normally buy candles to light them for the gods. Candles were very expensive. Song Yu only bought lamp oil when he was in Yuda. One caddy cost less than 100 wen, but a single candle cost 300 to 400 wen. To keep a candle burning all night, you'd need at least 2 or 3. Old official Lu was indeed generous. After washing up, Song Yu lay down on the bed. He covered himself with the blanket and glanced around on a whim. He noticed the calico cat lying close beside the window, looking outside into the night. How could a human guess a cat's thoughts? After a while, she turned her head and stared at Song Yu who was in bed. She asked in a clear voice, "Are tigers always that big? You're thinking about the tiger from today?" "Yes." "Was it your first time seeing a tiger?" "Yes." "Tigers do grow very large. Are they all that big?" "Some are big, some are small." "Was today's tiger considered big?" "Not the biggest." "Not the biggest, huh? Are you feeling inferior again?" The cat beside the window didn't answer, only continued to ask, "Can cats grow that big?" "I'm afraid not." "What about cats who have become demons?" "Probably not either." "Oh, actually, Lady Calico is more impressive. Why, you can talk, spit fire, and take human form. That mountain tiger is only strong due to natural advantages." Song Yu looked at the cat. "You are still superior." "I'm very clever." "Absolutely." The cat then jumped back from the window, no longer pondering. She symbolically lay down at a corner of the bed's foot as always. If nothing unexpected happened, she would be under the blanket by tomorrow morning. Go to sleep. Song Yu waved his hand, extinguishing the candle. Early next morning, old official Lu sent someone to invite him to breakfast and then for a stroll outside, respectfully chatting with him. Old official Lu, being old after all, saw that he had skills and turned to him in desperation, hoping that he could offer some method or elixirs for longevity, but Song Yu couldn't help. One more day later was old official Liu's birthday. Old official Lu had invited all the farming households in the village, and some of his younger relatives had also returned from outside the village. He had also hired an opera troupe to play music, sing and dance, making it very lively. The village had just been troubled by the tiger a few days ago, and people still felt somewhat uneasy in their hearts despite old official Liu's repeated reassurances. However, once the people gathered in large numbers, they no longer feared anything. Song Yu was invited to be seated at the main table, surrounded by respected elders. The table was laden with fish and meat that people rarely got to eat normally, and no lack of mountain delicacies and wild game. The cook was unusually meticulous, with every dish prepared methodically and at least looking like a proper dish. It must be noted that in an era when iron pots had just begun to be widely used, having such a variety of dishes at a village banquet was quite rare. Song Yu very quickly also discovered that dining here was very interesting. Everyone was overly cordial, thus you had to protect your bowl while you were eating. Female cooks carrying rice basins wandered everywhere behind, and if you weren't careful, a large scoop of rice would be dumped into your bowl. Sometimes, two cooks would even approach from both sides, making it impossible to avoid. Song Yu found it interesting and watched closely. He very soon realized this was actually a symbol of the host's cordial generosity. In this era, white rice was a luxury for most. Being able to provide an unlimited supply of white rice even to the point of making you full, not only shows the host's generosity but also demonstrates their wealth and capability. This show of forcibly adding rice softened the host's display of wealth, covered up the guests' poverty and added a lot of fun, making the banquet atmosphere very pleasant. He then observed the diners. Even though these people had just started eating their first bowl of rice and definitely could finish 2 or 3 bowls, they guarded their bowls closely from the start. Tacitly engaging in a battle of wits and courage with the female cooks serving the rice, they waited until a careless mistake allowed a scoop of fragrant white rice to be added to their bowls, which then elicited a burst of laughter. It seemed like cooperation, yet also like playful teasing. It also seemed like a form of implicit culture. Song Yu gradually lapsed into deep contemplation. In his contemplation, he didn't notice a cook sneaking up behind him. In his panic, he imitated the people beside him, moving his bowl from right to left in order to dodge the rice. However, he didn't realize there was another cook on the left. By the time he reacted, his half-eaten bowl of rice was already piled high again, forming a small mound. Ha 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 ha, the table erupted in laughter. Looking around, Song Yu saw everyone laughing except himself and the curious, puzzled cat standing on his lap. He saw wildly trembling beards stained by oily soup, dark, wrinkled faces, and mouths displaying unhealthy yellowed sets of teeth that had 3 or 4 teeth missing. Strangely, not only did he feel no disgust in his heart, but only simplicity and splendor. It was a purity of heart and a pure happiness. Inexplicably, he smiled too. This was the joy of this era, the unrestrained joy of this time. Then old official Lu, who was at his side, leaned over, smiling, to share his tips on protecting the bowl. His heart was clear, and he just bowed his head and inclined his ear to listen attentively. Only the calico cat remained puzzled. That night, the opera troupe performed. The stage was the ancestral temple's altar, fully adorned with lanterns on the sides. It was even more lively than during the day. The troupe sang all night, and the villagers also listened all night. Children ran everywhere, shouting and pursuing the simplest joy in this night without neon lights. Song Yu sat below and listened all night too. Why was it livelier than during the day? It was because the daytime birthday banquet was only for the farming households in the village, but even people from distant places had hurried over for the night's opera performance. Some had received letters saying that there would be a stage erected and an opera performance that day before the tiger had entered the village. They had calculated the days ahead of time, and did not know there was a tiger here a few days ago. Others who lived nearby had heard that a fierce tiger had descended the mountain recently. However, thinking that there will be many people and that there was nothing to fear, they also hurried over before dark for the sake of the performance. Many had walked 10 li of mountain roads to come here. Some had even brought straw mats, and slept on the spot when they grew tired from listening. It was no doubt an era with few pleasures. It was very difficult to find fun. Perhaps due to this, some things became extremely precious and required to be cherished carefully and not taken lightly. According to Chinese folklore, victims devoured by a tiger are supposed to follow it as ghosts and help it devour other humans. Mister, you're leaving already? Isn't this too hasty? Did I not treat you well enough? Mr. Lu, what are you saying? Over these past 2 days, you've treated me with great hospitality. I've been eating and living well. Yesterday in particular, your warmth as well as the villagers' simplicity and honesty were things I've rarely seen in my life. Honestly, I'd love to stay a few more days. Song Yu sincerely told old official Lu. However, I have to go to Long Commandery to deliver a family letter on behalf of an old man. I've already stayed for 2 days, and it's really inappropriate to stay longer. To prevent any misunderstanding, Song Yu showed him the letter sealed in a bamboo tube. Even so, old official Lu couldn't help but sigh, tapping his cane on the ground. However, delivering a letter was an important task involving a matter of trust, so he couldn't insist on making him stay. Instead, he just instructed someone to fetch silver money and dry rations. You've driven away the vicious tiger in our village, saving us a lot of assets. Even without your help, I would have had to spend money to hire someone from the county to do it. It's only right and proper to offer you some remuneration, Mr. Lu said, standing up with the help of his cane and offering a plate of silver money to Song Yu. Giving just some dry rations wouldn't be proper, so I prepared some silver money for you to cover your travel expenses. Song Yu looked down and saw a plate of loose silver pieces, possibly totaling 20 to 30 taels. In this era, most people would never see so much silver at once, and hiring someone from the county to drive away a tiger would cost nowhere near this much. This amount included a substantial premium for a master. But Song Yu couldn't possibly accept this money. Not only did he have an invaluable epiphany yesterday, but the good food and warm reception over the past 2 days were more than enough to repay the favor of driving away the tiger. Such is the way of the world. One side does it casually, and the other responds with generosity. No more is needed. Even if they parted now, neither side would feel any guilt in their hearts. Thus, he took only the dry rations, refusing the silver. Mr. Lu was helpless, but he felt even more impressed by this young Daoist priest, recognizing that he was unlike Jianghu people who had some unusual abilities or folk masters. Therefore, he leaned on his cane and personally escorted Song Yu out the door. Mister, if you follow the main road to the right, it will take about half a day to reach the county if you have good stamina. The county is called Nianping County. If you need to rest or seek assistance in the city, feel free to go to the county yamen and look for official registrar Lu Hong, also known as Lu Yangshang, my second son. If you prefer not to go there, you can take the water route to Long Commandery, which is easier than the land route. Just prepare enough rations and fodder. The boat would be able to carry horses as well. Water route. The water route is smoother and more comfortable. Though you may have descended the mountain to travel, you might not know that Suzhou is full of mountains and rivers. The journey to Long Commandery is picturesque, and going downstream is quite comfortable. What's the name of the river? Liujiang River. It flows all the way to Long Commandery. Picturesque scenery. Absolutely. Others may not know, but I'm telling you, the water route is the best way to go to Long Commandery. How do I take the water route? Song Yu gradually became interested. In this era when it came to long journeys, if there was a water route, it was certainly a better option than traveling by land. He initially intended to experience the local scenery and customs more intimately, so he hadn't sought out the water route. However, hearing the old official's recommendation now, he considered taking the water route to Long Commandery. The old official then explained the details. How to find the route, where the ferry crossing was, how to board a boat, the approximate costs, and how to avoid being cheated, all explained in great detail. Farewell, Mr. Lu. Take care, Mr. The old man shouted as he stood at the doorway, leaning on his cane. However, the Daoist, the cat, and the horse had already gradually walked far away. After half a day's journey, they reached Nianping County. Another place in his heart was illuminated. Song Yu had heard a saying that for most people, the world, or the realm, was just a concept. A concept that was possibly very inaccurate. Even if they've seen maps or pictures, or heard detailed descriptions of a place, it was still dull, flat, and unreal. Only when you visited a place and truly arrived there, did it become substantial, illuminated and turned into a three-dimensional, real place in your mind. The more places you illuminated, the more complete the world in your heart became. This was also Song Yu's first long journey. The landscape here was beautiful, the waterfalls picturesque, the rice flour noodles delicious, and the temperature warmer than Yudou and Lingquan County, where his Daoist temple was located. After eating the rice noodles, Song Yu passed through Nianping County, no longer following the original main road. Following old official Liu's directions, he walked about 20 li, then took a left path towards the Nianping ferry crossing. When he reached the top of a gentle hillside, the view below suddenly opened up. Below lay a shallow river bay and a stone beach with an ancient ferry crossing. A few small boats floated on the river. Larger boats were pulled by ropes with countless short, dark barge haulers on the other end who leaned forward with all their might, looking like shadows cast by the west slanting afternoon sun from a distance. Faint voices drifted through the air. Oh ho oh, hey hey, yo ho oh. Mostly unintelligible syllables, as if there were no real words. Countless mouths were shouting, merging into a chorus that seemed to come from the distant river beach below but also seemed to come from distant ancient times. Mixed with the wind over the river crossing, it was more ancient and mysterious than Daoist classics. It struck the heart. Song Yu stood in the wind at the hill pass, momentarily dazed. He felt it was an ancient echo of history, the work chant that had reverberated at this Liujiang ferry crossing for centuries, an imprint of the era. Just hearing a little, it already reverberated endlessly in his mind. Listening longer, he also felt it seemed like a lament under intense labor, filling the human heart with dejection and sorrow. Daoist, what are you doing? Nothing. Why aren't you walking? I'm walking now. What are they shouting? I can't make it out either. Song Yu continued walking down. The gingerbread horse and the cat followed behind. Yesterday, he had just witnessed the simple and honest joys of this era, and today he saw that it was also an era full of hardships. Perhaps these two aspects were not contradictory from the beginning. The farmers who were joyfully unrestrained at the banquet yesterday belonged to the same group of people as the hard-working and exhausted barge haulers at the ancient ferry crossing today. Or maybe contradiction was the norm in the real world. This was a scene he wouldn't be able to witness on Yin Yang Mountain. Watching as he walked, he gradually reached the ferry crossing. Song Yu just felt that his cloth shoes had thin soles and that stones were hurting his feet. Is there a boat to Long Commandery? I'm going to Long Commandery. Can you take a horse? My small boat can't take a horse. I can take it. Song Yu followed the voice. It came from a boat with a roofed top, neither too small nor too big, but just right for the shallow beach. An old man wearing a conical bamboo hat and a woven rush raincoat stood at the bow. There were already a few people sitting in the boat. How much? Where are you going? N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. Lingbo County. Lingbo County is too far. You can only disembark at the nearest ferry crossing. From there is still almost 100 li of mountain road, the old man sang out, his voice like a song. It will take 6 days. 200 wen per person, and a horse counts as 2 people. You need to bring your own fodder. As for you, if you don't mind the fishy smell of river fish, I can provide meals on board. The calico cat at his feet looked up at Song Yu. Song Yu met her gaze and understood tacitly. Do you charge for cats? Why would I charge for a cat? Altogether 500 wen, how about this price? 550, board the boat and we'll set off immediately. I'm giving only coins. Sir, please board the boat. Song Yu led his horse and the cat onto the boat. When were the commonly seen small copper coins? A few years ago, the government had issued some larger denominations, worth 5 or 10 wen each. However, these new coins didn't weigh 5 or 10 times as much as the regular coins. Even though they were recently issued, and hadn't depreciated much yet under the currently flourishing Great Yin dynasty, the public's acceptance was gradually declining. A large coin worth 10 regular wen couldn't actually be used as 10 regular wen in everyday life, as a discount was always expected. So the boatman agreed readily. Let the horse stay at the bow. It won't be afraid of water, will it? No. That's good. As for its waste, I'll take care of it. It will try to do its business in the river. If you are willing to dock along the way, it will go ashore to relieve itself. Your horse is obedient and your words are refined. Haha. When do we set off? Right now. The boat easily drifted away from the shore, lightly and gently. Song Yu looked back, seeing 4 other people on the boat. A scholar clasping a book and a family of 3 consisting of a couple with a young daughter. He wondered why they were traveling long journeys. He also had no time to pay attention to this. He just stood at the bow watching the ancient ferry crossing at the shallow beach recede. Listening to that desolate, mysterious ancient chanting, his mind seemed full of thoughts, yet empty. The scholar behind him saw he was wearing a Daoist robe and struck up a conversation. Are you a Daoist priest? I grew up in a Daoist temple. Have you never seen a ferry crossing before? This is my first time. Haha, it's novel the first time, but it becomes mundane after a while. The scholar was chatty and warmly invited. The wind is strong outside. Why not come sit in the cabin? To be honest, I am also fond of Daoist classics and magic. I even brought a Daoist classic along on this journey. There are still several days' journey to Long Commandery. Let's drink wine and chat, wouldn't it be delightful? Song Yu remained at the bow, smiling. The barge haulers' chanting was further and further away, but strangely, the further away they were, the more charm and power it possessed. The scholar didn't know what he was thinking. How can Daoist classics compare to this? The sky was turning dark, though the horizon was still bright. The mountains had become deep shadows. The yellow and blue light in the horizon, along with the silhouettes of the mountains, were reflected together in the water, tinting the river. A small boat drifted along the waves, its light appearing no larger than a soybean seed from a distance. It was also reflected in the water, but its reflection was ruffled by the evening breeze. The boatman sat upright at the bow, holding a long pole. The fishing line merged with the water, creating small ripples. The boatman suddenly raised the pole, simultaneously reaching out to catch something. It was just a small fish, which he casually tossed into the cabin. Plop, 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 the fish flopped around in the cabin. The boatman just smiled at the calico cat and said, "This is for you." Meow, the calico cat responded with thanks before lowering her head to eat. The scholar was also sitting at the side of the boat, enjoying the breeze and watching the boatman fish. Occasionally, he would reach down to touch the water, which was so close that he didn't even need to fully extend his arm to make contact. Suddenly, he laughed and pointed to the side, saying to the boatman, "Old man, look. You've been fishing hard all this time and only caught a shark belly one not even 2 fingers wide, yet here floats a fish right up to me? It's mocking you." As he said this, he used his other hand to prop himself against the edge of the window in order to lean out, stretching his arm as if to catch the fish. "Don't catch it." The boatman immediately turned his head and said, "Huh." The scholar retracted his hand lightning fast and looked at the boatman. "Why not?" The boatman's face relaxed, and he smiled as he said to the scholar, "It's best not to catch it." "Is there a particular reason?" "Not really, it's just a habit of us boatmen and night fishers. When we see a fish floating near the water's edge, just out of easy reach, we don't touch it." The boatman continued sitting at the bow fishing, his voice drifting over through the night breeze. "Just a habit." However, the scholar seemed intrigued. "Please tell me more." "There's nothing more to it. There must be some particular reason. Please don't make it difficult for me." I wouldn't dare to make it difficult for you. You don't know, but I have loved hearing this kind of stories and rumors about gods and ghosts all my life. Please tell me. There's really nothing to it. It's just that although this fish looks near and just out of reach, reaching out further increases the risk of falling into the water. Is that all? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. You must bear in mind that nothing falls out of the sky for free. Most things that come for no reason aren't simple. The boatman sat still, focused on his fishing. Just like this fish you see in front of you, it seems like you only need to lean down, reach out and grab it. However, once you lean down, if there's a little demon or little ghost beneath the water, waiting for you to be careless. The boatman trailed off, smiling. Oh, the scholar raised his eyebrow, both fearful and excited. Have such things happened before on this Liujiang River? The boatman continued smiling but remained silent, focused only on his fishing. Don't be stingy with your stories, old man. They're really not worth mentioning. If you're willing to tell, I'll pay for some tea. The boatman could see that the scholar was genuinely interested in such stories, so he could no longer decline. After some hesitation, he began patiently telling his tales. When I was young, I heard people say that it's best not to touch fish that you can catch by just taking a step into the water, or pluck medicinal herbs you can pick by just talking a step closer to the edge of a cliff. However, I was full of youthful vigor. I normally believed these tales. However, when it really happens to you, you often forget until you witness these kinds of events happen yourself. There were indeed many strange stories that happened on this Liujiang River. The boatman told several stories in a row. They were about people like the scholar, who coveted petty gains and thought good fortune had fallen from the sky, or people who witnessed someone falling into water while walking along the riverbank in the middle of the night, etc. In the end, they were harmed by demons or ghosts. Song Yu also listened quietly from the side. Without them noticing, the fish that had floated close to the water surface just half a meter away from the boat had already disappeared. The demons, ghosts, and monsters of this world were mostly like this. When it came to ghosts, they had to put in some thought if they wanted to harm people unless they had a high level of cultivation. As for demons, the differences were so great that it was hard to generalize. For example, the fierce tiger they encountered a few days ago. The tiger was the lord of the mountain. Even though it hadn't gained enlightenment yet and was merely somewhat smarter than its peers, it knew how to hunt weaker prey and avoid the strong as well as how to distinguish traps. It was already too much for Lu family village's strong young men and hunters to deal with. If it had intended to harm humans, the consequences would have been dire. However, if it was just a rabbit, even if it gained enlightenment and became a demon, it might still be easily killed by a man's stick or snatched away by an eagle if it was careless. Take foxes, which commonly appeared in stories, for example. They were carnivores at least. Many had become demons and taken human form. Yet, until they attained higher levels of cultivation, they must still avoid sharp-eyed village dogs when they infiltrated human society. These were inborn differences. When one thought carefully, there were certain wondrous parts in them. Minor ghosts and demons did not have sufficient ability or power. If they wanted to harm humans, they had to rely on deceit and temptation to lower their victims' guard and lure them into traps. However, they might not always be malevolent. Many water creatures that gained wisdom used fish as bait to catch birds or other fish, and catching a human might just be accidental. It also didn't always mean there was a demon or ghost involved. Boats on the water traveled hundreds or more than 1,000 li, often through uninhabited areas. Some boatmen who harbored evil intentions might kill their passengers and blame it on demons or ghosts. After the boatman finished, the scholar loudly expressed his enjoyment. I'm not a good storyteller. Never say that, old man. These kinds of stories are most captivating when told in the plainest way, as if they had happened right next to you, the scholar said, hurrying back into the boat. I need to record them down quickly before I forget, or I would have wasted the 5 wen I paid for tea. Several stories for a tea fee of 5 wen did seem worthwhile. The river became chilly in the night and it became cold outside. Song Yu patted the jujubred horse's neck. I'll have to trouble you to stay here for a few days. Don't make any noise unless necessary. If anything happens, just call out loudly for me. The jujubred horse stood still and silent. However, it was the scholar's laughter which came from behind. Young mister, you're truly interesting. It's still considered common to talk to cats, but now you're talking to a horse. Could it be that your horse has already become a demon and can understand human speech? Song Yu smiled and turned his head to look over. While the boatman was telling his stories earlier, he had already caught several large fish and started brewing soup in advance. Now the little stove was steaming, and amidst the steam, the scholar was using his clothes box as a table and had laid out some rough straw paper. He put the brush he was holding into his mouth to wet it, then immersed himself in writing. Song Yu also entered the cabin and took a casual look. They were the stories the boatman had just told. The scholar was immersed in writing madly hereafter and stopped talking. Then he looked at the boatman. He carefully removed the meat on the fish and sliced it thinly. When the soup brewed with fish bones and fish heads was ready, he placed the translucent, exquisite fish slices into the pot. After a brief boil, they turned snowy white, and the aroma became even more tempting. There's nothing tasty to eat on the boat. It's always these dishes all day long. I hope you passengers won't mind, the boatman said, retrieving bowls and chopsticks from a low cabinet. The scholar had also finished writing just in time. He didn't stand on ceremony and immediately went to get the bowls, acting as if he was the owner of the boat. He called Song Yu and the family of 3 over, serving them soup. Song Yu received a bowl and thanked him. The air on the river was chilly, and the hot steam from the bowl in his palms contrasted sharply with the cold outside, bringing some sense of comfort even before taking a sip. The scholar's voice rang out first. Old man, you have excellent cooking skills. It's nothing special, really. It tastes the same no matter who cooks it, the boatman laughed. You just feel good after the first sip. After a few more days of the same fish soup or porridge with fish meat, you'll get tired of it. You're being modest, old man. Before the new year, I just traveled up the Liujiang River to Yizhu. At the time, the boatman on that boat also made the same dish, but it didn't taste as good as yours. I dare not receive such praise. As Song Yu listened, he also lowered his head to take a sip. The fish soup was seasoned only with salt and ginger, giving it a somewhat salty taste while removing any fishiness. Freshly caught fish had a natural sweetness, but there were no other flavors, making it ordinary so far. The key lay in the fish slices that were added later. The fish meat had been sliced very thin, with no bones in sight, requiring some knife skills and patience. The fish meat added later was very enjoyable to eat. It was only boiled briefly in the pot, so the fish skin was still slightly crispy and springy when first eaten. It was completely different from the method where the fish meat was put into the pot from the beginning and stewed together. The boatman had indeed been modest. Though it was indeed not particularly fancy, simple dishes are sometimes the hardest to perfect. This simplicity was a kind of art in itself. Song Yu exhaled a warm breath, feeling utterly relaxed. He glanced at the calico cat beside him. Would you like some, Lady Calico? The calico cat didn't respond, just shrank back. The scholar found this amusing again. After finishing his fish soup, he struck up a conversation with Song Yu again. Where are you from, mister? I'm from Yizhu. Oh, which part of Yizhu? Linquan County. Linquan County. The scholar immediately seemed intrigued. I also visited Linquan County during my trip to Yizhu. And you are? I actually still have not introduced myself properly, and really been quite rude. The scholar hurriedly smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. My surname is Fu, like the Fu in Teifu, Imperial Preceptor, and my name is Yu. My style name is Wendong. I come from Long Commandery, says Hu. I'm Song Yu, and my style name is Menglei. I'm a hermit from Linquan County, Yizhu. Did you cultivate in Linquan County? You seem very surprised. Not exactly surprised, I just have a question to ask. The scholar cupped his hands again. Since you cultivated in Linquan County, have you heard of Hidden Dragon Temple on Yinyang Mountain? I have heard of it. Song Yu remained calm as he looked at him. To be honest, my trip to Yizhu was firstly to visit friends and relatives and secondly to go to Yinyang Mountain to seek Hidden Dragon Temple. The scholar couldn't help shaking his head with regret. However, I searched all over when I reached Linquan County. I managed to find Yinyang Mountain, but though I searched the whole mountain thoroughly, there wasn't a single brick or roof tile to be seen on the mountain, let alone a temple. Is Hidden Dragon Temple very famous? Where did you hear about it? It's not particularly famous, but I enjoy going everywhere to collect folk tales about gods, ghosts, and demons. I discovered by chance that several remarkable rumors that I have collected happened to mention this temple. Out of curiosity, I took this opportunity to go and seek it. Unfortunately, I returned with nothing and wasted many days. He looked at Song Yu as he spoke. Could it be that the Hidden Dragon Temple isn't on Yinyang Mountain? Or is there another Yinyang Mountain? Did I get the wrong information from my inquiries? You might not know this, Song Yu continued to tell him indifferently, that Hidden Dragon Temple is quite peculiar. Even if worshippers from the foot of the mountain wish to offer incense, they can only find it when the temple owner wishes to open its doors. At other times, even if you followed a familiar path, you could only return empty-handed. Really? It's true. How marvelous. I've heard that Hidden Dragon Temple's owner is lazy by nature, with only one diligent disciple. You might not have missed the location but simply didn't go at the right time. So wonderful that words can't describe it. The scholar widened his eyes, clapping his hands. A temple so miraculous must be a famous abode on a celestial mountain. If I have another chance in the future, I will surely visit again. What year in the future will that be? Unfortunately, probably many years later. May your wish come true. Thank you, thank you. Song Yu leaned back in the cabin. Lady Calico already lay beside him. He rested his hand on her back, sharing warmth, and gradually became sleepy too. One freshwater and brackish water fish native to large streams and reservoirs in China, Korea, Japan, and Amur River Basin. When he woke up in the early morning, it was particularly chilly outside. Song Yu borrowed the boatman's fishing pole and sat in the place where the boatman had sat last night, wearing the cloak given by Prefect Yu. The cold air rose from the river in front of him, the mist-covered water was silent, and the surroundings were quiet. The fishing line extended into the water, occasionally creating small ripples that were hard to notice in the fog. Looking around, he saw green mountains everywhere. The other boat passengers either stayed inside the boat or were still sleeping. Only Lady Calico sat quietly and properly on his lap, her eyes fixed on the point where the fishing line met the water. The boatman had already started cooking breakfast. What should we do if we don't catch anything? Song Yu turned his head and quietly asked the cat. Lady Calico raised her head at his words, her eyes very calm. After a moment, she lowered her head and raised her paw to lick it. Song Yu did not understand what she meant. There was a pounding sound behind him. It was the boatman chopping fish bones. Lady Calico's ears twitched at the sound. She then raised her head and softly said to him, "It doesn't matter if we don't catch anything." Song Yu heard it, but his expression was still very calm. But he suddenly thought of a question. Lady Calico usually could only catch mice at night. If she didn't manage to catch birds or insects etc. during the day, or if no one came to offer her food, what did she eat before she met him? In any case, he had never heard Lady Calico complain about hunger. He had always thought it was because he prepared food in time and she could also get food from elsewhere. Now it seems that it might not be like that. What if you are hungry? I am used to being hungry. Song Yu lifted the fishing rod, and a silver-white flash left the water, pulled by the line. It landed precisely in his hand. Got one. This fish was Lady Calico's breakfast. At the same time, a voice came from behind. What a refined and elegant attitude of mind, mister. No need to guess, it was that scholar surnamed Fu. Footsteps quickly approached from behind. Fishing in the cold river, gazing at the mountains, conversing with a cat. How many people wish to have such interests like you, but lack this frame of mind? The footsteps stopped behind Song Yu. Seeing him retract the rod, the scholar was curious. You just caught this sharp belly, why stop fishing? It's enough for the cat. Wonderful. The scholar carried another folding stool over and sat beside Song Yu. Since you came from Lingquan County, did you pass through Yudo on the way? Yudo is prosperous, so I naturally had to visit. Indeed. I've traveled extensively for many years and have seldom seen a city as prosperous and enlightened as Yudo. The scholar paused briefly. Except for Yangchang, I haven't been to Changjing yet. How was Yangchang? 10 li of spring breezes, myriad twinkling lights, dreamlike prosperity. Then I should visit. Song Yu put away the fishing rod and returned it to its original place. The scholar stood and turned to look at him. I haven't asked yet where you are headed. I'm traveling the world, temporarily with no fixed destination. Haha, life should be like that. The scholar couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and clapping in delight. He felt this gentleman was very much to his liking. But why are you going to Lingbo? To deliver a letter on behalf of an old man selling tea I met on the way. Just to deliver a letter. I don't know where to go n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Wonderful, wonderful. The scholar couldn't help but clap his hands, then shook his head. It's a pity I've already been out for a long time on this trip, otherwise I should accompany you on your journey. Perhaps we will meet again if it's fated. Oh, right, the scholar seemed to remember something just then. Since you passed through Yudo, did you hear about the notorious case of the earth-traversing burglar in Yudo last year? And the affair concerning the master from Taeyan Temple that the people are abuzz with? Song Yu glanced down at Lady Calico who was eating the fish, and calmly replied. I've heard about it. Could you tell me about it? Haven't you already heard about it? Indeed, I have. The scholar sighed, but I only heard people discussing some of it in the tea house. Even after paying money for tea, I didn't get the full story, which is quite a regret. Song Yu couldn't help but glance at him. You really are a fan of such stories. To be honest, it's my greatest hobby. Besides this, I'm also compiling a book, currently untitled, which will include all the mystical and fantastic events in the world. Ideally real and interesting ones. That's why I'm so eager to collect such stories. I see. Haha, I'm not worried you'll laugh at me. The scholar actually laughed as he spoke. I've had little interest in classical studies or political essays since childhood. I'm still very dull even though I've studied them up till now. It's unlikely I'll ever pass the provincial level imperial exam in this lifetime. If this book comes together successfully, firstly I would have completed something I've always wanted to do. Secondly, though it may not be a work worthy of pride or even considered high culture, it could perhaps let me leave my name behind in history like the high-ranking court officials of past dynasties. Hearing this, Song Yu thought seriously about it, and he thought it might indeed be possible. As the scholar said, such books were only considered miscellaneous works in this era, not high culture, and were even scorned by some old Confucian scholars. Some writers wouldn't even use their names for fear of losing face. Yet these books were widely popular in this era, much more so than the famous classics. And there weren't many similar books on the market. A book like Chronicles of Peach and Plum Seasons, though not well written and containing many esoteric elements only comprehensible to deists, still quickly became popular across the country. Why? Everyone was interested in such stories, but there were too few who could write them well. If this scholar wrote well, it could indeed be passed down through the ages. Song Yu naturally didn't have the decadent mindset of this era and didn't disdain such miscellaneous books. Thinking about it carefully, being able to contribute to a book that could be passed down for 1,000 years was quite interesting. Even if by the time it reached future generations, he would already long be nothing more than a pile of white bones and yellow dust. Coincidentally, he had listened to old Mr. Zhang tell a section in detail at the Cloud Talk Canopy in the Northern Market before leaving. I have many such stories. How fortunate that the journey ahead is still long. Telling them will take a long time. Let's drink to it. On one condition. Please state it, mister. I'll tell one story, and you must tell one as well, so we are even and owe each other nothing. Deal. I'll start with the earth-traversing burglar. I'm all ears. This story begins several years ago. The burglar's surname was Mo. He lived outside Yudo in Lotus Village, and was originally a down-and-out scholar. Song Yu's voice was not loud, he spoke softly. He roughly followed old Mr. Zhang's story structure, recalling it from memory, naturally infusing it with his own style. At the same time, he omitted old Mr. Zhang's storytelling techniques and interjections. It became more like an ordinary neighbor sitting under the banyan tree at the village entrance during dusk telling you a story that happened close to him not long ago. The scholar was mesmerized, deeply immersed in the story. Even the family of three couldn't help but sit in the cabin and listen. The little girl widened her big, dark eyes, likely there was a world full of mysterious wonders in her heart. Just as he finished, the aroma of porridge filled the air. They ate breakfast first. The clear porridge was bland, yet just right for the cold morning on the river. After breakfast, it was the scholar's turn to tell a story. During my travels in Yangzhou, I once heard a story from a recluse on a high mountain. Please go ahead. A few hundred years ago, Yangzhou was far less prosperous than it is now. It was even occupied by a great demon, and all the mountains away from the roads were its hunting grounds. Mountain demons even often descended to harm people. During the final years of the previous dynasty, amidst political chaos and the dire poverty of the people, a deist passed through, bearing a green jade sword. He battled the demon on Haidu Mountain for 6 months and finally slew it with his sword, bringing peace to Yangzhou. Due to a lack of details, the scholar's story was much briefer, and that deist priest was said to have come from Hidden Dragon Temple. As for where Hidden Dragon Temple is, the story did not say, and no one knows. I heard the name of Hidden Dragon Temple on Yinyang Mountain in another story and boldly guessed it might be the same temple. Alright. Song Yu displayed a helpless expression. Subconsciously trying to recall, he couldn't remember any grandmaster who was skilled with the sword a few hundred years ago. However, it didn't matter. It might be a mistake in the story. Perhaps a grandmaster might have spent some time learning to use the sword after descending the mountain, or he might not have remembered clearly. All were common occurrences. The main point was that he actually wasn't very interested in listening. Past owners of Hidden Dragon Temple rarely left records of their travels, and even Song Yu's master seldom talked to him about her youthful experiences, fearing it would influence future generations. Everyone should have their own unique path. As for grandmasters that he had never met from far too long ago, they were not much different from strangers to Song Yu. What do you think of this story, mister? The story is grand, but not interesting. Huh? I didn't expect you'll happen to agree with me. The scholar laughed. I have a cousin who usually loves to request stories from me. He prefers this type. The grander the story, the more gods and Buddhas, the stronger the magic powers the characters have, the more he finds it interesting. He doesn't care about anything else. However, I don't quite like this. Song Yu thought for a moment and knew this scholar must have specially told a story concerning Hidden Dragon Temple because he knew Song Yu was from Linquan County and had heard of it. No need to tell any more stories about Hidden Dragon Temple. What kind do you like? Interesting ones. Then we'll not count the one I told just now and I'll compensate you with another story. No need to go that far. No need to be polite. Since I'm compiling these stories into a book, I don't lack 1 or 2 stories. Out on the road, everyone we meet are all strangers, so it's best to be unconstrained. You're right. Song Yu no longer stopped him, he just looked at the little girl at the side. The little girl was listening to their stories while playing with the water at the side of the boat. Suddenly, she seemed to be attracted by a light in the water, and leaned over the boat's edge to get a closer look. An enormous dark shadow was swimming indistinctly underwater. Song Yu tapped the boat's edge with his finger, catching the little girl's attention. He smiled, and reminded her not to play with the water. After she sat back properly, he relaxed. Glancing at the river, the dark shadow had already disappeared. As they talked, the light boat had already passed countless mountains. The journey was long, and this boat did not drift on the river all day and night. Every evening, it would always dock. Occasionally, when they came across a ferry crossing or a place suitable for docking, the boatman would usually seek their opinions and temporarily dock. Song Yu would then lead his horse off the boat to relieve itself. At various ferry crossings, there were often women selling food. When Song Yu found something he liked, he would buy a little to add some flavor to his meals. The boatman's words were not wrong. The meals on the boat were fine for 1 or 2 meals, but after 2 more days, they began to taste bland and fishy. Fortunately, Song Yu had brought some dry rations with him. Unknowingly, the boat journey had already lasted 6 days. As they approached Long Commandery, the scenery on both sides began to change. The riverbanks had wide flatlands. At least the fields were flat, and filled with rapeseed flowers that happened to be blooming in early spring. They appeared as a dazzling golden expanse, and the wind carried their sweet fragrance. On this land were countless bizarre hills that rose abruptly. Unlike normal mountains, they were steep and small, like bamboo shoots. They were difficult for people to climb and not much worth the effort to do so. These countless small hills blocked the view in the distance, overlapping like a forest of mountains, obstructing the line of sight. It wouldn't be surprising if people believed these hills were the domain of demons. We've reached the boundary of Long Commandery, the boatman said as he rowed the boat. Long Commandery's mountains are like this, clustered, and most of them can't be climbed. There's no space on top, so people have to walk between the hills. It's very beautiful. Everyone says so. Are there any that can be climbed? There are. The boatman's face was full of wrinkles, but it bore a smile. He enjoyed talking with this gentleman. You must go to Anqing. Anqing County has the best views. Once you arrive there, just ask around, and you will naturally know how to enjoy the place. If you ask how I know, haha, every year many great officials, poets, and gifted scholars come here to see the scenery, and they almost all head to Anqing. Thank you, old sir and /o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Song Yu just stood at the bow, gazing around. The sun gradually sank westward. Before sinking below the horizon, it first disappeared into the forest-like clustered hills resembling bamboo shoots. The last rays of sunlight slanted down from the jagged, uneven mountain tops, casting a pale golden hue that was clearly visible in form. Half of the river reflected the mountains and light. An old man wearing a woven rush raincoat and a conical bamboo hat rowed the boat forward, while a man wearing a daoist robe stood at the bow. The entire river had only this little boat navigating through. We should arrive by tonight. Good. The boatman actually started singing loudly as he continued to row. Song Yu found the scene exceptionally beautiful for a moment, and his mood lifted. Old sir, I'm listening. Isn't it time to start preparing dinner? You're right, I'll find a place to stop. I have a piece of cured meat in my bag that was left over from before the new year. It's heavy to carry on the road, so I'd like to ask you to cook it so everyone can have a taste together. All right. Thus, amidst the myriad mountains on the Liujiang River, a plume of cooking smoke rose again under the twilight rays of light. About 2 to 3/4 of an hour later, the scholar's hair had become somewhat greasy and tangled from several days without brushing and washing. However, he still looked full of vigor as he picked up a piece of cured meat with his chopsticks from the bowl. The cured meat was both fat and lean with a 3-layered marbling of fat. Holding it up to the oil lamp for a look, the fatty part was transparent and golden, glistening and trembling on the chopsticks. Putting it into his mouth for a taste while it was still hot, there wasn't the slightest hint of greasiness. There was only the full fragrance of the cured meat, with a hint of the refreshing scent of pine and cypress branches. It was neither too salty nor too bland. This cured meat is excellent. The scholar immediately exclaimed in astonishment. He asked Song Yu, "Did you make this yourself?" "Someone gave it to me. Anyhow, we've benefited from you sharing your good fortune. We have to thank you." The scholar smiled as he bowed to Song Yu. His chopsticks moved up and down continuously and he said while he ate, "I just love cured meat from Yizhu, especially meat like this that had been smoked with pine and cypress branches. Nowhere else does it as well." I suddenly remembered something. "Oh, what is it?" At Cloud Talk Canopy in the northern market of Yude, there's an old storyteller with the surname Zhang. He is experienced, knowledgeable and skilled in his craft, familiar with strange and interesting tales from various regions. If you go to Yude to visit your friends again, you could go to the northern market to seek this Mr. Zhang. If you're polite and don't mind spending some money on tea, he certainly won't disappoint you. The scholar didn't think that he would suddenly say something like this. He immediately put aside his jovial demeanor, laid down his chopsticks and solemnly bowed to Song Yu. He was just compiling a miscellaneous book, and few people would take it seriously. He even aspired to leave a mark in history, and was already fortunate if he wasn't disdained and sneered at. Yet, this sudden advice already made him feel genuinely valued by this gentleman that he had met by chance, evoking a sense of their being kindred spirits for a moment. "Mister, I find it difficult to repay such kindness. Just compile your book with all your heart. Even if people of the present age don't understand, future generations might treasure it." Of course. Song Yu stopped speaking. He just picked up the cured meat to eat and sipped some diluted wine. The wine had been provided by the scholar, while the family of 3 brought over some preserved fruit. It didn't matter whose contribution was more valuable as they all shared in the meal. It was best this way so no one owes anyone anything. Gradually, night fell. There was moonlight that night. The boatman refused to dock, relying on the moonlight and his experience to continue navigating, determined to deliver them to their destination so he could return the next day. Soon, they heard the boatman called out, "We've arrived at Anking." The boat gradually docked with a thud. Everyone except Song Yu hurriedly got up. The scholar, carrying his box of clothes, and the husband from the family of 3 both cupped their hands to Song Yu in farewell. "We were fortunate to travel together. Farewell. I often felt I have benefited considerably from our conversation these past few days on the same boat. Even if you're not a daoist master, you're still a cultivating recluse. It's a pity the journey is short, and I can't spend a few more days with you." The scholar, carrying his chest, looked at Song Yu with great regret. However, the affairs of the world are often like this. Meetings and partings are all fated. Farewell, and you must come look for me if you come to Anking for sightseeing in the future. Everyone, please be careful on the slippery night road. Song Yu stood at the bow, cupping his hands, watching them disembark and leave. The boatman rowed again and the boat left the shore once more. At that moment, they heard the scholar's voice. "Wait." He stood on the stone steps of the ferry crossing, cupping his hands once more to Song Yu. "Previously, I felt that people in the Jianghyo who meet by chance need not ask about each other's origin. So I didn't ask you where you originally used to cultivate. But after spending a few days together, I increasingly feel that you understand my heart very well. I would like to boldly ask where you reside. If fate allows, should I return to Yizhu in the future, I should visit you. Yin-Yang Mountain, Hidden Dragon Temple." In the swift nighttime current, the boat quickly moved far away. The boatman chuckled. "That scholar is good in every way, except he's a bit too noisy." Song Yu smiled without answering. He just asked, "How much farther to Lingbo County?" "It's still quite far, but that part of the water route has a water demon causing trouble. That water demon is huge, capsizing ordinary boats easily. Many people died a few years back, and now no one dares to sail there. Fortunately, Lingbo is the last stretch. Those heading to Lingbo all disembark at the nearest old ferry crossing, about 2 hours away. The boatman paused. But you must be careful. Once you reach the shore from the old ferry crossing, there are many mountain bandits on the road to Lingbo County. While I haven't heard of them killing anyone, they have frequently robbed many people. If ordinary passengers are taking this road, I advise them to give some money and speak nicely if they meet bandits in order to avoid physical harm. Some bandits, if principled, might even leave a portion behind. Thanks for the warning. But you're different. I've heard that principled mountain bandits, besides not robbing government couriers, and scholars taking exams, also avoid robbing Daoist priests, Buddhist monks, lone young women, and lost children. Haha, as for how many mountain bandits adhere to this, I don't know. Is it easy to get passengers for your return trip? Not as many as the other way. How long will the return journey take? 10 or 11 days, the boatman laughed. This trip was quite lucky, encountering a family and then you. Usually, I don't carry this many people in one trip. It must be hard work. By these calculations, the boatman could earn at least more than 1,000 yuan per round trip. With good luck, maybe over 2,000, and even with bad luck, at least an estimated several hundred it seemed. He couldn't make 2 trips a month, but he wouldn't make just one either. The income was decent. However, it was a very long journey and hard work, having to row the boat and cook meals all the way. Hard work earns a comfortable living. The boatman's voice mingled with the sound of splashing water. Song Yu's eyes brightened, momentarily feeling touched by the boatman's steadfast and contented attitude and also surprised such words came from the mouth of an ordinary boatman. But he quickly realized this was actually arrogance, both disrespectful and inappropriate. Overall, the good words felt like a cool breeze during the 3 hottest periods in the summer 1, drinking a cup of hot tea during the 27 days after the winter solstice 2, or encountering a stroke of luck when going out. They were a nice surprise and also made him feel joyful. His heart softened, and the moonlight also became much more gentle. About 2 hours later, Song Yu placed his bedding bag on the horse's back. He watched the calico cat leap nimbly ashore from the prow. He himself also subsequently stepped out. He then turned back to look at the horse behind. Take it slowly, no rush. The water rippled, the boat slowly swayed, and the sound of the water splashing filled the air. Under the moonlight, the horse carefully and nervously approached the bow, ready to jump ashore. Upon hearing his words, it actually withdrew its hooves, found a more stable spot, and then steadily disembarked. The boatman watched from the prow, smiling but silent. Having lived long and seen much, actually some truths come naturally without needing books. He had long noticed this passenger's extraordinary nature but saw no need to pry since he was just a boatman. Mister, take care on the night road. Old sir, please go slowly too. With a push of the oar, the little boat left the shore again. When the boat had moved far away, Song Yu finally turned his gaze back. In the moonlight, the river water shimmered, with glittering waves and water splashes against the shore. The cold air rose from the river surface which reflected the bright moon, and was coated with a layer of haze by the moonlight. It looked like scattered stars, and the river water glowed. Such a scene was nothing short of an immortal's realm. Lady Calico lowered her head to look around. She had reached a new place and started running everywhere again, sniffing here and there, seemingly ignoring his words. Let's go. Okay. The Daoist led the way as always, the horse followed, and the calico cat darted everywhere, until she was asked to explore the way ahead. Only then, did she obediently walk in front. It was time to find a place to camp for the night. In the 2nd year of Ming, in the middle of the 1st month of the lunar year, they finished their journey on the Liujiang River. 3 periods forming the hottest periods of summer, from mid-July to mid-August, namely mid-July, late July to early August, and mid-August. 2 reputed to be the coldest days of the year. With the mountains high and the emperor far away 1, the grass grows thick, and bandits abound. After a night's rest, Song Yu headed towards Lingbo County from the ferry crossing, a journey of nearly 100 li apart from the winding and difficult mountain paths, the dense forests and tall grass. They encountered 2 groups of mountain bandits along the way who stopped them. However, upon seeing he was a genuine Daoist, both groups of mountain bandits let him go without any trouble. Speaking of silver money, Song Yu did still have some silver on him. He had left home with about 20 taels of silver. The traveling merchants on Jinyang Road had given him more than 10 taels, and he had earned another 20 taels as the reward for catching the earth-traversing burglar. However, the cost of living in Yudo was quite high, and he had not skimped on his living expenses during his 6-month stay there. Despite earning some random income from drawing talismans, he had spent nearly 20 taels. He had planned to buy a horse or mule with the remaining money and save some as funds for resuming his journey after the beginning of spring. After that, he spent extravagantly when he had money and was frugal when he didn't. Actually, it didn't matter to him. Unexpectedly, he acquired the horse without spending any money, saving a very significant amount. If the mountain bandits had known he had almost 30 taels of silver on him, they might not have let him go so easily. It was already the morning of the 2nd day when Song Yu arrived in Lingbo County. He used the sun to determine the north, though not very accurately as the sun did not necessarily rise exactly in the east and the city was not divided precisely into east, west, south and north. After some searching and asking around, he finally reached the north of the city. It was already close to midday. He located Gonzao Alley and inquired about Chen Han's home. By the time he reached their door, the sun was already high over his head. Standing at the doorstep, he hoped that this Chen Han hadn't moved and that he was home that day. Delivering a letter was already a very difficult task and he didn't want any additional complications. Thus he knocked lightly with the door knocker. Soon, he heard voices and footsteps from inside. The footsteps grew closer and then stopped at the door. Perhaps the person had just woken up from a noon nap and was tidying his clothes, for he didn't open the door immediately. A middle-aged man's voice came from inside. "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Chen Han." "And who are you?" Song Yu saw a man peeking out at him through the door crack. "I am an idle cultivator from the mountain wilderness who is traveling through the land. Chen Han's father entrusted me to deliver a letter from home." "A letter from home? From where?" "From a roadside tea stall outside Yudo." With a loud bang, the wooden door was immediately pulled open. Inside stood a thin, dark middle-aged man whose clothes were disheveled. He had a weathered face with a beard. He looked both shocked and respectful. "I am Chen Han." "Then I've found the right person. Did you really come from Yudo?" "It's true. That's 1,600 li away. The water route was easy. Mister. No need for formalities. Please come in quickly." The middle-aged man's lips were trembling. Song Yu followed him inside. There was a courtyard, neither big nor small, with some chickens. He could lead his horse inside. "My horse is obedient. It doesn't need to be tied and won't wander off. My cat is also sensible and won't harm your chickens," Song Yu said, casually pulling out a bamboo tube from his bedding bag and handing it to the man. "I have fulfilled my task." Chen Han immediately took the bamboo tube respectfully with trembling hands, unsealing it at once and unfolding the letter. After reading just 2 or 3 lines, his eyes were already red. After finishing the letter, he immediately burst loudly into tears. Song Yu quietly stood by. His speech was muffled by his sobbing. Only words like "I've been an unfilial child" and "thank you, mister" could be vaguely distinguished. One thought crossed Song Yu's mind. A letter from home was indeed worth 10,000 pieces of gold too. Soon, a woman emerged from inside upon hearing the crying. Seeing the situation, she hurriedly helped Chen Han up, fishing out a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. She offered comfort and asked questions for a long time until he calmed down. "Sorry to have let you witness this, mister." "Not at all. They say that one shouldn't travel far while one's parents are still alive. It's a pity that I, as a son, have been more than 1,000 li away for 2 or 3 years without returning, causing my old mother to worry herself sick. She even had to ask someone to bring me a letter. Life's affairs are never as simple as in books." "Quick, San Niang, kill a chicken." "Understood." The woman more or less understood the situation. She didn't dare to delay at all, and immediately went out to catch a chicken. In this era, everyone knew how difficult it was to deliver a letter. Someone who went to the trouble of traveling a long distance to deliver a letter deserved more than just reimbursement for travel expenses. Serving good food and drink was merely etiquette, but the sentiment behind it was hard to repay. Thus smoke rose from the Chen family's kitchen again that afternoon. It seemed that Song Yu was actually the first to arrive. Song Yu preferred to believe that the mountains were high and the rivers were far, and that the road was difficult and long. Others were hindered by the distance, afraid of mountain bandits, or delayed by their own affairs, and it was not that they intentionally failed to deliver the message. Perhaps some were still on their way. "Mister. Yes. Please don't leave today. Although our home is humble, we have a bed for you to rest in. It will be better than any city inn or temple outside the city," Chen Han said to him with red eyes. "Thank you for your hospitality." Refusing at this moment would be pointless and would only add to their sense of obligation. Besides, Song Yu did need a place to stay. At that moment, knocking unexpectedly came from outside the courtyard. Thud, thud, thud. The door knocker wasn't used but it was somewhat more powerful than Song Yu's knock. Chen Han hurriedly raised his sleeve cuff to wipe away the tears on his face. He hurried outside after telling Song Yu. A gentleman did not stand in a melon patch or under a plum tree, so Song Yu also followed him out. Before reaching the door, Chen Han called out, "May I ask, who are you looking for?" Surprisingly, a female voice responded from outside, "Is this Chen Han's residence?" Chen Han glanced back at Song Yu. He did not dare to delay and quickly opened the courtyard door. "It is." Outside stood a Jianghu person wearing men's clothes whose face was covered by a scarf. She was of average height, and she carried a long saber that was plain in style in her left hand. Reins were wrapped around her wrist and she was leading a yellow southwest horse. She held a bamboo tube containing a letter in her right hand, looking tired and dusty all over. She glanced inside the house, focusing on Song Yu before looking at Chen Han. "Are you Chen Han?" "I am. Your old father entrusted me to bring you a letter," she said as she handed the bamboo tube to Chen Han. The way she spoke had the straightforwardness and unrestrained manner of a Jianghu person. She paused and added, "However, it seems someone else had already gotten here ahead of me." She looked at Song Yu, who also looked back and nodded to her in greeting. She chuckled softly. Traveling 1,000 li over numerous mountains and rivers, with bandits along the way. Also, the road ahead was hard to predict. This letter delivery journey wasn't something an ordinary person could undertake. Skill was secondary, the most important trait was trustworthiness and perseverance. Chen Han was naturally grateful and repeatedly thanked her, immediately inviting both of them inside. The red and yellow horses stood side by side in the courtyard as the 3 of them sat down in the main hall. Chen Han read the second letter. The handwriting was different from the first letter and it was evidently written by another person. Even the diction varied, though the sentiment expressed was the same. It was clear that the old man was too embarrassed to burden one official with writing all the letters, so he had asked different officials to write them separately. Reading the letter again, Chen Han not only felt longing as always but could imagine his old father asking one official after another and expressing his longing for his child in front of them. And these officials were also moved by the old man's longing, and patiently organized his long-winded pet phrases into written letters. Each one was written differently, yet all were written with exceptional care. As Chen Han read, he couldn't help but cry again. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The calico cat jumped onto the table and moved close to watch him cry. The woman took down the scarf covering her face, revealing a slightly round face. Despite the wind-blown dust and her chapped lips, her features were still delicate and youthful. Such a face traveling through the Jianghu might only have deterrent power when she was carrying a bloody saber right after she had just used it on someone. However, she turned around and cupped her hands to Song Yu. As a Jianghu person, I'll introduce myself first. My surname is Wu, and my name is Suaoyi. I am a disciple of the Zishan sect in Yizhu. How do I address you? Her voice was far rougher than her appearance suggested. I am Song Yu, and my style name is Menglei. I am a hermit from Lingquan County in Yizhu. You have a good name. Your name also carries a lot of Daoist charm. It was indeed given by a Daoist priest from Qingcheng Mountain. However, I think it doesn't sound good. Perhaps that Daoist priest had given it without thinking. It's more suitable for a man. Jianghu women often take male names. I see. Song Yu just felt he had learned something new. Which way did you walk? You actually arrived ahead of me. I traveled a section by water. Only now did Song Yu vaguely recall that when he had left the tea stall and walked a few steps before looking back, the old man selling tea was again asking a group of Jianghu people where they were headed. She had been among that group of Jianghu people. Fortunately, it wasn't long ago, and the memory hadn't faded. But to say it hadn't faded wouldn't be entirely accurate either. If it had not been for the woman delivering the letter and talking to him now, he would not have connected her with his memory since he had just encountered her by chance on the road. Thus he added, "We meet again. This is the third time we've met. Oh, I think I saw you once at the temple fair in Yuda before." The Jianghu woman placed her saber on the table, speaking in a direct manner. "I saw you wearing a Daoist robe at the time, looking quite young and conspicuous. Later, I returned after walking around the fair, and I saw you go to look for that conjurer. Haha, we were guessing that you probably had your money stolen by that man. Fate. Fate indeed," the woman repeated, but she continued to look intently at Song Yu, her eyes eager. "Was your money stolen? Did you make a bet with your companions?" "Haha, no." The hearty laugh of a woman was something Song Yu rarely heard in this era. "I was just curious. You're an interesting person. Jianghu people meet by chance. Once we part tomorrow, we may never meet again in this vast world. I advise you not to be reserved and speak up quickly. You have a point." Song Yu narrowed his eyes and nodded repeatedly. Her words were also quite interesting. He then whispered, "Yes, I knew it." The woman seemed satisfied and asked, "Did you get it back?" "I did. That man was principled." "Yes, but I heard he was caught that night. Were you the one who reported him to the authorities?" "No, I wasn't. I thought so. I heard that they tried to escape that very night, but in the end there was a sudden winter thunderstorm and a bolt out of the blue which nearly killed them. Probably Grandpa Yuang had manifested and that's why they were caught." "Perhaps." Song Yu wasn't very interested in chatting. Chen Han and his wife soon brought out the food. A whole big old hen which had been stir-fried with mushrooms was served in a large bowl, fragrant and tender. In addition, there was a plate of tofu that had been pan-fried on both sides. Despite the rush, they were good dishes for entertaining guests. The woman did not stand on ceremony and ate the meat heartily. Song Yu was also silent and fed the cat as he ate. A pile of bones gradually grew on the table. It was truly satisfying. Chen Han was somewhat intimidated by the woman who was clearly dressed like a Jianghu person, but knowing she had traveled from distant parts to deliver the letter, he couldn't possibly be discourteous. Thus he also invited her to stay the night in his home. The woman agreed very readily while she was eating meat. However, she also knew the misgivings in their hearts, and she reassured them she would leave the next morning. One well-known phrase meaning remote places where laws and decrees are not strictly enforced. 2. Allusion to Tang Dynasty poet Du Fu's famous poem Spring View. Refer to https://eastasiastudent.net/china/classical/du-fu-spring-view. 3. Chinese idiom which refers to being in suspicious circumstances or surroundings. After the meal, the two were feeding their horses in the courtyard. It was the last third of the first month of the lunar year. The weather was very pleasant, neither too sunny nor too cold. A gentle spring breeze blew, making the old trees outside the door rustle softly. It was very comfortable. The woman eyed Song Yu's horse. "Doesn't your horse need reins?" "The horse is obedient. And no saddle either. I don't ride it." "How interesting." The woman continued to scrutinize Song Yu's horse with great apparent interest, in a tone reminiscent of men discussing cars in future eras. "It looks like a Biwen horse." "Yes. When I was in Yudo, I wanted to buy a Biwen horse too, but there were very few in the market, and they were exorbitantly priced." She shook her head. "Couldn't afford it. Horses are scarce this year. I heard the court is planning for war again. I've heard that too. Your horse looks a bit short and thin, probably due to some illness while in the womb or the mother horse being underfed. However, it's still a B1 horse and looks healthy. You've got yourself a bargain. Yes. How much did it cost? It was a gift from an old friend. Tisk, tisk, the woman clicked her tongue repeatedly. Although she praised Song Yu's horse, she kept attentively feeding her own horse fodder, and stroking its mane with her other hand. Clearly, she was someone who cherished her horse. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she turned her head. By the way, I also traveled by the water route. Why was I slower? Didn't you rest on the way at all? I rested for 2 days. Then you did walk fast. Traveling alone is quicker. That's true. I was encumbered. Where are your companions? We only went as far as Long Commandery, not Lingbo. A few of my senior brothers got severe seasickness halfway, so they disembarked at Anking. I came here alone. She added, besides, it was my decision to take this letter. No need to drag everyone along. That's reasonable. Did you encounter any mountain bandits on your way? I did. How did you get away? I told them I was just a poor, wandering deist, accompanied only by a cat and a horse. I asked them to let me pass. That worked. More or less. Silence. Aren't you curious if I encountered mountain bandits? Song Yu immediately caught on and respectfully asked, did you encounter mountain bandits? I did. And how did you get out of trouble? Scared off one group, cut down another. You have impressive martial skills. Song Yu glanced at the saber in her hand which still faintly smelled of blood. Recalling their first encounter in Yudo, her party had at least 10 people. He guessed that the Zishan sect must be a famous school in the Jianghu. The woman suddenly asked him, where are you headed? Where are you going? Traveling the world, temporarily with no fixed destination. Interesting. The heroine looked him up and down, a smile forming on her lips. A wandering deist. Yes. Just you, and your horse. There's the cat too. Oh, there's the cat too. She couldn't help laughing. This is the first time I've seen someone bring a cat on a long journey. And this cat is so obedient, not running off without a leash. Your horse is untied too. The animals that you deist priests keep are all so miraculous. The world is vast, and full of wonders. You must have some skills. No wonder you dare to wander the Jianghu alone. I am a deist. Ordinary bandits usually won't trouble me. The world is large. It's not that easy to travel relying solely on your deist robe. The road may be obstructed and long, but as long as you keep walking, you'll eventually reach your destination. I don't understand. It means as long as you're willing to walk, you'll always get there. So, where are you headed tomorrow? Maybe to Anking. Anking County. Yes. Are you going to the Great Liujiang Gathering too? Great Liujiang Gathering? What's that? You don't know. I don't. Before traveling the world, hadn't you been involved in the Jianghu? I just stayed in the deist temple cultivating quietly. Then why are you going to Anking? On my way here, I found the scenery along the way beautiful. The boatman said Anking has the best views, so I decided to go and see. Then what are you doing here? Delivering a letter. Just delivering a letter. I didn't know where to go. Did you know of Long Commandery before? No. Interesting. The woman looked at him a few more times. She had initially thought he had brought the letter because it was also on the way for him. She thought that even if he was not coming to Lingbo County, then at least he was coming to Long Commandery. She never expected that he was just visiting various scenic spots, going wherever he felt like, and had come to this remote and unfamiliar place just to deliver a letter. This deist priest was very intriguing, quite interesting. Anking's scenery is indeed beautiful, like a 10-li gallery of paintings. Although I've only heard about it, this is my first time here too. She smiled. After seeing the scenery, you might want to check out the Great Liujiang Gathering for some excitement. May I ask, what is the Great Liujiang Gathering? The Great Liujiang Gathering is a grand event in the Jianghu. It started as a gathering of us Jianghu people from several southwestern prefectures to compete in martial arts competitions, drink, and discuss business. Since there were many people, any grudges could also be settled openly and clearly in front of everybody. It is held once every 5 years. If you're not involved in the Jianghu, it's normal not to know. I see. However, it's more than that, she continued. The gathering has expanded over time, attracting Jianghu factions from the northwest, and later from the southeast. Now, it's the largest event in the Jianghu, excluding those from the extreme northwest and northeast who are too distant, drawing even those who aren't involved in the Jianghu. Some come for the excitement, others to find some business opportunities or recruit martial arts experts. In brief, it will be very lively. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Thank you for the information. Do you want to go? Yes. Song you didn't need to consider. Since he came out to travel and see the world, and had the fate to encounter such a grand event, how could he miss it? He wouldn't say that the Jianghu was unsophisticated. Having traveled for half a year, if asked what he had learned, don't be arrogant and stay humble would be among the top 3 lessons. Do not be arrogant towards this world, this era, or even an old boatman. Naturally, he couldn't be arrogant toward the Jianghu either. Moreover, the Jianghu was brilliant and varied, full of difficulties and hardships. It was an essential part of this era, yet totally different from most other parts of it. It was something one had to experience. May I ask, when and where is the Great Liujiang Gathering held? On the 2nd of the 2nd month of the lunar year, at Mati Mountain in Anking. Thank you, you're welcome. The woman casually waved her hand. Her horse was a purebred Southwest horse, even somewhat smaller than Song Yu's horse. It seemed to be more or less full at the moment, and she patted its neck before asking Song Yu, "Where are you going this afternoon?" "I don't know. I'm going out to explore this Lingbo County. I want to see what's special about this remote, inaccessible, mountain bandit-ridden place. Care to join me? We'll meet if fate allows. Then I'll go first." The woman didn't mind either. She turned around and left. Though she was just going out for a stroll, she still carried her long saber. However, she didn't take her horse, but went out alone. Her figure disappeared very quickly in the bright afternoon sunlight, in quite a carefree way. Song Yu also found her interesting. After a while, seeing that Chen Han and his wife in the house had begun packing to return to Yizhu, he found it dull to stay there alone. He didn't want to trouble Chen Han to keep him company either, so he took the cat and went out too. Might as well explore this Lingbo County that he had accidentally come across. Lingbo County was built on a mountain, with the whole city atop the Great Mountain, and the Liujiang River flowed below. Legend had it that a great demon wreaked havoc in ancient times, taking advantage of the rainy season to cause torrential floods. The waters inundated 1,000 li of the land, waves surging and didn't recede for 3 years. Some lucky people survived by escaping to this mountain. To prevent the demon from causing more chaos, they built a city on the mountain, naming it Lingbo. Though called a county, it was actually quite small. It was just this mountain area. The mountain road was difficult to traverse, taking time and physical effort to go up and down. The locals loved eating beef. Whether it was because the sky is high and the emperor is far away or local customs, the already lenient ban on private slaughter of draft cattle seemed non-existent here. Beef stalls were everywhere, and the prices were reasonable. It was more convenient to eat beef here than in other places. Oxhorn combs. Song Yu stopped at a stall. He picked up a comb casually, and saw that the craftsmanship was exquisite. He liked it, and after a few strokes on the back of Lady Calico, felt it was quite handy. So he bargained and bought it. He also bought new toothbrushes too in passing. At dusk, he wandered back to Gonzao Alley. Like Tianshui Alley, this alley entrance had a large tree planted by predecessors for the benefit of later generations. People made the most of it, coming here to rest in the cool shade at dusk and dawn or during other periods of leisure. Adults played chess or chatted about domestic trivialities, while children ran around the tree, their shrill voices filling the air. Today was different, though. An old man was telling old tales. What was telling old tales? It was an elder narrating tales to younger people, or talking about some things the younger ones hadn't experienced before, passing on wisdom and life experiences in this engaging way. In this era, it was an extremely important means for young people to gain wisdom and experience, as well as to understand the world. A crowd gathered around the ancient tree. Some were sitting on stone steps, some on rocks, others brought stools to sit on, and a few kids even climbed the tree, lying on the branches to look down. The woman surnamed Wu was there too, leaning against the wall with her saber. Seeing Song Yu approaching, she waved at him. Song Yu walked over, neither affecting shyness nor bothered, and sat down casually on a household's doorstep. Lady Calico also followed obediently, sitting beside him and curiously watching the nearby children. Some children were also fascinated by the cat, and stared at her. However, they did not dare to approach due to Song Yu and the woman armed with a saber. "Is this fate?" the woman whispered to Song Yu, careful not to disturb the storyteller. "Fate," Song Yu whispered back. The old man was telling a story about the previous dynasty. This was an amateur storytelling session, lacking a professional storyteller's skills. The structure of the narrative wasn't that perfect. He often paused to think as he spoke, like an ordinary neighbor recounting last year's events in a neighboring village. However, this plain style had its own charm, with people occasionally interrupting to ask questions, leading to discussions with the old man. It was very casual. As the storytelling continued, the children grew restless. They might have tolerated legendary tales of ancient heroes, but stories about high-ranking court officials and prime ministers bored them. In comparison, they most wanted to hear tales about gods, ghosts, and demons. The old man was soft-hearted, and doted on the children, so he started telling such tales. One variation of the mountains are high and the emperor far away. 2. A kind of Song dynasty toothbrush that was made with fragrant and medicinal herbs that acted as toothpaste. 10 years ago, there was a massive flood in the Liujiang River. The stone bridge over the river was broken in the middle, but actually it wasn't the flood that caused it. Someone passing by on the day saw a very long black shadow in the water, likely a walking dragon one, which broke the bridge. Unfortunately, the creature didn't succeed in its transformation into a dragon and remained in the river, causing havoc and eating many people a few years ago. There was a family in Liujiawan outside the city that was poor and couldn't afford a coffin or a burial plot when a family member died last year. The body was kept in the main hall and absorbed human qi. It didn't smell even after a long time. Its nails and hair grew longer and longer. In the end, the frightened villagers pooled money to buy a plot and buried the body hastily. That very night there was a thunderstorm. The body actually crawled out of the earth, leaving traces all the way from the grave to the village entrance. Luckily, it crawled slowly and dawn broke just when it reached the village entrance. It was said that the unmarked common graves outside the city often saw ghostly activity. Of course, the old man's stories weren't all true. Some were fabricated, either by others or himself. Some were things he'd heard in his youth or even as a child, that he had remembered until now, and passed on to the next generation. Some were things he had actually seen. These stories, not always particularly interesting and often very short, had the advantage of being close to home, many taking place just outside the city, in the city, or even on the next street. Other adults sometimes joined in, adding details and enhancing the sense of reality. They either claimed to have seen or heard similar things or made a show of earnestly explaining the reasons for these supernatural occurrences based on their imaginations or what they had heard, of course using mystical and strange terms and reasoning. Many true ghost legends come from such origins, passed down through generations, with even falsehoods becoming truths. At least, the children believed them without question. They listened with wide eyes, both scared and excited, unable to tear themselves away. Some children, wanting to appear brave, would either make small talk or move around to pretend they weren't bothered. Or they would ask their peers if they were afraid. Any hesitation from the other party would give them comfort, allowing them to laugh and tease in order to diminish their own fear, so that they could embrace this kind of addictive thrill. However, the old man's stories were running dry. Having catered to the children's tastes so often, he was almost out of tales after telling several. Unfortunately, the children pestered him relentlessly. If he said he was thirsty, they poured him water. If he said he was tired, someone immediately massaged his back. Eventually, out of options, the old man looked at the woman standing at the side with her saber. "Stop pestering me. Go pester this great hero." The children glanced at the woman but didn't dare approach. Every youngster admires the heroes of the Jianghu world. This Jianghu hero had already caught their attention when she first arrived previously, attracting many secret glances. However, they were also somewhat afraid in their hearts despite the admiration after hearing many stories of Jianghu heroes killing people. Thus they didn't dare to casually engage this great hero that they didn't know in conversation. "Don't be afraid," the old man said. "This great hero has been listening for a long time, and must be someone who likes stories too. Jianghu people travel all over and must have some intriguing experiences. Maybe he has even personally encountered demons and ghosts. Try speaking nicely, and maybe he'll tell you a story." The woman turned her head at this and actually looked at the children. Finally, a brave child looked at her with pure yet fearful eyes, and asked, "Great hero, have you ever encountered demons and ghosts?" "I have, and quite a few," she said calmly. Her gaze at the children was very soft with an unconscious hint of a smile. "I've even killed some demons and ghosts myself, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om." The crowd was instantly shocked, surprised that this hero with a concealed face was a woman and also astonished by her words. As for the children, their eyes sparkled. "Really? I'll tell you a story." "Great." Children naturally feel close to women, and adults also have an instinct to care for them. Both parties were no longer silent and they immediately became much more familiar. Once the hero's identity no longer set her apart, only admiration was left. The woman's somewhat hoarse voice began. "It happened last year. Oh, now it's already the new year, so it was the year before last. Once, I was returning to my sect from Yudo. Oh, Yudo is the seat of neighboring Yizhu and my sect is the home sect that teaches me martial arts. On my way back, I took a shortcut but got lost, wasting a lot of time. I ran out of dry rations and was very hungry. It was autumn, and the mountains did have wild fruits and birds to hunt and roast. But the wild fruits were extremely sour, and the birds, when dry roasted, were tough and tasteless. By chance, I noticed signs of human habitation in the distance. When I went over for a look, I saw that it was a village and that the wealthiest family in the village was holding a funeral. Hey, I thought, why not go and have a meal? I didn't just freeload. I claimed to be a distantly related niece of the old man who had been learning martial arts on a mountain since I was little. I even offered condolence money too and was ready to kowtow if needed. With so many people there eating, who would question me? So I went to eat." Seeing the children's focused and tense expressions, she continued with a hint of amusement. "The meal went very smoothly. The food was also delicious with plenty of fish and meat. I hadn't eaten such good food in a long time. People who practice martial arts have great appetites to begin with and I was very hungry so I really satisfied my cravings. Tisk tisk, if you haven't tasted our Yizhu banquets before, especially a rich family's banquet, they're really tasty." Just a few words without other descriptions, and she had successfully whetted the children's appetites just based on her tone. Some had started salivating and some even asked what dishes were served, and she answered each query one by one. After a few digressions, she continued. "After eating and drinking their fill, people dispersed. I didn't want to leave, so I casually found a place to sleep. In the middle of the night, I felt someone pushing me. When I opened my eyes, I saw it was an old man. His clothes were of very fine material, so I thought he was likely the head of this household. Also, he was old, so I wasn't too wary. Thinking back later, if someone was able to approach me without my noticing it while I was sound asleep and I only woke when he pushed me, I should have drawn my saber immediately. He asked me who I was. I said I was a distantly related niece of the man in the coffin, but he said he didn't recognize me. I said I had been away on a mountain learning martial arts since I was little. He said that the deceased had no niece. I was still thinking of making up more stories but in the end I thought that I've already eaten and drunk my fill. I could just slip away tomorrow. Also, I had already given condolence money and paid my respects, so why shouldn't I have eaten the meal? It wasn't as if they could ask me to spit out the food. The woman with the long saber in the crook of her arm slapped her left hand with her right hand with a sharp clap. I bluntly admitted that I was just a passerby who had lost my way. I had run out of food and was really hungry. Seeing that there was a banquet being held here, I came over, gave some condolence money and had a meal. The old man laughed, saying that he also didn't recognize most of the people who came. Some he had not seen in more than 10 years. Some not only came empty-handed every time, they even asked for some money when they left. Some had just come for a good meal and were not even willing to kowtow once. As for their old friends, they were now all old and unable to walk even if they were not dead. None of them could come. The people who came that day were not even as sincere as I who had just come for a meal. I laughed too. Later, we chatted some more for a while. I felt sleepy so I went back to sleep. Under the ancient tree, there was no other sound. The adults were lost in thought, and the children stared at her with widened, dark eyes. Lady Calico felt that it would be more fun to climb the tree to catch birds, but she still sat obediently next to Song Yu with her tail wrapped around her feet, lowering her head to groom her chest fur neatly. When I woke up again, it was the next morning and it was misty. Someone came to look for me, saying I was a guest of honor and invited me to sit at the best table to enjoy the best food. Was there any need to think about it? Obviously, the old man and I had hit it off last night and he thought I was a decent person, so that's why he sent the younger ones to invite me. On the way, they told me they dreamed last night that their deceased father had told them I was his distantly related niece whom he had not seen for a long time and to entertain me properly. After they woke up, they were astonished and also felt it was miraculous. After some discussion, they decided to try to find me. To their surprise, they actually did. The children gasped in surprise. I didn't believe it at first, but when I approached the coffin for a look, I don't know if you are aware but at our funerals, the coffin lid isn't closed tightly during the religious ceremony but is left partially open. The lid is only closed after the religious ceremony is finished and the coffin is carried up the mountain for burial. So you can see the person inside if you approach the coffin. When I approached and looked inside, it was the old man from last night. Even the clothes were the same. The children's eyes widened. What happened next? Later, I had my breakfast there. When I left, they even prepared chicken legs, dried meat, and bayazai for me, found someone to give me directions, and insisted on giving me 5 taels of silver. How much is 5 taels of silver? Probably around 6,000 yuan. How much is 6,000? In any case, it is a lot. Did you take it? Haha, of course not. How could I have the cheek to accept such a large sum? I had just gone there for a meal and should leave after eating and drinking my fill. But I did take the chicken legs and dried meat back to my sect so that my master and fellow disciples could all have a taste. They were very delicious. Wow, the woman's story, compared to the old man's stories earlier, wasn't as mysteriously fantastical or as scary. It had the advantage of being a true personal experience, with details as well as emotions and expressions during the narration that the old man's stories couldn't match. Moreover, this story was amusing in its own way. The children didn't know in what way it was amusing but they really liked the story. Tell us another. Great heroine, please tell another. Older sister. Such sweet words? I've encountered demons and ghosts many times and also heard many tales, but I don't feel like telling another today. The woman glanced at the deist priest beside her, who seemed lost in thought, and smiled softly. She said to the children, "There's a deist priest standing right at the side. Why don't you pester him instead of me?" The children heard and looked towards Song Yu. Perhaps their earlier interaction with the woman had emboldened them and given them experience, so they immediately went over to pester him for stories. Song Yu was really unable to resist. He had been listening for so long, and couldn't just leave. He also hadn't expected he would have to tell stories there after telling so many on the boat the past few days. However, he didn't want to repeat the same stories. What should he tell? Song Yu looked at the group of young children in front of him. He noticed that they had already heard a lot of scary stories previously, and the one the woman had just told had somewhat calmed them down. However, he feared this was only temporary. Once they returned home and night fell, most of them would probably be too scared to sleep, and they might even be traumatized for some time. He decided to tell a soothing story. Thus he looked down at the obedient calico cat at his feet. I'll also tell you a true story I experienced. It's a story about a roadside cat temple and a cat deity. The calico cat looked up when she heard. She stared at him, puzzled. Song Yu just smiled. Around the end of summer and beginning of autumn last year, about half a year ago, I descended the mountain to travel the world. I was walking on Jinyang Road and saw a little temple. The little temple was dedicated not to a human or an immortal, but a cat. Song Yu also told his story in detail. He couldn't help smiling slightly. The calico cat was initially confused, but later also became lost in thought. Time often brought a sense of disorientation. One, creatures such as snakes which are in the process of transforming into a dragon. They need to get to the sea to finish their transformation and often cause floods in order to do so. 2. It is traditional for funeral guests to give money to the grieving family at Chinese funerals to help cover the cost of the funeral. This story wasn't long. Of course, it left out Virtuous Duke Wang, and his being entrusted by Virtuous Duke Wang to find Lady Calico. He only mentioned that he saw a cat temple there. In the temple was a little cat god with whom he spent the night conversing. He learned that the cat god tirelessly and conscientiously caught mice for people. Later, when he went down the mountain and asked around, he found out it was true. Perhaps because it skipped the interaction with virtuous Duke Wang and the little cat god's trouble, or maybe because Song Yu wasn't particularly skilled at storytelling, making it less amazing and interesting. The children didn't react as strongly as before while listening. Some even found it hard to believe. However, a few found the idea of a talking cat adorable. Fortunately, Song Yu managed to get through it. The sky gradually got darker and calls could be heard in succession from the nearby streets and alleys. The children, upon hearing them, immediately took to their heels and ran back like a flock of sparrows. Song Yu also headed toward Chen Han's house with Lady Calico and the woman. Early spring still held a chill, and the evening breeze blew gently. Your story wasn't bad. Your story was very interesting too. I think so too, the woman said without any pretense. I think it was a wonderful event, different from other times when I encountered ghosts traveling at night. I might remember it until the day I die. You've had a rich life. Come on. The woman glanced at Song Yu indifferently. Although your story seemed like something to amuse children, I could tell it's true. How could you tell? From your expression and tone. What do you mean? You really enjoyed that day's encounter. I see. Are you going to Anking tomorrow? Yes. I think you're a good person. Traveling such a long way to deliver a letter, and even bringing a cat, you can't be a bad person. I originally thought to invite you to travel with me tomorrow morning since the road is filled with mountain bandits. You've been lucky so far, but tomorrow not everyone might let you go. I could protect you for the journey. The woman paused before continuing, but you refused my invitation to go out together for a stroll this afternoon, so I feel it's inappropriate to invite you again. You misunderstood. No need to explain. Since you speak to me of fate, let's leave it this way. Tomorrow morning, we'll wake up naturally and leave naturally. If we happen to meet, it means we're fated to travel together to Anking. If not, so be it. The woman said as she looked at Song Yu. What do you think? Song Yu thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Good. What do you mean? All right. They had already stepped into the courtyard. Chen Han hurried out to greet them. He had thought they could have beef for dinner. Here, beef and pork were about the same price, making it a sort of local specialty. Song Yu was actually craving it somewhat. However, Chen Han, being a businessman who had seen a lot, knew that Daoist priests didn't eat beef. So he thoughtfully bought pork and lamb and prepared a table full of food. Meat was still meat, so Song Yu still enjoyed his meal. That night, he slept in the room on the left side of the courtyard. The bedding and everything else was clean and tidy. Lady Calico walked to the bedside, obediently letting Song Yu lift the corner of the lower hem of his Daoist robe to wipe the bottom of her paws. She looked up at him at the same time and asked, Daoist priest, why did you tell them about me? Song Yu thought for a moment. It's because you are noble in character and also very adorable. Children should hear such stories. The children didn't seem to like such stories. Your paws have been wiped clean. Oh. The calico cat jumped onto the bed and continued to stare at him. You are too good, so they don't believe there is such a cat god. Also, they wanted to hear scary stories, but you just attract people's affection. Song Yu fumbled in the dark to get under the covers. It had nothing to do with you. Oh. Both the man and the cat's voices were very soft. They chatted a bit more before gradually falling asleep. Song Yu had a vague dream. In the dream was a Daoist temple with an old female Daoist. Her hair was graying, and her face showed her age. She opened an envelope, took out a letter, and the paper was filled with the fragrance of the ink. He wondered what she thought and felt when she read the letter. The next morning, they woke naturally. Chen Han and his wife had prepared breakfast, as well as water and towels for washing up on their behalf. Song Yu naturally thanked them respectfully. After washing up, he went for breakfast and noticed that the heroine's yellow-maned horse was still in the courtyard, but she was nowhere to be seen. So he asked while he ate, Is the heroine still asleep? Yes. Have you packed everything, Mr. Chen? Yes. When are you planning to leave? As soon as my second uncle arrives. Would you like to travel with me? At least you can reach the ferry crossing safely. Thank you, Mr. Chen Han hesitated, then said with some difficulty, It's just that heroine Wu and I have agreed yesterday to wait until she wakes up so that the whole family can travel with her. That's fine. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. No need for that. If the heroine dared to travel the mountain roads alone, she must be highly skilled. Song Yu smiled, but I regret that I couldn't repay your hospitality. You flatter me, Mr. After finishing his meal and seeing that the woman hadn't woken up yet, Song Yu didn't wait for her as they had agreed. He packed his things, bid farewell to Chen Han and his wife, and took the remaining 200 wen for delivering the letter before leaving. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard and reached the alley entrance, he encountered a child from the previous day who had listened to his storytelling. He was following an adult family member and they were walking over from the opposite side. The child glanced secretly at them, hesitated but then mustered the courage to greet him. Young mister, are you leaving? Yes. What about the heroine? She'll be leaving soon too. Take care. Thank you. As they passed each other, the cat attracted the child. He squatted down, reaching out to pet the calico cat. He didn't expect that the calico cat would be very alert, and dart swiftly ahead. Then she stopped and turned back to stare at him. The child grinned and waved goodbye to the cat. Take care too, kitty. The calico cat tilted her head, pondered for a moment, then mimicking Song Yu's tone, said, Thank you. Her voice was light, soft, and very pleasant. The child was stunned. The adult beside him was also wide-eyed and startled. The calico cat, satisfied, briskly took small, quick steps to catch up with Song Yu and the horse. She stopped once more in the end to glance back at them before running around the corner. Song Yu shook his head, smiling slightly. Thinking about it carefully, there was some charm to it. Perhaps after today, he and Lady Calico would also become stories told by others. Years later, even decades later, when these children were old, they might even recount today's story to a group of mischievous kids who implored them for stories. The journey to Anking was mostly retracing their original route. The landscape remained beautiful. The mountain peaks along both sides of the road were still the kind he had seen by the river. They resembled spring bamboo shoots breaking through the earth or massive stones that had fallen from the sky, covered in verdant and lush vegetation. Sometimes they lined up on both sides, sometimes the little path wound between them. The view ahead would be blocked, but just after passing a mountain, would be a vast open plain again. One man and one horse walked slowly. The little cat leaped around. The recent sunny weather made it feel like walking through a painting. Especially in the early morning when there was still mist, the forest of countless peaks was shrouded in it. The green mountains were half hidden and the white clouds piled up. In between, there was the jingling of a horse bell. One cannot help but wonder if the figures emerging from the mist were indeed immortals. After walking a little, Song Yu suddenly stopped. The horse halted with him too. The calico cat had been trotting briskly ahead, and noticed that the deist priest and horse behind had not kept up. Thus she stopped and looked back at them. What is it, deist priest? I hear the sound of splashing water. What's the matter with that? Did you hear it? Yes, I've heard it a few times. Then I'm not as sharp as you. Song Yu had just heard it, and the sound was very faint. It wasn't the sound of rushing river water, nor the splashing from the varying heights of the banks. Instead, it was a single plop sound. Although faint when it reached here, it was discernibly distant. Combined, it more closely resembled the sound of a massive object plunging into the distant river. Song Yu stood silently in place. The first image that came to mind was that of a giant whale leaping out of the sea with its black back, snowy white striped belly, and barnacles growing on its body, forming a graceful figure in the air. Then it suddenly plunged into the sea, splashing water everywhere. What do you think it is? A fish. That's it. What now? Can you tell where it's coming from? The calico cat was puzzled, but looked left, then replied. Over there. All right. Do you want to go fishing? I just want to go and take a look. Song Yu gazed toward the left side of the road. Unfortunately, the forest was dense, mountains blocked the way, and he really didn't know how to get to the riverbank. At that moment, he suddenly heard a flute. Song Yu pressed his lips together and listened quietly. He only felt that the sound of the flute was clear and melodious, ethereal, and pleasant, drifting over through the mountains and forest ahead. Even though it was just a sound, hearing it seemed to bring the image of empty valleys and secluded forests, carrying dew and the fragrance of grass. His body involuntarily sensed the coolness of an early spring morning, and his ears felt cleansed. Perhaps this was what poets referred to as immortal aura. After listening for a while, the flute's sound grew nearer and nearer. Song Yu paused, then walked slowly forward. Rounding a bend, he saw a teenage boy dressed in hemp clothes, wearing a conical bamboo hat and a woven rush raincoat. He sat sideways on an old water buffalo's back, one leg tucked beneath him, the other hanging leisurely. He carried a bamboo basket on his back filled with grass. His bamboo flute, evidently cherished, was even adorned with a red tassel. It was a shepherd boy, riding his water buffalo through the forest. The green grass in the forest was lush and the dew had not yet dried, glistening and transparent, much like the shepherd boy on his water buffalo, or the flute's sound, totally untouched by worldly dust. This was not a scene from the mortal realm, nor were they from this troubled world. They seemed to have come out of a painting. Seeing the deist, the shepherd boy suddenly stopped playing and stood. Only then did Song Yu bow in greeting. Greetings. The shepherd boy hurriedly imitated the greeting, his movements clumsy. What is it? Don't be nervous, I just came to ask for directions. Song Yu paused. However, I heard your flute's clear and melodious sound from afar. The original purity and simplicity of your music rivals that of great musical experts, and I loved it. May I ask if this tune has a name? I don't understand. It sounds wonderful. I was just blowing randomly. Does this tune have a name? I don't know, everyone here knows it, but it seems to have no name. What a pity. Song Yu shook his head, not because it lacked a name, but because he felt a name would help it be passed down through the ages. Without a name, it might be easier to be lost to history. Nevertheless, he cupped his hands in praise. Regardless, you play very well, and no less well than great musical experts. I only know this one tune. I see. Seeing the shepherd boy's flustered expression, Song Yu felt he had been inappropriate though he had been polite. He should not have caused anxiety for no reason and disturbed this spiritual atmosphere. So he asked again. There are mountain bandits here. Aren't you afraid? This area is close to the city. There are no bandits. Even so, be careful. Where are you headed? To Anking. To get to Anking, walk ahead. There are many mountain bandits on the way to Anking. Mountain bandits won't trouble a deist like me. Song Yu tried to soften his voice, but I'm not asking for the way to Anking. I wanted to know if there's a path to the river nearby. What are you going to do by the river? My hands are dirty and I want to wash them. There is a demon in the river that eats people. I'll stay on the shore. A little further ahead, there's a path leading down to the river. The shepherd boy looked worriedly at him. Be careful, don't go into the water. Thank you. Song Yu cupped his hands in thanks and continued walking forward. The horse plucked a mouthful of grass from the ground, chewing as it slowly followed. The little cat glanced at the shepherd boy and the water buffalo, looked at the horse as if comparing them, and then followed too. The shepherd boy couldn't help but turn around. Standing with his flute, he watched the group, feeling both amazed and baffled. But that deist priest's hands under his sleeves. They were clean. The boy, puzzled, climbed back onto the water buffalo and headed towards the village. However, after a short distance, he hesitated and then turned the water buffalo around to go and see what that deist priest was up to.